In a world where everyone undergoes a career change, the time traveler Chu Yuan unexpectedly becomes a no-class individual, having been betrayed by his classmates. In a realm teeming with professionals, the extraordinarily low probability of a genius below the SSS rank relegates him to the lower echelons of society, a pariah. In a refuse station, the severely injured and on the brink of death, Chu Yuan inadvertently binds himself to a premium fishing system. During his first fishing endeavor, he acquires an SSS-grade item, the Kildas Template, a sorcerer capable of obliterating all. Who dares label me as refuse? The heavens did not give birth to me, Chu Yuan, for the profession to languish in eternal night. You and I were born into insignificance. Thus, how can wealth and nobility determine worth? The youth emerging from the refuse station, Chu Yuan, shall forge a magnificent path for humanity. Chapter 1. The No-Class Individual, Chu Yuan. Star Dragon Empire, Jiangnan Province, Longchuan City. In a dimly lit corner of the street, beside a dumpster overflowing with refuse and emitting a foul stench, several bundled pieces of garbage suddenly quiver slightly. Cough, cough. Accompanied by a violent fit of coughing, a multitude of debris stirs and collapses, scattering remnants across the ground and raising a cloud of dust. In the next moment, a blood-soaked youth, bewildered, claws his way out from beneath the refuse. With faint bruises adorning his face, he frantically surveys his surroundings. What the hell? Where am I? Didn't I die? A putrid odor assaults Chu Yuan's nostrils, provoking a bout of dry heaving. He vaguely recalls that while working late into the night, he encountered two foreign girls camping out on the road, wishing to learn a foreign language, only to fall into a trap and ultimately have his kidneys harvested. How could I possibly end up in this place? Just then, a surge of painful memories floods into Chu Yuan's mind. So that's it. I have traversed into another world. Upon integrating his memories, Chu Yuan mutters in astonishment. This is a parallel universe. This world possesses technology that rivals the blue star of his previous life and harbors a supernatural ability known as profession. Thousands of years ago, a game world descended, digitizing everything on Blue Star, transforming it into a realm akin to a video game. At the conclusion of their high school years, individuals undergo a collective awakening to become professionals. This is done in hopes of embarking on a path to hunt ferocious beasts, conquer dungeons, explore hidden realms, and pioneer uncharted territories, thereby forging a splendid path for humanity. Through extensive research by countless human experts, the current success rate of career transitions has reached 100%. The only factor that influences an individual's future is the quality of their profession. Presently, the professions available for awakening can be categorized into 3 types based on their functions: combat, support, and lifestyle. In this world ravaged by ferocious beasts, it is evident that the combat professions, capable of enhancing their strength through personal prowess, are the most coveted. However, even a solitary warrior has limits to their strength. Thus, the prospect for support professions are also promising, serving as adjunct to combat professions and contributing to the battle. It is important to note that some skills of support professions can, at critical moments, alter the outcome of a battle. Consequently, many teams prefer to forego a combatant rather than a support member. Conversely, the impact of lifestyle professions on combat is minimal. Therefore, awakening a lifestyle profession during the transition ceremony almost guarantees a future of stagnation. Unless one awakens as a blacksmith or an appraiser capable of crafting combat support items, other lifestyle professions, such as cook, farmer, or miner, signify a descent to the lower strata of society. The original owner of this body is also named Chu Yuan, an orphan who turned 18 just 3 days ago. He was once the foremost prodigy of Longchuan No. 1 High School, yet during the awakening ceremony, he unexpectedly failed his awakening. He became a no-class individual. It is worth noting that in this era of a 100% success rate for awakenings, nearly everyone is a professional. A person devoid of any profession signifies a life that is even beneath the most destitute strata of society. They are indeed the refuse of refuse, the very nadir of the underclass, held in contempt by all. A genius reduced to a mere waste. He has become the greatest laughingstock of the entire Longchuan city. After all, people are far more inclined to witness the downfall of a prodigy than to celebrate the birth of one. In a state of utter helplessness, the original entity could only seek employment at the refuse disposal site outside Longchuan City, taking on the role of a caretaker to escape the derision of society. However, just last night, while the original entity returned to his rented accommodation in the city to gather some supplies, he encountered a group of unknown professionals. They mercilessly assaulted him and discarded him into a heap of garbage, leading to his untimely death without any aid, thus paving the way for Chu Yuan's rebirth. Damn it! I thought my previous life working in a factory tightening screws was miserable, but it seems you're even worse off than I was. In a world where everyone is a professional, to be devoid of the very qualification to survive is utterly absurd. After all the trouble of transmigrating, I find myself as an unprofessional. Must I now spend my days guarding this mound of refuse? Coming to grips with the entirety of the preceding events, Chu Yuan gazed around at the squalid and chaotic surroundings, inhaling the noxious stench, and a bitter smile crept across his face. Suddenly, a vibration emanated from his waist, and upon discovering its source, he found a cracked mobile phone in his pocket. You have unread messages. Listening to the notification from the phone, Chu Yuan recalled the lock screen password from his memory, and upon unlocking it, several messages flashed before his eyes. Chu Yuan, did you feel the pain from last night? You should. This is merely a lesson for you. If you cannot produce 5 million by this time tomorrow, I shall send you to the Northern Territories to be a blood slave. Upon reading this threatening message, a cold smile flickered across Chu Yuan's face. After assimilating the memories of the original entity, the source of this message became glaringly obvious. Kai Kuan. This lad was a classmate of the original entity, but unlike others, he was a bona fide scion of wealth, as his father was a renowned pharmacist in Longchuan, and his lineage comprised affluent auxiliary professionals, rendering his family exceedingly wealthy. This fellow had practically grown up amidst potions. However, upon entering high school, to everyone's astonishment, Kai Kuan found himself consistently overshadowed by the original entity academically, fostering a deep-seated resentment within him. The reason for Chu Yuan's failure to awaken was due to a loan taken from Kai Kuan's family shop to purchase an awakening potion purported to enhance the likelihood of a successful career transition, which was secretly swapped for a substandard and failed concoction. Consequently, the original entity transformed from the first prodigy into the foremost joke. The shop where the original entity purchased the transition potion was initially recommended by Kai Kuan. It now appears that Kai Kuan had long plotted to ensnare the original entity step by step into his trap, leading to an irretrievable downfall. As he contemplated the debt collection message, Chu Yuan gritted his teeth but felt utterly powerless. Kai Kuan had successfully awakened a hidden profession during the ceremony, becoming a renowned genius throughout the city. Thus, gathering a band of followers, he harbored no doubt regarding the veracity of Kai Kuan's words. Failing to repay the debt would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. The Northern Territories were no place for humans. Not only did they conduct numerous illegal operations, but they were also notorious for the horrifying trade of human organs. Alas, reflecting on Kai Kuan's words, Chu Yuan found himself troubled. The original entity had never considered the possibility of foul play during such a pivotal event as awakening. He had always believed that, with the aid of the potion, he would undoubtedly awaken a formidable profession. Therefore, even though the transition potion was valued at 5 million, he had signed the agreement without a second thought. After all, once he could become a powerful professional, countless factions would extend olive branches, and a mere 5 million would be effortlessly resolved. Yet, this predicament had now befallen Chu Yuan, who was but a disregarded unprofessional, and since Kai Kuan's message was sent at 8 p.m. last night, it was now noon, meaning he had a mere 8 hours left. To amass 5 million within 8 hours? That was nothing short of an insurmountable challenge. This figure was unfathomable even in his previous life. What is the second message? Furrowing his brow, Chu Yuan directed his gaze to the second text message. Mr. Chu, have you considered the matter we discussed? I am aware that you are the apple of Director Su's eye. If you can persuade him to agree to the relocation, 5 million will be promptly deposited into your account. Lu Chong, keep my word. By the way, a reminder, I will commence the demolition of the orphanage in 2 days. You better act swiftly, or it won't reflect well on anyone. 5 million? As he scrutinized the message before him, a flicker of hope ignited within Chu Yuan's heart, only to be swiftly extinguished. This message was from a developer. The Director Su mentioned was the head of the orphanage where the original entity had grown up. The orphanage, situated in a flourishing area, had been targeted by a group of real estate developers over 6 months ago. The original entity's urgent borrowing to purchase the awakening potion was motivated by the desire to awaken a powerful profession capable of attracting the attention of formidable factions, thus safeguarding the orphanage from the encroaching developers. Yet, now that he had failed to transition, no longer being the prodigy he once was, and facing uncertainty, what right did he have to persuade the director? It's over. I'm finished. With both 5 million and demolition looming, this is an insurmountable challenge right from the start. How can I navigate this? Chu Yuan felt despair creeping in. It is worth noting that even 1 million is sufficient for an ordinary family of 3 to save over 10 years. For him, an unprofessional, to gather 5 million within 8 hours? It would be better to just restart. Ding. Sensing the host's despair, the premium phishing system is binding. A system. The golden opportunity had arrived. Chu Yuan's eyes instantly brightened. Chapter 2. The first fishing expedition, SSS rank item. Suppressing his excitement, Chu Yuan began to delve into the workings of the system. Premium fishing system. As long as you invest, you can fish for all manner of treasures from the myriad realms, including but not limited to items and equipment from the current dimension. Fishing item rarity, DC. B. SSS. Was this a system exclusively for anglers? Upon reading the system's introduction, Chu Yuan could not help but feel euphoric. After all, before his transmigration, he was a seasoned fisherman. Utilizing this system would be a piece of cake. Host attribute assessment in progress. Name: Chu Yuan. Race: human. Class: none. Level: first transition level 0, so abysmally low that it was even inferior to a mere screaming chicken? Quite absurd. Strength: 50, comparable to the strength of a steel rock boar's leg. Agility: 40, utterly pathetic. Mentality: 30, also lamentable. Constitution: 20, is this even acceptable? Skills: none, best not to comment. Upon viewing the system's various assessments, Chu Yuan was left bewildered. System: why not manifest in physical form so I can deliver a punch? Just one punch. Yet, Chu Yuan understood that while the system's remarks were harsh, they were also quite objective. After all, his panel data was alarmingly subpar. An average attribute score that didn't even exceed 50. It is known that even the most abysmal farmer in a life simulation game would have their 4 fundamental attributes bolstered by their class, averaging over 100. Alas, it was all due to his lack of a class. Chu Yuan sighed deeply. In this world, everyone had but a single chance to awaken, meaning that although he could still level up normally, he was forever limited to a mundane existence, devoid of flashy skills and professions, ultimately relegated to a life inferior even to the simplest of laborers. In a world where everyone else became professionals, he was doomed to remain an ordinary person? How tragic. Ding. Host, please do not lose heart. Once the system binds, there are no trash hosts. The newbie gift pack has arrived. Would you like to open it? Open. Chu Yuan's eyes sparkled. As an avid reader of novels, he was no stranger to the allure of gift packs, a rare resource that could be obtained without cost in the early stages. Newbie gift pack opening. Congratulations, you have received a fishing rod, ordinary, X1. Congratulations, you have received bait X3. Fishing rod, ordinary, a common lure rod made from carbon fiber, one of the most ubiquitous tools among anglers, quite ordinary, with nothing particularly special about it. Bait, a portion of fragrant bait that can attract anything from the myriad realms. Only 3 portions of bait. Chu Yuan was left speechless. What angler doesn't bait with pounds upon pounds? 3 portions of bait. Was he supposed to fish for mere minnows? Special reminder, 1 portion of bait is worth 5 million star dragon coins. Chu Yuan promptly fell silent. 5 million for a single portion of bait. When had anglers ever engaged in such extravagant endeavors? Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Yuan, guided by the memories of his former self, shouldered the fishing rod and made his way to the banks of the Long River. The Long River is the largest river in the empire, flowing through the heart of Longshuan City and dividing the city into northern and southern halves. After seeking a somewhat concealed spot, Chu Yuan affixed the bait to the fishing rod and cast his line. The fishing line soared into the air, gracefully descending into the waters of the Long River. However, upon touching the water's surface, the spot where the hook landed seemed to illuminate with a shimmering expanse reminiscent of a starry sky. Before Chu Yuan could fully process the moment, he saw the float plunge rapidly, nearly yanking him into the water. He hastily tightened the fishing line. Soon, the radiant glow from the starry expanse was gradually reeled in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished an SSS rank item. Kildas Template. What? SSS? Was it this exhilarating right from the start? At that moment, Chu Yuan's heart raced, and he trembled with excitement. It should be noted that Kildas was renowned as the mightiest mage in his previous life in the Blue Planet anime fairy tale. Serving as the 5th guild master of the Fairy Tale Guild, he wielded the formidable destruction magic known as Crush. According to the portrayal in the anime, Kildas's magic could obliterate any material it touched at the atomic level. When used against living beings, he could even reduce them to mere ashes at will. Naturally, Kildas's magic could also annihilate the magical attacks of his foes. Such formidable combat prowess made Kildas's magic far superior to any practitioner of magic in the Blue Planet, rendering even higher-tier variants of magic users insignificant in his presence. It was impossible for Chu Yuan not to feel elated. Why had he been so pessimistic before? Because in a world where everyone was a professional, he was the lone non-professional. Even if he could level up normally, he would never catch up to others. Under the same level and realm, a single skill could eliminate him. But now, once he possessed the Kildas Template, every professional before him would be mere children. Would the host like to immediately accept the Kildas Template? Yes. Chu Yuan responded without hesitation. Kildas Template is loading. In the next moment, Chu Yuan felt a torrent of information surging into his mind. This encompassed not only Kildas's magical capabilities, but also his combat techniques, experience against foes, and even strategies for simulated battles against current realm professionals. It took him several minutes to slowly open his eyes. Loading complete. Type of magic, destruction magic, limit, divine level. Current development proficiency, 0, entry, novice, skilled, mastered, refined. Skills, 1. Deconstruction. Disperses the structure of matter and can rearrange it at will. It can deconstruct any magic, causing living beings to split into numerous miniature clones, rendering opponents bereft of fighting spirit. 2. Crush, manifesting in diverse forms without the need for any magical array. It releases a wide-reaching shockwave or flying grid-like objects with a single hand, regardless of how robust the external structure, due to the definition of crush magic, which disrupts atomic bonds from within. Any tangible object, unless it possesses dragon scales that can resist most magic, or magic, unless it is a nullifying magic that alters the essence of spells, can be instantaneously shattered at the caster's discretion. 3. Purging Justice, concentrates magical power within the fist, propelling the opponent with increasing velocity, unless hindered by gravity magic or airborne obstacles. It can shatter any magic with immense power, capable of launching opponents dozens of kilometers away with a single uppercut, and if they ascend too high, the accelerating speed will cause severe pressure on their body, leading to their eventual annihilation in midair. 4. Purging Justice, absolute heaven. 5. Comprehensive deconstruction. 6. Spatial crush, the ability to rearrange matter, to shatter others' magical attacks, even involving the forces of space. As Chu Yuan gazed upon the impressive array of skill descriptions, his jaw nearly dropped. Terrifying, suffocating. These skills were nothing short of invincible. With this template, he, the so-called worthless non-professional, was destined to become one of the mightiest figures in the Star Dragon Empire. Merely based on the skill descriptions, he could discern that even at his current level 0, with the weakest crush skill, he could completely dominate, no, obliterate, even a level 10 hidden professional. Not to mention the other invincible skills of the Kildas Template. The limits of his strength were something even Chu Yuan himself could not fully comprehend. It would only be through practical combat that he could ascertain his true power. Indeed, whatever the system produces is bound to be exceptional. The fishing system is simply extraordinary. Onward, onward. With a solitary draw, I managed to obtain an SSS rank, and I still have 2 baits left. In a state of astonishment, Chu Yuan prepared to cast his line again, but as he swung the fishing rod a mere 2 times, it snapped with a resounding crack. At that moment, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his ears. Ding! A fishing rod can only be used for 1 cast. To continue fishing, it is recommended that the host invest some money. Damn! Which fishing rod breaks after just 1 use? Chu Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Please be mindful of your phrasing. Which fishing rod can catch a blue whale? Oh. After a brief silence, Chu Yuan inquired, how much do I need to invest? Not much. Merely 1/5 of a small goal. 1/5 of a small goal. Chu Yuan's expression instantly darkened. To fish once costs 20 million. Isn't that sheer extortion? Suddenly, he felt reminiscent of his past life, where he had been ensnared by some shoddy games that lured players in with various giveaways, only to later demand exorbitant payments for using certain items, claiming 1S level was inadequate. Fishing? Is the system here to ensnare me? To catch this fish, must I work for the system for a lifetime? Does the host truly feel it as a loss? At the system's inquiry, Chu Yuan was taken aback. Well, perhaps it isn't such a loss. Thus far, he had done nothing and yet acquired an SSS-grade template capable of altering fate. Isn't that sufficient? The host should refrain from lamenting like a petulant child. Working hard to earn money and resuming fishing is paramount. The system is about to enter sleep mode. Contact again if needed. Farewell. After the system went offline, Chu Yuan finally regained his composure. Indeed, his primary objective had shifted back to earning money. Previously, the goal had been to repay debts, but now it was to procure a quality fishing rod to continue fishing. However, how was he to amass funds? Chapter 3. Leveling up 3 times in 5 minutes. Outside Longchuan City, in the secret realm zone. Here lay the majority of secret passageways within Longchuan, now under official control. Following this regulation, these realms had transformed into training grounds for the city's practitioners. Chu Yuan's goal here was to commence monster hunting to level up. After considerable contemplation, he concluded that this was the swiftest method to earn money. According to the memories of his former self, even bronze-tier equipment had a guaranteed market value of 50,000, indicating that selling equipment, skill books, and materials was the most lucrative endeavor in this world. Naturally, the source of these items would be dungeons like the secret realms. In truth, he harbored another motivation for leveling up. That was to grow stronger. This world ultimately operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. Without power, even the most perfect talent is merely viewed as a lamb awaiting slaughter, a plump pig destined for the autumn harvest. Currently, the simplest means for him to enhance his strength was to slay monsters, improve the proficiency of the Kildas Template, and unlock higher-level skills. Especially since, in a few hours, he would face pressure from that Kai Kuan fellow. Although Kai Kuan's character was less than admirable, he had awakened a hidden profession and would undoubtedly receive full backing from his father. He would be the type to have bodyguards surrounding him, ensuring no escape. In this world, the practitioner system is categorized into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, starry, throne, ultimate throne, supreme holy seat, and immortal divine seat, among other ranks. Every 20 levels, a promotion can be initiated. Chu Yuan estimated that Kai Kuan's level might have already reached the pinnacle of 20-level bronze. If his father were more ruthless, he might even assist him in completing the promotion task, advancing him to silver tier without delay. If he did not level up quickly, he would inevitably suffer, as he did not doubt that Kai Kuan's bodyguards were not merely bronze level. Moreover, the orphanage faced imminent demolition tomorrow. Being a practitioner-less individual was one thing. But now with the Kildas Template, he could not sit idly by. After all, in the memories of his former self, Director Su and every child at the orphanage were akin to family. However, should he cross paths with the developers? While he possessed the system and the Kildas Template that could secure an easy victory, one must not forget the principle that possessing something precious can lead to one's downfall. A practitioner-less individual without the requisite level, who defeats an enemy far beyond their realm, would easily attract unwelcome attention, and Chu Yuan certainly did not wish to be dissected by formidable practitioners. Thus, he felt a persistent urgency to elevate his level swiftly. According to the Star Dragon Empire regulations, every senior high school student is entitled to one complimentary leveling opportunity upon awakening. Due to the former self being a practitioner-less individual, no one was willing to form a team with him, and he could not defeat monsters alone. Hence, this opportunity had gone unused. Now, Chu Yuan was poised to seize this chance. Thus, at the teleportation center in Longchuan City, after presenting his personal information, Chu Yuan successfully acquired a complimentary qualification to enter a secret realm for leveling. He chose the silver tier realm, the Blazing Flame realm. Prior to teleportation, he inquired about the cost. Without the complimentary leveling opportunity, he would have had to pay a 10,000 teleportation fee along with a 50,000 entrance fee. In total, that amounted to 60,000 Star Dragon coins, equivalent to a large portion of an ordinary family's annual income. This illustrates the plight of the impoverished practitioners in this world. Despite the era of universal promotions, even leveling up is no simple task. Upon entering the secret realm, Chu Yuan advanced deeper into the expanse. Hiss, hiss, hiss. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when a cacophony of roars erupted nearby, and before he could react, a horde of fierce beasts surrounded him. LV3, Gale Mantis. Encountering fierce beasts so swiftly, Chu Yuan recalled the information from the Beast Encyclopedia course he had studied in school. The Gale Mantis was the lowest tier, most common creature in the Blazing Flame realm, standing nearly 1.5 meters tall, with blade-like arms close to a meter in length and serrated edges that could slice through flesh with the slightest touch. These creatures typically hunted in packs. Let us begin with you. Yet, in the face of these terrifying beasts, Chu Yuan felt no fear, for in the presence of the Kildas Template's disintegration magic, creatures below level 10 were utterly insignificant. With a determined expression, he conjured luminous spheres of energy and charged headlong into the midst of the Gale Mantises. Slash, slash, slash. Although his actions appeared reckless, as his fists danced, the spheres of light left a trail of green blood in their wake. Successfully killed Gale Mantis. Experience gained, 60. Successfully killed Gale Mantis. Experience gained, 60. You have leveled up to LV1. All attributes increased by 10 points. You have additionally gained 10 free attribute points. You have leveled up to LV2. All attributes increased by 20 points. You have additionally gained 20 free attribute points. You have leveled up to LV3. All attributes increased by 30 points. You have additionally gained 30 free attribute points. The notifications of leveling up resounded continuously on Chu Yuan's professional panel. In less than 5 minutes, he astonishingly reached level 3. Truly, the Kildas Template is remarkable. With such a leveling speed, even those with hidden professions would struggle to match. Chu Yuan marveled. It is worth noting that in this world, practitioners typically level up in teams, yet now he was capable of soloing. However, upon reaching level 3, Chu Yuan noticed that the number of Gale Mantises dwindled, and due to his elevated level, the experience gained had significantly diminished. Thus, he promptly set off deeper into the realm. The subsequent territory belonged to a fire domain frenzied wolf. This formidable beast, ranked at level 10, possessed not only sharp fangs and claws, but also the ability to unleash a breath of low-level flames. However, faced with Chu Yuan's disintegration magic, the fiery breath of the wolf proved utterly ineffective, being instantaneously dismantled under the radiant orbs of white light emanating from his fists. Successfully defeated the fire domain frenzied wolf. Gained 500 experience points. You have leveled up to LV4, with an overall attribute increase of 40 points. You have also received an additional 30 points in free attributes. Ding ding. At the moment the fire domain frenzied wolf's body disintegrated into dust, Chu Yuan discovered an item materializing on the ground. An equipment drop. His heart leaped with joy, but as he approached to inspect it, he sensed a chilling aura rapidly approaching from behind. Soon after, 2 fireballs, one red and one blue, hurtled towards him. Reacting swiftly, Chu Yuan waved his hands. Whoosh. The moment the 2 fireballs made contact with his hands, they were obliterated into a cascade of embers, scattering like stars. Within the shower of sparks emerged a colossal 2-headed wolf, towering nearly 3 meters high and stretching 6 meters in length. A mesmerizing fusion of red and blue flames danced within its mouths. Good heavens! It was a dominant entity of the bronze tier, a level 22-headed demon wolf. Chapter 4 is a forbidden spell manifesting nearby. The term dominant creature is a special designation for the most formidable beasts at each realm within the human hierarchy. For instance, within the pack of fire domain frenzied wolves, there exists only one two-headed demon wolf that has attained level 20, rendering it the undisputed apex predator of this region, akin to a boss creature. Roar! Before Chu Yuan could utter his awe, the two-headed fire wolf launched 2 red and blue fireballs from its mouths, pouncing towards him. In midair, the two-toned fireballs were released, flanking him from both sides while 2 additional fireballs were already charging in its mouths. This beast, it could easily overpower him with brute strength, yet resorts to strategy. Chu Yuan swiftly leaped backwards several steps, channeling his disintegration magic. With a flourish, the dual-colored fireballs were instantly transformed into mere embers scattered across the air. Yet the two-headed demon wolf continued its advance. Boom! The red and blue fireballs erupted as they neared Chu Yuan, sending flames soaring skyward and incinerating everything within a 10-meter radius into charred remnants, enveloped in thick smoke. Through the 4 eyes of the two-headed demon wolf flickered with a dual glow, and it let out a derisive snort, seemingly mocking the audacity of this human. However, in the next moment, astonishment flashed across its eyes. As the smoke dissipated, Chu Yuan stood there completely unscathed amidst the scorched earth, with hands held aloft. The surrounding disintegration energy coalesced, forming a cubic grid-like shape that enveloped the area, leaving the 2-meter cube entirely unharmed. This was Chu Yuan's application of disintegration magical energy in the form of a defensive maneuver. Such a defensive application only yielded a trifling 0.3 increase in the proficiency of the Kildas Template. Indeed, Chu Yuan had refrained from countering the two-headed demon wolf's attack, even choosing not to evade, solely to enhance the proficiency of the Kildas Template. Alas, the rate of proficiency gain was far too sluggish. Given that this was a skill from a comic, he might as well indulge in a touch of theatricality. Are you prepared to receive my next move? Observing the astonishment in the two-headed wolf's eyes, Chu Yuan clenched his fists and chuckled lightly. Since the proficiency growth was so slow, he decided against prolonged play, for time was of the essence, and leveling up was paramount. With that, arcs of azure lightning from his disintegration magic converged around Chu Yuan's fists. Roar! The two-headed demon wolf immediately sensed a chilling pressure that sent shivers down its spine. Displaying its vicious nature, it bared its fangs and gathered flames, channeling a far more potent magical energy than before. The wolf aimed to annihilate this human with an even more ferocious dual-colored fireball. Crash! Meanwhile, at the municipal building, a gathering of individuals was taking place. Should an outsider witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. For this group comprised nearly all the high-ranking officials of Longchuan City, along with renowned business magnates and formidable professionals. Yet, they wore smiles, nay, expressions of extreme sycophancy, surrounding an elderly man. This year's professional awakenings in Longchuan City have produced numerous prodigies, the elder remarked with a smile. Hearing this, Mayor Qin Mu of Longchuan City quickly bowed and replied, "All credit is due to you, Elder Qian. Without your unwavering guidance and generous investments in Longchuan City, such results would not have been possible." While speaking, Qin Mu cautiously observed the elder's expression. This individual was none other than the vice president of the Provincial Professional Association, one of the 10 most powerful figures in Jiangnan province. Even Qin Mu, a stellar-level powerhouse, felt compelled to show utmost respect in his presence. Furthermore, Elder Qian had a history of providing significant support to Longchuan province. Your ability to articulate such sentiments indicates a sincere heart, Elder Qian said with a nod, then gestured to the secretary beside him. Stepping forward, a man dressed as a secretary emerged from the crowd, solemnly presenting a crystal-clear trophy from a box he held. The Star Dragon Holy Cup. Qin Mu's breath quickened instantly. The trophy was pure and flawless, adorned with the image of a dragon, with 9 dragons coiling around, all vying for a pearl of pure magical essence. Little Qin, you surely understand the importance of the Star Dragon Holy Cup, don't you? It was no small feat for me to secure this benefit for Longchuan City. You shall be entrusted with its care for this year, so do not let me down. Elder Qian remarked with a casual smile. Elder Qian, your immense generosity shall never be forgotten by Longchuan City. Qin Mu replied earnestly as he accepted the Star Dragon Holy Cup, placing it upon his desk, and then bowed deeply in reverence. Concurrently, the other affluent individuals and powerful professionals in Longchuan City also bowed to Elder Qian in unison. Their solemnity stemmed from the fact that the Star Dragon Holy Cup was one of 9 cups crafted collaboratively by the 3 most powerful living saints of the Star Dragon Empire. Its effect was to enhance the leveling efficiency of all professionals within a 3,000-mile radius by 15 times. With the Star Dragon Holy Cup in Longchuan City for a year, it could be said to be an unprecedented opportunity for all professionals. Yet, unbeknownst to everyone, Qin Mu had his ulterior motives for inviting Elder Qian to procure the Star Dragon Holy Cup. The Star Dragon Holy Cup possessed another unique function. If its range was restricted to a mere 10 meters, it could amplify the leveling efficiency of professionals by tenfold. This year, Longchuan City had produced a hidden profession, a spectacle not seen in centuries. He had already devised a plan to wholeheartedly assist a young man named Kai Kuan in leveling up, thereby establishing a lasting bond with this potential future saint or even godly powerhouse for Longchuan City. Well, now that the transfer of the Star Dragon Holy Cup is complete, I shall take my leave. Elder Qian sighed with relief. The Star Dragon Holy Cup was of paramount importance. Otherwise, he would not have personally overseen its transport. And only now could he finally relax. Boom. Yet, just as Elder Qian was about to turn away, a sudden jolt reverberated through the air, catching everyone off guard. The entire municipal building shook violently, as if it were a ship at sea, while outside, terrified screams began to echo. In an instant, beep 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 beep. The alarms throughout the city blared simultaneously, their piercing sounds shattering the tranquility. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. A powerful seismic wave has been detected in the northwest direction of the city. Citizens are urged to evacuate their residences and proceed to open, flat areas without delay. What? An earthquake? The individuals in the office exchanged startled glances, their hearts racing as they dashed outside amidst the violent tremors. In the next moment, an astonished voice rang out. Elder Qian, Mayor Qin, come quickly and take a look. The president's secretary pointed incredulously towards the northwest. There, beyond the city's high walls in the dense forest, a beam of energy surged skyward, cleaving the heavens in two, as dark clouds writhed ominously. The inhabitants of Longchuan City stood agape, witnessing this cataclysmic transformation of the world around them, the rift in the sky pressing down upon their hearts like a colossal mountain. The sky has torn apart. My heavens! Is this the work of a saint-tier practitioner wielding forbidden magic? That direction leads to the Inferno secret realm, does it not? It's merely a silver secret realm. Surely there are no beasts formidable enough to invoke such a spell. Wait, is that energy expanding? It seems to be approaching us. Panic spread across the faces of the crowd as they gazed up at the widening energy beam. In the next instant, 7 figures soared into the sky like shooting stars, confronting the energy beam head-on. Look, it's the 7 heroes of Longchuan. We are saved. They are the mightiest practitioners below the king tier, the strongest defenders of Longchuan City. With their presence, we are assured of safety. Chapter 5. The Star Dragon Holy Grail Shattered? What a close call. Seeing this, Qin Mu felt a wave of relief wash over him. These 7 individuals were the most powerful practitioners in Longchuan City, although not at the king tier. Star tier warriors were the pinnacle among practitioners, and with them, Longchuan could find solace. In the next moment, the 7 star tier champions unleashed their most formidable techniques. 7 distinct star tier skills ignited a powerful resonance, intertwining and coalescing into a single magical force that surged towards the incoming energy beam. However, the crowd was once again left in stunned silence. The mighty magic, upon making contact with the energy beam, dissipated as effortlessly as a drop in the ocean, vanishing into nothingness. Even the esteemed 7 heroes of Longchuan, invincible beneath the king tier and capable of triggering skill resonance for the strongest attack, found themselves utterly impotent. This is disastrous. The faces of the 7 heroes turned ashen, paralyzed in midair, helplessly witnessing the overwhelming energy beam crash upon them, causing them to spew forth blood and be sent hurtling back. Qin Mu's expression changed dramatically. Quickly, notify the safety bureau and activate the protective barrier. He shouted into his communicator. Mayor, the protective barrier has been activated, but what? In the next moment, Qin Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. The instant the energy beam neared Longchuan City, a barrier illuminated. Yet, it merely flickered to life. The moment it made contact with the energy, the barrier shattered like a fragile bubble, scattering fragments of light throughout the entirety of Longchuan. At that moment, everyone was awestruck. Good heavens! A barrier capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a king-tier warrior has shattered. Such an assault could not be the work of an ordinary forbidden spell, but rather a grand forbidden magic wielded only by true kings or even saint-tier forces. But how could a true king-level practitioner from the Star Dragon Empire possibly target an ordinary Longchuan City? Could it be that something of true king caliber has emerged from the Silver Secret Realm? Just as the dread of impending doom loomed over the crowd, the energy beam suddenly dissipated, as though the force that had shattered the barrier was spent. Yet, even in its waning state, it had still obliterated Longchuan City's king-tier barrier. How utterly terrifying. This may not have been a grand forbidden spell. The strength of Longchuan City's protective barrier lay in its ability to diffuse the stress of king-tier attacks through the mechanics of eggshell theory. I have never heard of any grand forbidden spell from a true king that could shatter a city's protective barrier merely through residual energy. Unless it was a spatial magic attack, and it must have been executed by a practitioner of star tier or higher. It seems that beneath the humble facade of Longchuan City, there lurks a spatial practitioner of star tier or above. Qin Mu, I require an explanation from you. At this moment, Elder Qian's expression grew serious as he spoke gravely. Elder Qian, upon hearing this, Qin Mu broke into a cold sweat. The Star Dragon Empire is built upon practitioners, and thus understands their formidable nature. Therefore, all practitioners must be registered, even those of the Saint tier. Yet, the Star Dragon Empire has not seen a spatial practitioner of Star tier or above for at least a century. The emergence of such a being in Longchuan City can only imply two possibilities, either a spy from an enemy nation or a king tier beast. Regardless of which scenario it may be, neither is a burden a mere mayor can bear. I will dispatch personnel to investigate. Saying this, Qin Mu grabbed his communicator and spoke resolutely. Immediately contact the Safety Bureau, seal off the Inferno secret realm, and thoroughly investigate the source of this attack. Be it human or beast, we must ascertain the truth, and ensure the 7 heroes of Longchuan accompany the team. Elder Qian nodded in acknowledgement, the somberness on his face transforming into a smile. Mayor Qin's crisis management skills are commendable. The position of my successor is undoubtedly yours. Just then, Elder Qian's peripheral vision caught something within the office, and his breath hitched. There, precariously balanced on the edge of the mayor's desk, was the Star Dragon Holy Grail, crafted by 3 Saint-tier practitioners, wobbling at a dangerously acute angle, poised to plummet and shatter into countless pieces with the slightest touch. Don't move. Just as Qin Mu was about to reach for it, Elder Qian's sudden admonition froze him in place. He cautiously turned to follow Elder Qian's gaze, and in the next moment, he gasped in shock. The two of them exchanged wide-eyed glances, inching closer to the desk. For the first time, Qin Mu felt his meeting room was quite spacious. Just as they were about to reach it, an object came hurtling from the sky. Crashing through the window, the Star Dragon Holy Grail swayed precariously, and it felt as though a hand had gripped their hearts. Fortunately, the Grail steadied itself, remaining perched on the edge. They both exhaled in relief, but the next moment, another object sped toward them, smashing through the window and colliding directly with the Star Dragon Holy Grail. Bang! Crack! The Star Dragon Holy Grail shattered. Both of their eyes bulged with blood vessels as they focused on the scene, revealing the astonished faces of a 2-headed magic wolf, its 4 eyes wide with disbelief. Successfully killed the 2-headed magic wolf. Experience gained, 8,000. Successfully killed the Fire Domain Frenzied Wolf. Experience gained, 500. Successfully killed the Fire Domain Frenzied Wolf. Experience gained, 500. You have leveled up to LV5. All attributes increased by 50 points. You have additionally gained 50 free attribute points. You have leveled up to LV6. All attributes increased by 60 points. You have additionally gained 60 free attribute points. You have leveled up to LV20. All attributes increased by 200 points. You have additionally gained 200 free attribute points. Your level has reached its limit, while experience points will be automatically stored. Subsequent experience gained from killing beasts will be reduced. Please proceed with the second-class transition promptly. My heavens, I'm level 20 now? As a flood of experience notifications scrolled across the screen, Chu Yuan was left in awe. Just moments ago, his spell had sent the 2-headed magic wolf soaring into the sky, obliterating its form entirely. However, due to his low proficiency with the spell template, the energy of the obliteration spell spiraled out of control, tearing open the heavens like a beam of light. At this moment, the area within a radius of hundreds of meters had been completely disintegrated by the energy of the magic, leaving not even a speck of dust. Utterly erased at the atomic level. Thus, all the ferocious beasts within this region naturally perished, transforming into his invaluable experience points. Remarkably, he ascended to the pinnacle of the bronze level within mere breaths. Chapter 6, A Review of the Spoils. The commotion was rather excessive. As he gazed at the expansive blank area that had emerged within the Fiery Flame's secret realm, Chu Yuan sheepishly scratched his head, astonished that a single skill had obliterated a portion of the realm. However, this moment of embarrassment quickly dissipated, replaced by the elation of reaching full level. He opened his attributes panel. Subsequently, Chu Yuan accessed the interface, where his various attributes were presented with clarity. Name: Chu Yuan. Race: human. Class: none. Level: first transition level 20, perhaps just marginally stronger than a screaming chicken. Strength: 2,160, fairly acceptable. Agility: 2,150, not too shabby. Spirit: 2,130, not too poor. Constitution: 2,120, room for improvement. Distributable attribute points: 2,100. It is advisable to consider how to allocate these wisely. Skills: Kildas Template. Decompose, Shatter, Exorcise Evil, 1 day. Exorcise Evil, Absolute Heaven. Comprehensive Decomposition, Spatial Shatter, incredibly powerful. Although the system's evaluation remained rather sharp, in light of the Kildas Template, Chu Yuan chose to overlook it. My goodness, all attribute values surpassing 2,000, and over 2,000 additional free attribute points to allocate. This implies that if I were to invest them all into a single attribute, I could easily exceed 4,000 points, a monumental transformation compared to my previous pitiful stats. Chu Yuan's spirit soared. So what if I lack a class? I am still leveling up, and my combat prowess is undoubtedly on par with certain prodigies. Warning, you have reached maximum level. Please proceed to the class transition temple for your class change. Alas, achieving over 20 levels in just one day. I can only imagine how others would react to this. I wish to develop cautiously, but alas, my strength does not permit it. The corners of Chu Yuan's mouth lifted slightly. The thought of attaining maximum level with a single skill, while other so-called geniuses must grind endlessly against monsters, filled him with a sense of quiet satisfaction. This illustrates the stark contrast between an extraordinary start and a conventional one. My starting point is their ultimate destination. Oh, what are these? Just as Chu Yuan was reveling in his good fortune, an array of resplendent colors dazzled his eyes, nearly blinding him. Looting equipment. I knew it. Having slain so many monsters, it is only logical to acquire some gear. Chu Yuan promptly advanced, eagerly collecting the equipment. Congratulations, you have obtained the Wild Boar Gauntlets. Congratulations. You have acquired the Wolfman's Sword. Congratulations, you have received the Water Dragon Bomb. Congratulations, you have obtained the Fire Dragon Flame. The notifications flowed incessantly. Chu Yuan collected a total of over a dozen pieces of equipment, along with 2 skill books, before he finally paused. However, before he could examine his haul, a cacophony of glass-shattering sounds erupted above the secret realm, and the ground began to tremble slightly. What is happening? Warning! Warning! The Fiery Flame secret realm is undergoing irreparable damage. A collapse may occur. All personnel are advised to evacuate immediately. Warning! Warning! The Fiery Flame secret realm is undergoing irreparable damage. It will forcibly close in 5 minutes. The piercing alarms echoed throughout the secret realm. Surely not. The realm is on the brink of collapse. Chu Yuan was taken aback. He could no longer afford the luxury of inspecting his items. Hastily stripping off his clothing, he wrapped all his belongings and reluctantly exited the secret realm. In a flash of light, when Chu Yuan regained his senses, he found himself back at the teleportation center. Subsequently, he sought out an unoccupied corner to inspect his equipment. Wild Boar Gauntlets, Bronze. Type, Weapon. Level Requirement, 10. Effect, Strength 60. Durability, 3030. Additional effect, None. Wolfman's Sword, Silver. Type, Weapon. Level Requirement, 30. Effect, Constitution 100. Durability, 2020. Additional effect, every third attack inflicts a knockback effect. Water Dragon Bomb, Advanced. Type, Skill Book, Mage Exclusive. Level Requirement, None. Skill Effect, View upon Learning. Fire Dragon Flame, Advanced. Type, Skill Book, Mage Exclusive. Level Requirement, None. Skill Effect, View upon Learning. 2 advanced skill books and over a dozen pieces of silver and bronze equipment. This is pure wealth. After reviewing the equipment and skill books in his bundle, Chu Yuan couldn't help but feel a renewed sense of joy. His inaugural leveling journey had yielded bountiful rewards. Although the majority of the items were of bronze and silver quality and would fetch average prices in the market, every little bit counts. And selling a dozen pieces would certainly amount to a significant income. Most importantly, the 2 skill books were invaluable. Equipment may be common, but skill books are a rarity. And he had acquired 2 advanced skill books this time. It is well known in this world that equipment has a price, but skills are priceless. This implies that in this realm, regardless of the quality of equipment, there is always a fluctuating market value. In contrast, skill books are unique, regardless of the skills level. Their price is not fixed, but contingent upon the demand from prospective practitioners. Indeed, even if a skill is obscure, as long as a practitioner requires it, it is guaranteed to fetch a handsome price. Naturally, the higher the level of the skill book, the greater the potential value. Time to make my exit. Chu Yuan glanced around. He noticed that no one in this corner of the teleportation center seemed to be paying him any mind. Thus, he quickly secured his bundle of equipment and skill books, hoisting it over his shoulder as he departed from the teleportation center. Had this been the original self before his reincarnation, such reckless behavior would have been unthinkable. After all, the original self had merely been a lowly inhabitant of this gaming society, surviving by scavenging from refuse heaps. Acquiring such equipment and skills would have been regarded as treasures. Yet now, Chu Yuan possessed a system with extraordinary capabilities, having obtained an SSS-level superlative template. It would not be an exaggeration to declare him a child of fortune. He was hardly concerned about these trifles. As he stepped out of the teleportation center, he pondered, just how much could these 2 skill books and a dozen pieces of equipment fetch? Chu Yuan calculated within his mind. Although the fishing system he had bound was remarkably powerful, it indeed required substantial financial investment. Each fishing session consumed a rod, which meant every single attempt at fishing would cost a staggering 20 million star dragon coins. To be frank, had the system not gifted him a game-changing skill from the outset, Chu Yuan might have thought it was merely toying with him. After all, the original self had once fallen victim to deception, plummeting from a super genius to a penniless, classless existence, even resorting to scavenging for survival. Thus, inheriting the memories of the previous host, Chu Yuan was particularly cautious. In this society where an average household earns merely a few 100,000 star dragon coins a year, Amassing 20 million is akin to reaching for the stars. Fortunately, with the Kildas Template at his disposal, he could effortlessly farm monsters for coin. How foolish of me. In such an advanced world, isn't there a marketplace for trading? Carrying such a hefty load while traversing the streets undeniably draws attention. Due to the original owner's impoverished circumstances, Chu Yuan currently lacks the funds to take a taxi to the trading hall. After walking for a while, he found a secluded corner of a park and violently dropped the bundle containing his spoils onto the ground. I recall that the largest trading platform in Manhwa is called Longting, is it not? Chu Yuan murmured to himself as he retrieved the phone from his pocket, a device he had been reluctant to replace despite its shattered screen. Chapter 7. Registering on the Longchuan trading platform. In the Blazing Flame Secret Realm. A piercing alarm echoed. Warning! Warning! The Blazing Flame Secret Realm is about to close. All personnel must evacuate the secret area immediately. Amidst the cacophony of warnings, several new players, engrossed in battling monsters, looked up in confusion. What is happening? What is wrong with the Blazing Flame Secret Realm? I don't know. Brother Kai Kuan. Should we leave quickly? Surrounded by a group of young men and women, Kai Kuan radiated an aura of valor, his equipment shimmering under the sunlight. Not far from them, a ferocious leopard-like beast, with 2 sharp fangs, was ensnared within a magical circle. What are you afraid of? It's just an earthquake. I have a teleportation scroll that allows me to leave at any moment. First, help me slay this azure-faced thunder leopard. Kai Kuan brandished his fiery staff, and with a flourish, a plume of azure flames shot forth, striking the azure-faced thunder leopard with ferocity. Hold on, it only has 5% health left. Kai Kuan continued to encourage. Indeed, Lon Xin, do you still not believe in Brother Kuan? He possesses a hidden profession, the strongest genius in the history of Longchuan City. Accompanying him to slay monsters and level up is our best path to becoming stronger. Trust Brother Kuan, and you shall achieve immortality. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd immediately showered praise upon him. Perhaps I was overthinking it. Lon Xin, who had spoken earlier, felt somewhat foolish after the other's words. Yes, it's merely a minor earthquake, quite ordinary for professionals. Yet, in the next moment, crack, a chasm deeper than 1,000 fathoms suddenly appeared beneath them, and the group of novice players, caught off guard, plummeted into the abyss. Help! Brother Kuan, quickly give us some teleportation scrolls. As Lon Ji and the others fell endlessly into the void, Kai Kuan's face reflected a flicker of fear. He realized the peril they were in. Without a moment to consider the safety of his teammates, he produced a teleportation scroll. Teleport. A pale yellow light circle appeared beneath his feet, and in the next instant, a brilliant glow illuminated the depths, and Kai Kuan vanished. The others, however, fell eternally into the darkness. When the light faded and Kai Kuan regained his senses, he found himself outside the secret realm. Give you teleportation scrolls? Do you think these precious scrolls, infused with spatial power, are commonplace? If it weren't for the fact that I needed you to accompany me in slaying monsters, would I be so generous? What a bunch of useless fools. I had hoped to hunt the azure-faced thunder leopard and obtain some fire-based equipment, skill books, or materials, yet not only did I gain nothing, but I also wasted a teleportation card. What a stroke of bad luck. Forget it, let us check the trading hall. Perhaps there are items there that can enhance my combat power. Thinking of the losses from his monster hunting, Kai Kuan felt a pang of frustration. But with the Blazing Flame secret realm now closed, he had to seek alternative means to bolster his strength. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan remained oblivious to the fact that his unskilled use of the Kildas ability within the Blazing Flame secret realm had already altered many lives. At this moment, his mind was fixated on a singular thought: how to leverage the equipment and skill books in his possession to earn his first fortune. I believe there is a trading platform. Though Chu Yuan's phone appeared quite dilapidated in this integrated world due to the fusion with gaming spaces, smart devices had evolved to an advanced state. Regardless of its shabby appearance, his phone retained all essential functions, albeit with slightly slower performance. Illuminating the phone's screen, he opened the browser and, guided by the memories of his original self, entered the official website of the Longting trading platform. The Longting Trading Hall was the largest trading venue in the Xinglong Empire. They not only had dedicated trading centers in major cities, but also established a specialized Longting trading platform to facilitate transactions among professionals via the internet. This was somewhat akin to the shopping platforms of Blue Star, such as Taobao or Shindong. On the Longting trading platform, one could trade new items, secondhand goods, or equipment obtained from monster drops. More user-friendly, the platform allowed direct transactions between buyers and sellers, ensuring that buyers could quickly acquire the items they needed while sellers could secure favorable prices. Of course, if sellers found the wait for buyers intolerable, they could sell directly to the trading platform, albeit at a less advantageous price. This meant that the Longting Trading Hall offered a plethora of choices and diverse information, making it a staple for nearly everyone in the Xinglong Empire. Thus, after acquiring the dropped equipment, Chu Yuan quickly thought of the Longting Trading Hall. He accessed the trading platform and, following the prompts on the website, proceeded to authenticate his identity and register an account. Concerned that some sellers might use the Longting Trading Hall to peddle bizarre or illicit items, This step was crucial. However, Chu Yuan did not anticipate that the registration review would take an excruciating 3 hours. Although Longting trading was a platform used throughout the Xinglong Empire, this was Chu Yuan's first experience with it. After all, his original self had been an orphan with little to no money before failing to awaken as a professional and accruing a staggering debt of 5 million. Post-graduation, he had dealt primarily with refuse, lacking any purchasing power, and had never had a Longting trading platform account. What can I do for 3 hours? Chu Yuan furrowed his brow. He certainly could not wait idly. Oh, I've reached level 20. I can take this opportunity to complete a job change quest. A sudden inspiration struck him, and he smacked his thigh in realization. With determination set, Chu Yuan hoisted the bundle of equipment onto his shoulder and made his way toward the job change temple. In this world, the job change temple was a standard feature in every city. Given that it was a world where job changes were universal and the human population had long surpassed 1 billion, there were always one or more professionals reaching the pinnacle of their respective job levels every second. Consequently, the demand for job change temples among humans was exceedingly high. In large cities, where the economy thrived, job change temples typically boasted luxurious designs, while those in smaller towns tended to be more modest. Though Longchuan City was not a super city with a population exceeding 100 million, its economic development was commendable, and the job change temple was situated near a lavish commercial street, bustling with crowds. Thus, choosing to take public transportation to reach the destination proved quite challenging. Fortunately, now that Chu Yuan was level 20, his physical attributes had significantly increased, allowing him to navigate the throngs of people with relative ease. Finally, he arrived. After walking for over an hour, Chu Yuan finally arrived at the entrance of the Transmutation Temple in Longchuan City. Before him stood a grand, majestic structure reminiscent of a palace, soaring into the clouds, its exterior adorned with a layer of glazed tiles that shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Chapter 8. A visit to the waste disposal station. Emerging from the slums, Chu Yuan had never encountered such an imposing edifice, and for a moment, he was left speechless. However, upon regaining his composure, he found himself somewhat dumbfounded at the temple's entrance. He had never anticipated that the Transmutation Temple, known for its extended hours of operation, often exceeding 8 hours and sometimes requiring overtime, would be closed. What a deceitful turn of events. Faced with the locked doors, Chu Yuan's eyes widened in anger. Dear esteemed practitioners, due to unforeseen extreme circumstances, the Transmutation Temple in Longchuan City will cease operations for 1 day and will resume normal business tomorrow. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused. Reading the cold, impersonal notice, Chu Yuan felt a surge of frustration. He had hurried and exerted himself only to find his journey in vain. For an ordinary practitioner, the annoyance might have been minimal. After all, even if traffic was congested in the area, many would choose to utilize public transport. If the temple was closed, they could simply return another day. However, Chu Yuan was entirely destitute, having carried a heavy load of equipment all the way to the temple's doorstep, only to be met with disappointment. How wretched! Who could be the culprit behind this debacle? How could the normally reliable Transmutation Temple be shut? At that moment, Chu Yuan wished he could confront the instigator and unleash his ire upon them. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the reason for the temple's closure was the aftermath of his recent display of skill, his break evil and reveal righteousness technique. The shocking events at the Fiery Secret Realm and the Star Dragon Holy Cup had left the higher-ups of Longchuan City in a state of alarm. Consequently, nearly all the elite practitioners had been dispatched to investigate the Fiery Secret Realm, leaving key departments, including the Transmutation Temple, unattended. Achoo! Who's cursing me? At this moment, standing at the temple's entrance, Chu Yuan sneezed as he vented his frustrations. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, interrupting his rant. He retrieved his mobile device from his pocket. Please upload the waste disposal log as soon as possible. It was the daily work reminder. A flicker of memory crossed Chu Yuan's mind. His workplace was a waste disposal station. His duties included ensuring that the waste transported to the station was processed and disposed of correctly and orderly, and additionally, he was responsible for logging the types of waste processed daily and uploading them to the upper management's platform. The platform would evaluate whether his work was carried out appropriately and would review for any anomalies in the waste disposal. Though Chu Yuan had awakened a phishing system, this world of universal transmutation was shrouded in mystery. Despite knowing that his abilities had grown formidable, he was reluctant to reveal them too overtly just yet. Thus, he recognized the necessity of maintaining his original job. Since he could not undertake the transmutation task today, he had no choice but to return to his workplace. With no other options, Chu Yuan trudged back to the waste disposal station to fulfill the log upload requirement. He had initially planned to temporarily store his equipment and skill books at the Transmutation Temple, intending to complete his transmutation task before registering his account with the Dragon Trading Company, which would likely be approved by then. His gear and skill books could be sold quickly, provided their prices were reasonable. This way, he could return to the waste station leisurely, with funds in hand, and the confidence to pursue whatever he desired. With more time for development, accomplishing a second system phishing session in a short span would also not pose a significant challenge. However, the unexpected closure of the transmutation temple disrupted his plans, forcing him back to the waste station. Chu Yuan found it peculiar that, although uploading the logs was a daily requirement, the upper management platform would hardly scrutinize any single station among the numerous waste disposal facilities in Longchuan City. Typically, even if logs were not uploaded for several days, one could simply catch up on them all at once when remembered. Before Chu Yuan took over the station, the manual left by the previous employees had documented this practice, and he had never received any reminders. Yet, today, he had other matters to attend to, and the reminder message had come through. Why did it feel like there was a heightened level of scrutiny in Longchuan City today? Earlier, on his way to the transmutation temple, he had noticed many law enforcement officers patrolling. With no other choice, he shouldered his heavy load of equipment and skills and made his way to the waste station in the southern suburbs. Longchuan is one of the 19 prefecture-level cities in Jiangnan province, bordering the South China Sea. Due to its extensive coastal saline alkali land, most of the waste from the Star Dragon Empire is transported southward via the Long River, ultimately accumulating outside the city of Longchuan. Despite the practitioners of Longchuan constructing a towering iron wall surrounding the city, a foul-smelling landfill still inevitably emerged outside the southern city wall, filled with various types of domestic waste, including discarded equipment from practitioners' lives and battles. Half an hour later, Chu Yuan arrived at the waste disposal station. Since leaving the teleportation center, he had been hurrying along, running continuously. Even though his physical attributes had significantly improved, carrying a heavy load while running had taken a toll on his stamina. Upon returning to the station, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and he was slightly out of breath. This is waste disposal station number 10086. Proceed with identity verification? Yes. Chu Yuan stood before the station's entrance, where a small screen illuminated and scanned his face. Information verification complete. After facial recognition, the gate of the waste disposal station opened automatically. Next, Chu Yuan stashed his large bundle of equipment and skill book spoils in a hidden spot before retreating to a cramped break room. He powered on a rather dilapidated computer and commenced the task of uploading his logs. This undertaking was not particularly challenging, but it had to be done at the waste station since real-time photographs of the waste were required as attachments for verification. After uploading the logs, Chu Yuan found himself somewhat bored. He instinctively clicked on previous log uploads and began to peruse them absent-mindedly. Having returned to the waste station, whether to hastily sell his equipment for quick cash or to undertake the transmutation task, he was now in a waiting game. Thus, he sought something to occupy his time. As he continued reading, Chu Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. He was amazed to discover that the past waste disposal logs contained a significant number of damaged and worn-out equipment, some of which were of notably high levels. Goodness, this isn't garbage, this is money. In an instant, a glimmer of realization struck him. It should be noted that the first skill of the Kildas Template was to deconstruct items at the atomic level. The trash before him, especially the discarded equipment that no one wanted, while appearing to be waste on the surface, transformed into basic raw materials once deconstructed at the atomic level. Is there a method to earn money more effortlessly than this? With this thought, Chu Yuan immediately made his way towards the refuse station. Chapter 9, The Scavenging Girl. It turns out that the world's wealth lies right here. Upon stepping outside, Chu Yuan gazed at the scene before him. Towering heaps of garbage, as colossal as mountains, loomed over the landscape. Countless massive garbage trucks, resembling ants, incessantly piled refuse at the base of these mountains. At the foot of the garbage mounds, filthy water mingled with waste, creating a nauseating stench that permeated the air, while mutated flies, feasting on scraps, occasionally flitted by, further adding to the grotesqueness of the scene. At this moment, a group of ragged homeless individuals roamed beneath the mountains of refuse, their heads bowed in search of something. They were the lowly workers of the Star Dragon Empire. Their meager wages were insufficient to sustain their families, prompting them to scour the dump for usable items. If fortune smiled upon them, they might even uncover a piece or two of slightly worn but still functional equipment to sell and support their households. Just then, a deafening roar echoed from above. Chu Yuan looked up to see a truck laden with garbage slowly approaching. As the gate swung open, an avalanche of refuse tumbled forth, cascading down the mountain. However, none of the lowly workers beneath the truck chose to flee. Disregarding the foul odor, they scrambled atop the heaps of garbage, vying for the falling bags of refuse. Such is the plight of the lower class. Regardless of the world, they struggle to survive, yet continue to fight for existence. Chu Yuan let out a faint sigh, his gaze fixated on the tallest mound of garbage in the distance, quickening his pace towards it. The refuse carried by the truck typically came from affluent districts. Those residing in such places were either noble families or powerful practitioners. They often discarded items considered treasures by ordinary workers. Thus, the items that fell from the truck became highly coveted. The area surrounding the garbage mountain was now in chaos, as scavengers jostled to seize the bags of refuse that had just been dropped, nearly turning them inside out. Soon after, Chu Yuan picked up several discarded burlap sacks that had been overlooked, joining the throng of scavengers. Despite the overwhelming stench infiltrating his nostrils, he persevered, searching through the refuse. Before long, he discovered a trove of shattered equipment fragments, pieces of armor, a broken staff, and the remnants of a knight's sword, filling nearly half a sack. At that moment, Chu Yuan's eye caught a glimmering object in a secluded corner of refuse that had gone unnoticed. Approaching, he picked it up and was astonished to find it was a ring, entirely black in hue, adorned with an intricate space rune. A storage ring? Chu Yuan instantly recognized its significance. Storage rings are special equipment crafted by goldsmith practitioners who create a blank magical ring, which is then inscribed with a space rune by rune masters. Even among practitioners, such items are considered exceedingly valuable. However, this particular ring bore a crack in its space rune, rendering its original storage capability null and void. To restore it, one would need to find a skilled goldsmith and rune master to repair and inscribe a new rune. Though currently unusable for Chu Yuan, it was still a worthy item to retain for the future. Yet, before he could revel in his find, a loud crash erupted beside him. Instinctively, Chu Yuan activated the decomposition power of the Kildas Template. A crowbar struck his hand with force, but in the next instant, it crumbled to dust, vanishing as if it had never existed. A thief. Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Such skirmishes often erupted among scavengers over discarded items, even in the lower echelons of society. Resources for survival must be contested. He glanced sideways to see a figure standing before him, a girl. She appeared to be around 16 or 17, clad in tattered garments like the other scavengers, with a shrunken burlap sack slung over her back. Her disheveled hair framed a grimy face, but her eyes sparkled with intensity and hostility. I saw it first. Hand it over. The girl's voice was harsh and unrefined. Is this dump your home? Just because you see it, does it belong to you? Chu Yuan scoffed, stashing the ring and turning to leave. However, after taking only a few steps, he felt the girl strike at him once more. Unfazed, he raised his hand to block, but the next moment, she swiftly withdrew her fist, spinning around to deliver a kick to his arm, causing him to stagger. Ouch! Chu Yuan rubbed his arm, glancing down to see a bright red mark where she had kicked him. This girl certainly had some skill. Combat was a mandatory subject for everyone before transitioning careers, and Chu Yuan's former self had excelled in martial arts during school. Yet, he found himself caught off guard by this girl. Her prowess was not to be underestimated. I don't wish to fight you, but you must surrender that equipment. As she paused her assault, her voice turned serious. You want it? Come and take it. Chu Yuan chuckled, loosening his muscles. The girl furrowed her brow, her resolve unshaken as she charged at him again. At the same time, Chu Yuan concentrated his decomposition skill into a sphere of light, directing it towards her outstretched hand. Yet, in an instant, she shifted her movement, crouching low to slip beneath his arm and retaliating with a punch to his back. Staggering once more, Chu Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Her fighting style was not extraordinary, but she adeptly altered her tactics after each strike, her body fluid and agile, akin to a whip capable of changing direction at will. Such combat finesse was something even Chu Yuan's instructors had not possessed. This girl's skills had been honed through countless skirmishes with fellow scavengers. While the light of decomposition could dismantle anything, it was futile if he could not even touch her. His proficiency was still lacking. Close-quarters combat had become a weakness? Chu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. If he were truly Kildas, he could easily subdue her with mere physical prowess. I told you, you cannot defeat me. Surrender the ring. The girl gazed at him, her expression tinged with urgency. Come again. Chu Yuan, now intrigued, spoke with a firm tone. I cannot afford to hesitate any longer for my sister's ailment. The girl, her brow knitted in determination, clenched her fists once more and charged at him. Once again, she threw a punch, and Chu Yuan raised his arm to block. However, at the moment she attempted to change her attack, he suddenly spread his arms wide, attempting to embrace her. Startled, the girl instinctively halted. You've fallen for it, Chu Yuan declared, swiftly seizing her arm. In the next moment, a flash of decomposition light enveloped her, and she instantly transformed into a tiny version of herself, standing no taller than 10 centimeters. With swift precision, Chu Yuan knocked out the stunned miniatures, one by one, stuffing them into a burlap sack he had casually picked up, seizing the opportunity while other scavengers were distracted. He turned and departed the scene. Chapter 10. The Resurgence of Dark Gold, A Prosperous Turn. Chu Yuan returned to the garbage processing station numbered 10086. Upon completing facial recognition, the gates of the station opened automatically. He casually tossed the burlap sack into the bedroom before seating himself at the workbench. Swiftly, he retrieved the fragments of equipment he had just collected. Chu Yuan first selected a yellow armor fragment and placed it on the table. Decompose. With a flick of his mind, he activated the decomposition skill of the Kildas Template. In an instant, the yellow armor fragment transformed into minuscule particles, maintaining its fragmented shape as they hovered in the air. Next came the reconstruction. With another mental command, those tiny particles quickly converged and collided with one another. The atomic structure densified at that moment. Soon, radiant particles emerged from the armor fragment, ultimately coalescing into a piece of dark yellow metal, roughly the size of a fingernail, which fell onto the table. Dark gold. It is complete. A wave of elation surged through Chu Yuan. His hypothesis was entirely correct. With the Kildas Template, the fragments of equipment he decomposed could be reconstituted into raw materials. This particular armor fragment was composed of a type of, or of golden quality, dark gold. Once forged into armor, the inherent structure of the dark gold was compromised during the initial casting. Thus, even if recycled, it could only be used to create mundane artifacts, rendering it virtually worthless to other practitioners or scavengers who would scarcely glance at such damaged equipment. However, in Chu Yuan's hands, the scenario was drastically different. Through decomposition and reconstruction, he could revert the armor fragment back into moldable dark gold, signifying its renewed potential for crafting equipment. He was on the brink of fortune. Chu Yuan was beside himself with excitement. It was crucial to note that merely this fingernail-sized piece of dark gold could be expanded into a palm-sized armor plate, worth no less than 100,000 Star Dragon coins. If this continued, the 20 million Star Dragon coins would merely be the result of repeating the decomposition and reconstruction process 200 times. Furthermore, Chu Yuan could linger in the junkyard, exchanging with scavengers for these damaged pieces of equipment that even they might not want. All the wealth in the world was right here. In a fervor, Chu Yuan hurriedly decomposed and reconstructed all the other damaged equipment he had collected, transforming them into raw materials. He even made a special trip to bring back a large sack filled with damaged gear. Several hours passed, and Chu Yuan's small lounge was now brimming with a plethora of various materials. Although high-value materials like dark gold constituted only a small portion, it was enough to leave him exhilarated. This was all money. In the ensuing hours, Chu Yuan immersed himself in the joy of decomposition and reconstruction, unknowingly making several trips between his lounge and the junkyard. Aside from extracting a small quantity of dark gold from the equipment, he also procured a significant amount of mithril. Mithril, too, was a premium material for crafting equipment and was in high demand. While its price did not rival that of dark gold, the market and various equipment forging shops had a substantial need for mithril. Thus, its value was akin to a close currency. Chu Yuan's excitement grew exponentially. With the Kildas Template skill, what had once appeared as mere refuse was now nothing short of pure wealth. He was in dire need of money. Given that his system demanded exorbitant sums, 200 million was a mere drop in the bucket. Therefore, he refused to squander a single moment, relentlessly decomposing and reconstructing, chasing after wealth. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away until his phone vibrated once more, prompting him to pause his tasks. Chu Yuan picked up his phone and glanced at it. Has so much time truly passed? He had been engrossed in the decomposition of this equipment for quite some time. The messages were from the official website of the Longting trading firm, comprising 2 notifications. The first read, "Congratulations, Mr. Chu Yuan, on successfully registering an account with the Longting trading platform. We wish you a pleasant trading experience on our official site." The second message stated, "Congratulations, Mr. Chu Yuan. The items you listed, Wild Boar Gauntlets, Bronze, Wolfman's Sword, Silver, Water Dragon Skill Book, Advanced, and Fire Dragon Flame Skill Book, Advanced, have been purchased by an anonymous buyer. The final purchase amount is 4 million, and the auction funds have been credited to the Longting trading platform's official account. Upon completion of the transaction and confirmation of receipt by the buyer, the funds will be transferred to your registered account." The 2 messages arrived almost simultaneously. Although the account registration for the Longting trading platform required verification before completion, users could list items for sale on the account platform for display prior to verification, allowing for immediate sales once the account was established. The Longting trading platform was immensely popular throughout the Star Dragon Empire, reaching a level of universal usage for a reason. It was remarkably user-friendly, considering the perspective of the users from every angle. This made all users feel quite comfortable, regardless of one's status or power. As long as there was something to buy or sell, one could receive fair treatment on the Longting trading platform. Who could possibly be this foolhardy buyer to spend 4 million on the equipment and skill books I had dropped? Chu Yuan was somewhat astonished. While these 2 skill books were valuable, they were merely at the advanced stage. Under normal circumstances, one could sell for about 1 million, provided they encountered a buyer in urgent need of those specific attributes. However, this buyer was anonymous in the Longting trading firm's information, leaving Chu Yuan unaware of their identity. Nonetheless, this was a fortunate occurrence for him. Who could ever hold a grudge against money? The more he sold, the better. Just then, his phone vibrated again. Upon answering, he found it to be a call from the customer service representative of the Longting trading firm. As it turned out, according to the rules of the Longting trading firm, items sold online could indeed be mailed. However, since this was Chu Yuan's first time selling items of such value, exceeding 4 million, the staff requested that both parties complete the transaction at designated trading points within the Longting trading firm's various cities for security reasons. Alas, the thought saddened him. Such a substantial amount could not even fund his second fishing expedition, nor could it buy a fifth of a fishing rod. After hanging up with the Longting trading firm's representative, Chu Yuan couldn't help but let out a small sigh. After all, the startup capital required for the second fishing expedition was 20 million. Ever since awakening the funding system for fishing, Chu Yuan had experienced this helplessness more than once. His system felt like a vampire. It should really be renamed the capital phishing system. Ultimately, Chu Yuan slowly rose from his chair. Since customer service had indicated a visit was necessary, making the trip for that sum of money was worth it. Moreover, he had successfully reconstituted so many dark gold materials and mithril, perfectly timed for a trip to the trading firm to sell them all. Stretching his body, he acknowledged that even the best materials would only become tangible wealth when exchanged for actual currency. Before heading to the trading firm, I must take care of one thing. With this thought, Chu Yuan suddenly slapped his forehead and turned to glance towards the bedroom. Chapter 11. My name is Chu Yuan. Creak. As the bedroom door swung open, within the confines of the diminutive space, less than 10 square meters, there huddled a dozen or so miniature maidens. Their expressions a blend of terror and astonishment. Chu Yuan trembled visibly. Restoration. In the blink of an eye, the scavenger girl reappeared before him, yet this time, the hostility in her gaze had transformed into sheer fright. Who exactly are you? In a world teeming with countless professions, she had never encountered an individual capable of effortlessly duplicating a person into multiple copies. Could this enigmatic figure before her be a practitioner of a hidden vocation? If so, why would he choose to linger near a refuse dump, scavenging alongside her rather than establishing a reputation in the city? Chu Yuan cast a sidelong glance at her, opting not to respond directly. Instead, he tossed a piece of dark gold in her direction. Dark gold? Is this for me? The girl instinctively caught it, her face reflecting even greater astonishment in the following moment. Seeing Chu Yuan nod, disbelief once again washed over her features. Having navigated the treacherous world of scavengers for years, how could she not recognize the significance of dark gold? It was a forging material of golden caliber. Just this small fragment could sustain her for years of rummaging through refuse. Thank you. I will repay you. The girl rasped, her voice hoarse. It had been many years since she had uttered a word of gratitude. In a world as merciless as a mountain of garbage, trust was a rare commodity, and no one was worthy of her thanks. There is no need for thanks, nor repayment, Chu Yuan replied softly. This is merely my remuneration for your assistance. Remuneration? At the sight of the girl's puzzled expression, Chu Yuan nodded once more. As you can see, I am an employee at the waste processing station, yet I must step out for a while due to certain matters. Therefore, I require your help to oversee the premises and ensure the tasks at the station are properly executed. This is the purpose of my bringing you here. There was yet another intention Chu Yuan held back from voicing. In this predatory world, the chasm between wealth and poverty was staggering. Some individuals could scarcely afford an education. Had it not been for the support of the orphanage's leadership, the original Chu Yuan would not have been able to pay for his tuition, let alone awaken his vocation. Before him stood a girl who appeared to be merely 16 or 17, still unawakened in her vocational abilities. With her remarkable agility, should Chu Yuan manage to retain her, she could very well become a formidable ally once her vocation was awakened. The girl hesitated, glancing at the dark gold ore in her hand. Observing her indecision, Chu Yuan promptly produced a storage ring. You desire this ring, do you not? If you can accomplish what I ask, I shall grant it to you upon my return. The girl's eyes lit with yearning as she gazed at the ebony ring. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. How long will you be gone? At most a day. A day. The girl furrowed her brow, contemplating before finally declaring, all right, I shall await your return. Then it is settled. Chu Yuan smiled gently, rising to leave, but then paused to inquire, by the way, what is your name? Chu Yuan. And you? I am Chu Yuan. Subsequently, Chu Yuan instructed Chu Yuan on how to operate the waste processing machines before making his way to the bustling trade street of Longchuan City. At the entrance of the Longting Trading House, the largest trading establishment in Longchuan, and indeed the entire southern province, owned by the prestigious Long family of the Xinglong Empire, Chu Yuan gazed inside. The interior seemed replete with innumerable crystal counters, resembling a city of crystal, adorned with intricate carvings and resplendent with gold and jade, evoking an overwhelming sense of opulence. Within the grand hall, security personnel clad in full armor and wearing stern expressions patrolled incessantly, all uniformly dressed in black suits emblazoned with a dragon emblem on their chests, unmistakably affiliated with the Long family. The moment Chu Yuan stepped into the trading house, he felt the weight of countless scrutinizing gazes upon him. Truly, this was a trading house established by a premier family, its security comparable to that of the Lord's Manor. Before becoming the subject of ridicule, the original Chu Yuan had accompanied a principal who held high hopes for him to the Lord's Manor, and truthfully, he believed the security there did not rival that of the Longting Trading House. Inside the bustling hall, a vast screen constructed from magical energy displayed the high-value equipment available for trade, alongside quotes for common items. Each listed price began at no less than 50,000 Star Dragon coins. Although the Longting Trading House did not prohibit entry to anyone, the exorbitant prices alone would deter many ordinary vocational families from ever stepping foot inside. Hello, I wish to sell some items. Chu Yuan approached a counter without a hint of trepidation. After all, he was not unfamiliar with high-end markets from his previous life. The female attendant at the crystal counter, having just seen off a customer, wore a professional smile. What do you wish to sell? However, upon observing Chu Yuan's tattered appearance, her expression soured, and her tone became icy. I wish to sell some forging materials and subsequently register my information for identification. As Chu Yuan reached for his materials, the attendant scoffed coldly. I only purchase materials of silver grade or higher. Do not waste my time. Turn left at the exit. There is a materials purchasing shop where you can sell those. Next, Chu Yuan's brow furrowed. It seemed that disdain for the less fortunate was a universal phenomenon. In that case, I shall not sell, he retorted, turning to leave. Yet, the attendant's sarcastic voice rang out once more. What could you possibly sell? I've seen many like you, scavenging through the rubbish heap and thinking they possess something valuable. I doubt you even have bronze-grade materials. Is that so? A cold smile crept onto Chu Yuan's face. He turned to face the attendant, inhaling deeply, and forced a smile. What if I can produce something of worth? The attendant scoffed derisively. You? If you could truly present something of value, I wouldn't be here at Longting. Those were your own words. Chu Yuan replied, before producing a sack and emptying its contents onto the counter. With a clatter, an array of materials, equipment, and skill books spilled forth, some even tumbling to the floor, forming a dazzling heap that sparkled under the trading house's lights. A veritable treasure trove. Red copper, secret silver, dark gold. My heavens, is that cobalt blue? Could that possibly be a black crystal? And there are numerous pieces of equipment and skill books. The glimmering materials instantly captured the attention of other patrons within the trading house. While these items may not have been particularly remarkable within the vast reserves of Longting Trading House, they were certainly treasures that the average person would seldom encounter. Chapter 12. The beautiful manager, Long Kuei. The attendant's complexion turned ashen. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly destitute youth would produce such an impressive array of high-grade forging materials, equipment, and skill books? Yet, in the blink of an eye, her expression shifted once more, adopting a mocking smile. You didn't steal these, did you? Where are the security personnel? Call the enforcement team. I suspect there are stolen goods here. Before she could finish her sentence, a voice interrupted. What is all the commotion about? Then, a striking woman approached, clad in an elegantly high-slit qipao. The resplendent red fabric accentuated her curves, showcasing her figure to perfection. Especially when she moved, the qipao accentuated her sinuous figure, and her long legs occasionally revealed themselves to the captivated onlookers, an utterly dazzling sight. What transpired? The woman, accompanied by the sound of her high heels clicking, approached the counter. Her voice was as melodious as a nightingale, enchanting beyond measure. Adorned in pointed stilettos, her delicate, pale toes were exposed, accentuated by striking red nail polish. Within mere seconds of her appearance, countless male patrons found themselves involuntarily swallowing hard. It was as if she possessed an innate charm, particularly her alluring peach blossom eyes, which, when met with another's gaze, could render one utterly spellbound. To any man witnessing her, the only description that could aptly fit her was a transcendent beauty, with every smile and frown stirring the heart. Those legs were indeed remarkable. I could revel in their allure for an entire year. The woman's elegance was simply breathtaking, even causing the seasoned onlooker, Chu Yuan, to stifle a gasp of awe. Upon stopping, the woman let out a soft exclamation. While the equipment and skill books were noteworthy, she was captivated by the abundant forging materials displayed at the counter, which elicited a jolt of surprise within her. The sheer variety of materials was astonishing, each of exceptional purity. Even the cobalt blue, which typically emerges only as powder, was devoid of impurities. The only peculiarity lay in the fact that these materials were all no larger than a fingernail. Upon noticing the woman's arrival, the female receptionist hurriedly exclaimed, Manager Long, look, this scoundrel has brought a pile of stolen goods to our trading hall. At this, the manager furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Chu Yuan. You claim it's stolen? Do you have any evidence? You want to summon the enforcement team, do you? Very well. I shall wait right here to see how your Longting Trading Hall handles slanderous accusations. Chu Yuan responded, unfazed, with a cold snort. Still defiant, are we? Just wait. Silence. Before the receptionist could finish, Manager Long interrupted, turning to Chu Yuan and stating, My apologies. It appears we have failed to manage our guests properly. I am Long Kuei, the manager of Longting Trading Hall. Please, allow me to escort you to the VIP room for a private consultation. Hearing this, Chu Yuan let out a cold snort, retracting the materials from the counter and following Long Kuei into the VIP room. The corridor leading from the hall to the VIP room was long, adorned with plush carpeting, while the walls displayed exquisite relief murals crafted by the finest sculptors of the Star Dragon Empire. Renowned paintings and crafts from top artisans were scattered throughout, with even the most inconspicuous corner holding pieces worth hundreds of thousands of Star Dragon coins. Please hold on a moment, sir. Given the diversity of the items and materials you have brought, I need to consult with Ejindingshi before determining their value. Furthermore, I have already located your information. It requires verification through the Longting trading platform, so I will need to take these items with me for now. Long Kuei remarked, gracefully swaying as she turned to leave, ensuring all the equipment was taken with her. Moments later, she returned with an appraiser. After a thorough examination, the appraiser reported, Manager Long. While the total value of these materials may not match that of the equipment and skill books, they are all superior forging materials with near-perfect purity. The only master capable of such refinement in Long Chuan is one. Nodding, the appraiser handed an evaluation device to Long Kuei, who glanced at it and nodded in agreement. She turned to Chu Yuan and said, "There's no issue here, sir. The total value of your materials amounts to 1.43 million. To compensate for the inconvenience caused by Longting Trading Hall, I can round it up to 1.5 million. Would you accept this price?" 1.5 million. Chu Yuan's heart raced. In just half a day, he had earned a sum he had never dared to dream of before. This was merely the yield from a short period of disassembling. Comparatively, this far surpassed the profits from monster hunting and leveling up, where equipment and skill books were not guaranteed drops. To earn money, one either relied on luck or had to hunt a large number of fierce beasts to increase the chances of obtaining items. However, this scenario was different. Discarded equipment, especially damaged ones, were virtually worthless to others, yet under Chu Yuan's guidance, they transformed into gleaming star dragon coins. The most crucial aspect was that he had yet to scale operations. If he could amass a significant quantity of discarded equipment, the speed of earning would be unimaginable. Content. Chu Yuan nodded repeatedly. As long as you are satisfied, I have already arranged for your registration information verification. There will be no issues. Additionally, the items were entrusted to us for transaction by a buyer who had to leave unexpectedly, totaling 4 million. Thus, the grand total is 5 million. With Chu Yuan pleased, Long Kuei elaborated on the values of the skill books and equipment. Very well. Chu Yuan nodded again. Afterward, he retrieved a damaged storage ring from his bag. By the way, I have one more matter that requires your assistance. How much would it cost to repair this ring? Long Kuei glanced at it and smiled, saying, "Such a trivial matter. Why discuss payment? You may entrust the ring to me temporarily, and once it is restored, I shall return it to you." Furthermore, Long Kuei added, producing another storage ring along with a black card and a circular device. "In the meantime, please make do with this ring as a complimentary gift from our trading hall. Additionally, this circular device is an exclusive teleportation device for Long Chuan Trading Hall. After you obtain equipment, it will allow you to directly send the items to the trading hall. This is a VIP black card that allows for a credit limit of 5 million, and I have already deposited 6 million star dragon coins into it." 6 million? Chu Yuan queried. "Wasn't it 5 million? Long Kuei smiled softly and replied, "The additional 500,000 is a token of appreciation for the esteemed master behind you." In an instant, Chu Yuan comprehended. Goodness. Manager Long assumed he had influential backing. It was only logical. How could a penniless youth possibly produce such a wealth of materials, skill books, and equipment all at once? Now it seemed that the 5 million credit limit on the VIP black card was also a gesture of goodwill. After all, he had previously heard from classmates that the black cards of Longting Trading Hall were reserved for the elite of the political and business realms, serving as a symbol of status. However, he had never heard of anyone possessing a credit limit, especially one as high as 5 million. "Does your esteemed master have any interest in being associated with our Longting Trading Hall?" Long Kuei inquired. "Rest assured, it would merely be a nominal association. We would not compel him to undertake any responsibilities." Chapter 13. The Garbage Station Under Attack. Upon hearing Long Kuei's inquiry, Chu Yuan feigned a troubled expression and replied, "My master prefers to remain out of the limelight, which is precisely why he chose to live in seclusion in Long Chuan." "I see," Long Kuei said, realization dawning. And she lamented, "What a pity. With your master's refining prowess, he could have gained renown in Long Chuan. But since he is unwilling, I shall not press the matter." Chu Yuan quickly reassured her, "Rest assured, I will continue to bring materials to you in the future. We eagerly await your next visit." Long Kuei replied with a radiant smile as she escorted Chu Yuan out of the trading hall. Only after he had completely departed did she return to the hall, her expression darkening as she confronted the receptionist. "Get out. From today forth, I represent Longting in announcing your ban from all trading halls." The receptionist collapsed to the ground, realizing that Long Kuei's words effectively obliterated her future. She could never have imagined that today, due to a filthy young lad, she would relinquish the coveted iron rice bowl that countless people envied. A staggering overdraft limit of 5 million and a meeting gift of 500,000. Such was the grand gesture of the Longting Trading Company. This venture was undeniably worthwhile. After exiting the trading hall, Chu Yuan found a noodle shop by the roadside and ordered a bowl of seafood noodles, pondering as he ate. Since his arrival in this world, he had been incessantly busy, and hunger had long since become unbearable. Originally, Chu Yuan intended to meet directly with the online buyer, but for reasons unknown, the buyer had delegated the transaction to Longting Trading Company at the last minute. Chu Yuan had hoped to discern the identity of this unwitting benefactor. However, having received his payment safely, all else became inconsequential. "Boss, the bill." After wolfing down the seafood noodles, Chu Yuan settled the account, preparing to wander around the city for a while. After all, he was now a wealthy man. Glancing at the black card in his hand, containing 6 million, along with the disc that allowed for direct item transfers to Longting Trading Company, A smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. In this ruthless world, wealth and power were the bedrock of existence. Otherwise, one would invariably be looked down upon. Upon leaving the noodle shop, Chu Yuan casually tossed the black card and disc into the spatial ring that Long Kuei had gifted him. He held a favorable impression of Long Kuei, not merely because she was a stunning beauty with fair skin and long legs, but more importantly, due to her perceptive eyes that seemed to see through everything. Truth be told, had it not been for Long Kuei's appearance, Chu Yuan would have considered heading elsewhere. After all, the entire Star Dragon Empire was not limited to only Longting as a trading platform. He had heard that a platform called Qianduoduo was quite popular among the youth. Buzz. No sooner had he stepped away from the noodle shop than his phone buzzed again. Where are you? A group is coming to attack. Chu Yuan opened his phone to find a text message from Muchiyue. Upon reading the content, panic surged within him. He knew that the garbage station housed numerous damaged items that had been recovered, an invaluable treasure, indeed. Now that he had acquired his initial fortune, he hailed a taxi, urging the driver, "Master, take me to the south gate, and please drive quickly. I'm in a hurry." As soon as he entered the taxi, he exclaimed loudly. However, the driver, unfazed by the urgency, maintained a lethargic demeanor. "Boss, it's rush hour now. The roads are congested. We won't make it quickly. If you were really in a hurry, you should have taken an air taxi." Having frequently encountered passengers who claimed to be in a hurry, the driver had grown accustomed to such situations. In the Star Dragon Empire, cities, large and small, generally had two transportation lines, one for taxis and buses, while the other consisted of aerial routes, primarily serviced by small airships and flying cars. Though the aerial routes were convenient and swift, their costs were exorbitant, making them unaffordable for the common folk. These were the exclusive transport lines for the affluent. Chu Yuan had previously existed on the fringes of society, so he had never considered using the aerial route. However, now that he was already in the car, it was impractical to alight in the middle of the street. "Driver, I truly am in a hurry. You often drive around here. Is there a way to reach the south gate swiftly?" Chu Yuan asked, his tone tinged with urgency. "There is a way," the driver replied, "but there are too many cameras nearby. If we accidentally violate traffic regulations, it could lead to penalties, which would be troublesome." As he spoke, the driver stole a glance at Chu Yuan through the rearview mirror. Noticing his tattered appearance, he presumed that Chu Yuan could not afford an air taxi, so he sought to dismiss him with a flimsy excuse. However, upon hearing this, Chu Yuan understood the driver's implication. He promptly took out his phone, which was now linked to the black card Long Kuei had given him. It contained 6 million in cash, with an overdraft limit of 500,000. At this moment, Chu Yuan was undoubtedly a millionaire. In fact, had it not been for the urgent message from Muchiyue, he had planned to roam the streets first, perhaps purchasing a new outfit. After all, his current attire, which had seen better days amid the refuse, was hardly befitting. With a flurry of operations on his phone, he initiated a transfer. Micropayment, 10,000 yuan. A voice chimed as the driver's account received the funds. What the hell? The driver's eyes widened in disbelief as he effortlessly navigated the vehicle with one hand and checked his account balance with the other. "Oh my, this young man," he exclaimed, astonished to find an unexpected 10,000 yuan had appeared in his account. Given that the fare for the ride was only a few dozen yuan, the sudden windfall left the driver momentarily dazed. Nonetheless, the adage of taking money to alleviate troubles rang true, and the allure of 10,000 yuan was significant enough to invigorate the driver. "Boss, you're generous. I'm a professional driver. We'll be there in no time," he shouted excitedly, and soon, a faint yellow halo enveloped him. In the next moment, Chu Yuan noticed the entire vehicle began to radiate a soft glow. Unity of man and car. Chu Yuan's eyes sparkled. He had heard tales of lifestyle professionals possessing unique skills, though they lacked the combat prowess of main combat or support professions. Such magical abilities were highly coveted by other professionals. For instance, the unity of man and sword, man and knife, or man and tool were realms aspired to by the strongest. He never expected to witness it firsthand today. In the next instant, the driver seemed to transform into a god of driving, maneuvering through the traffic with effortless precision. What would have been a 20-minute journey was astonishingly condensed to merely 10 minutes, all while navigating through rush hour congestion. The effectiveness of wealth was indeed remarkable. "We've arrived. Young boss," the driver announced as he brought the vehicle to a halt. Truly, he was an experienced driver. Chu Yuan gave a thumbs up in appreciation before hastening towards his workplace, the 10086 garbage processing station. A group clad in black, resembling both thugs and bodyguards, encircled a frail figure, delivering relentless blows. "Speak. Where's that rascal Chu Yuan? What's with his cowardly evasion of us?" one of them barked. I knew he was timid, but I didn't expect him to resort to such cowardice, running off and leaving a little beggar to take the beating in his stead. Yet, this beggar fought back fiercely, injuring several of my brothers while I was momentarily distracted. "Either you bring that bastard Chu Yuan back to pay the 5 million he owes me, plus the medical expenses for my brothers, totaling 7 million, or I'll have my men break your limbs so that you'll never be able to scavenge again." Chapter 14. The Hidden Profession of Ice and Fire Mage. The speaker was Kai Kuan, a a tall figure adorned in luxurious mage attire, now standing behind the group, his mage hat fallen to the ground, revealing his dyed yellow hair. Covering one eye, he cursed fiercely, "Damn it! I almost let that trash succeed." Kai Kuan retrieved his hat from the ground and placed it back on his head. Having initially come to the garbage processing station to collect a debt from Chu Yuan, only to find the doors tightly shut. Thus, he had ordered his men to forcibly break in. Unexpectedly, a small beggar suddenly sprang forth from within, brandishing a battered iron pipe and attacking indiscriminately. Not only did he injure several henchmen, but he also nearly blinded himself in the process. Kai Kuan was genuinely incensed. As a scion of wealth, he possessed none of the magnanimity typically associated with such privilege. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to deceit, leveraging his family's pharmaceutical reputation to ensnare Chu Yuan, a prodigy who excelled in every aspect, into purchasing worthless concoctions. Thus, he transformed Chu Yuan from a celebrated genius into a pitiful joke, the laughingstock of the entire city. "Where has that Chu Yuan fellow gone?" Kai Kuan inquired, drawing closer to Mu Chiyue. He viciously stepped on Mu Chiyue's head, a mocking smirk plastered across his face. "You filthy wretch." Despite being pinned down by a cadre of thugs, Mu Chiyue remained defiant. She glared at Kai Kuan and spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto his trousers. "How dare you, you disgusting little beggar. Do you have any idea how much my mage outfit costs? 10 million. Break her limbs, cut out her tongue, and let's see how tough she remains. And make sure to give that little beggar a thorough beating. I just acquired some new equipment from the trading platform, and those who perform well will be rewarded." Upon hearing this, the group of thugs displayed expressions of eager anticipation. They relished the opportunity to follow Kai Kuan. Despite his ruthless demeanor, he treated his subordinates well. Just moments ago, they had witnessed Kai Kuan receive a sizable transaction package, from which he had merely taken 2 skill books and distributed some bronze gear among them, leaving behind an abundance of valuable items. "You scoundrel!" Mu Chiyue struggled in vain, but against such overwhelming numbers, her efforts were futile. After enduring a prolonged assault, she was already gravely injured. "Do you dare to insult Brother Kuan? You truly have no concept of mortality." Soon, several thugs emerged from the refuse storage with massive iron hammers, advancing menacingly toward Mu Chiyue. She could only watch in horror as her heart raced with fear and despair. After all, despite her formidable skills and stubborn spirit, she was merely a teenager. Her tenacity was a necessity for survival among scavengers, concealing a fundamentally fragile heart. "Chu Yuan, you must take care of my sister." As the hammer loomed closer to her ankle, Mu Chiyue clenched her teeth, closed her eyes, and a solitary tear trickled down her cheek. "Stop!" Just as the hammer was about to descend, a thunderous shout echoed, accompanied by a radiant white light. In an instant, upon contact with the light, the hammers disintegrated into atomic dust, vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, the individuals wielding the hammers, who had been restraining Mu Chiyue, were forcefully propelled away, crashing into the refuse surrounding the processing station. "Who dares?" The remaining thugs were momentarily stunned. When they regained their composure and focused their gaze, they realized that what they had perceived as white light was, in fact, a person enveloped within it, Chu Yuan. As Mu Chiyue slowly opened her eyes and beheld Chu Yuan, a spark of life ignited within her. She attempted to rise, but the pain coursing through her body rendered her powerless. "I am here." Chu Yuan furrowed his brow and gently knelt beside her, brushing his fingers through her hair. Mu Chiyue was slight in stature and young, her agility her only advantage. Her combat prowess stemmed from her willingness to risk her life. Fundamentally, she was an ordinary person with weak defenses. Having been mercilessly beaten by such formidable henchmen for so long, and under Kai Kuan's orders to both abuse and assault her, she was now on the brink of collapse. "Chu Yuan, I fulfilled my promise, but I fear I may not retrieve that ring. I regret leaving my sister. Can you care for her?" Mu Chiyue spoke these words through gritted teeth, summoning her last reserve of strength before succumbing to unconsciousness. Chu Yuan's expression darkened as he surveyed Mu Chiyue's injuries. She was covered in bruises, blood streaming from her lips, and had reached the limits of her endurance. Had the thug's hammer struck her, it would not have merely resulted in broken limbs, but rather claimed her life. "Do you wish to court death?" Chu Yuan's fury surged to a boiling point as he cast a murderous glare at everyone present, perceiving them as mere corpses. Rising silently, an aura of anger and darkness began to emanate from him. "Ah, is that not the genius Chu Yuan? What brings you out of hiding? How did it feel to endure that beating yesterday? Enjoyable?" Upon recognizing Chu Yuan, Kai Kuan immediately relaxed his guard, laughing mockingly. He was well aware that he had manipulated the potions purchased by Chu Yuan, ensuring that he could never awaken as a practitioner. The scene of the thugs being sent flying merely indicated Chu Yuan's prior physical prowess in Kai Kuan's eyes. Chu Yuan's expression darkened, his countenance as grim as a storm cloud. He did not respond to Kai Kuan immediately. Instead, he carefully placed Mu Chiyue in a corner. Then, he began to advance slowly toward Kai Kuan, each step causing the air around him to tremble. Yet, the oblivious Kai Kuan and his cohorts remained unaware of the palpable shift in atmosphere, viewing Chu Yuan as a mere cripple. While they boasted a cadre of bronze and even silver henchmen, alongside Kai Kun, a hidden practitioner, an insurmountable disparity. What is that expression? Are you dissatisfied? If you have the audacity, return the 5 million. No, considering that little beggar injured several of my brothers, with medical expenses included, you owe me 700,000. If you can repay that, I might consider sparing your life. Otherwise, I see no other option. A worthless wretch like you cannot possibly contend with us, and after today, you will certainly find it impossible to remain in this refuse station. What shall we do? Perhaps you could become my dog. I might contemplate offering you a morsel. Kai Kuen's laughter echoed, unabashed, as his henchmen joined in the mockery. Kai Kuen, you already have more than enough dogs. However, I truly believe in that saying. Birds of a feather flock together. You are becoming increasingly unrecognizable as a human. Chu Yuan replied, his tone icy. Are you seeking death? Kai Kuen's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chu Yuan, astonished. Since the failure of his awakening, Chu Yuan had endured humiliation in silence, never retorting to insults. For to respond would only invite greater ridicule and, perhaps, a beating from Kai Kuen and his thugs. Thus, Kai Kuen had grown accustomed to bullying Chu Yuan without fear of retaliation, but today, Chu Yuan's demeanor was distinctly different. At this moment, Kai Kuen finally recognized the transformation in Chu Yuan. He recalled the earlier instance when Chu Yuan had transformed into a radiant white light, intercepting his hammer strike. Could it be that this brat has awakened a profession? Impossible. Once a profession awakening fails, there is absolutely no chance for a second awakening. Even if Chu Yuan could continue to level up, lacking any professional skills, he would still be utterly worthless. Within a matter of seconds, Kai Kuen frantically pondered in his mind. Although he was a spoiled and malevolent character, he was certainly not a fool. Something must have gone awry. How could this brat possibly stand against my henchmen? Could it be that he has acquired some item or equipment? Yes, that must be it. He is merely putting on a facade. The more Kai Kuen contemplated, the more convinced he became, for in this world, certain items and even equipment possess additional effects. Moreover, given that Chu Yuan had been living in a junkyard, it was conceivable that he might have stumbled upon something discarded by others. Nevertheless, he was a bona fide silver-tier professional, while Chu Yuan, a mere non-professional, couldn't even manage to level up. What threat could he possibly pose? Is your life truly so tedious that you dare to speak to me in such a manner? It seems I did not inflict enough pain on you yesterday. I am uncertain whether you have suddenly grown bold, or if your wits have abandoned you. Even if you are filled with newfound courage, you should not dare to challenge me. Do you know what hidden profession I possess? I am not someone a worthless individual like you can contend with. As Kai Kuen spoke, he raised his hands slightly, reciting an incantation, while gathering magical energy in both hands. His left hand radiated a pale blue ice magic energy, while his right hand emanated a blazing fire magic energy. Chu Yuan, I am a rare hidden profession, an ice and fire mage. Upon finishing his declaration, Kai Kuen clashed his hands together. Instantly, the two streams of magical energy collided, erupting to their fullest potential. One blue and one red. Vast waves of magical energy surged forth, swiftly extending towards the 10086 junk station. Brother Kuen is formidable. Brother Kuen is magnificent. Laughter erupted from the surrounding henchmen as they witnessed this spectacle, showering him with praise. It is important to note that in this game world, mages are quite common. Yet dual-element mages are exceedingly rare. Due to their unique profession, dual-element mages can execute a plethora of fusion spells, resulting in tremendous power that far exceeds mere additive effects. As for mages like Kai Kuen, who wield contradictory dual-element magic, simultaneously possessing both ice and fire magic skills, such individuals are indeed a rarity. The explosive power derived from the combination of these two extreme and conflicting magics, along with the magical repulsion generated by their collision, constitutes an exceptionally formidable attack. Thus, with Kai Kuen's awakening as an ice and fire mage, he could be said to stand at the pinnacle of the mage profession. To everyone's eyes, his brazen actions were backed by genuine prowess. Chapter 15. May you all perish. Chu Yuan, I truly did not anticipate that you, a worthless individual, would dare to rise from your depths and challenge a true genius like me. I had initially intended to merely give you a slight beating, but now it seems I shall provide you with a demonstration of the advanced skills I have recently acquired. Kai Kuen laughed maniacally, his words enveloped in swirling magical energy, radiating a dazzling red and blue light. Chu Yuan, I offer you a chance. If you kneel and call me daddy, I may spare you. At this moment, Kai Kuen realized that Chu Yuan's audacity to confront him must stem from some form of support. Yet, he remained unfazed, as he had previously contemplated. No matter how fortunate Chu Yuan was, the items and equipment he could obtain in this junkyard would not be particularly formidable. Bronze and silver would likely be his utmost limit. Therefore, if Chu Yuan sought to overturn the tables, Kai Kuen would vehemently oppose it. He was prepared to unleash all his strength, determined to make Chu Yuan, this non-professional, understand the chasm between a worthless being and a genius, and to abandon any delusions of grandeur. As Kai Kuen's magical energy surged around him, Chu Yuan, surprisingly, displayed no fear. His steps continued to advance. Huh. So that is why you are so arrogant. You have completed your second job transfer. Kai-kun exclaimed. It seems your Kai family has been generous with their potions. Chu Yuan halted just under 2 meters from Kai-kun as the energy swirling around Kai-kun drew near. In the eyes of the onlookers, it appeared that with merely a flick of his thought, that violent magical energy could transform into a skill, obliterating Chu Yuan in an instant. Haha, to think that you, Chu Yuan, possess some discernment. Indeed, I have completed my second job transfer and awakened 2 intermediate skills. Kai-kun taunted. Oh, and to deepen your despair, I shall share another tidbit. I have just learned 2 advanced skills, Fire Dragon Flame and Water Dragon Bullet. If you are frightened, you might as well kneel and call me daddy. Haha, I thought that fool was someone else. Turns out it was you. Upon hearing Kai-kun boast about the 2 advanced magical skills he had just mastered, Chu Yuan burst into laughter. Wasn't that the skill book he had just sold at the Lungting trading house? It seemed that the 4 million he had bundled together was indeed a stroke of fortune for Kai-kun. In fact, Chu Yuan had been puzzled earlier when he noticed some of the equipment wielded by Kai-kun's henchmen seemed familiar. It turned out they were all items he had sold. Now, it appeared that this fellow had purchased everything he had obtained in the Burning Flame secret realm and distributed some equipment to his subordinates while reserving the 2 advanced skill books for himself, one ice-based and one fire-based. Perfectly aligned with the ice and fire mage profession. You are truly a fool with more money than sense. No, you are simply a complete buffoon. Chu Yuan shook his head slightly, marveling at the efficiency of the Lungting trading house. Just as he completed his transaction, Kai-kun had already received his goods. However, considering that the Lungting trading house had so readily provided him with a transaction teleportation disk, it was evidently no challenge to deliver items to buyers in a timely manner. Chu Yuan, I never imagined you would dare insult me even when death is upon you. Kai-kun sneered. I initially wished to torment you. For your despair brings me joy. Are you not a genius? Are you not superior to me in every way? Yet in the end, you shall still find yourself beneath my heel. However, now that I have had my fill of amusement, you will never surpass me again. So I shall grant you a swift end. In truth, Kai-kun's lengthy monologue stemmed from a flicker of fear within him. He dreaded that Chu Yuan might truly rise again, and that would spell trouble. Thus, he resolved to eliminate Chu Yuan right then and there, in this refuse-laden processing station, where even in death, Chu Yuan would likely go unnoticed. You can try. Chu Yuan stood his ground, his expression devoid of emotion. Then perish. Kai-kun roared. First, he cast a defensive skill, Ice Shield, Ice Storm, Flame Blade. Instantly, the temperature around the junk processing station plummeted, as blizzards swept toward Chu Yuan, accompanied by flickering blades of flame obscured within the snowstorm. But that was not all. To ensure a single, fatal blow, he unleashed his advanced magical skills. Water Dragon Bullet, Fire Dragon Flame. Kai-kun conjured a massive water dragon with his left hand and a colossal fire dragon with his right, intertwining the 2 advanced magics. In an instant, they surged toward Chu Yuan. To perish at the hands of my newly learned advanced magical skills shall be your honor. At this moment, a mocking and victorious grin illuminated Kai-kun's face, for in his imagination, Chu Yuan was undoubtedly doomed. This confidence stemmed from his status as a hidden class. If 2 advanced skills could not vanquish a mere non-professional, then Kai-kun might as well meet his end. Was this truly the foundation of your assurance? Faced with the onslaught of 4 powerful skills, Chu Yuan remained utterly unfazed, even allowing a cold smile to grace his lips. He raised his arm slightly, and a white orb enveloped his palm. Kildas Template Decomposition. In the next instant, as the twin dragons of water and fire hurtled toward him, Chu Yuan merely waved his arm, and under the formidable influence of the decomposition power, the 2 advanced spells instantaneously transformed into a blue light and a red light, vanishing into thin air. Moreover, after the white light dissipated the 2 advanced magical skills, it did not cease. It continued to expand, ultimately obliterating everything, be it the blizzard or the flame blade, into nothingness. What is happening? What just occurred? Kai-kun's eyes widened in disbelief. He had unleashed his most potent 2 advanced skills in an attempt to ensure Chu Yuan's absolute demise. These skills had taken him considerable time and expense to acquire. How could they prove so ineffective before Chu Yuan? Was this truly the same Chu Yuan as before? What was that white light? It seemed as though even his underling's massive hammer had been rendered void by this strange ability of Chu Yuan's. Hiss. Brother Kuen's skills had actually failed? This was inconceivable. How had this boy achieved such a feat? Not only Kai-kun, but even his henchmen were taken aback. They had never witnessed such a domineering skill and method of attack before. At that moment, they could only gasp in astonishment. What are you all standing there for? Attack. Kai-kun was momentarily dazed. He could not comprehend the current situation, so he urged his subordinates to act as cannon fodder. He had spent a considerable fortune equipping them with weapons, and that money was not wasted. Yes. Upon hearing Kai-kun's command, the henchmen gritted their teeth and charged toward Chu Yuan. Even those previously injured by Chu Yuan rose, gritting their teeth and joining their comrades in the assault. To be frank, This was not the first time Chu Yuan had endured their blows. In the past, these henchmen had never regarded Chu Yuan as a serious threat. But today, he seemed somewhat different. Yet, in this brutal world where the strong prey upon the weak, they understood that money outweighed life. After all, these henchmen, raised from prominent families, knew that to maintain their status, they must heed their master's orders, even if it meant facing death. A horde of rabble. As Chu Yuan beheld the oncoming throng of ferocious henchmen, his brow furrowed. The earlier scene of their assault on Manhwaedit flashed before his eyes. Let them all perish. Chu Yuan erupted with fury. His rage had reached its zenith, and he had no intention of holding back. Kildas Template Annihilation. This skill could instantaneously reduce all matter to dust, including all living beings. Given the sheer terror of this ability, Chu Yuan had never considered when it might be appropriate to use it, but these brutal henchmen no longer seemed human in his eyes. He felt no need for hesitation. With a flash of white light from his hands, in less than a breath, those approaching henchmen were transformed into a cloud of blood mist. Chapter 16. It's your turn, Kai Cohen. The henchmen who had yet to charge were left dumbfounded. This was no battle. It was a one-sided massacre, an exceptionally brutal slaughter. They began to retreat in panic. This was impossible. Meanwhile, Kai Cohen was even more terrified. He had not anticipated that Chu Yuan would truly turn the tables and wield such terrifying power. What are you all retreating for? Get in there and fight. Are you planning to leave me to face him alone? Witnessing the gruesome scene and Chu Yuan's horrifying abilities, Kai Cohen grew anxious. He understood all too well that given his past transgressions against Chu Yuan, the latter would not let him off easily. Once Chu Yuan was free to act, he would undoubtedly target Kai Cohen first. Now, Kai Cohen was engulfed in a state of dread. He sought to use his henchmen as cannon fodder while he searched for an opportunity to ambush Chu Yuan, which was his only chance of victory. Indeed, Kai Cohen had given up on the notion of defeating Chu Yuan alone. The scene before him confirmed that Chu Yuan's capabilities were exceedingly formidable. A gentleman does not stand on the edge of a crumbling wall. 1,000 gold coins are not worth a precarious seat. It is better to engage in a group fight than a one-on-one duel. I tell you all, do not retreat. You are all bodyguards trained by the Kai family. Have you received Kai family's money for nothing? I can assure you that when you accepted payment, you signed a life and death contract. If you dare to falter in this critical moment, the Kai family will not spare you. I know very well that Chu Yuan is merely a non-professional. His power must stem from some equipment. Charge in, for his strength cannot last much longer. Kai Cohen realized that he could only rely on these henchmen to buy him some time. Thus, he invoked the might of the Kai family. Brother Cohen is right. We'll fight to the end. The henchmen understood the Kai family's methods and style. They knew that even if they fled today, the Kai family would not offer them any mercy in the future. Especially with Kai Cohen's words, they were reminded that Chu Yuan was merely a non-professional. Possessing such strength must mean he had acquired some type of item or equipment, and logically, it was impossible for him to maintain that level of power indefinitely. Therefore, they gritted their teeth and surrounded Chu Yuan once more. However, as they advanced, some felt regret for having thought of Chu Yuan as merely a student, accompanying Kai Cohen to confront him in a display of bravado, believing there was no danger. Who could have known that today Chu Yuan would transform into a reaper of lives? Soundwave eruption, accumulated thunder technique, flesh tornado. One by one, the henchmen charged forward, unleashing their professional skills upon Chu Yuan. Puff, puff, puff. Yet the ultimate outcome was that they were successively reduced to clouds of blood mist. Flameblade ice storm. As the henchmen continued to fall, Kai Cohen trembled in fear, nearly unable to stand. Yet he understood he could not give up. Kai Cohen gritted his teeth, meticulously observing the situation, searching for the perfect moment to ambush Chu Yuan. Finally, as several henchmen surged forward simultaneously, Chu Yuan's line of sight was momentarily obscured, and Kai Cohen seized the opportunity. Since his two advanced skills were still on cooldown, he could only resort to unleashing his two intermediate skills once again. Die Chu Yuan. At this juncture, Kai Cohen could no longer afford to be concerned. He opted for indiscriminate attack, launching his assault toward the cluster of henchmen and Chu Yuan alike. In an instant, a colossal ice storm hurtled into the throng, and two henchmen were instantly engulfed, frozen into ice statues. Brother Cohen, what are you doing? The remaining henchmen cried out in panic, desperately attempting to escape the ice storm's wrath. They had not anticipated that Kai Cohen would attack them as well. But in their focus on battling Chu Yuan, they had no time to flee and were swiftly annihilated by the ice storm. In that fleeting moment, the icy tempest arrived before Chu Yuan, yet all was futile. Disintegrate. Before the disintegration power of Kildas, any form of energy proved ineffective, merely brushing against the white radiance emanating from Chu Yuan's hands for a fleeting moment. The tempest, capable of effortlessly annihilating a silver-tier warrior, shattered and dissipated in an instant, transforming into a cool breeze that vanished into the air. Chu Yuan, you've fallen for my ruse. Kai Cohen, witnessing the dispersal of the icy storm, felt an unexpected thrill rather than alarm. This time, he had learned from experience. After all, he was an awakened ice and fire mage, a hidden profession. and his performance had consistently ranked just below Chu Yuan's. If not for the rivalry with Chu Yuan, Kai Kuan would have been deemed a genius in his own right. Hence, he understood that the icy tempest would pose little threat against Chu Yuan's mysterious abilities. Thus, the moment the tempest vanished, one of Kai Kuan's arms transformed into a blazing blade of fire, striking directly at Chu Yuan's face. Since all energy cannot harm you, surely a melee attack will suffice. A cunning smile spread across Kai Kuan's face. In his mind, the thugs and the icy tempest were mere distractions. His true intention was to deliver a lethal blow as he closed in on Chu Yuan. After all, since awakening his hidden profession, he had experienced an enhancement in all aspects of his attributes. How could Chu Yuan, a non-professional, possibly compare to him? Is that all? Have you forgotten that you consistently ranked second in our combat class? Facing Kai Kuan's sudden ambush, Chu Yuan chuckled. Unknown to Kai Kuan, Chu Yuan welcomed the close-quarters combat. The other skills of the Kildas Template were simply too terrifying. He wished to avoid drawing undue attention in the already vigilant Longchuan city, especially with Chu Yuan nearby. If unskilled abilities were to ensnare her, he would regret it immensely. Chu Yuan, the past is the past, and the present is the present. Just as he pondered, Kai Kuan's fiery blade struck Chu Yuan's face. However, as he attempted to advance further, he found himself utterly unable to do so. It was then that Kai Kuan's flaming blade was caught in Chu Yuan's grasp, and in the next heartbeat, both the flaming blade and the icy shield disintegrated in an instant. Damn! Kai Kuan was taken aback, hastily retreating. He remained cautious. His audacity to engage in close combat was bolstered by the presence of his newly acquired ice shield, which assured him that even if the ambush failed, he would remain unharmed. What manner of monster are you? Once he had retreated a few meters from Chu Yuan, Kai Kuan trembled uncontrollably. Truth be told, had it not been for the ice shield absorbing some of the impact at the moment the flaming blade vanished, Kai Kuan might have already been reduced to a mist of blood. He stared intently at Chu Yuan, gasping for breath, his heart pounding with trepidation. His hands trembling ever so slightly. He had exhausted all his options. Kai Kuan surveyed his surroundings, realizing that the thugs who had accompanied him were all defeated, and now every magical skill he possessed was utterly ineffective against Chu Yuan. He still couldn't fathom how, merely a day after being brutally beaten by him, Chu Yuan had transformed from a mere waste into an insurmountable genius. Have you exhausted your skills? Do you have no other means? Then are you prepared to meet your demise? Chu Yuan's voice was cold as he advanced step by step towards Kai Kuan. Observing this, Kai Kuan continued to retreat. Fear etched across his face. Chu Yuan, will you allow me to negotiate? If you let me go today, I shall erase the 5 million debt owed to the Kai family, and I will no longer trouble you. How does that sound? I can also assure you that the Kai family will not pursue you any further. What do you think? As Kai Kuan retreated, his voice trembled with urgency. Chu Yuan remained silent, continuing his approach, white light gathering once more in his hands. Chu Yuan, please, do not act impulsively. We were once classmates. For the sake of our shared past, spare me this once. The moment Kai Kuan beheld the white radiance, it was as if he had glimpsed the Grim Reaper. His expression shifting dramatically. Chapter 17. The future genius of Longchuan is no more. Chu Yuan, I truly do not want your money. I swear, if you let me leave, I can return to the Kai family and procure a substantial sum for you. How about 10 million? If that doesn't satisfy you, name your price, anything you desire. In his desperation to survive, Kai Kuan no longer cared for decorum, especially upon witnessing the murderous intent radiating from Chu Yuan. However, Chu Yuan remained unresponsive. Think this through carefully, Chu Yuan. If you kill me today, the Kai family will never let you off the hook. Do you wish to live in fear of their relentless pursuit? By the end, Kai Kuan's tone had nearly turned to pleading, yet Chu Yuan remained unmoved. This is all you're doing. Suddenly, Kai Kuan halted, taking a moment before producing a scroll. It was a level 101 magic scroll, a life-saving gift from the Kai family. This scroll was invaluable, and Kai Kuan had been reluctant to use it unless absolutely necessary. Previously, the Kai family had also provided him with a teleportation scroll, but he had used it when the Blazing Flame secret realm closed. This magic scroll represented his last glimmer of hope. Yet, at this moment, Kai Kuan understood that survival took precedence. Lava Beast. In the next instant, Kai Kuan recited the incantation inscribed on the scroll. In a flash, the scroll transformed into a massive rock creature. This creature stood about 10 meters tall, its body composed of gray and orange stones, possessing 7 orange, circular compound eyes on its head. Its torso was a column of rugged rock, with 2 orange plates on its left chest and above its right leg. Its legs were short, and its back bore 3 vertically aligned spikes of orange rock, accompanied by an inconspicuous gray stone tail. Its hands were formed from 2 enormous gray stones, and its arms appeared remarkably sturdy, with shoulders made from towering orange spines, all connected by streams of lava. Exuding scalding steam, the level 101 rock creature rivaled some star-tier warriors. Kai Kuan was confident that Chu Yuan could not defeat the power of this scroll. Chu Yuan, enjoy your time with this level 101 rock creature. Once I return to the Kai family, I will undoubtedly find an opportunity to eliminate you." Kai Kuan hissed venomously before turning and fleeing. The beast conjured by the scroll was lifeless, relying solely on a brief surge of energy to unleash its full combat capabilities. "Destroy this brat." Upon Kai Kuan's command, the rock creature's singular focus became to eliminate Chu Yuan standing before it. With a whoosh, the colossal rock creature, akin to a star-tier professional, extended its palm and delivered a thunderous slap towards Chu Yuan, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. With a strike rivaling that of a star-tier warrior, "Chu Yuan, your fate is sealed." As Kai Kuan hastily escaped, he occasionally glanced back. In his mind, no matter how formidable Chu Yuan was, he was destined to be crushed into a bloody pulp by this level 101 summoned entity. The reason he chose not to linger and witness Chu Yuan's demise was twofold. Firstly, a gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall, and secondly, he was still shaken by the terror of Chu Yuan's previous display. The visions of blood mist were simply too horrifying. The mere thought of that gruesome scene made Kai Kuan feel nauseous. "Chu Yuan, as long as I escape this abhorrent factory and return to the Kai family, I shall once again be the resplendent genius. I recall you emerged from an orphanage. Even in death, I shall exact a ruthless vengeance upon you. That orphanage shall not exist either." What? To Kai Kuan's astonishment, just moments after he had fled, he turned to witness an utterly astonishing scene that sent his very soul fleeing in terror. There, facing a staggering blow from the level 101 rock monster, Chu Yuan merely allowed a flash of white light to emanate from his fist. In the next instant, he struck the colossal creature, reducing it to mere particles of dust. Damn! Kai Kuan was left dumbfounded, his mind reeling from the immense shock. In the next moment, "Kai Kuan, I warned you that it was your turn. Did you truly believe you could escape?" Chu Yuan summoned his professional panel, allocating all 2,100 of his distributable attribute points into agility. In an instant, his agility surged beyond the 4,000 threshold, reaching 4,250. With such agility, Chu Yuan's speed rivaled that of seasoned professionals around level 30. With a swift lift of his foot, he appeared before Kai Kuan mere seconds later. "Chu Yuan, your speed is astonishing. I beseech you, spare me. I will do anything you ask." In Kai Kuan's eyes, Chu Yuan now resembled a devil. Having exhausted all means of escape, he found himself ensnared in genuine despair and terror. The Kai Kuan of now was a stark contrast to the arrogant bully he had been before. "Spare you only to let you torment me again. Do you think me a fool?" Chu Yuan offered Kai Kuan a cold smile. "Chu Yuan, dear father, Grandpa Chu, I swear, if you let me go, I shall never trouble you again. I could even have my father marshal his resources to nurture you. I implore you to release me." Kai Kuan, clinging to a glimmer of hope, knelt before him, shattered. Yet before he could finish his plea, Chu Yuan's hand, radiating white light, landed upon Kai Kuan's head. In an instant, Kai Kuan exploded into a mist of blood, dead beyond resurrection. "Your family's resources hold no allure for me." Gazing upon the expansive blood mist, Chu Yuan coldly remarked. He held no faith in any of Kai Kuan's words. A person like Kai Kuan, who dared to conspire against him, transforming him from a genius into a waste, belonged to the worst kind of scoundrel. Not to mention, he had nearly caused Mu Chiyue's demise. Such a person was a threat to society. The current Chu Yuan was no longer the merciful figure he once was. He was the type who would seize every opportunity to pluck the feathers from those who dared to cross him. There would be no room for any saintly compassion. Crack! At the moment Kai Kuan met his end, an object fell to the ground. Chu Yuan approached to discover a shimmering storage ring, its surface marred by a cracked defensive magic array. So, slaying a professional can yield treasures. Observing the storage ring on the ground, Chu Yuan felt a surge of excitement. He surmised that the ring had escaped destruction due to the temporary protection of the magic array. Spoils of war. The act of scavenging storage rings was something Chu Yuan had frequently encountered in novels during his previous life. It was worth noting that this was not the kind of worthless trinket he might find in a dump. Kai Kuan, after all, was a wealthy heir, and the ring should contain valuable items. Upon picking up the storage ring, Chu Yuan found that with Kai Kuan's death, its binding had been lifted, allowing him easy access to its contents. Inside, he discovered approximately 500,000 in cash, a piece of soft armor for defense, along with various beast materials and a mid-level magic scroll. The cash was undoubtedly useful. After all, now that he had awakened this premium fishing system, what he lacked most was money. The soft armor was of commendable quality, classified as a golden grade item, likely to fetch a handsome price. The other materials were also quite precious, valuable commodities indeed. Additionally, there were several pieces of equipment he had previously sold to the Dragon Rising Trading Company, all of which were of silver and gold grades. It seemed Kai Kuan had been reluctant to provide those items to his former subordinates, only for them to revert back to Chu Yuan's possession in the end. This could be seen as a sort of cycle. Chu Yuan chuckled softly. He had effectively profited from Kai Kuan's demise, and it was likely that Kai Kuan would never fathom that the skills and equipment he had purchased at great expense ultimately benefited others. But there are more treasures. Chapter 18. Counting the spoils. Brother Kuan is indeed affluent. Suddenly, Chu Yuan spotted a vast collection of potions in one corner of Kai Kuen's storage ring. A brief glance revealed that the most valuable among them was a life potion. One must understand that the life potion is the pinnacle of all potions. The Kai family has been engaged in alchemy for generations, signifying the highest standard of their craft. Chu Yuan had heard tales that the life potions produced by the Kai family could heal even the gravest of wounds to a significant extent. It appeared the Kai family indeed indulged their young master, providing him with all manner of fine goods. With a level 101 magic scroll and a high-grade life potion, coupled with the knowledge that Kai Kuen could casually spend millions on equipment and skills, Chu Yuan couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Damn it, truly, the disparity between people can be infuriating. If only such a lineage and status were bestowed upon me, combined with the premium fishing system, I might achieve sainthood within a month. Speaking of which, Chu Yuan recalled the gravely injured Mu Chiyue and, without a moment's hesitation to examine the other potions, hurriedly made his way to her side, clutching the life potion. Regardless of the circumstances, Mu Chiyue had stood her ground at the garbage station to honor her promise to him, enduring a brutal beating at the hands of Kai Kuen's men. Chiyue. Arriving at the waste disposal station, Chu Yuan quickly administered the life potion to the unconscious Mu Chiyue, observing her severe injuries. A mix of anger and regret welled up within him. He regretted that he had allowed Kai Kuen to die too swiftly. He was acutely aware that Mu Chiyue's injuries were, in part, a consequence of his own negligence. Had he known Kai Kuen would arrive so soon, he would have never visited the trading company first. He couldn't fathom how idle Kai Kuen could be, neglecting his training to seek him out so early. However, Mu Chiyue truly demonstrated remarkable loyalty. Despite her stubborn nature, she was resolute in her promises, willing to endure such suffering to provide him with accountability. Chu Yuan gazed at Mu Chiyue silently. Such individuals are becoming increasingly rare. Now, Chu Yuan yearned to have Mu Chiyue as his partner. Initially, he had been drawn to her skills, but now, it was her character that captivated him. In this world of the survival of the fittest, only a companion of her caliber would provide him with peace of mind. Moreover, given Mu Chiyue's integrity, with a little investment in her, her future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. Cough cough. After drinking the life potion, Mu Chiyue soon began to cough violently. Chu Yuan. Upon regaining consciousness and finding herself cradled in Chu Yuan's arms, her instinctive wariness caused her to leap back in alarm. My injuries are healed? Yet. To Mu Chiyue's astonishment, she felt invigorated, despite faintly recalling the brutal beating she had received before losing consciousness. At this moment, she felt no pain and had regained much of her stamina. How peculiar. Fear not, they have all been dealt with. We are safe now. As Mu Chiyue turned her head, her gaze fell upon the bloodstains that marred the ground, causing her eyes to widen in shock. Chu Yuan, did you eliminate all those ruffians? She stammered. So, your strength is indeed this formidable? It was worth noting that she had previously engaged in combat with those thugs, and she was all too aware of their capabilities. In her estimation, even if Chu Yuan had shown her leniency in their earlier confrontation, facing that group of bronze and even gold-tier professionals would surely spell disaster. Yet, to her astonishment, he had dispatched them all. Chu Yuan, you must leave quickly. This dump is no place for you. It suddenly dawned on her that the leader among them appeared to be the scion of the pharmaceutical magnate, the Kai family. You've killed him. The Kai family will not let this go unpunished. With a sense of urgency, Mu Chiyue grasped Chu Yuan's arm, intent on fleeing. She felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him, for he could have forcibly taken that storage ring from her, but chose instead to grant her the dark gold. In a world where they scavenged at the fringes of society, Chu Yuan's adherence to principles earned her respect and admiration. In her heart, she regarded him as a good person. Moreover, she understood all too well that the might of the Kai family was not something the likes of them could withstand. Chiyue, do not panic. I am well aware of this brat's identity. Otherwise, how could I have utilized the Kai family's potion to mend your injuries? Our grievances have deep roots. Chu Yuan firmly placed his hand on Mu Chiyue's shoulder, urging her to remain calm. Even if you weren't here today, I would have dealt with Kai Kuen. Do not fret. Have you not seen? I dispatched them all. None remain. The Kai family will only know of Kai Kuen's disappearance. They will be oblivious to my involvement. Who would have thought that a young master of a prominent family, a hidden professional no less, would come to such a forsaken dump, only to be vanquished by a mere waste? So rest assured, the Kai family will not come here anytime soon. Nor will they discover that I was the one who dealt with Kai Kuen. However, we must clean up this bloodstain. The dump conducts regular inspections, and we must not let them see this. Chu Yuan spoke softly. You make some valid points. Rest assured, I am quite adept at cleaning. Upon hearing this, Mu Chiyue finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Chapter 18. So, you are a beauty. By the way, Chiyue, the ring I promised you is currently being repaired at the Longting Trading Company. It should be ready soon. But I am curious, what did you desire that ring for? After eradicating all traces of blood, using his decomposition skill, and enlisting Mu Chiyue to help cover the area with refuse, Chu Yuan led her to his modest resting room and gently inquired. You know me well, Chu Yuan. It's best you do not pry. I do not wish to burden you. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan's expression darkened instantly. She felt this was her personal burden and did not want to trouble anyone else. But we are already bound together in this struggle. Chu Yuan, you know me. While I may prefer a passive role, I am not one to turn a blind eye to suffering. Chu Yuan spoke earnestly. All right, I acknowledge your skills. With this, Chu Yuan hesitantly began to recount her tale under Chu Yuan's persistent questioning. It turned out that Chu Yuan was not alone. She had a younger sister who was 7 years old. Their parents had vanished shortly after the birth of the younger sibling, and due to the lack of medical funds, they were expelled from the hospital. Since then, Chu Yuan had been solely responsible for her sister's well-being, living in the vicinity of the dump. The location was convenient for scavenging, ensuring that they would not starve. Thus, the young Chu Yuan, who was still in need of care herself, managed to raise her sister against all odds. However, misfortune struck when her sister fell gravely ill at the age of 6. Chu Yuan took her to Longchuan City for treatment, but the doctors declared it a terminal illness, something that would have been deemed incurable in the past. They estimated she had but a year to live. Fortunately, in this era of universal job transitions, various items and potions were available, allowing her to extend her life for 3 years with continuous medication. Yet, to achieve a complete cure, they would need a staggering 30 million for the necessary surgery. 30 million. As two scavengers, they struggled to secure even basic necessities, let alone amass such a fortune. It was well known that even a typical professional family would find it impossible to gather 30 million in a short time. Consequently, Chu Yuan had to return to the waste disposal site, and from that moment on, her sister relied on medication to sustain her life. Thus, while scavenging, Chu Yuan's eye caught sight of the storage ring. Storage rings were commonly used by professionals for convenient storage, yet not every practitioner could afford one. The cost was exorbitant, and even awakened combat or high-tier support professionals would need considerable time to save enough for such a purchase. Hence, Chu Yuan desired that storage ring to sell for money, allowing her to buy costly medication for her sister and prolong her life. Over the past year, she had managed to scrape together over 100,000 through her own efforts, whether through theft or other means. Even if that storage ring were damaged, its high quality suggested it could sell for 50 to 60,000, and if repaired, potentially over 100,000. This was why Chu Yuan was so adamant about obtaining that ring from Chu Yuan. Everything she did was for her sister. Chapter 19. No professionals? The Transition Shrine. So that was the case. After listening to Chu Yuan's plight, Chu Yuan fell into contemplation. Truth be told, he had initially thought Chu Yuan was merely scavenging and had stumbled upon something valuable to exchange for money. Little did he realize that, for Chu Yuan and her sister, that storage ring represented a glimmer of hope for survival. What astonished him even more was that a mere teenager like Chu Yuan, burdened with the responsibility of caring for her sister and managing their sustenance and medical expenses in such a harsh environment, had persevered against all odds. Chu Yuan, once the ring is repaired, I will certainly return it to you. However, I have a more pressing matter to discuss with you. If you agree, I can find a way to cover your sister's surgery. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan's eyes brightened instantly. What is it? Please, tell me, she asked eagerly. I am a practitioner, and you have seen my strength. Yet I am but one person. I need companions, individuals who can embark on adventures and level up alongside me. I believe you have great potential, and with your lack of an awakened profession, your raw combat abilities are already impressive. Once you awaken your profession, you will undoubtedly become even stronger. Join me as a partner, and I will provide you with the resources to help you grow. Surely you do not wish to spend your life here, dealing with garbage alongside your sister? Chu Yuan spoke earnestly. Hearing this, Chu Yuan was clearly moved. Her eyes widened momentarily before dimming again. But what will happen to my sister if I go on adventures with you? Chu Yuan, you are overthinking this. When the time comes, I will certainly find a place for her. Chu Yuan replied with unwavering conviction. Just answer me, will you agree? I promise we will find a way to address your sister's situation together. With that, he fixed his gaze intently on Chu Yuan. All right. Chu Yuan lifted her head to meet Chu Yuan's gaze, and after a moment of contemplation, she nodded vigorously. As Chu Yuan aptly articulated, no one desires to spend their entire life grappling with the dregs of society. Moreover, the sheer strength of Chu Yuan at such a tender age is undoubtedly a compelling factor for Chu Yuan. Everyone harbors their own aspirations, and for her and her sister, the hope of survival can only be glimpsed through Chu Yuan. All right, then we shall be partners from this day forth. Upon seeing Chu Yuan nod, Chu Yuan's face broke into a radiant smile. He genuinely found this young girl quite admirable. A person willing to exhaust themselves for the sake of their sister possesses a heart that is anything but malevolent. While he may not currently possess 30 million, the future holds untold possibilities. After some deliberation, Chu Yuan gathered all the cash he had recently acquired and handed it to Chu Yuan. Here, Chu Yuan, this is 500,000 in cash. Use it to get your sister the medical attention she needs. I assure you, I will be able to provide more in due time. Chu Yuan declared with generosity. Since Chu Yuan was now considered a partner, she was akin to family in his eyes. Thus, it was only natural to extend financial support to her sister. Furthermore, Given that he could expend 20 million on a single fishing session, this sum was trivial in comparison. It was far more meaningful to assist Chu Yuan, especially since this money had been extracted from Kai-kun. 500,000. Chu Yuan gazed in astonishment at the cash in Chu Yuan's hands. In the Star Dragon Empire, the highest denomination of Longwa currency was merely 10,000 per note, though it appeared to be just a thin stack. Chu Yuan had never laid eyes on such a substantial amount of money in her entire life. Chu Yuan, thank you. Your immense kindness shall never be forgotten. After a brief moment, Chu Yuan accepted the cash, tucking it into a tattered wallet she retrieved from her chest. In her eyes, this money could procure numerous precious medicines. While it may not save her sister's life, it could certainly alleviate her suffering. As for the debt owed to Chu Yuan, Chu Yuan resolved to repay it through diligent toil in the future. Now, please refrain from looking at me with such an expression. You are my partner, and it is my duty to assist you. Let us first indulge in a fine meal and perhaps procure some new attire. Ever since awakening the fishing system, Chu Yuan had been preoccupied with matters of the evening. Aside from a brief meal, he had scarcely found time to groom himself properly. Now, he seized the opportunity to refresh his appearance. He could not remain in a state of disarray indefinitely. Consequently, Chu Yuan and Chu Yuan made their way to the city, where they first indulged in a lavish feast. Following this, they packaged some food for Chu Yuan's sister before embarking on a shopping spree for clothing. An hour later, clad in his new attire, Chu Yuan discarded their old clothes and shoes without hesitation. Initially, the store attendants regarded them with condescension, underestimating their ability to afford the merchandise. However, when Chu Yuan produced a black card from the Longting trading firm, the demeanor of the staff transformed entirely. They became exceedingly accommodating as he and Chu Yuan tried on various outfits and shoes. This experience allowed Chu Yuan to thoroughly relish the luxury. Indeed, in any realm, wealth commands respect. What a delightful feeling. Chu Yuan, I find this somewhat overwhelming. Chu Yuan was seated, awaiting Chu Yuan's emergence from the fitting room. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Chu Yuan stepped out, instantly captivating his attention. Her slender and well-proportioned figure, combined with a freshly cleansed visage, was strikingly exquisite. Her lustrous black hair framed her bright, clear eyes, resembling a porcelain doll of noble bearing. The form-fitting white dress accentuated her delicate legs, making it impossible for anyone to tear their gaze away. The only minor flaw might be attributed to her past as a scavenger, which had hindered her development in certain areas. Yet, it was evident that Chu Yuan was a beauty waiting to blossom, previously obscured by dirt. Her true allure was now unveiled. With some time for growth, she would undoubtedly become a mesmerizing figure. What are you staring at? Chu Yuan, does this outfit not suit me? Noticing Chu Yuan's unwavering gaze, Chu Yuan's face flushed crimson, and she bashfully inquired. No. I was merely astonished to discover such a beautiful and lively face concealed beneath the grime. Chu Yuan replied softly. Chu Yuan, experiencing flattery from a boy for the first time, blushed even deeper, lowering her head as a shy expression bloomed upon her face, reminiscent of a budding rose, lovely and enchanting, captivating those who beheld her. You are quite handsome as well. At a loss for words, Chu Yuan paused for a moment before meeting Chu Yuan's gaze earnestly. Of course, my looks are beyond reproach. I was once hailed as the dream of 1,000 billion girls. After completing the transaction, Chu Yuan guided Chu Yuan out of the clothing store. Initially, he had contemplated giving Chu Yuan Kai-kun's storage ring for her use. However, upon reflection, he decided against it. Given that he had just eliminated Kai-kun, the Kai family would undoubtedly be on high alert, seeking any information regarding him. Thus, anything belonging to Kai-kun was best kept out of sight for the time being. Although he was unafraid of the Kai family, Chu Yuan had yet to awaken and was not particularly strong, especially with a sick sister to care for. Once the dust settled, he would sell Kai-kun's equipment and materials, then procure a new storage ring for Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan, why don't you return to check on your sister? We can stay in touch by phone. Chu Yuan felt mentally fatigued. Since his arrival in this world, he had been incessantly impeded by various matters, leaving him in a state of perpetual tension. Now that he had dealt with the burdensome Kai-kun, he could finally take a breather and attend to his professional tasks. He had long been due for a class transfer quest. Otherwise, his experience would remain stagnant, preventing his advancement. A class transfer quest? Chu Yuan, have you already reached max level? Chu Yuan inquired, perplexed. Indeed, once I complete the quest, I shall ascend to silver rank. Chu Yuan nodded affirmatively. What? You are only at silver rank? Chu Yuan gazed at Chu Yuan in astonishment. She could hardly fathom that the one who vanquished Kai-kun and numerous bronze and silver henchmen was merely at the silver level. She had assumed Chu Yuan was at least gold rank. What manner of genius was he? To be able to contend with foes well beyond his rank at mere bronze max level was truly terrifying. Chu Yuan's peculiar abilities and strength left Chu Yuan utterly bewildered, defying all logic. He was nothing short of an anomaly. Given your current strength and wealth, it seems unnecessary for you to return to the garbage dump. Chu Yuan spoke softly, feeling a twinge of inferiority in the presence of such an extraordinary talent. She feared Chu Yuan would return to the hardships of the past, yet simultaneously worried he would abandon the dump altogether. Ultimately, she felt somewhat unworthy of being Chu Yuan's companion. Absolutely not. I must return. There are still matters left unresolved at the garbage dump. Chu Yuan asserted with conviction. That is preposterous. With the decomposition ability of the Kildas Template, the garbage dump and its refuse are practically a treasure trove to me, a natural ATM. Not to mention the materials garnered through decomposing equipment can provide me with a continuous stream of income to sustain the extravagant fishing system. Honestly, where else in this world can one find such an advantageous location without incurring any costs? One can acquire a plethora of decomposition materials and amass wealth at an astonishing rate. The mere utterance of such a notion would likely elicit disbelief. Moreover, Kai Kuan had just been eliminated by his own hand, although the Kai family had yet to ascertain the circumstances of his demise at the garbage station. The lingering enmity between them was undeniable. It was certain that someone within the Kai family was aware of this matter. Thus, should he abruptly vacate the garbage station, suspicions would inevitably arise, leading to an investigation that could trace back to him, which would spell trouble. Upon hearing Chu Yuan's words, Mu Chiyue finally felt a profound sense of relief. She waved her hand to Chu Yuan and proceeded to return to the garbage site, intending to procure additional special medications for her sister. Once Mu Chiyue departed, Chu Yuan swiftly retraced his steps to the rental apartment within the city, where he stashed all the items he had scavenged from Kai Kuan into his storage ring. These possessions would remain concealed for the time being. Subsequently, Chu Yuan succumbed to a deep slumber. At the break of dawn the following day, Chu Yuan hailed a taxi to the Transmutation Temple. Ever since he had acquired sufficient strength, a series of tasks had besieged him, leaving him feeling like a whirlwind of activity. He needed to expedite the completion of his transmutation mission. For this trip to the Transmutation Temple, Chu Yuan opted for a flying vehicle, eager to discern how it differed from conventional ground taxis. After placing his order, a hovering aircraft soon descended nearby. Without hesitation, he boarded, and indeed, the speed of the flying vehicle far surpassed that of a regular taxi. Aerial routes were virtually devoid of traffic, as flying vehicles were costly and akin to private jets from his past life on Blue Star, making them relatively rare compared to cars. What would ordinarily take over half an hour was accomplished in about 10 minutes. Moreover, the service and demeanor of the flying vehicle driver were markedly superior to that of typical taxi drivers, with refreshments provided for passengers. Naturally, the fare for the flying vehicle was several times that of a regular taxi. Truly, one gets what one pays for. Standing at the entrance of the Transmutation Temple, Chu Yuan sighed. If given a choice, he would undoubtedly prefer flying vehicles for future travel, as they significantly enhanced efficiency and saved precious time. For the affluent and powerful, time equates to money, and efficiency is paramount in all endeavors. The Transmutation Temple. At last, I can enter. Chu Yuan was overwhelmed with emotion. According to the memories he had inherited, the original owner had long since despaired of his future, never daring to dream that he would one day stand before this transmutation hall. After all, being transmuted into a non-professional meant he would never return to this temple. Gazing up at the temple's sign, Chu Yuan hurriedly entered. Due to the temple's closure the previous day, it was now bustling with numerous professionals. Yet the vastness and height of the structure ensured that it felt anything but crowded. Indeed, it was rather spacious. Upon entering the temple, Chu Yuan beheld towering columns that supported the dome above. Flanking each column were rows of grand counters, behind which sat attractive attendants clad in matching OL uniforms, each sporting identical professional smiles. While visually appealing, their expressions conveyed a robotic quality, devoid of any genuine warmth. Chu Yuan scanned the area and approached a relatively lively-looking attendant, a strikingly attractive young woman. Hello. Upon noticing a visitor, the attendant greeted him with polite professionalism. Greetings, I am here to receive my second transmutation mission, Chu Yuan stated. Certainly. Could you please fill out this form with your basic information? She replied. This was standard procedure. In every nation, the information of professionals must be recorded. However, when she caught sight of Chu Yuan's slightly handsome and resolute face, her eyes sparkled with interest. Having the opportunity to assist such a handsome individual was a welcome distraction from her monotonous day. Chu Yuan nodded and swiftly completed the form, handing it to the short-haired attendant. As she took it, she rose, intending to guide him to the transmutation mission, but upon glancing at the information on the form, she froze. No professional status? She exclaimed. Sir, please do not jest with me. While you are somewhat attractive, I am quite busy, and such frivolous jokes waste everyone's time. The short-haired attendant playfully tossed her hair, brimming with confidence, assuming that Chu Yuan was merely trying to flirt. Who told you that a lack of profession precludes transmutation? As a staff member of the Transmutation Temple, you are being rather unprofessional. Non-professionals can indeed level up and complete transmutation missions, albeit without the benefit of additional profession-related attributes or skills. Noticing the attendant's misguided perspective, Chu Yuan took it upon himself to enlighten her. Well, that may be the case, but it is well known that professionals excel through distinct physical attributes and skills. If you are a non-professional, leveling up offers no advantages. and the process of completing transmutation missions is perilous. Sir, as a staff member of the Transmutation Temple, I must kindly advise you, she interjected. While the danger level of transmutation missions is not excessively high and the mortality rate is low, they are inherently random and not necessarily easy. The difficulty of transmutation missions ranges from 1 star to 5 stars, with 1 star being the simplest and 5 stars the most challenging. The nature of the mission assigned to a professional is left to chance. Naturally, regardless of the mission's difficulty, successful completion will not affect the transmutation outcome. However, professionals have only 3 attempts. If they fail more than 3 times throughout their leveling process, they will be permanently barred from further transmutation. Thus, we always advise professionals to avoid giving up lightly and to strive for a single successful completion of their transmutation mission. Chu Yuan, I genuinely wish you the best. But should you have made your decision, the door behind me leads to the entrance for acquiring transmutation missions. You may enter at any time. The short-haired attendant took a deep breath and earnestly cautioned him, gesturing toward a black magical portal that had appeared behind her. I have made my decision. Chu Yuan understood that the short-haired attendant meant no malice. Her words stemmed from professional duty and concern. Without hesitation, he stepped into the magical portal, leaving the attendant momentarily bewildered as she gazed at his retreating figure. So, after all that I said, he didn't heed a word, she thought, feeling somewhat helpless. After Chu Yuan had fully entered the magical portal, the attendant scrutinized his information card once more, her mouth agape in astonishment. What? He is a newly awakened individual this year, and he ascended from level 0 to level 20 in a single day? The short-haired attendant was momentarily stunned. It suddenly dawned upon her that she might have stumbled upon something extraordinary. This handsome young man, appearing so unassuming and lacking professional information, was undeniably exceptional. He must possess some significant background. My goodness, not only is he handsome and humble, but he also has a remarkable background. Such a youth is utterly captivating. The short-haired attendant had encountered numerous professionals in her line of work. In her mind, it was inconceivable to ascend to level 20 within a single day without profound connections and immense resources. She found herself somewhat enchanted by Chu Yuan. Meanwhile, as soon as Chu Yuan stepped into the magical portal, he was enveloped by a dim and featureless space, simultaneously sensing the overwhelming surge of potent magical energy surrounding him. Was this the specialized transition space crafted by the Temple of Class Change? After a brief moment of darkness, the air suddenly sparkled with countless twinkling stars, each radiating a dazzling golden light, remarkably bright. This celestial scene persisted for over a minute, until eventually, everything around Chu Yuan was illuminated. When he regained his composure, he discovered himself within a grand hall, dominated by a colossal screen at its center. A screen for selecting transition tasks? Chu Yuan recalled some knowledge of class transitions he had learned at school. This screen was a fusion of technology and magical energy, one of the most advanced occupational products of the Star Dragon Empire. Occupational candidate, please place your palm upon the center of the screen. Suddenly, an electronic voice resonated from the screen, reminiscent of Chu Yuan's system. He complied. Instantly, all his information materialized on the large screen and was read aloud line by line. Current occupation, unknown. Current occupational level, LV20. Meets the criteria for transition. You may now commence the transition task. Transition task initiation activated. Please do not remove your palm from the screen. Moments later, a massive and striking task notification board appeared on the screen. Second transition silver occupational task. Scales of the Cursed Finfish. Difficulty, 5 stars. Task description. In the dungeon instance, there exists a mysterious secret realm known as the Soul Cave, where it is said that many powerful ferocious beasts reside, including those cursed and transformed into terrifying finfish beasts. The transition candidate is required to enter the Soul Cave, slay a certain number of cursed finfish, rescue 50 cursed souls, and collect 50 finfish scales. Note, the more ferocious beasts you defeat in the secret realm instance, and the less time consumed, the higher the score obtained in this transition task, which will directly influence your transition results. Task time limit, 20 hours. Exceeding this time will result in automatic task failure. 5 stars. And there's a time limit? This is the pinnacle of transition task difficulty. Surely, the display screen is not mistaken? Chu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Is my first transition task going to be this exhilarating? However, he soon relaxed. After all, with the Kildas Template at his disposal, any task would be a mere trifle. Thus, as he touched the screen, he began to examine the specifics of the task instance. The secret realm was, in essence, a unique instance task, an independent space parallel to the real world. The ferocious beasts within the secret realm possessed special abilities and formidable combat power, far surpassing the wild monsters of the outside world. Just the name Soul Cave alone suggested an exceedingly perilous location. This was precisely why that short-haired beauty had continually urged Chu Yuan to consider carefully. Generally speaking, early transition tasks or simpler ones of lower star ratings could be accomplished by an ordinary occupational candidate alone. However, If one reached higher levels or selected tasks of significantly high star ratings, it would necessitate forming a team or seeking assistance from higher-level individuals to complete the transition task. For someone like Kai Kun, a privileged scion, this was an exceedingly simple endeavor. After all, he could simply have his family arrange for assistance, making task completion as effortless as a stroll in the park. Yet for those occupational candidates without substantial backgrounds, encountering a high-difficulty transition task often required accumulating wealth over a long period to hire mercenaries or other forces to aid in task completion. Thus, irrespective of where one found themselves, only those endowed with strength, background, and wealth could navigate their developmental journey with ease. This was an inherent advantage, allowing them to traverse fewer detours than others. Though task acquisition was largely a matter of luck, why did it feel as though I was being singled out? Chapter 21. Join my team. Chu Yuan shrugged. Thankfully, the current owner of this body was himself, who possessed a system. Had the original owner received this task, he would likely have despaired. Yet, this was precisely what made it intriguing. If the task were too simple, I would probably conclude the battle as soon as I activated my disintegration power, and I would still have to worry about whether the secret realm could withstand my template's might. Chu Yuan's initial experience in leveling up was quite mundane. He had barely entered the Flame's secret realm when he could only hope that the Soul Cave would be a tad more resilient. In truth, if any other ordinary occupational candidate drew a 5-star task, they would likely be lamenting and cursing at this moment. Some who received a 5-star difficulty rating would even opt to abandon the transition opportunity and draw again. Of course, to avoid drawing another 5-star task, they would first need to accumulate wealth or scout for capable mercenary teams before attempting to accept the task a second time. However, this approach not only wasted money but also consumed time, greatly hindering an occupational candidate's progress in leveling up. Chu Yuan would never resort to such measures. On the contrary, a 5-star difficulty task in the hands of the enhanced Chu Yuan, endowed with a monstrous system and abilities, would only heighten his excitement. Accept. Chu Yuan promptly clicked to accept the task, after which the door behind him swung open once more. He retraced his steps, and as he exited the Temple of Class Change, the short-haired beauty continued to watch his departing figure intently. To this point, she could not fathom how Chu Yuan, as a non-occupational individual, managed to reach level 20 in a single day. According to the task panel displayed earlier, Chu Yuan understood that to complete the task, he must first enter the dungeon. Thus, upon exiting the Temple of Class Change, he hurriedly made his way towards the dungeon. The dungeon was a convergence point for the majority of instances and secret realms in Lanchuan City, serving as a sacred ground for novice occupational candidates to hone their skills. At this moment, in the dark and damp depths of the dungeon, several fledgling candidates were engaged in battles, grinding for experience. Though this was a gathering place for instances, many wild monsters were also spawning in the central area of the first layer, albeit with moderate strength and offering average experience points upon defeat. Nonetheless, they were quite popular among lower-level occupational candidates who preferred to practice their skills and accumulate some combat experience here. The entrance to the Soul Cave was located on the northern side of the dungeon. Upon reaching the first layer, Chu Yuan deliberately avoided the frenzied battles of other candidates and followed a narrow path towards the instance indicated on the map. After about 10 minutes, he noticed that the surrounding wild monsters and crowd were dwindling, and the sounds grew increasingly subdued. He occasionally consulted the map, searching for the entrance to the Soul Cave. Suddenly, a thunderous clap of lightning resonated throughout the atmosphere, instantly capturing Chu Yuan's attention. Lightning magic was indeed a rarity. In this world where everyone transitioned, lightning was the most ferocious of powers. Any profession that could associate with the lightning element would typically possess formidable skills. Among them, the most representative was the lightning mage. Renowned for their area of effect attacks and highly sought after by many factions, as well as desired by other occupational candidates for team formations. My goodness, is this the power of a lightning mage? The destructive force, the attack range, it's simply extraordinary. Brother, you are truly magnificent. With just a single skill, 3,000 thunderclaps, you've eliminated so many ferocious beasts. Lightning brother, does your team not require a permanent support position? May I join your team indefinitely? Provided you are willing to assist me in leveling up, I am willing to do anything. From a distance, the sound of flattery reached Chu Yuan's ears. He turned his gaze to see a robust man clad in a light blue mage's robe, his hawkish nose and fierce demeanor suggesting a rather intimidating presence. Surrounding him were several other practitioners, all cautiously flattering the blue-robed man. It appeared to be a leveling party, Chu Yuan mused silently. Although the practitioners extolled the blue-robed man's virtues, Chu Yuan discerned that his capabilities were rather mediocre. The true power lay with a knight standing in front of him. Were it not for the knight drawing the ire of wild beasts, the party would likely have been scattered long ago by the onslaught of ferocious creatures. Indeed, within the hierarchy of practitioners, mages are quite favored, especially in such scenarios where leveling and monster hunting occur. Mages possess high damage output and extensive attack ranges, often capable of dispatching multiple foes with a single skill. Moreover, this particular mage specialized in the explosive damage of lightning magic. Thus, other practitioners eager to level up would choose to flock around him, hoping to secure a permanent spot in the party and share in the experience gained. It truly is more gratifying to team up with a single individual, devoid of the intrigues often found in larger groups. Chu Yuan shook his head slightly. As a transmigrator, his maturity far exceeded that of his contemporaries. He had long grown accustomed to the phenomenon of opportunism within such parties. His lingering gaze was merely a concern that these individuals might complicate his class transition quest. After a brief pause, Chu Yuan continued on his path towards the hidden realm of the Soul Cave. Hey, wait a moment. To his surprise, the blue-robed man called out to him just as he had taken a few steps forward. He watched as the man, accompanied by his entourage, hastily approached him. Hello, young man. I am Lei Yu, a Thunderfire mage, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. With that, the blue-robed man extended his right hand towards Chu Yuan. Is there something you need? Chu Yuan furrowed his brow, refraining from shaking hands. It struck him as peculiar that this individual, seemingly without cause, had approached him with such intent. I noticed you meandering on the first level. You must be a newly awakened practitioner, am I right? As a mage, I possess a keen sense for various energies, and I can sense a formidable power emanating from you. I assure you, I am not mistaken. What is your name? Young man, join my party. We have practitioners of all types, but we are in need of an additional damage dealer. Leveling up with 2 damage dealers would expedite our progress, and who knows, we might even challenge a high-level boss. I guarantee we can get you to level 20 swiftly, enabling you to complete your transition quest. As he spoke, Lei Yu's eyes roamed over Chu Yuan. A glimmer of greed evident when he spotted the storage ring adorning Chu Yuan's hand. Although Lei Yu maintained a polite demeanor throughout, Chu Yuan felt a disquieting sensation, as if the man's intentions were far from innocent. What astonished Chu Yuan was that, strictly speaking, he was technically a non-class practitioner, having merely acquired the energy of the Kildas shattering magic template through the system, thereby gaining magical abilities. Yet, this Lei Yu seemed to perceive his extraordinary nature. Unbeknownst to Chu Yuan, a group of malicious practitioners known as raiders lurked in the leveling zones frequented by novice practitioners. Essentially, they were robbers among practitioners. These individuals often traveled in packs, lingering near the leveling maps of novice practitioners. Employing a common tactic, they would send out invitations to join a team, led by a particularly powerful member who could dispatch monsters quickly, thereby luring in novice practitioners. Once the unsuspecting practitioners joined their ranks, the raiders would commence their nefarious activities, ranging from robbing the victims of their equipment and items to leaving them to fend for themselves against wild beasts. In cases of vigorous resistance, these raiders would resort to merciless methods to swiftly acquire valuable belongings from their victims. Of course, the raiders did not deceive just anyone. They targeted those who appeared naive and wealthy, individuals like Chu Yuan, who, despite his youth, wore a storage ring that suggested he hailed from a wealthy family. Lei Yu and his crew were among the most notorious raiders near the dungeon, possessing an acute ability to identify novice practitioners. And his flattery aimed at Chu Yuan was merely a common tactic he employed. I have no need to join anyone's team, so please do not obstruct my path. Unexpectedly, as Lei Yu brimmed with confidence, Chu Yuan coldly retorted. Chapter 22. The Curse of the Cursed Fin Fishmen. Although he was unaware that Lei Yu and his entourage were raiders, the avarice gleaming in Lei Yu's eyes unsettled Chu Yuan greatly. One must understand that in the face of his Kildas shattering magic template, he feared no beast and had neither the need nor desire to join a small team for leveling. As for reaching level 20, he had attained that milestone long ago. Thus, Chu Yuan decisively rejected Lei Yu's invitation, ignoring the group entirely as he continued onward. His response left Lei Yu and his companions utterly astonished. For as a Thunderfire mage, his status and the display of power he had just exhibited were typically sufficient to attract the majority of practitioners. In the past, it had always been other practitioners who sought to join their team, and Lei Yu had never encountered someone who, when invited, outright refused. Are you out of your mind? I am a specialized main combat class Thunderfire mage, possessing mastery over 3 powerful area of effect lightning skills, making me one of the fastest monster farmers. Lei Yu exclaimed, his agitation palpable. He could not fathom why someone would decline such an enticing offer, especially given the allure of his invitation. With our team, and my personal invitation, it should be impossible for any novice practitioner to resist such an opportunity. Yet, to his surprise, the young man before him, seemingly youthful, exhibited a remarkable fortitude. Young man, the dungeon is a perilous zone for new practitioners. It is quite dangerous to venture alone. Another member of the team chimed in. You would be better off joining us. Under Brother Yu's leadership, I assure you, leveling up by 1 level per day is entirely feasible. I joined this team just yesterday, and look at me. I've already reached level 3. Let's level up together. My class is Elementalist, and I can provide you with various buffs. At this moment, as Chu Yuan ignored Lei Yu, the other members of the group recognized they were dealing with a tough nut to crack and began to plead with him as well, particularly the self-proclaimed Elementalist, who was intentionally drawing closer to Chu Yuan, as if preparing to wrap her arms around his. Oh, employing the beauty trap now, are we? As a transmigrator with the memories of 2 lifetimes, Chu Yuan was acutely aware of the adage, strange occurrences often harbor ulterior motives. To understand, he had consistently refrained from revealing any prowess before these individuals, particularly given their team composition, which typically only warranted others to fawn over them. They were hardly inclined to flatter other professionals. Even a mere lightning mage like Lei Yu could dispatch monsters without undue delay. Thus, the fervor with which this small party regarded Chu Yuan only heightened his wariness. Stand down, persist further, and you shall meet your demise. Contemplate whether you can bear the consequences. Chu Yuan cast a frigid glance at Lei Yu and his companions. In that instant, they felt an aura of malevolence emanating from the young man, rendering them icy with fear, as if they were confronting not a mere boy but a fearsome, man-eating beast. Consequently, all present fell silent, halting their advance. Seeing the others subdued, Chu Yuan decisively distanced himself from Lei Yu and the group, following the path indicated on his mental map toward the entrance of the Soul Cave. According to the map, the entrance to the Soul Cave was in close proximity. Brother Yu, this lad seems rather peculiar. Shall we not confront him together? Perhaps in ambush? Lei Yu's companions remained somewhat reluctant, especially the knight adept at luring monsters, who yearned to pursue Chu Yuan immediately. No need, we must avoid alarming him. We have yet to ascertain his profession or comprehend his capabilities. Lei Yu intercepted him, fully aware of the adage that haste makes waste. If they truly provoked Chu Yuan's defensive instincts, their subsequent attempts to approach him would likely become exceedingly arduous. Lei Yu was convinced that Chu Yuan's storage ring contained valuable treasures, as it was evident that a novice professional daring to confront his group alone must possess formidable artifacts or scrolls. Such a lucrative target was not one to be overlooked. In fact, Lei Yu's assumptions were correct. Chu Yuan's black card and various potions and equipment looted from Kai Kuan were indeed in his possession. Chu Yuan was indeed akin to a plump sheep, yet this sheep could bite. At times, it resembled a voracious wolf. Stealthily follow him. Observing Chu Yuan hastily making his way, Lei Yu resolved to trail him discreetly for a while, determined to discern his destination before deciding on a course of action. Several minutes later, guided by the map, Chu Yuan traversed further until he arrived at a location thick with fog. According to the map of the underground city, this was the very entrance to the Soul Cave, the most perilous dungeon within the realm. Not far behind, Lei Yu and his companions stealthily pursued Chu Yuan. Upon witnessing the swirling mist, realization dawned upon him. Has this lad lost his senses? Venturing into such a treacherous dungeon right after emerging to level up. I cannot fathom whether he possesses genuine strength or if his wits have failed him. The members of Lei Yu's team murmured amongst themselves. At that moment, with the entrance to the Soul Cave in sight, Chu Yuan was about to proceed when a sudden whistling sound echoed towards him. Magic Windblade. Having reached level 20 and allocating all his free attribute points to agility, Chu Yuan had acquired commendable speed. Upon hearing the sound, he swiftly dodged. Crack! The magic wind blade grazed Chu Yuan's scalp, striking a nearby rock and cleaving it in two. The Soul Cave was immensely perilous. Chu Yuan immediately summoned the power of the Kildas Template. In an instant, two beams of white light enveloped his fists, preparing him for the imminent confrontation. In a flash, a diminutive skeleton appeared before him, wielding a staff, surrounded by swirling elemental wind magic. Evidently, the earlier attack had originated from the skeleton. Chu Yuan did not hastily retaliate. Instead, he scrutinized the skeletal figure closely. Soon, he discerned that this skeleton was not a monstrous beast, but rather the remains of a human. Judging by its appearance, it had likely been a wind mage in life. Yet, what kind of force could allow a deceased mage to continue battling? Could it be the cursed fishmen? Suddenly, Chu Yuan recalled a book he had perused in the library during his studies, which detailed that cursed fishmen, known for their formidable combat prowess, also wielded a peculiar curse. Those afflicted by this curse would transform into combat puppets of the cursed fishmen upon death, persisting in battle as long as they could still move. The wind mage's skeleton before him was clearly a manifestation of this phenomenon. Defeating the puppet will purify the professional's soul, transferring the curse to oneself. The curse can resonate with the cursed fishmen, allowing one to locate their position within the cave. Caution: there is a 60% chance that the curse will lead to the location of a dominant creature among the cursed fishmen, the top-tier silver-level beast, at level 40. Posing an extreme danger. Suddenly, a series of notifications regarding a class transition task appeared. This method seemed promising. If he could establish a connection with the cursed fishmen, he could circumvent battles with other beasts in the Soul Cave, saving an immense amount of time. For others, a level 40 dominant creature might be perilous. For him, it posed no issue. Crush. With that, Chu Yuan rapidly advanced, and with his agility reaching 4,000, he swiftly closed the distance to the wind element skeleton mage. Without hesitation, he unleashed his crushing force, reducing the skeleton mage to mere ashes. Curse has been transferred. The task notification reappeared. Upon the destruction of the wind mage's skeleton, the soul bound by the curse was liberated, and the curse of the cursed fishmen successfully transferred to Chu Yuan. Newbies truly are naive. They remain oblivious to the rules of this most treacherous dungeon, yet dare to venture forth alone. The skeleton was a puppet of the cursed fishman. The proper method of entering the soul cave is to first devise a means to distract this puppet before seeking the entrance. One must never destroy the puppet, lest the malevolent curse of the fishmen befall the slayer, drawing the attention of the cursed fishmen upon entry and making them the target of all their attacks. If fortune does not favor them, they may inadvertently attract the attention of a dominant entity among the cursed fishmen. What a fool! In the distance, witnessing this scene, Leyu furrowed his brow and murmured to himself, shaking his head, "Brother Yu, since this lad is so foolish, should we not continue to follow him? If he truly enters the soul cave and is besieged by the cursed fishmen, we will be in danger as well." The cursed fishmen are the most terrifying beasts in the entire underground city map. An elemental mage among the group voiced her concerns. This is an opportunity. Upon hearing the elemental mage's words, Leyu suddenly had a revelation, slapping his forehead and widening his eyes. In my estimation, the commotion he just caused indicates that he is a somewhat competent mage-like professional. Since we are to enter the soul cave, we could easily inquire about the cursed fishmen's skeletal puppets. This lad is clearly no fool, so his annihilation of the fishman puppet was not an act of stupidity. Rather, it was intentional. He seeks to draw the curse of the cursed fishman upon himself. Indeed, it is unequivocally so. Given his audacious engagement in such perilous actions, there can be but one explanation. This young man must have received a particular assignment, with his target being the malevolent finned merman. Could it be a transition quest from level 20 bronze to silver? Yet, considering his youth, he has only recently awakened. Could it be that he is a prodigy? Leyu confided his thoughts to his companions. In truth, his deductions were quite astute, for as the leader of a marauder squad, he possessed a modicum of intellect. "Boss, if you believe that lad is so clever, should we continue to follow him?" The question was posed by the elemental mage within the group, prompting incredulous glances from the others. It was she who had previously deemed Chu Yuan foolish, and now she reversed her stance, making contradictory assertions in one breath. "Of course we must follow. After all, we have been lying in wait for so many days, and now we have finally encountered such a significant catch. It is worth noting that the malevolent finned mermen are the most formidable and valuable creatures among all the monstrous beasts in the underground city's dungeons. Each one has the potential to yield exquisite gear. However, these mermen are exceedingly cautious and elusive, lacking any fixed territory. Thus, it is generally challenging for adventurers to locate their stronghold or discover a substantial congregation of malevolent finned mermen. Yet, if an adventurer has accepted a quest regarding the mermen, the search for their whereabouts becomes significantly more straightforward. For instance, that young man over there, since he dares to undertake the curse of the mermen, he must have accepted a quest concerning them. If we continue to follow him, we shall swiftly locate the mermen's south gathering place, and then all those splendid equipment and treasures shall belong to us. This is far more expedient than merely stealing from others." The more he spoke, the more exhilarated Leyu became, as if heaps of precious materials were already laid out before him. "Boss, you are truly remarkable. Just from this morsel of information, you have discerned so much." The elemental mage praised him obsequiously. It must be said that as the leader of this marauder squad, Leyu indeed possessed a degree of acumen, which is why the others chose to follow him. He consistently provided resources. Meanwhile, under the effects of the curse from the malevolent finned mermen, Chu Yuan emanated a faint red glow, and before him emerged an entrance illuminated by this radiance. Dead Soul Cave's Secret Realm, the most perilous dungeon within the underground city. It is advised that non-combat classes and solo adventurers proceed with caution. Team limit, 5 people. Information popped up within Chu Yuan's quest interface. He glanced at it, and without hesitation, plunged into the entrance. "Follow me." In the distance, Leyu signaled to his team, and they followed Chu Yuan into the Dead Soul Cave. Upon entering, Chu Yuan found the cave to be exceedingly dim. Visibility limited to mere meters, obstructed by the darkness. After approximately 5 minutes of cautious navigation, the cave began to brighten, and he gradually discerned his surroundings. What lay before him was a labyrinthine cavern adorned with jagged stone walls, the air thick with humidity and a foul stench, littered with the remains of various animals and dismembered human corpses, all mingling with the scent of blood, revealing the extreme peril of this place. "You have entered the Dead Soul Cave secret realm. Please remain vigilant. Due to the influence of the curse from the malevolent finned mermen, you will be subjected to attacks from all mermen within the cave." No sooner had the warning appeared than several massive bats dove toward Chu Yuan. Beast name, Cave Bat. Level, LV25. Characteristics, extremely swift, adept at ambush, capable of restoring health through bloodsucking, possesses venom. The Dead Soul Cave harbors numerous formidable beasts beyond the malevolent finned mermen, which is precisely why it is deemed the most treacherous dungeon within the underground city. Chu Yuan's hand shimmered with white light, prepared to strike, yet to his astonishment, the giant bats merely swooped over his head without launching an attack. Perplexed, he concluded that it was ultimately fortunate to avoid engagement, and he retracted his destructive power, continuing onward. Damn it! At this moment, Leyu and his companions, who had been tailing Chu Yuan, had initially hoped to gauge his true strength through combat, only to be disappointed by the absence of a confrontation. Soon, Chu Yuan had traversed a considerable distance within the Dead Soul Cave, and the red glow of the curse upon him intensified. This glow acted as a radar compass, clearly guiding him towards the direction and location of the malevolent, finned merman. Given the time constraints of the transition quest and the multitude of fierce beasts within the Dead Soul Cave, Chu Yuan aimed to complete his mission swiftly by following the guidance of the glowing light to locate the merman. After approximately 10 more minutes, Chu Yuan suddenly perceived an eerie melody, and the air around him grew increasingly humid. What is this? As he pressed forward, the song grew louder and clearer until he reached the cave's end, where he beheld a shallow area teeming with over 100 malevolent finned mermen, their strange song resonating as if they were engaged in some ritual. As a professional adventurer, Chu Yuan's aura was entirely different from that of the beasts, and the moment he stepped into the domain of the malevolent finned mermen, he was immediately detected. In unison, the multitude of mermen turned to face him. Beast name: Malevolent Finned Merman. Level: LV30. Characteristics: the most vicious beast in the Dead Soul Cave, possessing immense attack power, nearly invincible in water, and the undisputed ruler of this secret realm. These malevolent finned mermen bore human-like upper bodies, albeit with peculiar features. Their heads were adorned with fish fins, their eyes devoid of whites, and their mouths lined with rows of sharp teeth. Their lower halves were fish tails, thrashing in the shallow waters, creating ripples throughout the area. How can there possibly be so many malevolent finned mermen? Level 30 beasts. This is a windfall. That young man could never hope to contend with such a multitude. And soon the riches of the merman, along with that young man's storage ring, will all belong to us. Witnessing this spectacle, Lei Yu felt no trepidation whatsoever. Rather, he was filled with excitement. Boss, with so many malevolent finned mermen, that lad cannot defeat them, and neither can we. The elemental mage interjected, alarmed. The fundamental strength of the merman is already substantial, and now there are so many. Even a golden tier adventurer would struggle against them. In response, the elemental mage hastily doused Lei Yu with cold water to prevent him from becoming overly enthusiastic and losing clarity of thought. Humph, have you forgotten my profession? I am the Grand Magus of Thunder and Flame, Lei Yu declared confidently. Moreover, I possess a trump card, a radiant moon-grade magic scroll, equivalent in power to a full force strike from an 80-level platinum mage. Defeating these malevolent finned mermen shall be no challenge. However, he continued, this scroll is exceedingly valuable, and when the good loot drops, none of you shall dare to steal it from me. I shall have first pick. As he spoke, Lei Yu discreetly produced a magic scroll from which magical energy emanated, signifying its extraordinary power. Boss, I never anticipated you had such a treasure hidden away. No wonder you appeared so composed in the face of so many malevolent, finned mermen. The elemental mage exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Chapter 24 Apologies. I shall do as I please. Rest assured, my lord, even without this scroll, has there ever been a time when our plundering was unsuccessful? The finest treasures have always been chosen by you first. Upon seeing the magical scroll, the other members of the team widened their eyes in astonishment, while the burly knight among them grumbled in a deep voice. Indeed, Lei Yu cast a glance at the knight and refrained from further comment, redirecting his focus back to Chu Yuan. At that moment, in the distance, Chu Yuan had captivated the attention of all the malevolent finned fishmen. Yet, these creatures seemed to regard him with disdain. Upon realizing he was merely a youth, they turned away to continue their strange chanting, engaged in an odd ritual. Perhaps the significance of the ritual was paramount, compelling these fishmen to complete it before dealing with the boy. Since that lad had found his target, it was time for us to make our appearance. Lei Yu pondered aloud. He resolved to intercept the boy before he clashed with the finned fishmen, demanding the surrender of his storage ring and treasures. Traditionally, Lei Yu would have led the raiding team to observe from a distance, waiting for the conflict to reach a point of mutual destruction before swooping in to reap the rewards. This method incurs minimal risk. However, the circumstances this time were distinct. Faced with such a multitude of finned fishmen, Lei Yu was certain that Chu Yuan stood no chance. Should a confrontation ensue, the boy would undoubtedly expend all his valuable possessions to safeguard his life, thereby diminishing the spoils available to their group. Lei Yu had already resolved to utilize the luminous-level magical scroll in his possession to eliminate both the finned fishmen and Chu Yuan in one fell swoop, thus minimizing other losses. After all, this luminous-level magical scroll was indeed quite costly, and recovering even a fraction of its value would equate to acquiring additional resources. Boy, hand over everything you possess. The knight in Lei Yu's team charged forward. So, you finally chose to reveal yourselves after following me all this way. I thought you would wait until I was entangled with those finned fishmen before emerging to pick up the scraps. Upon witnessing Lei Yu and his band of raiders, Chu Yuan displayed no surprise, calmly responding. He had long been aware of their presence, for his physical attributes had already reached level 20. How could he fail to notice the few rodents trailing behind him? You know we've been following you? Lei Yu raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Chu Yuan smiled, choosing silence. For at that moment, He regarded Lei Yu and his companions as no different from the finned fishmen, merely wild beasts come to offer their own demise. You are quite audacious. Knowing we are following you yet daring to activate a quest instance and lead us in, Lei Yu continued, do you know who we are? Now that we find ourselves within this instance, there is no need for further concealment. We are raiders, and not the inexperienced kind. My profession alone reveals that our little team is unmatched by ordinary raiders. To be frank, initially, I had my sights set on your storage ring. Given your tender age, possessing such a high-value item surely indicates you are the scion of a wealthy family. I intended to lure you into our ranks, waiting for the opportune moment to seize your storage ring and other treasures. But it appears you do not fall for such tricks. Nonetheless, this has proven fortuitous, for we would not have discovered that the quest you accepted pertains to the finned fishmen. Otherwise, we would have never located their gathering ground. However, now that we are here, this territory belongs to our raiding team. Surrender all your wealth and equipment, especially that storage ring of yours. If you comply, I might consider sparing your life. Lei Yu proclaimed with overwhelming authority, conjuring a fireball in his hand, as if to threaten Chu Yuan with his power. Are you a jester sent by a monkey to threaten me? I possess many treasures, but I doubt your pathetic little team could handle them. Chu Yuan erupted in laughter at the remark. Boy, you are exceedingly arrogant. I've encountered many wealthy young masters like you, and it seems you require a demonstration of our might to comprehend your own insignificance. For the first time, Lei Yu encountered someone like Chu Yuan, who remained unfazed and jovial in the face of threats. He felt insulted and his anger began to rise. Kill him. Lei Yu pointed towards Chu Yuan, signaling his team to attack. Hiss. Just then, the commotion seemed to infuriate the finned fishmen, who abandoned their ritual and converged upon Chu Yuan. With the ferocious finned fishmen in front and the raiding team behind, Chu Yuan appeared to be caught between two formidable foes. This is bad. Those grotesque fishmen are closing in. Everyone cluster around me. I am about to unleash the scroll. Seeing the finned fishmen approaching, Lei Yu felt a twinge of fear. As a mage, sustaining injury was his greatest fear, prompting him to produce the luminous level magical scroll in his possession. Luminous magic, inferno of explosive flames. With a thunderous shout, the magical scroll in Lei Yu's hand erupted into a tempest of fire, surging towards both Chu Yuan and the finned fishmen, while his teammates hastily retreated. Is this your reliance? Apologies. I shall act as I please. Yet, facing the oncoming inferno, Chu Yuan remained remarkably composed, standing his ground without so much as shifting an inch. As the finned fishmen and the raging flames were about to envelop him, he suddenly lifted his gaze, his palm glowing with white light. Crash! Dispelling evil, manifesting righteousness. Chu Yuan softly intoned, and with a single punch, devoid of any incantation or preparation, the skill of the Kildas Template was unleashed. A colossal beam of light shot skyward, an endless cascade of white radiance illuminating the entire soul cave. Boom! Hundreds of finned fishmen and the raging inferno were propelled into the air. In the next instant, an astonishing event unfolded. Both the finned fishmen and the terrifying flames, upon contact with the energy of the white beam, were instantaneously reduced to nothingness, vanishing without a trace, as if some mysterious force had shattered and disassembled them into atomic particles of space. In a mere instant, a luminous level spell and over 100 ferocious finned fishmen were utterly obliterated. After neutralizing these so-called threats, the white energy beam released by Chu Yuan continued unabated, charging directly towards the raiders led by Lei Yu. Within less than half a second, Lei Yu and his raiding team were engulfed in a massive cloud of blood mist, succumbing to the residual force of the beam. They perished without ever comprehending what had transpired, bewildered as to how a seemingly youthful boy could possess such formidable power. Oh. With the elevation of my level and my utilization of the Kildas destructive magic, it appears my template proficiency has improved, enhancing the potency of my skills. The white beam surged forward for several seconds before finally dissipating, revealing an expanse of void stretching for miles before Chu Yuan. The area felt as though time and space had been obliterated altogether. Congratulations. You have slain the finned fishman overlord, earning 10,000 experience points. Congratulations. You have slain the dark soul phantom wolf, earning 3,900 experience points. Congratulations. You have slain the cave bat, earning 5,400 experience points. Congratulations. You have slain the finned fishman, earning 6,000 experience points. As Chu Yuan was currently engaged in a job transition, despite having slain numerous ferocious beasts with a single strike, he found himself unable to level up, as all experience points were automatically stored. Suddenly, the entire soul cave began to tremble violently. Subsequently, centered around this enigmatic realm of the soul cave, the ground experienced seismic shocks, even causing the entire underground city to shudder. What on earth is happening? Why do I feel as if the underground city is quaking? This noise is akin to a tremendous earthquake. Hurry, we must evacuate this place. Meanwhile, the adventurers training within the underground city, struggling to maintain their balance amid the tumult, were engulfed in anxiety and panic. The underground city, being located beneath the surface, soon revealed massive fissures in its dome as the tremors intensified. Chapter 25, The Elegant Director. By May. After completing his strike, Chu Yuan surveyed the chaotic and quaking realm with an air of calmness, unperturbed by the desolation surrounding him. This was not his first encounter with such phenomena, having previously experienced the destruction of the flame realm. He remained composed and began squinting to locate the quest items and the loot dropped by the wicked-finned merman. Before him lay a myriad of items, shimmering with various hues. Without a doubt, all the wicked-finned mermen had been vanquished, and the quantity of merman scales required for Chu Yuan's leveling was certainly sufficient. Just as he contemplated the nature of the multitude of luminous points before him, the soul realm quaked even more violently. Warning! Warning! The soul cave realm is experiencing irreparable damage and may collapse. All personnel are advised to evacuate immediately. Warning! Warning! The soul cave realm is undergoing irreparable damage. It will forcibly close in 5 minutes. The familiar alert echoed throughout the realm. Chu Yuan's expression darkened. Could it be that yet another strike has destroyed a realm? Unbeknownst to him, the situation was far graver than he imagined. The Soul Cave, due to its vast expanse, served as a significant pillar within the underground city. Its sudden destruction triggered immense tremors throughout the underground district. At this moment, Chu Yuan remained oblivious to the severity of the crisis. His entire focus fixated on his quest items and the equipment that had dropped. He swiftly exited the Soul Cave, believing that this incident was akin to the previous Flame Realm's destruction, expecting it would have minimal repercussions. Finding a secluded spot, he began to tally his spoils, akin to the excitement he felt when unboxing deliveries in his past life, eager to discover what treasures awaited him. Death Soul Dagger, Gold. Type. Weapon. Level requirement. Level 20. Effect. Strength 180. Durability. 3030. Additional effect. Piercing. Death Soul Armor. Gold. Type. Equipment. Level requirement. Level 20. Effect. Defense 180. Durability. 3030. Additional effect. Stealth. Merman Dark Staff. Unknown. Type. Weapon. Level requirement. Unknown. Effect. Unknown. Durability. Unknown. Additional effect. Control immunity. Reduction. This equipment is in an unidentified state. A professional appraiser is required to ascertain its detailed attributes and usage, perhaps due to the accumulation of wicked-finned mermen. Chu Yuan's haul was abundant, yet aside from these 3 high-level items, the rest were primarily of bronze and silver quality. Among these superior items, the Merman Dark Staff particularly captivated Chu Yuan, its exquisite craftsmanship evident, though he was currently unable to discern its attributes. At the same time, while Chu Yuan reveled in examining his spoils, the Security Bureau of Manhwaauan City was in a state of upheaval. Within a mere few days, 2 major realms had been destroyed, each time by a force of catastrophic magnitude. This left the Security Bureau and the mayor of Manhwaauan City in a state of profound concern and astonishment. However, it appeared that this time, the forbidden energy had only affected the underground city, resulting in energy dispersion within that area, thus sparing the city center from damage. Yet, the underground city, having existed for many years, was a nurturing ground for novice adventurers in Manhwaauan City. The prospect of its destruction was indeed a grave matter. Mayor Chin, could this be the emergence of a new power? Or perhaps a reclusive master has suddenly revealed themselves? How else could such potent forbidden energy continuously annihilate our 2 significant dungeons? As the Soul Cave realm was obliterated by Chu Yuan's overwhelming force, Mayor Chin Mu summoned the senior management of the Security Bureau to his office, preparing to address this urgent crisis. Speaking now was the bureau chief, Bai Mei. Bai Mei possessed delicate features, a high-nose bridge, and beautifully curved lips, exuding an enchanting allure. Her hair was elegantly tied up, and she donned a short skirt uniform that showcased her graceful legs, embodying the essence of a mature woman, captivating any man's gaze. Bai Mei was a flower of Manhwaauan City, living up to her name like a thorny rose, blooming in the depths of time, undeterred by the passage of years. Both enchanting and exquisite, she had many admirers, with rumors suggesting lines stretching from the north to the south gate of Manhwaauan. Yet she had never engaged deeply with any man. Women, by nature, possess an innate pride, and Bai Mei, having ascended to the position of bureau chief, was no exception. In her eyes, she was equal to any man, rendering the need for a partner obsolete. With ample capital, she thrived in a world where everyone was transitioning careers. One should never underestimate a person in her position. Despite her youth, she was a stellar-class adventurer with a remarkable career trajectory. At 17, she was accepted into Qingsheng University, but withdrew a year later to join the military. By 20, she had been bestowed a viscount title by the royal family, shocking the world. At 23, she arrived in Manhwaauan City for work after a certain incident. Now, 6 years later, at 29, she had risen to become the chief of the Security Bureau, second only to the mayor, and was the youngest stellar powerhouse in Manhwaauan City's history, well known throughout the southern province. By May, regardless of the identity of our adversary, we must uncover the truth behind this incident in Manhwaauan City. Even if they intend to target us, we deserve to know the reasons behind it. Otherwise, we cannot provide an explanation to Elder Qian. At this moment, Mayor Qin Mu was overwhelmed, his head spinning. The previous incident of the Flame Realm's destruction remained unresolved, and now the Soul Cave Realm had suffered damage. Even if it were the work of a reclusive master, Longchuan City had always been diligent and non-confrontational, having avoided offending anyone for years. Why were they now being targeted? Sighing, he recognized that the destruction of the Soul Cave Realm was far different from the previous incident. In the case of the Flame Realm, few adventurers were present, and upon hearing the warnings, they had all fled. However, the collapse of the Soul Cave Realm directly impacted the entire underground district, where numerous novice adventurers from Longchuan City resided. These fledgling adventurers lacked combat experience and awareness of danger, yet they represented the future of Longchuan City. The potential consequences of this incident were indeed dire. White Rose, I command you to mobilize the Security Bureau immediately. Summon all available professionals in Longchuan City to the underground city to prevent further deterioration of the situation. Above all, we must ensure the safety of the novice professionals. Qin Mu declared, his brow furrowed, each word resonating with urgency. Rest assured, Mayor Qin, the Security Bureau will fulfill its duty and conduct a thorough investigation post-haste. White Rose acknowledged, then swiftly departed from Qin Mu's office, accompanied by her team. Following the mayor's directive, she began disseminating messages throughout Longchuan City to rally professionals for the Security Bureau's mission. The Bureau's influence and authority within the city were formidable. In this interconnected world, it wasn't long before nearly 80 of platinum-ranked professionals in Longchuan City had joined the Bureau's efforts, hastening towards the underground city. However, upon White Rose's arrival, she was met with a devastating sight. The underground region was already succumbing to widespread collapse. Aside from a fortunate few who managed to escape from the edges near the entrance, the majority of those leveling up within the confines of the underground city were trapped. Though the collapse had only just begun, many inexperienced novice professionals were injured due to their lack of experience. Some unfortunate novices lay helplessly on the ground, crying out in despair. Quick, save them! White Rose urged her team and the multitude of professionals as they harnessed their abilities to halt the collapse while rescuing the injured novices. Yet, the vastness of the underground city was overwhelming. The extensive damage made it impossible for White Rose and her companions to manage effectively. Chapter 26, Strike. Complete deconstruction. Was that hidden master intent on destroying Longchuan City? Despite the ongoing rescue efforts, White Rose grasped the gravity of the situation. The number of injured novice professionals was staggering. And even with the entirety of Longchuan City's professionals mobilized, controlling the chaos amid the imminent threat of total collapse was an insurmountable challenge. The rumbling continued as the underground city's collapse persisted, and the toll of the injured kept rising, with some novices succumbing to despair. What was once a tranquil haven for leveling up had transformed into a hellish nightmare. How I wish a king-rank professional were here, White Rose lamented, sweat beading on her brow. Yet, she could not relent. As the head of the Security Bureau, her resolve was paramount. If she faltered, the fate of these novice professionals, the youth of Longchuan, would be sealed. By heavens, is it truly this catastrophic? At that moment, Chu Yuan had finished cataloging the equipment and task items he had acquired, and as he traversed the ruins of the Soul Cave, he realized that the violent tremors were not solely due to the destruction of that realm. Much of the chaos stemmed from the underground city itself, the vast leveling map. The dome of the underground city was on the verge of collapse. No wonder the disturbance is far greater than before. The destruction of the Soul Cave has had such a profound impact on the underground city. As he witnessed the impending ruin of the underground city, Chu Yuan recognized the significant consequences of his earlier actions. Just as he began to comprehend the situation, he saw numerous novice professionals fleeing in panic. Alongside White Rose and her team from the Security Bureau engaged in rescue efforts. Everyone appeared to be exerting themselves fervently, yet it was evident that human efforts were insufficient against such a monumental disaster. Suddenly, with a deafening crack, the largest section of the dome could no longer withstand the relentless tremors and began to plummet. With it, countless fragments rained down. Help! Save us! Many professionals were rendered speechless at the sight. Should this massive debris strike the desperate professionals below, it would spell catastrophe, leaving no one unscathed. Heroes of Longchuan City, you are all champions. We must ensure the safety of these novice professionals, for they represent the future of Longchuan. White Rose proclaimed, her voice resolute. We shall give our all. Every life we save will be remembered in the annals of Longchuan's history. Form the sacrificial array. In an instant, White Rose recognized the grave nature of the crisis. She halted her actions and gazed skyward. The sacrificial array. Upon hearing her command, the members of the Security Bureau and professionals of Longchuan City realized the shift in circumstances. They looked up, their expressions tinged with melancholy and despair. The sacrificial array drew upon the life force of the professionals. For them, it was a last resort. However, inspired by White Rose, the rescuers understood that their survival depended on this act, their faces reflecting a determination to face death head-on. In that moment, The elite professionals of the underground city began to channel their collective energy, and a nascent array gradually took shape. Yet, just then, crush, complete deconstruction. A figure radiating white light suddenly streaked past, charging towards the descending dome. It was Chu Yuan. As the origin of this crisis, he understood that it was his overwhelming power that had plunged everyone into such peril. Though he adhered to the principle of non-aggression, he could not remain indifferent to the unfolding disaster. The magnitude of the situation was too great. Should all the professionals of Lanchuan perish, the Empire would undoubtedly dispatch a legion of saintly and even divine-ranked professionals. He had no confidence in confronting such titans at this juncture. With a swift motion, Chu Yuan unleashed a colossal beam of white light from his hands, enveloping the falling dome and debris. In the next instant, the dome and rubble vanished with a resounding explosion, transforming into a cloud of fine dust that gently descended upon all present. The scene left onlookers in awe. "Goodness! This young man," gasped one of the professionals. As the rescuers from the security bureau and many novice professionals lay on the ground, they were struck dumb, their mouths agape in disbelief. In their eyes, Chu Yuan now emanated an almost divine radiance. A crisis that might have overwhelmed many was instantaneously resolved by this singular youth. Was this a miracle? "We are not the heroes here. This young man is the true hero," someone exclaimed amidst the crowd of rescuers, jolting everyone back to reality. As Chu Yuan descended, he was enveloped by a throng of professionals, all scrutinizing him with a mix of reverence and curiosity, yet none daring to approach too closely. Who was this extraordinary youth? Only White Rose stood at a distance, narrowing her eyes as she observed Chu Yuan. The power he had displayed was eerily familiar to her, reminiscent of the energy she had encountered during her investigation of the destroyed flame realm. The residual energy from that incident mirrored the mysterious force now emanating from him. As she gazed upon the youthful visage of Chu Yuan, her heart raced with a tumult of emotions. If the annihilation of these two great secret realms is indeed connected to the young lad before us, then what compels him to intervene and rescue so many? Moreover, a crucial point arises. This boy appears to be merely at the nascent stage of his vocation, so how could he possess such formidable strength, capable of unleashing magic skills of forbidden spell caliber? Good heavens, the power he displayed could easily convince one that he is a sovereign-level expert. Bame let out a soft sigh. Finally, as if resolved to make a decision, she silently approached the direction of Chu Yuan, who was encircled by the crowd, while retrieving an instrument resembling a camera from her possession. "Little brother, put this on tightly." Upon reaching the center of the throng, Bame enveloped Chu Yuan in an embrace and, after placing a pair of sunglasses on him, suddenly announced to the gathering, Come, everyone, look here. We have just averted this crisis with great difficulty. Let us take a commemorative photo." Subsequently, as the crowd instinctively turned to gaze at the device, Bame swiftly pressed a button. In the next moment, a blinding flash of light momentarily stunned everyone present. When they regained their senses, it seemed as though each had lost recollection of the recent events. After a brief period of confusion, they began to disperse, as if under some form of enchantment. The injured professionals who remained were soon attended to by the rescue medical team summoned by the Safety Bureau, who took them away for treatment. In no time, amidst the vast expanse of ruins, only Baime's Safety Bureau and Chu Yuan remained. "Little brother, you need not be so astonished. It is entirely normal for our Safety Bureau to employ certain specialized tools." Baime continued, "The device you just witnessed is a memory eraser of sovereign-level artifacts. It can obliterate the memories of all professionals below royal rank for a short duration. When our Safety Bureau undertakes missions that require confidentiality, this tool proves invaluable. I trust you wouldn't want the multitude of professionals to learn of that impressive display you just performed, would you? If word spreads throughout the city, your days of tranquility may be over." Baime gazed earnestly into Chu Yuan's eyes. Chapter 27. Have you heard of the Professional Association? Thank you. This was the first time Chu Yuan had encountered such a memory-erasing device. It seemed the Safety Bureau had indeed considered this matter thoroughly. Although the dust had settled and the grave crisis in Lanchuan City had finally been averted, Chu Yuan cast a glance at the uniformed Safety Bureau personnel and the multitude of professionals, feeling a twinge of apprehension. After all, the near destruction of the underground city area, which could have endangered countless novice professionals, stemmed from his Kildas Template power. Moreover, the gaze of the beautiful Safety Bureau officer seemed to carry a hint of intrigue. "Since matters have been resolved, I should take my leave. Dinner awaits at home, and I must hurry back lest the pot burns." Chu Yuan, wishing to avoid drawing undue attention, concocted a casual excuse to depart. However, just as he took a step forward, he was halted by Baime's voice. "Little brother, wait a moment." With that, Baime and a group of Safety Bureau agents encircled Chu Yuan. "You have just saved our lives. Such a tremendous favor cannot go unacknowledged." Hearing this, Chu Yuan let out a resigned sigh. It seemed stealthy departure was no longer an option. He understood that they had discerned something. In a moment of desperation, he had unleashed the most potent technique of his Kildas Template, the comprehensive disintegration, thereby resolving the peril threatening the entire underground city dome and saving everyone. Yet, The scrutiny of the Safety Bureau personnel was keen. A newcomer, appearing to be of tender years, wielding such vast power, and resonating with the energy of the destruction of the secret realms, would undoubtedly prompt questions, even if he were one of their own. Director, my pot truly is on the verge of burning. At that moment, Chu Yuan turned to face Bai Mei, attempting to feign ignorance. It was not that he maintained his composure, but rather that he could not conceive of a more plausible excuse. So, he resorted to the act of playing dumb. Little brother, are you truly not inclined to share anything? Bai Mei had already sensed that Chu Yuan was no ordinary individual, yet without clarity on his background. She was hesitant to confront him directly. After all, in this world, every existence holds its own rationale. Countless unknown super experts and powerful families lurk in the shadows. This lad could very well be a scion of a hidden elite or a prestigious family, merely seeking a taste of life outside their gilded cage. Oh, I have nothing to say. As a fledgling professional, I merely came here to undertake a job transition task. Upon witnessing the danger faced by others, I could not stand idly by. I believe any spirited youth would do the same. There is nothing more to discuss. Chu Yuan sighed in resignation after speaking. He found his pretense to be quite unbearable. Yet, he had no choice. He musters the courage to maintain this facade, especially considering that at least 2 secret realms had already been destroyed. Should this be pinned on him, the compensation alone would be enough to ruin him. Witnessing Chu Yuan's evasive demeanor, Bai Mei momentarily stood dumbfounded, unsure of how to respond. In her view, given Chu Yuan's earlier display, he must surely be a descendant of a prominent family, endowed with exceptional talent. Those who venture out for experience typically exhibit either haughty arrogance or a reticent nature. Yet Chu Yuan seemed to embody neither. This left Bai Mei, a woman seasoned by various tribulations, unable to decipher him. Although he had destroyed 2 secret realms, he had also saved countless lives. Surely, that must balance the scales. Why not simply reveal his identity? What was he attempting to evade? Since this little brother has expressed himself thus, I shall refrain from pressing further. Perhaps we are not yet well acquainted. Bai Mei introduced herself. I am Bai Mei, the director of the Longchuan City Safety Bureau. Due to the recent destruction of 2 significant secret realms, I have been dispatched by the mayor to ascertain the facts surrounding these events. As she spoke, she cast a couple of meaningful glances at Chu Yuan. However, Chu Yuan chose to gaze at the sky, feigning ignorance. He had resolved that these matters had nothing to do with him. Were they expecting him to pay? Not a chance. Of course, in addition to being the director of the Safety Bureau, I also hold the position of an officer of the Jiangnan Province Professional Association. Bai Mei stated with a touch of pride in her tone. The Professional Association? Upon hearing Bai Mei's other title, Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. The Professional Association was the most formidable force in the Star Dragon Empire besides the military, for in this world, everyone was a professional, without exception. The only distinction lay in the types and attributes of their professions. The military, as the Empire's official institution, was predominantly composed of combat professions, managed uniformly by the Empire, thereby representing its mightiest faction. The Professional Association, in its inception, was a voluntary alliance formed by various freelance professionals, renowned for its vast numbers and considerable scale. The establishment of the Professional Association was intricately linked to the Empire, having consistently supported it, thus receiving various forms of assistance from the Empire over time, creating a relationship of mutual cooperation. As time progressed, the scale of the Professional Association expanded, and all professionals within the Empire regarded membership in the association as an honor. However, the criteria for joining remained notably stringent. Only those who excelled in their respective fields, possessing remarkable abilities, were permitted entry into the Professional Association. Certainly, the Professional Association would never relinquish the vast number of grassroots practitioners. Thus, they established a myriad of guilds at the next tier. These guilds cannot be compared to the Professional Association, as the latter is recognized by the Empire and can collaborate with both the Empire and the military as a civil association. Consequently, the guilds are rather heterogeneous, for there are minimal requirements to establish one, leading to a plethora of various guilds in every city and locality. Maintaining a guild is also a financially demanding endeavor, typically founded by some formidable practitioners with substantial resources, varying in scale from large to small. Some of the larger guilds possess immense power, even able to negotiate on equal footing with regional administrative leaders, while smaller guilds may consist of merely 3 to 5 practitioners, remaining rather inconspicuous. In summary, the nature of guilds is quite complex, encompassing a wide array of types with no specific regulatory demands. Yet once they cultivate a prodigious talent, they can recommend that individual for membership in the Professional Association, thus becoming a celebrated presence nationwide. The individual before us, Bai Mei, is not only the director of the Security Bureau but also an official of the Professional Association. Such dual identities are a testament to her exceptional prowess. Young brother, I just witnessed your remarkable skills. If you are interested in the Professional Association, I can introduce you to join as an official. Upon disclosing her role, Bai Mei promptly observed Chu Yuan, particularly noting his interest in the Professional Association. Seizing the moment, she continued, take your time to consider it. Should you come to a decision, feel free to reach out to me. You can also visit the branch of the Professional Association in Longchuan City at any time to find me. As she spoke, she produced a business card and handed it to Chu Yuan. Upon receiving the card, Chu Yuan was filled with mixed emotions. After all, before the original owner was betrayed by Kai Kuan and still considered a promising talent, he had often heard teachers at school extolling the glories of the Professional Association. They spoke of the numerous superlative professionals within, a place every practitioner aspired to join, and how difficult it was to gain entry. Never did he anticipate that after merely demonstrating his abilities today, he would be presented with an opportunity to join. Chapter 28, Secret and Public Job Changes. You haven't introduced yourself yet. What is your name? Bai Mei's inquiry pulled Chu Yuan from his reverie. It's Chu Yuan, he replied. Oh, so you are Chu Yuan. I just heard you mention that you came here to complete a job change task. It seems you have already finished it? As soon as the words left her mouth, Bai Mei felt rather foolish. Given that he had effortlessly shattered a large portion of the underground city, completing a job change task would surely be a trivial matter for him. Perhaps to mask her embarrassment, she continued without awaiting his response. Coincidentally, we will pass by the job change temple on our way back. We can give you a lift. How does that sound? Bai Mei was eager to return and report to Mayor Qin Mu of Longchuan City. She had assured him that she would thoroughly investigate the destruction of the two secret realms in the city. However, upon observing Chu Yuan's situation, she was uncertain how to proceed, necessitating a consultation with Qin Mu regarding the next steps. Nevertheless, she was keen to interact further with Chu Yuan. Understanding his background would enable her to provide more comprehensive information upon her return. Frankly, Bai Mei was keen to cultivate a good relationship with Chu Yuan. For such a talent, should he indeed join the Professional Association in the future, it would be a tremendous asset. After all, given the prowess and talent he had already displayed, once he became a member, with proper nurturing, he would undoubtedly bolster the association significantly. Thank you. Chu Yuan replied enthusiastically to Bai Mei's suggestion, as he would never refuse such a money-saving offer. As the saying goes, even the smallest fly is still meat, and moreover, his extravagant fishing system required substantial financial backing. He had yet to gather enough money for his second fishing attempt. Thus, he needed to be frugal with his expenditures. Subsequently, Chu Yuan accompanied Bai Mei into the Security Bureau's exclusive flying vehicle, and within minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the job change temple. After bidding farewell, Chu Yuan entered the temple alone, while Bai Mei departed, each preoccupied with their urgent matters. Chu Yuan with his job change, and Bai Mei with her report. Are you alright? You just accepted a job change task in the underground city, and I heard there was a massive collapse there, injuring many practitioners. I was worried you might have been hurt, but it seems you are fine. The short-haired attendant at the job change temple immediately inquired upon seeing Chu Yuan. His handsome visage and captivating enigmatic aura, coupled with the fact that he had undertaken a 5-star difficulty job change task, left a strong impression on her. You look unharmed. I assume you missed the collapse, correct? Were you preparing to go when you heard about it? She continued. No worries. I've seen many practitioners fail their job change tasks on their first attempt. You still have 2 more opportunities, so don't fret. I believe you will succeed next time. The short-haired attendant earnestly reassured Chu Yuan. Actually, I'm here to submit a task. Chu Yuan was taken aback by her assumptions and quickly clarified. A task? You are here to submit a task? Are you saying you completed the 5-star job change task during the recent collapse? Upon grasping Chu Yuan's intentions, the attendant's eyes widened in astonishment. Yes, Chu Yuan nodded earnestly. You truly weren't injured at all? No internal injuries? Although the attendant suspected he wasn't joking, she meticulously scrutinized him from head to toe. Must I be injured? Chu Yuan replied, a vein of frustration evident on his forehead. Not necessarily. But I heard that almost all the novice practitioners in the underground city were injured. How come you appear completely unscathed? She pondered aloud, seemingly perplexed. If she were to learn that the chaos and subsequent rescue had all been orchestrated by the very person standing before her, she would likely be left speechless in shock. Since you're here to submit a task, let's proceed with the standard procedure. The attendant returned to her counter and clicked a few buttons on her screen. Task items. Chu Yuan swiftly retrieved the task item, the scales of the abyssal fin fishman, from his storage ring. Such a quantity. The attendant paused momentarily upon seeing the numerous scales, but quickly regained her composure. The methods of job change for practitioners are twofold. One is public job change, where all information about the practitioner, including their attributes, is displayed in the hall during the process. The other is a secret job change, which takes place in a private space, ensuring that no information about the job changer is disclosed, and the entire process remains confidential, inaccessible to anyone outside the job change temple. Which would you prefer? Upon finishing her explanation, the attendant blinked her bright eyes at Chu Yuan, eagerly awaiting his decision. In her mind, she was certain he would opt for the public job change. After all, having worked at the job change temple for so long, she had developed some basic judgments. In her view, although the public job change would display all information on the temple's screens, a young practitioner like Chu Yuan, who tackled a 5-star task and emerged unscathed from a perilous situation, would hardly shy away from the spotlight. He would undoubtedly strive to showcase his abilities like those other ostentatious young individuals, eager to attract the attention of influential forces, thereby embarking upon a broad path in life. Ascending to the pinnacle of existence, he would eventually marry a wealthy and beautiful partner. After all, in this world, only those with considerable prowess are courted by major factions. It is well known that numerous forces linger in the job transition temples across various cities, all in pursuit of discovering promising professional talents to bolster their own dominance. Both large and small factions engage in such endeavors. In fact, some lesser entities might even offer more enticing rewards than their larger counterparts to entice individuals, which explains why some opt for public job transitions. Of course, clandestine transitions are also chosen by certain individuals, typically those scions of prominent families and powerful factions. These individuals, already backed by their lineage, do not require affiliation with any faction and prefer to keep their strengths concealed to protect their privacy. However, such privileged youths typically arrive at the job transition hall accompanied by numerous attendants or bodyguards, unlike Chu Yuan, who has come alone on 2 occasions. Thus, the short-haired beauty was quite certain that Chu Yuan must be a moderately capable professional, fortunate enough to acquire some formidable skills, enabling his rapid advancement. He was undoubtedly awaiting the attention of other factions to come and court him. I choose a clandestine job transition. However, Chu Yuan's choice once again took the short-haired beauty by surprise. This time, she was utterly astonished. Within a single day, her perceptions of Chu Yuan had been overturned multiple times. Chapter 29. The upgrades are relentless. In her extensive time working at the job transition temple, the short-haired beauty had encountered a plethora of individuals. The hustle and bustle of the place meant she had seen all types of professionals. Yet, someone like Chu Yuan, who surpassed the typical professional's understanding, was a first for her. Hello, may I begin my job transition? Noticing the short-haired beauty's gaping expression, Chu Yuan could only smile helplessly. He remained steadfast in his desire to avoid drawing too much attention from other factions. In truth, the insightful gaze of Bai Mei had already begun to weigh on him. He simply wished to silently enhance his strength and level, first through the fishing system to obtain more advanced rewards, and then to become invincible. After all, those who stand out are often targets for envy, and the long-standing top individuals frequently attract countless eyes, ultimately leading to their downfall, an experience he had no desire to relive, especially after the incident where Kai Kuan had caused his demise. Of course you may. After Chu Yuan's gentle nudge, the short-haired beauty quickly regained her composure, nodding fervently. But are you certain you wish to choose a clandestine job transition? While it prevents your information from leaking, it does little to aid your future. She earnestly reiterated her explanation to Chu Yuan. Indeed, I choose a clandestine job transition. Thus, upon receiving Chu Yuan's confirmation once more, the short-haired beauty, still in shock, opened the exclusive portal for clandestine transitions. As before, it was a small spatial gateway, and Chu Yuan stepped through without hesitation. Could this young man be a scion of an ancient hidden family? Goodness, could such a low-profile elite truly exist in this world? The short-haired beauty murmured to herself as she watched Chu Yuan's vanishing figure. Upon entering the secret space, Chu Yuan found himself in a familiar realm once more. Would you like to begin your job transition? Yes, no. After a brief wait, a display screen appeared within the space, presenting a message. Yes. Chu Yuan approached and clicked on yes. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of magical energy flooding into every pore of his being. Congratulations on completing your job transition. You have leveled up to LV21, with a comprehensive attribute increase of 100 points. You have additionally gained 100 free attribute points. You have leveled up to LV22, with a comprehensive attribute increase of 200 points. You have additionally gained 200 free attribute points. You have leveled up to LV31, with a comprehensive attribute increase of 1,100 points. You have additionally gained 1,100 free attribute points. Due to his previous exploits in the Soul Cave, where he had vanquished numerous ferocious beasts, he had amassed a considerable amount of experience. Thus, during this job transition, he directly surged to level 31. Chu Yuan examined his status panel. Name: Chu Yuan. Race: human. Profession: none. Level: second transition level 31, exceeding typical ferocious beasts. Strength: 9,880, somewhat powerful. Agility: 11,150, somewhat powerful. Mentality: 9,730, somewhat powerful. Constitution: 9,920, somewhat powerful. Available attribute points: 6,600. It is advised to consider your allocation carefully. Skills: Kildas Template, Initial Control, Decompose, Shatter, Exorcise Evil, 1 day, Exorcise Evil, Absolute Heaven, Comprehensive Decomposition, Spatial Shatter, Explosively Powerful. Had he not allocated all his attributes to agility initially, the 4 primary attributes would have all surpassed 10,000. How exhilarating. A smile crept across Chu Yuan's lips as the system finally acknowledged him. When Chu Yuan emerged from the clandestine job transition space, his entire demeanor had transformed. Exuding a refreshing aura, the changes brought about by his second transition evident in his physical attributes. Level 31? The short-haired beauty had been closely monitoring the clandestine transition space, and upon Chu Yuan's exit, her professional instincts prompted her to check his job information. This revelation nearly overwhelmed her mind. What on earth is happening today? I've never seen someone go from a second transition directly to level 31 before. How many ferocious beasts did you defeat to accumulate such experience? The short-haired beauty stammered, her eyes fixated on the invigorated Chu Yuan. It was truly astonishing, after all. Typical professionals could hardly wait to complete their job transition tasks before rushing off to hunt for monsters. While she was aware of the experience accumulation method, she had never witnessed it in practice. Goodness, could this young man be a leveling fanatic? Thank you for your service. At this moment, Chu Yuan, feeling invigorated by his enhanced attributes, merely smiled at the astonished short-haired beauty, withholding details of his monster hunting exploits. After expressing his gratitude, he turned and departed from the job transition temple. Am I dreaming? Is today a dream at work? Ah, that hurts. For a moment, the short-haired beauty found it difficult to discern the reality of the young man before her, pinching her arm until tears nearly welled up. The sensation of leveling up was exhilarating. Although his job transition had been successfully completed due to his lack of a profession, Chu Yuan had upgraded without acquiring any job skills or enhancements, nor did he receive a specialized job title. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned. With the premium fishing system at his disposal, what could he not obtain? As long as he had sufficient funds, he would eventually acquire extraordinary rewards akin to the Kildas Template, rendering the need for conventional job skills obsolete. A mere SSS-level ability surpassed the capabilities of most professionals by countless measures. Where to next? Initially, Chu Yuan intended to return to the garbage station. But considering that Mu Chiyue was likely still occupied with treating her sister, he realized that his return would serve little purpose. Furthermore, he had a considerable amount of equipment acquired from the Soul Cave stored within his spatial ring, and carrying it all around was not particularly practical. It would be far more prudent to sell it sooner rather than later in order to convert it into currency, providing him with a greater sense of security. Thus, having made up his mind, Chu Yuan promptly departed from the Class Change Temple and made his way to the Longting Trading Company. Welcome back, Mr. Chu. Upon learning that Chu Yuan had returned, Long Kuei, the enchanting manager of the trading company, immediately set aside her current tasks to personally attend to him. It should be noted that the high-grade materials he had sold during his previous visit, such as mithril, dark gold, and cobalt blue, had proven to be exceptionally lucrative for Longting Trading Company. Although the profits from this transaction were insignificant in the grand scheme of the company, they were substantial for a relatively obscure city like Longchuan, especially considering they were generated by a single individual. As a result, despite only having one transaction under his belt, Chu Yuan was already regarded by Long Kuei as a high-tier client, affording him the utmost privileges at Longting Trading Company. Furthermore, Long Kuei had taken it upon herself to be his dedicated account manager. Hello, Mr. Chu. What materials do you bring for us today? The last batch was of such exceptional quality that they sold remarkably well. We truly look forward to our next transaction. Long Kuei approached Chu Yuan, her black high heels clicking elegantly on the floor, her face lit with a warm smile. Dressed in a pristine white office ensemble, her alluring figure accentuated by sheer black stockings, she radiated charm and grace. Ah, Long Beauty. Manager Long, I'm not here to sell materials this time. Chu Yuan made a concerted effort to divert his gaze from her enviable legs, retrieving the spoils from the Soul Cave from his spatial ring. A plethora of equipment was soon spread across the counter before Long Kuei, a dazzling display of various items. Such an abundance. Long Kuei paused momentarily, her smile quickly re-establishing itself. While these items might not yield as much profit as raw materials or skill books, the sheer quantity brought by a high-tier client like Chu Yuan was more than sufficient. Moreover, she quickly identified several notable pieces of gold-tier equipment among the assortment, ensuring that Longting Trading Company would indeed profit handsomely once again. Ah, I must have been presumptuous, assuming you had come to sell materials. I will promptly fetch an appraiser to assess the value of these items, Long Kuei declared, rising to her feet. Just as she was about to leave, her gaze landed on a certain item, an eerie, dark staff belonging to the merman. Long Kuei, seasoned in the trading business, possessed a keen eye and immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of this equipment. An unidentified item? She queried, as she swiftly grasped the merman's dark staff from the pile. Indeed. I obtained this during a dungeon run. Please have an appraiser evaluate its properties. You can deduct the fees from the proceeds of these items. Chu Yuan responded, equally intrigued by the staff's potential effects. Chapter 30. Long Beauty Shock and the Arrival of Star Dragon Coins. Fees. Mr. Chu, you jest. As a high-tier client of Longting Trading Company, such trivial costs are hardly your concern. Please, wait in the VIP room while I attend to this matter. Long Kuei insisted, beckoning to her staff to clear the counter. Shortly thereafter, a lovely female employee escorted Chu Yuan to the VIP room and served him a cup of coffee. As Chu Yuan leisurely sipped his coffee, he awaited Long Kuei's return. After what seemed like a mere 10 minutes, she arrived, accompanied by an elderly gentleman who held the very merman's dark staff in his hands. Chu Yuan quickly sensed something was amiss. Both Long Kuei and the elder wore expressions of bewilderment mixed with astonishment and caution. What is it? Is there a problem with the staff? Chu Yuan inquired. Forgive my boldness, Mr. Chu, but may I ask where you acquired this equipment? Long Kuei inquired softly. Are you suggesting that it does not belong to me? Chu Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Typically, in a trading environment, such inquiries regarding the provenance of items were rare, and as the manager of Longting Trading Company, Long Kuei was well aware of this protocol. Yet, the question caught Chu Yuan off guard, leaving him somewhat perturbed. No, you misunderstand, Mr. Chu. I am not questioning the ownership of this equipment. Rather, I am curious about where such an epic-grade item was sourced. I have heard that you are a professional who obtained it during a dungeon run. You must realize that items of such caliber would garner significant attention throughout the Star Dragon Empire. Long Kuei explained earnestly. I was merely considering whether we should announce this epic-grade item on the World Channel, which would attract potential buyers and undoubtedly yield a substantial price. What? An epic-grade item? Chu Yuan was taken aback, murmuring to himself, did something truly remarkable drop in the Soul Cave? Indeed, Mr. Chu. Upon my appraisal, it has been confirmed as an epic item. Moreover, it is not an ordinary epic. Its attributes are extraordinarily high, classifying it as a top-tier epic item. Coupled with several unique additional attributes, based on my decades of experience in appraisal, its value is sure to rival that of a legendary grade item. This equipment is indeed worthy of being showcased on the World Channel, said the elder accompanying Long Kuei, as he proceeded to display the equipment's attributes to Chu Yuan. Dark Staff of the Merman, Epic. Type, Weapon, Level Requirement, 30, Effect, Spirit 390, Magic Power 500, Durability, 5050, Additional Effects, Immune to Control, Poison Weakening, Non-Targetable. Identified. Epic Grade Weapon. My goodness, the attributes of this equipment are astonishing. Chu Yuan marveled at the properties of the Dark Staff, realizing that this epic grade weapon was indeed exceptional. If a mage were to wield it, it would be akin to acquiring a divine artifact. Any mage, regardless of class or level, would experience a qualitative enhancement to their strength with the Dark Staff equipped. This item is truly remarkable, but I would prefer not to announce it on the World Channel. Since I have brought it to your Longting Trading Company, it is a testament to my trust in you. Please simply make an offer. After all, this is not our first cooperation, and I am more than willing to extend this courtesy. Chu Yuan thought of maintaining a low profile. There was no way he would publicize this epic grade item on the World Channel. Doing so would equate to revealing the details of the Soul Cave's secrets and the subsequent dungeon collapse to everyone. If word got out, even the worth of several staffs would not suffice to cover the repercussions. He was not foolish enough to make such a mistake. Long Kuei was momentarily taken aback by Chu Yuan's response. She had not anticipated such profound trust from him in Longting Trading Company. It was not merely a matter of trust. The disparity in earnings between immediate transactions through the trading company and those involving third-party buyers could be substantial. Long Kuei gazed intently at Chu Yuan, her expression unwavering. She had not anticipated that the newcomer she had inadvertently welcomed would be willing to relinquish such substantial profits to Longting Trading. In that moment, Chu Yuan seemed to radiate a dazzling brilliance, and the favor he was bestowing was truly immense. Not only did he have a prominent alchemist backing him, capable of providing an endless supply of pure raw materials for Longting Trading, but he could also procure such high-level weapons and equipment. Each of these aspects, given a long-term partnership, would prove exceedingly lucrative for the trading company. Long Kuei felt an immense sense of relief, grateful for her discerning judgment at that moment, as she had not underestimated Chu Yuan. His importance to Longting Trading was now on par with any large-scale faction. Young sir, I am immensely grateful for your trust in our trading company, and I appreciate your support for my work. At this juncture, Long Kuei's voice quivered with excitement, a rare display of emotion for her. However, to ensure the maximization of the young gentleman's profits, we can offer you two selling options for your equipment. The first option is that we will directly purchase the few pieces of golden-grade equipment you have brought, along with this epic-level staff, for 50 million. Subsequently, we will seek out buyers ourselves. The payment will be immediate, and the funds can be transferred to your account without delay. This is the quickest and most straightforward method, though it may not maximize your profits. The second option is an auction, which will undoubtedly yield a better price, potentially reaching around 60 million. However, it will require a waiting period of several weeks, as it may not provide immediate returns compared to selling directly to the trading company. Young sir, which option do you prefer? While Chu Yuan appeared generous, Long Kuei, a consummate professional, felt compelled to explain the selling methods. It was not a matter of mistrust. Rather, her extensive experience in the business world made her acutely aware of the significance of courtesy. For instance, sometimes, when someone insists that a small debt need not be repaid, it is merely a polite expression. If one were to take such words literally, it could jeopardize future relations. Similarly, in Long Kuei's view, there was a possibility that Chu Yuan, despite his confident demeanor, might be too young to fully grasp the value of money. Hence, she felt obligated to approach the situation with meticulous care. Manager Long, from my very first visit to the trading company, you have shown me exceptional consideration. You have resolved matters for me free of charge, and I have always remembered your kindness. Chu Yuan recognized that Long Kuei still harbored reservations, prompting him to respond with grandiose confidence. Let us proceed with the first selling option as you suggested, sell directly to the trading company. As for whether you sell it for 60 million or something else, consider it a personal favor to you. Chu Yuan was genuinely eager to avoid any further waiting, as he had numerous tasks to attend to and was anxious to enhance his strength after his class transition. He had no desire to squander time waiting for an auction, especially since the equipment he possessed was farmed. He would rather invest his time in acquiring more gear. Furthermore, he was already impatiently waiting for his next fishing opportunity. He could not afford to wait weeks for the return. At this, Long Kuei's eyes widened in astonishment, her gaze fixed upon Chu Yuan. My heavens! To offer 10 million in hard cash as a favor? Such a grand gesture. Handsome, charismatic, amiable, and unpretentious. Could it be that this Chu Yuan hailed from an illustrious family? Initially, Long Kuei had assumed that upon presenting the two options, Chu Yuan would undoubtedly opt for the second, auction route. After all, he had appeared quite unassuming during his first visit, clearly a child of humble means who would likely place great importance on money. Moreover, the auction process was relatively swift, enabling the potential for an additional 10 million. Any sensible individual would choose the latter option, even if the second transaction only earned the trading company a commission. The sheer volume of the transaction would still yield substantial profits. Yet, to her surprise, Chu Yuan insisted on the first option. To be candid, Long Kuei had previously regarded Chu Yuan as impressive solely due to his association with a capable alchemist. Now, however, she felt compelled to reassess her perception of him. A willingness to part with 10 million as a favor indicated a level of sophistication beyond the ordinary. Manager Long, please expedite the paperwork. I have matters to attend to. Observing the astonished expressions of Long Kuei and the elder beside her, Chu Yuan remarked with a touch of exasperation, Goodness, it's merely 10 million. Is it truly that shocking? Nevertheless, he found Long Kuei's dazed expression rather charming. Very well, young sir, please follow me. With Chu Yuan's decision made, Long Kuei wasted no time and led him to complete the transaction procedures. The funds of 50 million were swiftly transferred. Thanks to the expedited process, the transaction was completed in mere minutes. Half of my target has been achieved. In 2 days, I shall be a millionaire. Chu Yuan reveled in the satisfaction of his newfound wealth. By the way, young sir, the space ring you asked me to repair is ready. As she spoke, Long Kuei produced a ring from her pocket, the very one that had been contested between Chu Yuan and Mu Yue. Thank you. Chu Yuan accepted the space ring without hesitation, recalling that Long Kuei had previously offered to repair it free of charge, so he had no intention of being coy. This space ring is quite an antique, with a considerable history. Typically, such old artifacts remain intact due to their manufacturing techniques. The crack I had the repairman examine was likely the result of a fierce battle, so this repaired ring possesses significant collectible value. Long Kuei earnestly conveyed the details about the ring to Chu Yuan. Excellent. Now that Chu Yuan had the funds, his mind was solely focused on hastily engaging in a few fishing endeavors to see what treasures he could uncover, leading to a somewhat distracted demeanor. Since young sir has matters to attend to, I shall arrange for someone to take you back. Long Kuei, a seasoned figure in the trading company, quickly organized a vehicle for Chu Yuan. In the eyes of Longting Trading, Chu Yuan had already ascended to the status of a VIP client worth millions, and providing transportation was the least they could do. Following this, Chu Yuan eagerly arrived by the riverside of Longchuan City, the very spot where he had first experienced fishing. Although the fishing system was exorbitant, with a one-time fishing rod costing 20 million, the remarkable catch of the Kildas Template during his first attempt had left him highly optimistic about what he might reel in next. At this moment, with the funds from selling the equipment combined with his previous earnings, Chu Yuan was now a billionaire, boasting a fortune of over 50 million. Yet, he was acutely aware that while this sum was substantial for an average family, in the realm of the fishing system, it was merely a fraction of the cost. Alas, I am bound to this extravagant system. Chu Yuan sighed, acknowledging the necessity of spending despite his reluctance. Thankfully, the promise of valuable rewards from the system brought some semblance of balance to his heart. System, summon a fishing rod. Upon reaching the riverbank and ensuring the trading company's vehicle had departed, Chu Yuan activated the fishing system to purchase a rod. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring a fishing rod, common, X1. Fishing rod, common, a standard lure rod crafted from carbon fiber. One of the most common fishing tools among anglers, ordinary and unremarkable. In the next moment, a rather unremarkable fishing rod materialized in Chu Yuan's hands. The hard-earned 20 million suddenly transformed into this. Chu Yuan grimaced. Fortunately, thanks to the 3 bait packets gifted in the beginner's package from the system, he still had 2 remaining, thus sparing him the hefty expense of 500,000 for each bait, at least for now. It was time to commence fishing. Having procured the fishing rod, Chu Yuan hesitated no longer. He swiftly sought out an appropriate spot, affixed the bait to the rod, and cast it towards the river's surface. Originally, he had intended to settle down for a lengthy fishing session, but unexpectedly, Mere seconds after the bait plunged into the water, the rod began to tremble vigorously. So soon? A surge of joy coursed through Chu Yuan as he pulled with all his might, and in an instant, a swirl of black light enveloped him. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have fished up a B-grade item, Ahu's Complete Kung Fu Manual. Due to the item's low tier, it has been automatically loaded for the host. Crows take flight, tornadoes demolish parking lots, ducks ascend heights, black tigers corner a lamb, elephants kick. Tiger claws devour pudding, black tigers swoop past vultures, furious claws of the fox take flight. Wait a moment. What in the world is this? Chu Yuan was taken aback upon reading the system's description of the item he had just fished up. Crows taking flights? Tornadoes demolishing parking lots? System. Are you jesting with me? Chu Yuan's composure shattered. From the SSS grade item he had obtained on his first fishing attempt, to this B grade item on his second. The disparity was staggering. In his mind, even if this fishing experience wasn't as extraordinary as the SSS grade Kildas Template, it should at least yield an S grade item, right? Yet, it turned out to be merely a B grade. Surely, I invested 20 million Star Dragon coins in earnest, only to receive this farcical item in return? The techniques of this black tiger Afu seemed somewhat trivial for close combat, let alone as a primary battle skill. Chu Yuan's frustration reached its zenith. It felt utterly unjust, as if the system had devised a trap to ensnare his hard-earned money. 20 million. All for this rubbish. In Chu Yuan's current mindset, this monetized fishing system seemed to lure him in with the dazzling Kildas Template, only to have him toil endlessly for it. System, come forth. Why do you seek to deceive me? Chu Yuan spiraled into despair, growing increasingly agitated, shouting at the system. Yet the system promptly responded to his summons. Host. Let us clarify matters. I did not deceive you. The fishing system primarily operates like a blind box. Every expenditure grants you a chance to open one, thriving on that exhilarating element. Since it is a blind box, the items drawn will vary in quality. The host cannot be so greedy as to expect only the finest every time. Moreover, do you truly believe this system is robbing you? Perhaps you ought to reflect on the value of the Kildas Template you acquired during your first fishing attempt. What price would one pay for it? With that, the system's voice swiftly faded, leaving Chu Yuan momentarily stunned. Indeed, if the fishing system were truly a scam, how much would the Kildas Template he first caught be worth? It was clear that everything he currently possessed could be attributed to the Kildas Template's influence, including the swift and lucrative methods of breaking down equipment materials, all reliant on the power bestowed by the Kildas Template, which had originated from a single fishing endeavor. In an instant, Chu Yuan felt as though a veil had been lifted from his eyes, and his anger dissipated. After all, who could expect to fish up exceptional items every single time? As long as he had sufficient funds, he could continue fishing, and given his current capabilities, he could also earn money swiftly. Though it stung, the money spent on the system could indeed be recouped. While fortune does not always favor the hopeful, with enough attempts, the likelihood of striking it rich remained. Gritting his teeth, Chu Yuan realized he still had over 30 million on his card, ample for another attempt. I refuse to believe that I could fail to catch something worthwhile for the second time in a row, he muttered to himself. And then he proceeded to spend another 20 million on yet another fishing rod. At this juncture, he had one bait left, just enough for another fishing session. If this time yielded no treasures, he would accept it and continue to toil earnestly to earn more. Fishing. Chu Yuan cast the rod once again, and this time, he waited quite a while before the rod began to shake violently. The sensation this time felt distinctly different. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yuan swiftly reeled in the rod. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have fished up an SSS grade item, Kaleidoscope Sharingan, complete version of Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 32, Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Accept. Uchiha Itachi. Goodness. Upon hearing the system's notification, a thunderous resonance echoed in Chu Yuan's mind. This was the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, one of the most formidable ocular jutsu. Renowned in the world of Naruto for its ability to pierce through all realms and perform earth-shattering techniques. Who would have thought he would reel this in on his third attempt? Would you like to accept the Kaleidoscope Sharingan immediately? Yes, Chu Yuan exclaimed in delight. Kaleidoscope Sharingan is now loaded. In the next instant, waves of information surged into his mind, encompassing not only the abilities of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, but also Uchiha Itachi's combat techniques and experiences. Compared to the last time, Chu Yuan spent a full half-hour digesting all the knowledge. Loading complete. Skill type. I technique. Complete version. Eliminating the blindness drawback. Upper limit. Super divine level. Current proficiency level. 0. Beginner, Novice, Advanced, Expert, Mastery. Skills. 1. Amaterasu. Capable of unleashing vast black flames that incinerate adversaries, with the black flames not dissipating until the target is completely consumed. These flames are dubbed the Eternal Divine Fire, as anything touched by them will be utterly incinerated. 2. Tsukuyami. A Jinjutsu unleashed through the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, capable of drawing the opponent's mind into a realm of illusion where every element, including time, space, and quality, is absolutely controlled by the user, subjecting the opponent to immense psychological and physical torment. 3. Kagaya's technique. draws the opponent into the illusionary realm, where the Sharingan wielder employs giant iron nails formed from the illusion to pierce the opponent's body, rendering them immobile. 4. Mirror heaven and earth change. Dispels illusions cast upon oneself and entirely reflects the effects back to the enemy. 5. Susanoo. Complete form as the ultimate energy of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Upon successful release, it manifests a colossal energy deity, possessing immense offensive and defensive capabilities, with devastating power. The Susanoo deity has 4 forms, and this is the complete form, allowing the user to switch between all 4 forms at will, with varying magical energy consumption. 6. Yada Mirror. Chu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He beheld his previously ordinary pupils instantly transformed into a striking crimson hue, and in the next moment, they shifted from a single tomo to 3, the 3 tomo intertwining to form a blade-like shape. System, I misjudged you. After reviewing the description of the SSS grade item he had drawn for the second time, a twinge of guilt washed over Chu Yuan. He realized he had been too hasty in condemning the system. If the first B-grade item had indeed left him feeling discontented, then the second, the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, was more than enough to make him exclaim that he had struck gold. Though he had spent 40 million, the value of acquiring the Kaleidoscope Sharingan was undeniably worth it. Although it is true that the Kildas Template previously acquired by Chu Yuan possesses immense power, such formidable strength is inherently difficult to control. This is why his initial strikes yield devastating results, capable of obliterating an entire secret realm. With the advent of the equally formidable SSS-grade Kaleidoscope Sharingan technique, Chu Yuan would soon find himself navigating battles with greater ease. System, I apologize for my prior misjudgment, Chu Yuan murmured softly, attempting to convey his contrition to the system. However, since the second issuance of an SSS-grade item skill, the system had ceased to respond. This only intensified Chu Yuan's feelings of awkwardness. Buzzing suddenly, Chu Yuan's phone vibrated with an incoming call. Glancing at the caller ID, he furrowed his brow slightly. It was the orphanage's landline. Memories of the orphanage began to flood his mind. Having grown up in the orphanage, the original host had always felt a profound sense of belonging there. Particularly during his tenure as a prodigy, when various factions would occasionally bestow gifts upon the orphans, resulting in added attention for the institution. However, ever since he had been betrayed by Kai Kuan and subsequently failed to awaken his profession, those factions had vanished, leaving even the century-old orphanage facing the threat of demolition. Although the original host's own life had not been particularly favorable, merely surviving by scavenging, he had always cherished the nurturing kindness of the orphanage and had resolved to set aside a portion of his meager salary to express his gratitude once he began earning. Hello? Chu Yuan answered the call, but before he could say more, he was met with a cacophony of shouts and the cries of children. Is that you? Brother Chu Yuan? The moment he heard his name, his heart tightened. Despite the indistinct sounds on the other end, he could sense that something was amiss at the orphanage. Please, don't cry. What happened? Tell me quickly. Chu Yuan understood that the situation at the orphanage must be dire, or else Director Su would not have called. He sought to calm the children, urging them not to panic and to inform him of the circumstances. Brother Chu Yuan, please save us. Director Su was attacked, and the orphanage is in danger. After hearing Chu Yuan's voice, the tone on the other end gradually calmed, though the sobs persisted intermittently. As it turned out, merely moments prior, a developer with designs on the orphanage's land had arrived with a throng of thugs to cause trouble. They were demanding that the orphanage vacate immediately, threatening demolition otherwise. With so many children in the orphanage, it was absurd to expect them to simply relocate. Many of the children regarded the orphanage as their home, and Director Su was unwilling to concede. He stepped forward to reason with the developer, only to find that the developer was entirely unreasonable. Before he could utter more than a few words, the thugs resorted to violence. At over 70 years of age, Director Su, a supportive caregiver, was no match for the young and robust assailants. Within moments, he was gravely injured, while the orphanage itself was being vandalized, teetering on the brink of destruction. With no other recourse, the children could only think of Chu Yuan, for he had always been heralded as a unique genius by Director Su. Thus, they hastily called him. In their eyes, Chu Yuan was the savior of the orphanage. You bastards! I will make you pay. Upon hearing the situation, Chu Yuan's rage surged. His teeth gritted in fury. Though the orphanage had merely been the original host's childhood home, it had become Chu Yuan's sole sanctuary, intertwined with the memories of the original's life. Director Su and the children were among his few family ties. Witnessing their plight filled him with an uncontrollable wrath. It is worth noting that Chu Yuan had previously received a threatening message from the developer, which he had dismissed as mere intimidation. Little did he know that these profit-driven developers would truly resort to violence against the elderly and children. After soothing the children on the line, Chu Yuan immediately took to the road, racing toward the orphanage. Situated in the bustling heart of the city, the garbage dump was still a considerable distance away from the orphanage, and even with haste, it would take him a good 20 minutes to arrive. Chu Yuan's heart raced with urgency. Chapter 33, Tsukuyami. I shall make your demise all the more painful. Meanwhile, at the orphanage, the unfolding chaos had drawn a crowd of onlookers. Yet, not a single soul stepped forward to intervene. Only a young girl with long hair stood defiantly in front of a well-dressed man, whose entourage consisted of thugs clad in black suits. Little girl, you are certainly the most audacious child I have ever encountered. This long-haired girl, Zheng Mei, was the assistant to Director Su. She had entered the orphanage as a volunteer immediately after graduating from university. Zheng Mei had joined the orphanage after Chu Yuan had already left to attend high school, resulting in limited interactions between them. Nevertheless, in Chu Yuan's memory, Zheng Mei was a kind-hearted, warm, and generous individual. At that moment, behind Zheng Mei lay the ailing Director Su, groaning in pain on the ground, alongside a group of helpless, sobbing children. Zheng Mei stood as a protective barrier, guarding all that the orphanage represented. You are nothing but a gang of thugs. Why do you resort to violence without justification? She shouted, trembling with fear, yet resolutely maintaining her stance. I advise you to leave at once, or I shall contact the authorities. Such a scene was profoundly moving, yet it evoked not a shred of sympathy from the developer. Opposite Zheng Mei stood a middle-aged man with slicked back hair and a disdainful expression. Feng Da, a local real estate developer of some renown in Lanchuan City, once a mere contractor with a band of brothers. Feng Da had leveraged his ruthless nature to secure numerous successful projects, accumulating wealth and resources over time. Eventually, he encountered Lu Chong, a prominent figure in the real estate sector. Lu Chong was an influential player, wealthy, and commanding a cadre of high-ranking professionals as enforcers, operating from the shadows while allowing lesser figures to take the limelight. Ambitious by nature, Feng Da quickly ascended to become one of Lu Chong's lieutenants, venturing into real estate. With the backing of Lu Chong's formidable real estate empire, he gradually expanded his operations, establishing a significant presence in the market. Today, Feng Da was well known in Lanchuan City. Any prime piece of real estate he coveted was as good as his. The orphanage had recently caught Feng Da's eye as a prime piece of property. With its centuries-old history, the orphanage had occupied a substantial plot of land since before Lanchuan City had developed. As the city expanded, the land value of the orphanage had soared. Eager to curry favor with Lu Chong, Feng Da proposed acquiring the orphanage, and Lu Chong expressed keen interest, instructing Feng Da to pursue the acquisition with fervor. Having long been involved in forced demolitions, Feng Da commanded a large contingent of thugs, each embodying a fierce demeanor. With the backing of his powerful benefactor, he was finally ready to take action. The authorities? Go ahead and find proof if you can. Who can attest that we were the instigators? Just these little brats? Feng Da laughed heartily, gesturing towards the group of orphans behind Zheng Mei and the onlookers. The stark contrast of this bullying scene was striking, and the crowd, witnessing Feng Da's arrogance, adopted a nonchalant demeanor, clearly only interested in spectating the drama unfold, unwilling to offend someone of Feng Da's stature. Besides, we are law-abiding citizens, respectable businessmen. You cannot slander us like that. As for this land of the orphanage, I have already offered a settlement of 2 million. Don't be ungrateful. As he spoke, Feng Da scrutinized Zheng Mei, clearly dismissive of the young girl before him. To him, this intern university student was inconsequential, a mere trifle, easily replaceable, as there were countless individuals applying for security positions at his construction site every year. Hey, this girl is quite charming. How about we send her over tonight? A henchman behind Feng Da leaned in, whispering with a lewd smirk. As a freshly graduated university student, Zheng Mei exuded an air of innocence and naivety, with a sweet appearance that, combined with her resolute expression, created a stark contrast that ignited a sense of conquest in others. Well, I leave her in your hands. Though Feng Da looked down on university students, it didn't mean he was disinterested in them. He nodded at the henchman. Hee. Instantly, the henchman beckoned, and a group of thugs surrounding Zheng Mei wore sinister grins as they advanced towards her. What do you want? Seeing the lecherous expressions on the faces of the men, a wave of fear washed over Zheng Mei, causing her voice to tremble. What do we want? Ha ha, brothers, this girl actually asked us that. What do you think? Of course, we want to have some fun. Do you even need to ask? Once Boss Feng is satisfied, we'll be very generous. Hey, with your looks, if you entertain us well, maybe we'll go easy on those little brats behind you. The henchman laughed uproariously. Since you dared to step in our way, you should be prepared for the consequences of your heroics. The group of thugs erupted in laughter, and some were already reaching out with greedy hands towards Zheng Mei. Just then, the roar of a car engine pierced the air, grabbing everyone's attention. Little boss, we're here. As the crowd turned to look, the car door swung open, revealing a young man. Upon seeing the young man, Feng Da frowned, surprise flickering through him. To prevent disturbances during the forced demolition of the orphanage, he had already stationed people around the area, forbidding any vehicles from entering. Thus, while people could enter, vehicles were strictly prohibited, including the flashy car that had just arrived. 10,000 has been transferred. Little boss, the atmosphere here is off. I'm leaving. After dropping Chu Yuan off, the driver hastily sped away. What a pragmatic fellow. Chu Yuan muttered as he stepped out of the car, knowing he was allowed entry because he had paid extra. You so many men bullying a single girl. Do you have a death wish? Chu Yuan scanned the scene, instantly grasping the situation, especially when he noticed Director Su lying on the ground. Causing his anger to flare, He marched directly towards Fengde. It's Brother Chu Yuan. Brother Chu Yuan has come to save the orphanage. How wonderful. Simultaneously, the orphans at the orphanage erupted in excitement upon seeing Chu Yuan, tears brimming in their eyes. To them, the talented Brother Chu Yuan spoken of by director Su was their savior. Chu Yuan. Zheng Mei, who had felt her heart in her throat moments ago, let out a sigh of relief upon seeing Chu Yuan's arrival, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had awakened as a mere vocational teacher, lacking any combat skills. So if Fengde's thugs had pressed their advantage, she would have truly been in danger. She had genuinely been frightened. What girl would willingly risk her purity? You are Chu Yuan, the one who became a joke as a non-professional during the awakening ceremony? Ha ha. I saw the flashy car and thought a big shot was coming. Turns out it's just you, a useless waste. What can you do? Can you save them? Fengde coldly regarded the advancing Chu Yuan, fully aware that he was a level 72 warrior with 4 turns. And he had long known about Chu Yuan's failure to awaken a profession. Thus, he dismissed Chu Yuan entirely. At that moment, Fengde felt his plans were being disrupted, and his anger began to boil. Chu Yuan? Is he the so-called genius who left the orphanage? What genius? Didn't you hear that kid? This youth awakened as a non-professional, a complete waste. What a pity. I heard so much about his deeds, only to find out that this golden phoenix from a chicken coop has broken its wings along the way. What is he doing here? Just to get beaten up? With Chu Yuan's appearance, the surrounding crowd began to murmur, most of whom were low-level vocational practitioners living nearby. Being neighbors, they had some knowledge of the orphanage's plight. To be honest, when Chu Yuan had left the orphanage with such talent, it had stirred envy and jealousy among them. What a bunch of trash. Listening to the crowd's chatter, Chu Yuan felt a wave of nausea. Many of these onlookers had received kindness from Director Su, who, when the orphanage had enough supplies, would share some with them. Yet now, as the orphanage faced demolition, these people couldn't even spare a kind word. However, Chu Yuan was no longer the same person. His mindset was impervious to negativity. He merely scoffed and redirected his gaze towards Fengde. So, you're the one who intends to forcefully demolish the orphanage? Chu Yuan approached Fengde, speaking coldly. And if I am, you think a useless waste like you can take me on? Fengde looked at Chu Yuan with disdain. Then I can ensure your demise will be all the more painful. Chu Yuan replied. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Are you courting death? Fengde's fury ignited instantly. He believed that as a 4-turn practitioner, dealing with a waste who couldn't even level up would be a piece of cake. Without calling on his henchmen, he swung a punch directly at Chu Yuan's face. Fengde's fist transformed into a dark mass, accompanied by a fierce whoosh as he struck. Iron fist technique was the most basic skill of his profession, although it lacked uniqueness beyond hardening his fist to steel-like strength. Fengde was confident that it would be sufficient to incapacitate this arrogant brat before him. Black Tiger strikes hard. In response to Fengde's attack, Chu Yuan swiftly assumed a stance, unleashing the skill of Black Tiger Afu in an instant, dodging Fengde's blow and clawing towards Fengde's chest. Fengde, feeling a sharp pain, was sent flying backward. Indeed, this B-rank technique paled in comparison to the SSS rank. Chu Yuan shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with the power of his move, recalling the hefty loss of 20 million. Big brother, are you alright? Big brother. The henchman rushed to help Fengde to his feet. That kid ambushed me. I was careless and didn't dodge. Chu Yuan, aren't you a non-professional? How could you use skills? After Fengde stood up, he forcefully pushed aside the henchmen who were assisting him, casting a bewildered glance at Chu Yuan. Although Chu Yuan's maneuver had not inflicted significant harm on Fengde, the latter could not shake the notion that he was a 4th-tier warrior, and a mere waste like Chu Yuan should have been easily dispatched with a single blow. To his astonishment, this young man had effortlessly evaded his iron fist and even sent him sprawling. Are all of you blind? Did you not see me get hit? Who is the henchman here? You or I? Have I been nurturing you for nothing? Fengde exclaimed, glaring at his subordinates. Despite his own eagerness to strike, he redirected all his frustration towards his underlings. All of you attack together. Upon witnessing Fengde's fury, the henchmen, although feeling rage, dared not voice their dissent, and one by one, they encircled Chu Yuan. Tear this brat apart and feed him to the dogs. This time, Fengde had learned to be cautious. Rather than recklessly advancing without understanding Chu Yuan's capabilities, he opted to let his numerous henchmen, of various professions, test the waters first. Kid, you're doomed. His henchmen, notorious for their bullying, grinned wickedly, perceiving the defenseless Chu Yuan as nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. At that moment, Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Tsukuyami. Chu Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, activating his newly acquired Sharingan. Chapter 34, The Terrifying Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Amaterasu. In an instant, Chu Yuan's once pitch-black eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, the round pupils morphing into a swirling crimson tomo. The tomo spun, dividing into 2, then into 3, ultimately reconstructing into a new form of pupil. Simultaneously, everyone present felt an unsettling sensation and instinctively looked up at the moon in the sky, which had transformed from a bright full moon into a blood-red orb. In an instant, the entire orphanage was enveloped in a crimson glow, while Chu Yuan, who had been surrounded by the henchmen, vanished without a trace. What on earth is happening? Why has the sky suddenly become so oppressive? Is that a blood moon? A blood moon that hasn't been seen in a century? The onlookers erupted into panic, but faced with such a bizarre spectacle, they could only fidget in place, too fearful to act. Where did that brat go? The once ferocious henchman, poised to eliminate Chu Yuan, now stood frozen, scanning their surroundings in search of him. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Look! There's a figure flying in the middle of the moon." Everyone quickly redirected their gaze to the blood moon, where a blood-red silhouette materialized at its center. That figure looks just like that brat, Chu Yuan. At this moment, Fengde was engulfed in a wave of panic, having never witnessed such a scene before. Although he was a fourth-tier warrior, his experiences were limited to bullying within the city, and given that Chu Yuan's Sharingan was unprecedented in this world, even a god-tier warrior had never laid eyes on it. That brat is here. In the next heartbeat, the henchmen's expressions became vacant, their gazes shifting from the blood moon to their companions beside them. At that moment, each of them began to perceive their fellow henchmen morphing into the likeness of Chu Yuan. We must eliminate this kid quickly. Perhaps the boss will reward us. As they recognized the figure of Chu Yuan in their vision, a singular thought emerged in each henchman's mind. Fireball technique, frenzied blade technique, shadow arrow, and thus, under Fengde's astonished gaze, his henchmen commenced a brutal bout of mutual slaughter. What are you doing? Have you all gone mad? The skills they unleashed filled the sky with a dazzling array of colors, yet under the illumination of the blood moon, they appeared even more pronounced. What in the world is happening? My God, have these people lost their minds? I just want to go home and find my mother. The onlookers surrounding the orphanage were rendered speechless by the horrific scene unfolding before them. Each of them yearned to flee, no longer interested in the spectacle, yet found themselves unable to move. In what felt like an eternity, though only a minute had passed, the crowd felt as if they had been consigned to hell for an entire month. When the chaos finally subsided, the ground was littered with the bloody remnants of the henchmen. Those who had gathered to watch, upon witnessing the gruesome display of blood and gore, were overwhelmed, and some began to vomit, their eyes wide with horror. The moon remained the same bright orb, and Chu Yuan stood before them, a smile etched on his face, exuding an eerie aura, as if he were a demon of the world. A devil, he is a devil. At that moment, Fengde, once brimming with confidence, was left utterly dumbfounded. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, an acrid odor wafting from his trousers. He could not comprehend what had transpired just moments ago. A minute prior, he had been a menacing leader, yet in mere moments, he found himself utterly isolated. The key was that he did not even understand the specifics of what had occurred. To him, the events that had just unfolded transcended the realm of his understanding. However, having witnessed the world beyond his own during various strong-arm tactics, Fengde mustered the courage to approach Chu Yuan, suppressing his fear. "Brother Chu, I apologize. I was driven by greed and acted impulsively. I should not have come to the orphanage to cause trouble. Can you spare me? I swear. If you let me go today, I promise I will never trouble the orphanage again. Is that agreeable?" Fengde crawled on his knees before Chu Yuan, speaking with the most sincere tone he could muster. "I have declared, you shall experience the most excruciating death." Chu Yuan cast a glance at the fallen Director Su, then shifted his gaze to Zheng Mei, who had narrowly escaped harm and was now weeping profusely. His expression remained icy as he spoke, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped the air around them, causing the onlookers to shiver involuntarily. To them, Chu Yuan resembled an ancient ferocious beast, brimming with an aura of death. "Brother Chu, no. Father Chu, Grandfather Chu, please spare me. I am willing to compensate. I have money. Just let me go, and I will rebuild the orphanage. I will cover all the expenses from now on. I have 5 million. Will that suffice?" Fengde removed a storage ring from his hand, pleading desperately. He understood the source of Chu Yuan's wrath and was keenly aware that it stemmed from the orphanage, so he hastily expressed his intentions. At this moment, survival was of utmost importance. Having witnessed Chu Yuan's unfathomable abilities and the suffocating aura of death, Fengde had abandoned all pride and wealth, seeking only to plead for his life. "I can rebuild the orphanage with your money, even if I kill you." Chu Yuan, now finding Fengde's pleas irksome, snatched the storage ring from him, and as his words fell, a glimmer ignited in his eyes. The Sharingan activated once more. Amaterasu. As Chu Yuan's Sharingan spun wildly, waves of malevolent energy surged from him, and coupled with the residual power of Tsukuyami, Chu Yuan appeared as a demon of slaughter. Suddenly, without warning, a plume of black flames enveloped Fengde, who let out a harrowing wail. His eyes widened in horror as he fixed his gaze on Chu Yuan, attempting to utter something, but all that escaped his lips were cries of agony. Although merely a few seconds had passed in reality, it felt to Fengde as if he had traversed an entire century. Ultimately, the once invincible Fengde was reduced to mere ashes under the searing black flames. "What sort of scoundrel dares to cause trouble in my territory?" Subsequently, Chu Yuan cast his gaze upon the severed limbs of the thugs strewn across the ground, and the black flames surged once more, swiftly turning everything into cinders. "What are you still doing here? Do you wish to perish alongside them?" After resolving the chaos, Chu Yuan's eyes returned to their normal state as he surveyed the onlookers surrounding him. Ah, Director Su, it is truly a relief to see you unharmed. We intended to assist. Since we are no longer needed here, we shall take our leave. At this moment, the crowd, which had once looked down upon the orphanage and Chu Yuan, was now in a frenzy. They had initially believed that the people from the orphanage, so audacious in their demeanor, would surely meet their demise against the ruthless Feng Da and his henchmen. Thus, they watched with a sense of schadenfreude, some even contemplating whether they could seize something useful from the orphanage amidst the chaos. However, they were utterly unprepared for the revelation that Chu Yuan was no longer the worthless individual they had presumed him to be. The events that had just unfolded left them feeling as if they were sitting on pins and needles, and upon hearing Chu Yuan speak, the entire crowd dispersed in an instant. Their speed was remarkable. One would think they wished they had been born with extra legs to flee from the murderous demon that was Chu Yuan. Director Su. Once the crowd had completely vacated, Chu Yuan hurried to stand before Director Su. Chu Yuan, you have arrived. Despite my serious injuries, I have managed to recover enough to speak. Though the blows dealt by Feng Da's thugs were quite severe and will require ample treatment, Director Su replied, though his voice bore the weight of pain. Grandpa Director, please drink this. Chu Yuan, fearing for Director Su's condition, quickly produced a vial of life potion he had obtained from Kai Kuan and poured it into the director's mouth. Are you feeling any better, Grandpa Director? After a brief moment, Chu Yuan inquired with concern. Xiao Yuan, what has transpired with you recently? Your abilities have grown remarkably strong. And that life potion you just provided, surely worth a fortune? Director Su, though injured, could not help but express his astonishment. Although Kai Kuan's character was lacking, one could not deny that the potions from the Kai family were exceptional. After consuming the potion, Director Su quickly regained his strength and appeared to be on the mend. You haven't delved into any nefarious skills, have you? Director Su's concern for Chu Yuan's moral compass was evident in his gaze. Rest assured, Grandpa Director, I have always heeded your teachings and would never dare to stray from the righteous path. Trust me, Chu Yuan replied with unwavering determination. That is a relief. Seeing the steadfastness in Chu Yuan's eyes, Director Su finally allowed himself to relax. Mage, yeah, you are remarkable. Once he confirmed Director Su's safety, Chu Yuan turned his attention to Zheng Mei and the other orphans nearby, giving Zheng Mei a thumbs up. This is merely my duty. I should be thanking you instead. Chu Yuan. Zheng Mei's cheeks flushed slightly. Though she was slightly older than Chu Yuan, the display of strength he had just exhibited left her utterly captivated. In a world where martial prowess dictated one's status, Chu Yuan's recent feats had earned her admiration. Beauty has always been drawn to heroes, and under such circumstances, a mere glance from Zheng Mei ignited a myriad of unusual feelings within her heart. You are too modest. Zheng Mei, already beautiful, appeared even more enchanting with her blush. Her innocent and shy demeanor reminiscent of first love, causing Chu Yuan to feel a hint of embarrassment. In that moment, the two found themselves gazing at each other, momentarily at a loss for words. Brother Chu Yuan, I didn't know you were this amazing. Have you been hiding your strength from us all along? Suddenly, a group of children rushed to Chu Yuan's side, excitedly interrupting their reverie. After failing his awakening, Chu Yuan had returned to the orphanage once, claiming then that he would henceforth be an ordinary person. Yet today, he had shown brilliantly. I'm not as formidable as you think. Those individuals were simply rather foolish. Chu Yuan gently ruffled the hair of one child, attempting to redirect the conversation. Remember, when you grow up and gain your powers, make sure to do good deeds and protect all that you hold dear. Hearing the children's enthusiastic remarks left Chu Yuan at a loss for how to respond. Oh, I nearly forgot. Subsequently, as if struck by inspiration, Chu Yuan retrieved Feng Da's storage ring and handed it to Zheng Mei. Mage, this is the storage ring of that scoundrel. I just checked, and it contains around 5 million. Use this money to help rebuild the orphanage. As for the remaining equipment and materials, sell them separately. Take your time and sell them at the Longting Trading Company, informing them that I sent you. The contents of this storage ring should sustain our orphanage for quite some time. Chu Yuan concluded as he placed the ring into Zheng Mei's hands. 5 million. I've never seen so much money. Zheng Mei exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Mage, I will be quite busy in the coming days. Please take care of the orphanage, the children, and Director Su. As for the finances, do not worry. I will continually provide for the orphanage. Ensure the children eat well, as they are all growing. Having finished speaking, Chu Yuan bid farewell to Director Su and the children, turning to leave the orphanage. After dealing with Feng Da, he felt confident that no one would dare target the orphanage for some time. Thank you, Brother Chu Yuan. As the children watched Chu Yuan's departing figure, a sense of pride blossomed within them. In their eyes, he had become a true hero, and they would all aspire to follow in his footsteps. An hour later, Chu Yuan returned to the garbage station at 10086. Buzz, buzz, buzz. I wonder how Sister Muchiyue is doing. Just as Chu Yuan intended to contact Muchiyue, he was startled by the sound of roaring engines outside. At this hour, who would come to the garbage station? Moreover, today was not a scheduled inspection day. Chu Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering whether the Kai family had quickly learned of his confrontation with Kai Kuan. Chu Yuan set down his phone and gradually exited his small resting room, his clenched fists radiating a white glow as he prepared for battle. When soldiers come, let the soldiers block. When water comes, let the earth cover. Should members of the Kai family seek trouble, they shall be exterminated. However, as soon as Chu Yuan stepped outside, he encountered a familiar face. Director by Mei from the Safety Bureau. Director Bai? What brings you here? Chu Yuan's white glow dissipated as he greeted Bai Mei with a smile. I never imagined that you actually reside here. Bai Mei, accompanied by several individuals, surveyed the surroundings of the garbage station and remarked. Bai Mei had witnessed Chu Yuan's prowess firsthand and was aware of the recent incidents involving the two major secret realms and the breach of the protective barrier in Longchuan City, all of which might be linked to him. Consequently, upon her return, she promptly reported her findings regarding Chu Yuan to Mayor Qin Mu. At that moment, the president of the Longchuan Professional Association, Bu Pingfan, happened to be visiting Mayor Qin's office to discuss the recent destruction of the two major secret realms. After hearing Bai Mei's report, both Qin Mu and Bu Pingfan were not filled with anger at the perpetrator's actions. Rather, they were instantly gripped by an overwhelming curiosity about Chu Yuan. However, considering the unique nature of the events that transpired earlier, Qin Mu felt it was rather inconvenient for him to intervene directly. Thus, he entrusted the professional association to make initial contact with Chu Yuan to ascertain the true nature of this enigmatic youth. At that time, Bai Mei proudly proclaimed that she had left her business card for Chu Yuan, eagerly awaiting his response. Yet, she was swiftly reprimanded by Bu Pingfan, who argued that if Chu Yuan truly possessed remarkable strength and was indeed the prodigious talent they speculated him to be, it was unlikely he would approach the professional association of his own volition. Rather, it would be the association that should seek him out. Hearing this, Bai Mei was struck with enlightenment and promptly scoured the Security Bureau's network for information on Chu Yuan. When she discovered he was merely a caretaker of a refuse station, disbelief washed over her. In her eyes, a youth so extraordinary should undoubtedly reside in a luxurious villa, not endure life amid the squalor of a garbage dump. It wasn't until she witnessed with her own eyes that Chu Yuan truly lived there that she grasped the capriciousness of reality. It's merely a shelter, and I find no fault in it. It's quite economical, Chu Yuan remarked with a cheerful demeanor. In truth, with his decomposition abilities, the refuse station was nothing short of an inexhaustible treasure trove to him. He resembled a sovereign dwelling amidst a mountain of gold, unperturbed by the opinions of others. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Upon hearing Chu Yuan's words, Bai Mei suddenly perceived a level of maturity in his thoughts that far surpassed what one might expect from someone of his age, igniting her curiosity further. Little brother, as we are somewhat acquainted, I shall not dance around the subject. I have come to extend an invitation for you to join our professional association, Bai Mei declared, her gaze fixed intently upon Chu Yuan. Although she was naturally proud, and the professional association was an entity that every practitioner aspired to join, Bu Pingfan's words had rendered her acutely aware of her earlier oversight. Who was Chu Yuan? He could very well be the mysterious expert capable of unleashing forbidden-level powers, having decimated two significant secret realms. How could someone of such caliber willingly join a faction? Chapter 36. He may be a godsid. Join the association? Very well, I accept. Just as Bai Mei's mind swirled with myriad thoughts, Chu Yuan unexpectedly nodded in agreement. In truth, after vanquishing Kai Kuan, he had been contemplating whether to align himself with a faction to bolster his future endeavors. Despite possessing the phishing system and the formidable power of the Kildas Template, he was ultimately just one individual. Achieving success alone was akin to scaling the heavens. This was also why he had previously wished for Mu Qiyue to become his ally. In this world, while individual strength was undoubtedly vital, having trustworthy companions was equally essential. With a reliable team and a formidable backing, coupled with his own prowess, Chu Yuan could rest easy. Moreover, given his decisive nature and refusal to be outdone, it was only a matter of time before the Kai family sought him out following Kai Kuan's demise. Wealth can be a powerful ally, and one could only speculate what kind of experts the Kai family might summon. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. In Chu Yuan's view, should the Kai family come knocking, having a powerful team or a robust background would instill him with greater confidence. As the foremost entity among all guilds and factions, the professional association was undoubtedly his optimal choice. Indeed, there were many advantages to joining the professional association. What, you agree? Bai Mei had initially intended to employ traditional rhetoric to persuade Chu Yuan, believing that someone of his caliber should at least exhibit a modicum of humility. Little did she know that before she could finish her thought, Chu Yuan had already acquiesced. Are you certain you wish to join the professional association? Bai Mei, with her long legs echoing in her heels, strode directly to Chu Yuan, scrutinizing him closely. Yes, Chu Yuan replied, maintaining an unwavering gaze, his heart steady, while internally thinking, so long, so grand, so fragrant. Such an odd fellow, always full of surprises. Bai Mei mused inwardly. Are you truly sincere? Theoretically, Bai Mei was over a decade older than Chu Yuan and should have been adept at handling such youthful exuberance. Most importantly, she was confident in her own allure. believing that a spirited young man like him would be powerless to resist her charm. Yet, the fact that Chu Yuan dared to meet her gaze at such close proximity, exhibiting such calmness, left her somewhat perplexed. Of course, Director Bai, I have always held the professional association in high esteem. Since you have personally extended an invitation, how could I possibly refuse? Chu Yuan nodded once more. This woman is incredibly captivating. Those legs, that figure, that aura, I could revel in this for 3 years. In reality, Chu Yuan was battling a surge of discomfort. As a normal man, how could he resist the allure of such a stunning mature woman at such close range? Yet, having lived 2 lives, he had learned the art of restraint. Though he was physically youthful, his mental age was notably mature. He managed to maintain his composure, keeping his heart steady in Bai Mei's presence. Welcome to the fold. Let us proceed to complete your membership formalities. After testing the waters for a while and realizing Chu Yuan was not a simple character, Bai Mei's curiosity about this young man only intensified. She resolved to escort Chu Yuan back to the professional association without delay. Alright. Thus, under Bai Mei's guidance, Chu Yuan boarded the return vehicle to the professional association. Chu Yuan, are you familiar with the professional association? You didn't hesitate even for a moment. Bai Mei, perhaps dissatisfied with her earlier demeanor in front of Chu Yuan, chose to sit directly across from him on the vehicle, her captivating eyes lingering on him as she shifted her long legs into various positions. Actually, I have only read a few introductions about the professional association in books. My understanding is rather superficial. Chu Yuan chuckled. Allow me to enlighten you. Bai Mei began earnestly. The professional association is the largest civilian guild organization within the Star Dragon Empire, boasting the most formidable practitioners. Each city has its own branch of the professional association. Within the powerful Star Dragon Empire, numerous guilds, alliances, and factions abound. Yet the professional association has consistently held the leading position, unshakable by any other force. Thus, the association commands the greatest professional resources in the empire. All practitioners who join the association can easily access various materials, equipment, and skill books they require. Under the Empire's auspices, items of the same level within the association are significantly cheaper than those available on the open market. And they can also be exchanged for association contribution points. Contribution points serve as a form of currency within the association, obtainable through various means such as completing exclusive dungeons, hunting designated beasts, and fulfilling association tasks. In essence, the more you accomplish for the association, the more contribution points you earn, allowing you to obtain even more in return. Moreover, joining the professional association grants practitioners the highest possible attribute buffs, an enhancement level unattainable by other organizations or guilds. This is the primary reason why most practitioners strive to join the professional association. Bai Mei earnestly provided Chu Yuan with an introduction to the professional association. Thank you. Director Bai. Chu Yuan, whose former self was a genius from Longchuan No. 1 High School, was already well versed in this knowledge. Knowing beyond this that the president of the Longchuan City Professional Association was Bu Pingfan. Although Longchuan City may not be the largest city in Jiangnan Province, its professional association stands as the most formidable in the entire province, primarily due to the adept leadership of President Bu Pingfan, who has gathered many powerful professionals under his wing. Beneath the association president lies the position of vice president, which, for reasons unknown, has remained unfilled. Additionally, the Longchuan Professional Association boasts 5 esteemed counselors, with Bai Mei, the director of the Security Bureau, being the foremost among them. Chu Yuan, have you ever encountered the 7 prodigies of Longchuan? Bai Mei suddenly inquired earnestly, fixing her gaze upon him. The 7 prodigies? I have only heard tales of them. I have not had the pleasure of meeting them, Chu Yuan replied. The 7 prodigies embody the pinnacle of combat prowess in Longchuan City. Let me share an intriguing tidbit. During the recent destruction of the Burning Flame Secret Realm, which affected the city's protective barrier, all 7 prodigies suffered significant setbacks at the hands of a mysterious individual. I heard from the president that this enigmatic figure wields spatial manipulation techniques and is a candidate for divinity. Do you believe he deserves such a title? Bai Mei said, her eyes fixed intently on Chu Yuan as if awaiting his response. Is that so? This is the first I have heard of it. So that's why the entire city was under lockdown, Chu Yuan remarked, falling silent thereafter, fully aware of Bai Mei's curiosity about him. He had resolved to feign ignorance, speaking less to safeguard his own secrets. After all, he harbored the monumental secret of the fishing system within him, and until he possessed formidable strength, he could not afford to reveal it. Furthermore, he understood that after joining the professional association, he was now considered part of the public domain, and such large-scale destruction must not recur. Fortunately, as his level increased and his mastery of the Kildas Template power grew, he became considerably more adept at controlling this terrifying force. Most crucially, he had acquired a second SSS-level skill, the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, which expanded his offensive capabilities and options, allowing him to wield destructive power without the risk of losing control upon unleashing it. At that moment, the flying car began its descent, and Bai Mei and Chu Yuan arrived at the headquarters of the Longchuan City Professional Association, a magnificent, and splendid edifice. Come, let me guide you through the registration. Upon reaching their destination, Bai Mei ceased her chatter. Although she was aware that Chu Yuan was connected to the recent calamities involving the two secret realms, she refrained from pressing for details. Truth be told, delving into this matter would likely prove uncomfortable for both her and Chu Yuan. Bai Mei, being astute, understood that such a perplexing issue should be left for President Bu Pingfan to address. They arrived at the 21st floor of the association's headquarters, where Mayor Qin Mu and President Bu Pingfan had been awaiting their arrival for some time. It was not merely a matter of Chu Yuan's stature. Rather, these two distinguished figures sought to ascertain whether this young man, Chu Yuan, was indeed linked to the bizarre, space-related, forbidden-level power that had emerged in Lanchuan City. Confirming this connection would herald a monumental event for Lanchuan City. The manipulation of spatial forces is a power seldom mastered even by the mightiest of divine beings. Should someone gain mastery over such powers, they would undoubtedly earn the title of a divine seed, immediately becoming a figure of interest for the entirety of the Star Dragon Empire. Consequently, Lanchuan City would rise to prominence. And only with the birth of a divine seed could the extensive efforts and resources expended to prevent the destruction wrought by forbidden powers, as well as the loss of the Star Dragon Holy Cup, be perfectly vindicated. Chapter 37. The 7 young kings of Lanchuan are but trash. The future of Lanchuan City hinges upon the present. Mayor Qin Mu inhaled deeply, acknowledging that while both he and Bu Pingfan trusted Bai Mei's judgment, the gravity of the situation necessitated confirmation of Chu Yuan's genius. Indeed, Bu Pingfan nodded in response, glancing at the 7 young individuals standing behind them, 6 men and 1 woman. This group was known as the 7 young kings of Lanchuan, while the most formidable figures in Lanchuan City, as mentioned by Bai Mei, were the 7 prodigies. The 7 young kings ranked just below them. The title of 7 young kings had been established for quite some time in Lanchuan City, conferred only upon those with exceptional talent and prowess. Typically, this honor was bestowed upon the most capable university students or young professionals, with an average age not exceeding 22 years. The 7 young kings also operated under a competitive system. Should anyone succeed in defeating a reigning young king, they could claim their position. Although the status of the 7 young kings did not surpass that of the 7 prodigies, it remained a coveted title, as having once held the title could grant considerable influence in Lanchuan City. It was said that this current batch of 7 young kings possessed unmatched strength, with each boasting levels in the 70s and experience in defeating diamond-level beasts in battles beyond their rank, exuding arrogance. Remarkably, this cohort of 7 young kings shared a singular mentor, the only disciple of the Grand Sorcerer among the 7 prodigies. Each of the 7 young kings was a mage, representing the elemental schools of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. Allegedly, under their mentor's guidance, they exhibited exceptional synergy when they launched a joint attack. Their combined might could rival a fifth of a forbidden spell. However, despite their impressive qualifications and illustrious training under Lanchuan City's most renowned Grand Sorcerer, none had the potential to become a divine seed. Yet this did not diminish their pride, as they had continuously received accolades from Lanchuan City, supported by the formidable presence of their Grand Sorcerer mentor. He is merely a newcomer to the association. Is it truly necessary for us to be summoned? One of the 7 young kings murmured. Due to the highly classified nature of the information regarding Chu Yuan's connection to the spatial forbidden energy, Mayor Qin Mu and President Bu Pingfan had opted not to disclose the specifics to the 7 young kings. They had simply gathered the 7 individuals, stating that they were to witness a newcomer. Thus, when Mayor Qin Mu received word from Bai Mei that Chu Yuan had arrived at the Lanchuan Professional Association headquarters, the 7 young kings displayed a variety of expressions, some of which hinted at their displeasure. Particularly, the glimmer of anticipation in the eyes of Qin Mu and Bu Pingfan only served to exacerbate the 7 young kings' discontent. A mere newcomer who had just joined the association warranted the attention of Bai Mei, the top counselor, as well as the presence of 2 prominent leaders from Lanchuan City at the headquarters. This was clearly overshadowing their own significance, an affront they found utterly intolerable. Historically, no young individual had ever received more favorable treatment than the 7 young kings. I have brought him here. As the elevator doors opened, Bai Mei emerged with Chu Yuan in tow, presenting them to the assembled crowd. These are the 7 young kings. Upon seeing the grand reception awaiting him, Chu Yuan momentarily froze. Though he was unfamiliar with the 2 middle-aged men before him, the 7 young kings standing behind them were well-known figures throughout Lanchuan City. Each of them frequently appeared in various news outlets and television broadcasts, serving as symbols of the city's future power and beloved celebrities. It is worth noting that, had his original self not suffered a failure in awakening, he might have been heralded as a genius, with some proclaiming that within 3 years he would surely surpass one of the 7 young kings. Although Chu Yuan recognized the 7 young kings, he was not a starstruck admirer. Thus, he was merely aware of their existence. I bear no grudge against them, do I? Why do these individuals harbor such animosity? However, after mere moments of encountering the 7 young kings, Chu Yuan couldn't shake the feeling that their gazes were laden with hostility. Chu Yuan, Allow me to introduce you. This is Mayor Qin of Longchuan, and this is President Bu of the Longchuan Professional Association. After leading Chu Yuan into the office, Bai Mei promptly introduced him to everyone present. There was no need to elaborate on the 7 little kings. What surprised Chu Yuan was that among the 2 middle-aged men, one was Mayor Qin Mu and the other was President Bu Pingfan of the Longchuan Professional Association. Upon encountering such esteemed figures as the mayor and the association president, Chu Yuan felt a surge of anxiety, not from any inflated sense of self-importance, but rather from the apprehension that these 2 dignitaries might demand reparations from him. He realized he had miscalculated. Chu Yuan had observed the 7 little kings standing respectfully behind the 2 men, which indicated their exceptional status. Yet he had not anticipated their prominence as the leading figures in Longchuan. Having met Mayor Qin and President Bu, Chu Yuan, despite his typically vengeful nature, understood the importance of decorum, particularly in the presence of such high-ranking officials. Whether they were there to seek financial compensation or to express interest in him, he knew he had to conduct himself with propriety. While some might envision a future where they wield unparalleled power, Chu Yuan was acutely aware of the adage that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. When one becomes a threat to the world, it is often oneself who suffers the consequences. He had expected that someone worthy of a personal reception by Mayor Qin and President Bu would be an extraordinary talent. Yet he found himself confronted with what appeared to be an ordinary individual. At that moment, one of the girls from the 7 little kings spoke up, her tone dripping with sarcasm, and she scrutinized Chu Yuan with a disdainful glare. In response, Bai Mei furrowed her brow, as Chu Yuan was her guest, and the girl's behavior was decidedly inappropriate. Just as she was about to reprimand the girl, she caught a glance at Qin Mu and Bu Pingfan, who showed no inclination to intervene. Suddenly, she understood. It seemed these 2 dignitaries were keen to ascertain Qin's true worth and whether he merited their attention. Realizing this, Bai Mei refrained from speaking out, recognizing that caution was warranted from 2 of the city's most prominent figures. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan grasped why the 7 little kings had regarded him with such hostility upon entering. It was clear they felt slighted by his extraordinary privileges granted by the professional association. They sought to intimidate him. The condescending looks from the 7 little kings infuriated Chu Yuan, and he discerned that the dignitaries were seemingly oblivious to the tension. Understanding this, he felt emboldened to act without concern for their opinions. If these esteemed individuals were not going to intervene, it meant he could unleash his fury without regard for the 7 little kings. Having lived in Longchuan for years, he had often heard tales of the 7 little kings' prowess. Yet upon meeting them in person, they appeared rather unimpressive. The glamour of their reputation seemed to be merely a product of media embellishment, leaving him disappointed. In a moment of defiance, he retorted with a tone that matched their earlier mockery, asserting that the 7 little kings' fame was merely a result of clever marketing. The response left the 7 little kings stunned, their faces draining of color, as they had never encountered such audacity since their debut. One of them, a towering figure, shouted in anger, demanding Chu Yuan repeat his words. The 7 little kings, a brotherhood, were united in their fury and simultaneously unleashed a torrent of magical energy, transforming the office into a kaleidoscope of colors as the 7 elemental forces converged upon Chu Yuan. Unfazed, Chu Yuan unleashed his newly acquired SSS-level power, activating the kaleidoscope Sharingan. He did not intend to destroy the professional association's headquarters, especially with figures like Bu Pingfan present. He refrained from employing the power of the Kildas Template, wary that revealing his abilities might lead to complications. Fools! Chu Yuan exclaimed, as his eyes glowed red with 3 spinning tomo, forming the kaleidoscope Sharingan. This was not a mere display. He was ready to unleash his full potential. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, a forbidden spell's energy pulsating in the room, drawing the attention of Qin Mu and Bu Pingfan, who had been observing intently. They understood that the unfolding drama was not without significance. The peculiar energy emanating from Chu Yuan was unlike anything they had encountered before. What is happening? They wondered. Though Chu Yuan radiated a powerful aura reminiscent of forbidden spells, it did not align with spatial energy. Was he not a master capable of wielding such magic? If that were the case, it posed an even greater threat, suggesting the existence of another powerful sorcerer hidden within Longchuan. The realization that 2 formidable beings could coexist in Longchuan was unsettling. Nevertheless, Chu Yuan had declared his intention to join the professional association, a development that brought a measure of relief. As the tension escalated between Chu Yuan and the 7 little kings, the atmosphere became charged with intensity. Brother, this kid is tougher than we thought. We should form a formation, exclaimed the girl who had initially mocked Chu Yuan. Her stature was striking, and she was the most favored among the 7 little kings, a fact that likely contributed to her confidence. What does a forbidden spell's energy mean? We have our own, she declared, rallying the others. With a collective shout, the 7 little kings summoned their staffs, channeling their elemental powers to create 7 distinct forms: golden bells, wooden staffs, water chimes, fire banners, earthen bowls, wind fans, and thunder feathers. As they manifested, the entire floor of the association headquarters was filled with vibrant magical energies. Simultaneously, a small hexagram array appeared beneath each of the 7 little kings, illuminating their faces with an aura of sanctity. Their combined strength was said to be equivalent to 1/5 of a forbidden spell, a claim made by their mentor. The seven little kings were now serious. Bu Pingfan frowned, recognizing that if they unleashed their full potential, they would pose a formidable challenge. As any skill associated with forbidden spells bore significant power, the president of the association is undoubtedly committed to safeguarding the headquarters of the professional guild, ensuring that this century-old edifice is not reduced to ruins by the mere clash of a few individuals. With a decisive wave of his hand, the entire office environment underwent a dramatic transformation. A multitude of people found themselves suddenly transported to an arena. This was the effect of the defensive array activated at the headquarters, capable of conjuring a unique space to prevent any damage to the premises. The outcome of the confrontation now hung in the balance. At this moment, Bai Mei wore a serious expression. Although she had previously witnessed Chu Yuan's ability to shatter massive boulders, the emergence of an unprecedented forbidden spell fluctuation from him left her feeling uncertain. She was also unaware if Chu Yuan had relied on some artifact or scroll for assistance, as it would be rather inappropriate for a newcomer to the professional association to endure the full force of the seven little kings. However, she was acutely aware that with Bu Pingfan having activated the defensive array, neither side would be in danger of losing their lives. At this juncture, Qin Mu had also readied himself to unleash his full power. In a sense, this conflict had received the tacit approval of Qin Mu, Bu Pingfan, and Bai Mei, although they had not anticipated the situation escalating to such a degree. When did forbidden spell-level power become so commonplace? Is this the extent of your prowess? All seven of you. Susanoo, initial form. At that moment, Chu Yuan's piercing gaze captivated all, as he clasped his hands together, and a torrent of fiery red energy began to ascend from his body. This incandescent energy danced and swirled around him, almost as if imbued with life, wrapping itself around Chu Yuan in a mesmerizing display. Before long, this fiery energy transformed into colossal bones and an arm, moving in accordance with Chu Yuan's will, enveloping him entirely within this skeletal embrace. What skill is this? Such overwhelming presence. Qin Mu exclaimed in astonishment. As a mayor, he had encountered myriad spectacles, yet he had never witnessed such a display of energy and attack from anyone before. Bai Mei. In the next moment, both Qin Mu and Bu Pingfan turned their gazes toward her, for the strength and abilities exhibited by Chu Yuan diverged entirely from the intelligence she had provided. I am just as perplexed, Bai Mei responded, momentarily taken aback. She had personally witnessed Chu Yuan wielding powers akin to spatial manipulation to save everyone in the underground city. Yet the current scene had surpassed her comprehension. 7 laws combined. Simultaneously, the 7 little kings had completed their charge, raising their weapons high above their heads. With a resounding shout, 7 beams of magical energy converged, forming a colossal black sphere of magic that hurtled toward Chu Yuan. I harbor no ill will toward anyone. I merely wish to express that those who dare to face me are indeed lacking. Chu Yuan smirked coldly. Had he not held back, the moment his power derived from the Kildas Template was unleashed, the 7 little kings would have been reduced to ashes in an instant. They ought to be grateful that they are merely opponents and not enemies. Get away from me. In the face of this massive sphere of magical energy, Chu Yuan stood tall and composed. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the fiery red energy that formed the skeletal armor and arm merely swatted the enormous black sphere away. Following this, the immense fiery arm continued its advance, unfaltering. Oh no! Complete forbidden spell power? What manner of anomaly is this? The 7 little kings had not anticipated that their fully unleashed skills would result in such a one-sided outcome, leaving them momentarily stunned. As they prepared to conjure magical elements for defense, pow! In the next instant, the formation beneath the 7 little kings was obliterated by the fiery arm, causing them to vomit blood and collapse, their weapons dimming in their grasp. Form a united defense. Concurrently, Qin Mu, Bu Pingfan, and Bai Mei sprang into action, each utilizing their most potent defensive skills, merging into a colossal protective barrier that shielded Chu Yuan's arm and the deflected black magical sphere. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the arena, the blinding light of the violent explosion illuminating the surroundings. After a brief moment, as the light faded, the explosion's epicenter unveiled a protective barrier riddled with cracks. Phew, that was close. Fortunately, I activated the defensive array beforehand. Otherwise, such a clash would have surely compromised the integrity of the first floor of the headquarters. Bu Pingfan remarked, still trembling from the near disaster, as he waved his hand again, returning everyone to the office. At that moment, upon observing the two parties, the 7 little kings lay scattered and injured on the ground, while Chu Yuan calmly retracted his skills. The fiery glow dissipated, the skeletal armor and arm vanishing in an instant, and Chu Yuan's pupils returned to their normal state. Chu Yuan, are you not an unclassed individual? Could you actually be a puppet mage? Bu Pingfan inquired softly, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Yuan after witnessing the astounding display. I am merely an ordinary unclassed individual. Chu Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. He certainly was not a puppet mage. His awakening had been duly recorded, and he felt no need to lie. After all, One falsehood necessitates countless others to conceal it, and he understood the principle that the more one attempts to hide, the more they expose themselves. Very well. As the president of the Longchuan City Professional Association, Bu Pingfan had encountered countless individuals, yet he suddenly found himself unable to decipher the enigma before him, this brash youth. Chu Yuan, since you are indeed an unclassed individual, how could you possess skills related to forbidden spells? At that moment, the voluptuous member of the Seven Little Kings, still astonished, struggled to rise, glaring at Chu Yuan, her ample bosom causing him momentary dizziness. While the Seven Little Kings may not have been as illustrious as the Seven Sons of Longchuan, they were nonetheless the pinnacle of youthful combat power in Longchuan City. Prodigies trained by esteemed mentors. No one had anticipated that they would be so thoroughly defeated by this newcomer. Moreover, the skills and techniques employed by Chu Yuan were entirely unfamiliar to them. Despite their pride, the Seven Little Kings understood the reality of defeat. Yet, upon hearing Chu Yuan's claim of being ordinary, they could not help but react. If you, with your extraordinary abilities, are considered unremarkable, then what does that make us? The Seven Little Kings, who have long been active in the limelight. Mere jesters? Bring these Seven Little Kings to the hospital for treatment. Suddenly, Bu Pingfan exclaimed. And as his words fell, the door swung open, revealing several nurses who swiftly escorted the Seven Little Kings away. The professional association holds a prestigious position in every city, boasting its own hospitals and comprehensive medical systems, as it gathers the most elite practitioners of the city, where injuries from sparring are commonplace. President Chu Yuan is an immensely powerful practitioner, the owner of the divine fragment from the association. That surely must have been established. The voluptuous member of the Seven Little Kings remarked as she followed the nurses out of the office. Chapter 39. The Svelte and Cunning Best Friend. How did she know about the divine fragment? Once the voluptuous member exited the office, Qin Mu, Bu Pingfan, and Bai Mei finally regained their composure from their astonishment. It is said that in ancient times, when the realm of gaming first descended, the world was not as distinctly defined as it is today. The entire world was akin to a colossal super dungeon, home to two supreme forces, gods and demons, in their quest for dominion over the world. These two factions ignited a cataclysmic war of epic proportions. The battle was extraordinarily brutal, resulting in the fall of countless deities and demons. The formidable powers and legacies of some of these divine beings were shattered amidst the fierce conflict, fragmenting into scattered pieces of divine essence and demonic spirits. These shards of divine essence and demonic spirits are collectively referred to as fragments of authority. The once cohesive world, a grand replica of chaos, was cleaved apart by the fragmented powers resulting from the demise of these celestial entities, giving rise to myriad races and ferocious beasts during this tumultuous period, ultimately leading to the gradual evolution of the present world order. Humans now coexist with these monstrous beings, alongside various practitioners and energies. According to ancient texts, should one acquire a fragment of authority, it becomes possible to extract the latent divine or demonic energies within, thereby inheriting the divine essence or demonic spirit to become the next generation of divine entities. This has become a widely acknowledged secret within this gaming realm. Consequently, the emergence of any fragment of authority incites a fervent scramble among the great empires, races, and factions, as who wouldn't desire to have a divine power or even a transcendent force emerge from their ranks. However, since the ancient war of the gods and demons, these fragments have been scattered across the world, claimed by various humans and factions, yet up to now, there have been no reports of anyone truly inheriting the powers of the divine or demonic beings, awakening as a new generation of divine entities. Nevertheless, as long as there remains a glimmer of hope, humanity firmly believes that someone will eventually resurrect the grandeur of the divine beings through these fragments of authority, and thus, the competition for them has never ceased. The Dragon River City's Professional Association happens to possess a fragment of authority, specifically a divine essence belonging to the celestial race. It is noteworthy that while professional associations exist in cities nationwide, only the Dragon River City Professional Association holds such a fragment. This is largely due to the extraordinary wisdom and strength of Bu Pingfan. Among all the branches of the Star Dragon Empire, Bu Pingfan not only boasts the greatest power, but also enjoys widespread popularity. After making considerable sacrifices, he successfully secured the rights to the fragment of authority. However, for the sake of safety, primarily to prevent other empires and factions from coveting this fragment, the fact that the Dragon River Professional Association possesses it is known only to a select few. This includes the three prominent figures present: the mayor of Dragon River City, Qin Mu, the president of the Professional Association, Bu Pingfan, and the director of the Security Bureau and the Association's steward, Bai Mei. All three are confident that none of the Seven Little Kings are aware of this secret. Thus, the revelation made by one of the Seven Little Kings, the voluptuous woman, regarding the divine essence fragment astonished the trio, as it was not something that should be known by them. Since the acquisition of the fragment, they have been diligently searching for a suitable vessel for the divine essence. Bu Pingfan has long contemplated bestowing the fragment upon a fitting seed of divine essence. For if a new divine entity were to awaken, Bu Pingfan would undoubtedly become the greatest benefactor of the professional association and the Star Dragon Empire. Furthermore, there is an essential reason for this urgency. Holding onto the fragment is indeed burdensome, if it is not utilized promptly. The Dragon River Professional Association may find itself under scrutiny from other formidable factions. Initially, during discussions between Bu Pingfan, several executives of the Professional Association, and Qin Mu, it was decided to select an individual from this year's Awakened Hidden Profession, Kai Kuan, or one of the remarkably talented Seven Little Kings, as the vessel for the divine essence. After all, they represent the most capable cohort in Dragon River City. Bu Pingfan, having expended considerable effort to bring a fragment of authority to Dragon River City, naturally wishes to select a seed of divine essence from within the city, and would prefer not to let the fragment leave unless absolutely necessary. However, the requirements for the fusion and awakening of the fragment are exceedingly stringent, and despite extensive observation, neither the newly awakened Kai Kuan nor any of the Seven Little Kings proved to be suitable candidates. Consequently, Qin Mu even applied to the Provincial Professional Association for the Star Dragon Holy Grail, hoping to enhance their qualifications, but as everyone is already aware, the Star Dragon Holy Grail shattered not long ago. Thus, the plan for a divine essence vessel in Dragon River City has been temporarily shelved, awaiting the emergence of a new prodigy or a significant opportunity for someone among Kai Kuan or the Seven Little Kings to attain the qualifications for fusion with the fragment. Yet, plans are just that, plans. The matter of the fragment of authority has scarcely been mentioned outside their circle. Today, the casual remark from the voluptuous woman sent a ripple of alertness through the three, who thought this secret was safely kept from prying eyes. How did the Seven Little Kings come to know of it? Bu Pingfan expressed his apprehension, recognizing that leaks of information, regardless of context, are a grave taboo. President, perhaps we should refrain from discussing this further. Chu Yuan has been waiting here for quite some time. Shouldn't we let him return to rest? We can hold the induction ceremony tomorrow. Seeing Bu Pingfan's scattered thoughts, Bai Mei promptly reminded him. Indeed, how could I be so absent-minded? Bu Pingfan exclaimed, smacking his forehead. Just as he was about to summon someone to escort Chu Yuan to rest, the office door was suddenly flung open. What important matters are you all secretly discussing? It's quite lively in here. Even the Seven Little Kings have been wounded. A voice, sultry and captivating, echoed through the room as a woman entered. She appeared to be of a similar age to Bai Mei, yet her style was entirely distinct, with meticulously applied makeup and cascading waves of light purple hair. Her attire was audaciously bold, a minuscule bodycon dress barely concealing her figure, which was the most fabric she wore. Most striking, however, was the semi-transparent nature of her dress, artfully highlighting her alluring form, accentuated by thigh-high black stockings that elongated her legs to an enticing degree. This woman was a breathtaking beauty, capable of causing any man to swoon at a mere glance. Upon her arrival, she immediately captivated the attention of all present, seemingly relishing the spotlight as she thrust her chest forward, making her slender waist even more prominent. Chapter 40. The Claim to the Fragment of Authority. This beauty is not to be trifled with. Ji-Ruo, what brings you here? Weren't you on a mission? Upon seeing the woman, Bai Mei appeared notably exhilarated, quickly stepping forward to grasp her hand. I returned early from my mission, eagerly wanting to see you. Upon my return, I heard that a handsome young man arrived, and you personally went to fetch him. By the way, I just witnessed the once mighty Seven Little Kings being thwarted. It seems this young man possesses not only a fierce temperament, but formidable strength as well. Oh, Bai Mei, have you missed me in the days since we last met? The woman playfully declared, delivering a playful slap to Bai Mei's derriere. Despite her usual composed demeanor, Bai Mei's face flushed red at Ji-Ruo's unexpected gesture. Meanwhile, Qin Mu and Bu Pingfan seemed unfazed, both raising their gazes to the ceiling as if nothing out of the ordinary was occurring. Ji-Ruo, please, not now. We have a newcomer present. Bai Mei chided, casting a playful glare at Ji-Ruo. She then took Ji-Ruo's hand and led her over to Chu Yuan. Little Chu Yuan, don't be surprised. Allow me to introduce you. This is my best friend, Ji-Ruo, one of the 5 stewards of the Professional Association. We share a close bond, so she may be a bit uninhibited. Please don't misinterpret her antics. Bai Mei earnestly explained. However, upon encountering Chu Yuan's knowing glance, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, as though her attempts to clarify only cast a shadow on the situation. Ji-Ruo's playful interruption at such a moment was indeed quite embarrassing. I am not surprised. The enchanting presence of the 2 beauties enveloped Chu Yuan, who vigorously shook his head. How could he be taken aback? He found the lively and spirited atmosphere to be quite delightful, wishing for more such encounters. Meeting 2 top-tier beauties in a single day, he suddenly felt that joining the Dragon River Professional Association was an incredibly astute decision. Are you the charming young man who defeated the 7 Little Kings? At that moment, Ji-Ruo scrutinized Chu Yuan from head to toe, suddenly displaying a keen interest as she sauntered towards him with a feline grace. Although Ji-Ruo often presented herself as bold and exuberant, This demeanor was reserved for her close friend, Bai Mei. In the presence of strangers or acquaintances, she transformed into an enigmatic goddess, skilled in the art of manipulation, often tasked with interrogating individuals in the professional association. As my sister once said, it wasn't just a defeat, it was a complete rout. Presently, Chu Yuan could be considered a proficient individual. Even when faced with a stunning beauty of equal strength and allure, he remained unfazed, boldly assessing Ji Ruo in return. Is your sister quite familiar with me? To his surprise, Ji Ruo approached him so closely that their faces were nearly touching, showing no intention of halting her advance. At that moment, a mature woman's distinctive fragrance tantalized Chu Yuan's senses. It is well known that a personal space exists between individuals, and once that boundary is breached, instinctively, one tends to feel a sense of apprehension, regardless of the other's attractiveness. Chu Yuan appeared composed, his expression neutral. Yet beads of sweat had begun to form on his back and palms. This woman was indeed formidable. However, Ji Ruo continued her approach unabated. And just as her cheek was about to collide with his face, Chu Yuan could no longer contain himself. His face flushed crimson as he swiftly stepped back, creating distance between them. It was then that he recognized the rapidity of his heartbeat. What is this? I thought you were quite the remarkable young lad. Turns out you're just a greenhorn. When Ji Ruo noticed Chu Yuan's retreat, she halted, bursting into laughter at his flustered demeanor. Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. She was the first person to compel him to retreat since binding to his system. Despite his embarrassment, he couldn't muster any anger, having lived 2 lives. His social acumen and depth of thought were undoubtedly superior to that of the average youth. However, his previous encounters with women were limited to the destitute young ladies who roamed the streets. So Ji Ruo's assessment wasn't entirely inaccurate. He was indeed inexperienced in matters of the heart. Yet, he felt a tinge of indignation. While his romantic experiences were scant, he believed he possessed certain innate talents in dealing with women. Ji Ruo, however, was too audacious, coming at him with such fervor. He hadn't even made a move. Given some time, he was confident he could teach her a lesson. Ji Ruo, don't scare little Chu Yuan away. Observing her overzealous approach, Bai Mei quickly intervened, pulling Ji Ruo back. All right, Miss Bai, I won't cause any more trouble, Ji Ruo replied, finally nodding in compliance. Suddenly, she cleared her throat and turned to Chu Yuan. You must be Xiao Chu Yuan, right? Since Bai Mei calls you that, I shall too. So, you were the one who sent the 7 little kings flying? Indeed, Chu Yuan affirmed with a nod. Well, you certainly possess some skills. No wonder my proud friend personally came to fetch you for this professional association. To tell the truth, I've long found the 7 little kings rather insufferable. Relying on their esteemed mentors and backgrounds, they swagger about as if they were invincible, which is truly irritating. You've certainly avenged me this time. Rest assured, although you may be inexperienced with women, I shall guide you. Under my tutelage, you will charm women effortlessly, Ji Ruo declared, patting her ample bosom. Much to Chu Yuan's astonishment. Are you truly just Bai Mei's friend? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yuan finally uttered this question, causing Bai Mei and Ji Ruo to pause. Yes, she is indeed my close friend. Chu Yuan, don't misunderstand. Bai Mei, realizing the potential misinterpretation, blushed and hurriedly explained, only to elicit another round of laughter from Ji Ruo. The arrogance of the 7 little kings is merely youthful bravado. Once they gain more experience, they will surely understand that there are greater powers out there. Ji Ruo's remarks regarding the 7 little kings had put Mayor Qin Mu in an awkward position, as he was their superior by virtue of his role as the mayor of Longchuan City. Oh dear, Mayor Qin, please don't take offense. You know my nature. The 7 little kings are one thing, but you are quite another. I believe you are a commendable leader. Just look at how well Bai Mei operates under you in the security bureau. I was merely venting my frustration at those arrogant youngsters. It has nothing to do with you or the Longchuan City government. By the way, isn't it true that anyone can apply for the title of the 7 little kings? Whoever defeats a current member can take their place, right? I think this young Chu Yuan would be an excellent candidate, strong and obedient. He could easily manage those overconfident fellows. Ji Ruo grew increasingly animated as she spoke, and had Bai Mei not intervened, she might have insisted that Mayor Qin strip one of the 7 little kings of their title. At this point, Mayor Qin found himself in a dilemma. He had already entertained the thought of Chu Yuan's potential after witnessing his performance. Indeed, the 7 little kings could benefit from a recalibration. However, he hesitated to offend their master, the renowned archmage among the 7 sons of Longchuan. Mayor Qin, what if we allow Chu Yuan to participate in a qualification test? I believe he has a high chance of passing. At that moment, Bu Pingfan stepped in to diffuse the tension, his voice low but earnest. The authority fragments belonged to the association, but as the mayor of Longchuan City, seeking his opinion was the wisest course of action. Agreed, but we must discuss some details first. Mayor Qin nodded in agreement, intrigued by Chu Yuan. You esteemed leaders seem to have pressing matters to discuss. I shall take my leave and not intrude further. Come, young man, let me show you around our professional association. As soon as Ji Ruo noticed Mayor Qin and the others were deep in conversation, she eagerly grasped Chu Yuan's hand, disregarding his consent, and pulled him out of the office. Chapter 41. A treasure and a time bomb. These prominent figures are quite amusing. I initially thought joining the professional association would be mundane, filled with rigid and monotonous individuals, yet every person I've encountered has been fascinating. As Ji-Ruo dragged him outside, Chu Yuan's thoughts raced, but he quickly had to refocus. In Ji-Ruo's eyes, it seemed she had no concept of boundaries between genders. As she pulled him along while her enviable figure brushed against his arm, Chu Yuan, being a normal man, found himself slightly flustered, following her lead without resistance. Soon, only Mayor Qin, Bu Pingfan, and Bai Mei remained in the office. That while Ji-Ruo, at that moment, Bai Mei felt a flush of embarrassment at Ji-Ruo's earlier antics. The memory of Chu Yuan's bewildered expression made her wish to hide. Bai Mei, did you truly witness Chu Yuan shatter the entire underground city's dome with a single strike, saving everyone unscathed? The magical energy he utilized at that moment bears a striking resemblance to the energy encountered during your investigation of the destruction of the secret realm, doesn't it? Upon witnessing Chu Yuan's departure, Bu Pingfan immediately turned to Bai Mei, questioning her with deliberate precision. Indeed, Bai Mei nodded, for she had been fully engaged in the investigation of the destruction of the secret realm and had personally witnessed Chu Yuan's prowess, making her the most authoritative voice on the matter. I distinctly observed him, with a mere flick of his wrist, reduce that colossal underground city's dome to nothing but dust. I was utterly astounded. It was unbelievable that despite our numerous professionals' fervent efforts, we could not extricate ourselves from our predicament, only to have it resolved by young Chu Yuan in a singular blow. Reflecting on the scene of Chu Yuan's intervention, even now, Bai Mei felt a surge of excitement welling within her. President, I genuinely suspect that the collapse of the underground city is somehow connected to young Chu Yuan. Bai Mei lowered her voice and glanced around. How could that possibly be? Are you suggesting that he deliberately wreaked havoc in Lanchuan City? The moment these words escaped her lips, Qin Mu and Bu Pingfan exchanged incredulous glances, bewildered by the implication. This cannot be true. If he harbored malicious intent to cause destruction, why would he accept our professional association's invitation to join us? That simply doesn't add up. Furthermore, I had previously investigated his background. He is nothing but a clean-cut young man. I had heard that his talents were quite remarkable. Yet I do not understand how he came to possess such formidable power. He remains an enigma. Bu Pingfan remarked, his brow furrowed in thought. No, President. You misunderstand. That is not what I meant. Recently, I have spent considerable time with young Chu Yuan, and I can assure you he is not the type to intentionally cause destruction or seek to ruin Lanchuan City. Otherwise, he would not have intervened at a critical moment to save so many novice professionals in Lanchuan City. What I intend to convey is that young Chu Yuan's strength is indeed a mystery, far surpassing our expectations. I later investigated the reasons behind the underground city's collapse, which was due to the sudden destruction of the Dead Soul Cavern, the most perilous secret realm in the vicinity. The underground city lacked support, resulting in its demise. Moreover, the circumstances surrounding the destruction of the Dead Soul Cavern mirror those of the previous destruction of the Flame Realm, both suffused with an aura of unknown magical energy. Thus, I can assert with 80% certainty that the annihilation of these two secret realms is undeniably linked to young Chu Yuan. As for his motivations behind the destruction, that remains uncertain, but he has already joined our professional association, and there will be ample opportunities to inquire in due course. Bai Mei spoke with conviction. As a result, Qin Mu and Bu Pingfan, upon hearing Bai Mei's explanation, appeared even more astonished. Bai Mei, you just witnessed Chu Yuan and the Seven Little Kings in action. While the power he wielded was indeed peculiar, it hardly seemed related to the kind of magic you described that can obliterate matter. Furthermore, the technique he employed to vanquish the Seven Little Kings appeared extraordinarily potent. Could it be that a youth of such tender age possesses not one, but two forms of extraordinary energy? Originally, we speculated that there was a hidden powerhouse in Lanchuan City, but perhaps it was all merely his power? By the end of Qin Mu's musings, he found himself doubting his own words. After all, Chu Yuan is merely on the cusp of adulthood. How could he possibly possess two such formidable abilities simultaneously? Moreover, his background is quite unassuming. He is not a scion of a hidden aristocratic family. To us in Lanchuan City, Chu Yuan is both a precious gem and a ticking time bomb. It all hinges on how we choose to manage the situation. However, for now, everything seems well. Chu Yuan has joined our Lanchuan Professional Association and is unlikely to engage in any actions detrimental to Lanchuan City. Having him here is certainly preferable to having him out there. Who knows what he might be up to? Bu Pingfan stated earnestly. Indeed, both Qin Mu and Bai Mei nodded in agreement. Well then, old Qin, regarding my earlier proposal about the qualification test, what are your thoughts? Bu Pingfan smoothly transitioned the conversation back to Qin Mu. Certainly. I too am eager to witness what surprises this enigmatic Chu Yuan may unveil during the qualification test for the Divine Seed. Qin Mu replied with a smile. In truth, the three harbored high expectations for Chu Yuan's inclusion in the Lanchuan City Professional Association. For his displayed strength and abilities have already eclipsed the conventional comprehension of ordinary professionals. Should Chu Yuan truly inherit the divine power and align himself with the professional association, he would undoubtedly become a source of pride for all of Longchuan City. Moreover, having a talent of his caliber could usher in unforeseen resources and advancements for the city. Before long, the three had reached a consensus, ensuring that their speculations and discussions regarding Chu Yuan's capabilities remained confidential among themselves. After all, should this information reach other factions, it would jeopardize Chu Yuan's standing within the Longchuan City Professional Association. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan was led by Ji Ruo, exploring nearly every corner of the Longchuan City Professional Association. This excursion was truly an eye-opener for him. The lavish edifice he had previously entered was merely a fraction of the association, serving as an administrative building. The true heart of the professional association was a sprawling park, constructed around the office building, housing nearly every amenity one could imagine. It resembled a miniature city. Any professional here could have all their living and training needs met without ever stepping outside. Indeed, it is the largest alliance for professionals in the entire Star Dragon Empire. Chu Yuan couldn't help but marvel. How delightful it is to possess wealth. Little Chu Yuan, my fondness for you grows ever stronger. Would you care to join me for dinner? If the evening proves enjoyable, I might offer you a night unlike any other. Hehehe. After spending approximately 3 hours traversing the entire professional association park, Ji Ruo unexpectedly extended a warm invitation for Chu Yuan to dine with her. No thank you. I'm not hungry. Chu Yuan firmly declined Ji Ruo's offer. Of course, this was not due to any shortcomings on his part, nor was it a reflection of Ji Ruo's beauty. Rather, Ji Ruo's exuberance was overwhelming. Had it not been for Chu Yuan's strong will, he might have succumbed to a nosebleed several times throughout their stroll. To dine with Ji Ruo in the evening would likely lead to a sleepless night, but more importantly, Chu Yuan found Ji Ruo rather inscrutable. He could not believe that he possessed such allure. He knew well that unsolicited affection often harbors ulterior motives. He was no fool. If he genuinely believed Ji Ruo had an interest in him, he would likely find himself in dire straits. Since you are so resolute in your refusal, very well. I shall have someone arrange a room for you. You need not return tonight. Noticing Chu Yuan's unwavering rejection, Ji Ruo did not press further. Before he could refuse, she had already arranged accommodations for him and then quickly disappeared from sight. This woman is utterly terrifying. As Chu Yuan entered the room, he exhaled in relief. Although Ji Ruo had been quite warm towards him, he could distinctly sense a subtle aura of danger surrounding her. He had no doubt that should he let his guard down and act inappropriately, the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, he had managed to hold firm. Subsequently, Chu Yuan began to survey his surroundings. The room was a luxurious suite, featuring 2 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom, a leisure lounge, and a reception area. The accommodations were secure and comfortable, boasting complete amenities, including central air conditioning, closed-circuit and satellite television, domestic and international direct-dial telephones, as well as broadband internet access and other entertainment services. It was a far cry from the shabby lounge at the refuse station. Truly, they are immensely wealthy. Chu Yuan marveled once more at the extravagance of the professional association, astonished that the accommodations provided for its members were so lavish. Once he had settled matters with the professional association, it would be time to embark on his lucrative endeavors. Although the environment of the garbage station leaves much to be desired, Chu Yuan is certainly unwilling to give up, for it is there that his small treasury resides, the very foundation that enables him to operate the premium fishing system. Subsequently, Chu Yuan freshened up and retired for the night, yielding no further events. Knock, knock, knock. Who could it be? The next morning, Chu Yuan was roused from his slumber by the persistent sound of knocking at the door. With bleary eyes, he approached to open it. Hello. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Qin Mu, Bu Pingfan, Bai Mei, and Ji Ruo standing outside. Oh no. In an instant, Chu Yuan's drowsiness vanished, as he realized he was still clad in his pajamas. He had merely intended to peek outside to see who had arrived so early before returning to his slumber. He certainly did not anticipate encountering these 4 prominent figures. Little Chu Yuan, I didn't expect one of your stature to carry such weight. Ji Ruo appraised Chu Yuan with a scrutinizing gaze, her lips parting slightly in surprise as she reached out. Thump. Chu Yuan hastily stepped back a few paces, and before Ji Ruo could react, he swiftly shut the door. When he reopened it, he was now freshened up and dressed appropriately. Chu Yuan, you need not be so formal. Our professional association promotes a relaxed atmosphere. Bu Pingfan remarked with a smile. Chu Yuan, however, felt a stream of frustration. This was not a matter of formality, but rather a case of being abruptly awakened, leaving him utterly dazed, especially with Ji Ruo present. Please come in. Despite his inner complaints, Chu Yuan maintained his composure and graciously welcomed the 4 into his room. Chu Yuan, we have come to see you so early for a very important matter. After settling on the sofa, Bu Pingfan looked at Chu Yuan earnestly. The first task for every newcomer joining the professional association is to undergo a qualification test, and that is our purpose for being here. Qualification test. Chu Yuan's brow furrowed slightly, yet he did not dwell on it. According to the memories of his predecessor, such qualification tests are commonly conducted by various factions and schools, primarily to assess the potential of practitioners, allowing institutions to determine whether to invest resources into their development. However, Bu Pingfan concealed a vital detail regarding the professional association's qualification test from Chu Yuan. The test he was about to partake in was not a conventional qualification assessment, but rather a specialized examination established by the Longchuan City Professional Association to identify divine seed candidates. Chu Yuan's strength, though enigmatic and inexplicably formidable, rendered the professional association unable to discern his true capabilities. Therefore, in order to ensure the accuracy of the divine seed test, Bu Pingfan chose to withhold the truth from Chu Yuan, believing it to be a standard evaluation. Chu Yuan did not object and promptly accompanied the four esteemed individuals to the testing grounds. Before long, they arrived at a colossal mechanical stone tablet. But Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback as he noticed a crowd gathered around, though no one seemed to be undergoing testing. Was this traditional qualification test meant for only him? He couldn't help but feel puzzled, unbeknownst to him. All other practitioners in the professional association were aware that a newcomer was scheduled to participate in the qualification test that day. Of course, most were unaware that this test was actually for screening divine seeds. They had merely heard that it was a high-level assessment exclusively arranged for a newcomer. Generally, the average practitioner in the association was not required to participate in this test, and the mechanical stone tablet used for today's evaluation differed from the usual ones. What kind of background does this newcomer possess that warrants such special treatment from the prominent figures of Longchuan City? The crowd was rife with envy, and whispers began to circulate. I think I've heard of him. His name is Chu Yuan. Previously, I heard he was a genius with excellent qualifications, poised to awaken a hidden profession, but for some unknown reason, he failed during the recent awakening and became a practitioner without a profession. He had plummeted from genius to waste. What? Such a waste can enter our Longchuan City Professional Association? When did the association become a charity? We all worked hard to get in. It was truly infuriating to think that this worthless kid could monopolize a qualification test, and a high-level one at that. They believed he would barely achieve a score of 10, if at all. As the murmurs grew louder, they paid no heed to Chu Yuan's feelings. However, Chu Yuan was no longer the same person. He had moved beyond the constraints of his predecessor. With the four esteemed figures present, he was hardly inclined to retaliate against the crowd's derision. Chu Yuan, are you prepared? Suddenly, Bu Pingfan's demeanor turned serious as he addressed Chu Yuan. The mechanical stone tablet for the divine seed test was situated in the heart of the professional association's grounds, and when activated, it would emit a deafening sound, alerting nearly all practitioners present to the qualification test. Moreover, the true purpose of the divine seed test was not something that could be disclosed to everyone. The professional association had communicated to others that this was merely a higher difficulty qualification testing device. Since few practitioners had qualified for the divine seed test, it was widely perceived as an honor to engage with this advanced testing equipment, a recognition from the professional association. This was precisely why many practitioners felt envious of Chu Yuan. After all, some had been in the association for years without qualifying for such high-level testing. Indeed, Chu Yuan nodded. Let us begin. With that, Bu Pingfan waved his hand, and a beam of blue light shot forth towards the mechanical stone tablet, enveloping it instantly. Crack, crack, crack. With a tremendous roar, the mechanical stone tablet activated. Place your hand upon it, Bu Pingfan instructed. Beneath the stone tablet was a designated area for handprints, accompanied by a large display screen. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yuan confidently approached the mechanical stone tablet, poised and unyielding. As his palm made contact with the imprint, a faint white glow emanated from his hand, prompting the surrounding onlookers to hold their breath and gaze intently at the large screen on the mechanical stone tablet. Bai Mei and the other three esteemed figures genuinely hoped that Chu Yuan would shatter all barriers and emerge as the most suitable and compatible divine seed. Meanwhile, the other practitioners eagerly anticipated witnessing Chu Yuan's embarrassment and misfortune. Chapter 43. Fusion of the Divine Authority Fragment. Ha ha ha, I knew it. A waste is still a waste. What did I tell you? His score in the test could not possibly reach 10. You truly overestimated this fellow. He hasn't garnered a single point. Chu Yuan's hand remained upon the stone tablet for over a minute, yet the screen remained shrouded in darkness, devoid of any display. The mechanical stone tablet, after an initial burst of activity, fell silent as if it had powered down. Haha, this is utterly hilarious. I truly fail to comprehend why the president would bother with such a waste. Indeed, to grant him a special session for a high-level test. What a colossal waste of opportunity. As murmurs erupted once more among the crowd, they expressed their disdain for Chu Yuan. The prolonged silence not only perplexed the onlookers, but also caused the four esteemed figures to exchange glances, questioning whether Chu Yuan was truly a paper tiger whose previous strength was merely a facade or reliant on external props. It should not be possible. What kind of artifact could enable a recently awakened individual to wield powers of forbidden spell caliber? Just as the crowd was immersed in astonishment, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, and the long silent mechanical steel erupted into a cacophony of sounds. In the next moment, the large screen of the steel suddenly illuminated. displaying the number 999, a dazzling figure that appeared before everyone. What? 999. He truly is a divine seed. Bu Pingfan was the first to leap from his seat, scarcely able to believe his eyes. Following closely, Qin Mu, Bai Mei, and Ji Ruo rushed to Bu Pingfan's side. This is impossible. How could anyone in this world reach a value of 999? Could it be that the divine grade testing steel is malfunctioning? Bai Mei exclaimed in disbelief. The divine grade testing steel cannot possibly err. After all, I personally supervised its creation. It cannot possibly fail. Bu Pingfan's excitement mounted, causing his voice to tremble. How can this be? Is this truly a newcomer? Is this the so-called useless individual I have heard about? 999 is simply outrageous. I suspect I am dreaming. Meanwhile, those practitioners who had just mocked Chu Yuan were even more astonished. What does 999 signify? If this value were applied to traditional aptitude tests, it would shatter the instruments. Especially the ones who had loudly derided Chu Yuan. They now felt an intense heat rising to their faces. Why not 100? Gazing at the value of 999, Chu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, for he was merely 1 point shy of a perfect score. Chu Yuan, your value is now the highest in history. Just as Chu Yuan was withdrawing his hand, Bu Pingfan and the other three rushed to his side, each face radiating joy, particularly Ji Ruo, whose cheeks were flushed, exuding an unusual beauty. It is merely a traditional aptitude test, and my score isn't even 100. Is it really that significant? Chu Yuan observed the ecstatic expressions of the four esteemed individuals, perplexed. What he did not realize was that the divine grade testing steel could not possibly yield a score of 100. This test assessed the compatibility between practitioners and divine energy. Unless one is a deity or demon, harboring divine essence within, reaching a score of 100 is unattainable. Historically, achieving a score of 60 on this steel was already remarkable, indicating that the tester possessed the qualifications to receive the baptism of authority fragments. Thus, reaching 999 signifies a state of perfect compatibility. It is worth noting that Bu Pingfan had previously conducted tests on the 7 young kings of Longchuan, the most talented youths of Longchuan City. Yet even the highest score among them barely reached 55. This is why Bu Pingfan had hesitated to pass on the authority fragments to the 7 young kings. They simply did not qualify. Chu Yuan, come with me. With that, Bu Pingfan, accompanied by the other 3, whisked Chu Yuan away, leaving a stunned crowd of onlookers in the cold wind, unable to regain their composure. In the president's office, Bu Pingfan locked the door and ensured that no one was eavesdropping before approaching a corner of the room. Is there an issue with my aptitude test? Chu Yuan asked, bewildered, as he looked at the 4 individuals who seemed so serious, unsure of what they were plotting. Initially, he thought that although his score did not reach 100, it was still 999, and with Bu Pingfan informing him that this was the highest score in history, he believed everything was fine. However, observing Bu Pingfan's demeanor now made him uneasy. Could something be amiss? Chu Yuan. Bu Pingfan did not directly respond to his question. Instead, upon reaching the corner of the office, he pressed his palm against the wall, causing it to part and reveal a safe. He then extracted a small box made of rosewood from within. This box was enveloped in multiple, vibrant magical arrays, each emanating a powerful surge of magical energy. As the box appeared, the entire atmosphere of the office shifted, and a rich magical essence swiftly filled the room. Chu Yuan was instantly captivated. He gazed intently at the small box in Bu Pingfan's hands, the magical arrays on its surface radiating a variety of incomplete forbidden spell-level fluctuations, clearly indicating that the contents were of immense significance. What we are about to disclose to you must remain a secret solely between us. You must promise not to share it with anyone, not even those closest to you. Can you do that? Bu Pingfan fixed his gaze on Chu Yuan, enunciating each word carefully, while Qin Mu and the others drew closer. I don't really have anyone close in this world. Although Chu Yuan internally scoffed at the notion, he still replied, I can assure you. Very well. Upon hearing this, the 4 others, excluding Chu Yuan, nodded in agreement. Chu Yuan, what I hold in my hand is an authority fragment. After years of systematic study, you should be well aware of what an authority fragment is and its significance for practitioners and the Empire. After acquiring this fragment, I conducted extensive research. But its mysteries are incredibly complex, far beyond the comprehension of an ordinary practitioner. After so much time, I have only discerned that this is a divine essence belonging to a god, yet the specific nature of its power, its origin, and whether it belongs to a high god or a lower god remains unclear. The test we had you perform earlier was not a mere aptitude test. It was a screening test for divine seeds, meaning that the results determined your compatibility with the divine essence and this authority fragment. And as you now know, your score reached an astonishing 999. Even though some time had passed, Bu Pingfan's excitement remained palpable as he recalled the earlier value. It was unprecedentedly high. Chu Yuan, merely in terms of compatibility, could now be heralded as the historical first. What? Chu Yuan, upon hearing Bu Pingfan's words, stood there in a daze. His shock akin to that of someone who had randomly purchased a lottery ticket only to find it had won the grand prize. This was an authority fragment, a relic left behind by the ancient demon gods. Each fragment represented a practitioner's hope of becoming a new generation of demon gods. Such knowledge, which existed only in legends, had been something Chu Yuan had heard since childhood, and he had never imagined that he would one day have the opportunity to possess an authority fragment. Most importantly, he wouldn't have to spend a dime on it, Even though Chu Yuan now possessed 2 SSS-level abilities, one of them had cost him several million to obtain. What makes Chu Yuan happiest? Freebies. Furthermore, even before revealing its true nature, he sensed an overwhelming attraction emanating from the energy waves of the authority fragment, though he could not articulate the reasons behind it. President, does this mean you intend to give this to me? Fixating on the small box in Bu Pingfan's hands, Chu Yuan's eyes gleamed with an almost predatory intensity. Since I had you undergo the divine seed test, it is, of course, my intention for you to inherit the divine essence, and I sincerely hope you can successfully become a new generation of demon god. This way, our Star Dragon Empire and the Longchuan City Practitioner Association will be the first place in the world to give birth to a demon god. This honor will be forever enshrined in history. Bu Pingfan's excitement mounted as he spoke, his hand trembling as he held the small box. Of course, whether to inherit this authority fragment is entirely your choice. After all, in a world filled with countless fragments of power, there have been no reports of anyone successfully merging them. Moreover, the nature of these fragments remains shrouded in mystery, and humanity's understanding of such divine artifacts is woefully inadequate. None can predict what might occur after one absorbs them. History has shown instances where individuals have met their demise upon forcibly absorbing these fragments. Chapter 44. Come to my room tonight to experience a new ability. Therefore, Chu Yuan, we shall provide you with the opportunity to inherit divine status. But we will not coerce you. As for whether you wish to accept this divine power's baptism, that is entirely your own decision. Having spoken, Bu Pingfan performed a hand gesture, and several incantation-grade magic arrays sprang to life in an instant as he opened the small sandalwood box. In that moment, the entire office was enveloped in a rich magical energy, surrounded by dazzling purple light. Is this the legendary fragment of power? Chu Yuan gazed into the box. Inside lay a shard resembling a purple crystal. Despite being a transmigrator who had encountered numerous gemstones in his previous life, this fragment of power captivated his attention profoundly. Its beauty was unparalleled, emanating an alluring energy that seemed to originate from the divine realm, exuding an indescribable sanctity. Simultaneously, as the fragment of power manifested, an uncontrollable yearning surged within Chu Yuan. He was overwhelmingly compelled to possess it. I must merge with this fragment of power. In the next moment, Chu Yuan seized the fragment, causing Bu Pingfan and the other 3 prominent figures to widen their eyes in astonishment. Have you not reconsidered, little Chu Yuan? Ji Ruo stepped forward, grasping Chu Yuan's arm, her previously nonchalant demeanor replaced by a hint of concern. It is worth noting that although Ji Ruo did not hold a position as high as by Mei in the professional association, her beauty, enthusiasm, and cunning intellect made her quite popular among other professionals within the association. While Chu Yuan was uncertain why Ji Ruo was so invested in his affairs and so warm towards him, at that moment, he sensed her sincerity. She genuinely cared for his well-being. Ruo Jia. Chu Yuan smiled gently at Ji Ruo and softly replied, is there any need for deliberation? Given such a splendid opportunity, I must certainly seize the chance to try. This is a fragment of power. After all, countless individuals yearn to encounter such an opportunity, and now, under the benevolence of President Bu, how could I possibly let it slip away? With that, Chu Yuan placed the purple fragment of power against his chest, all while being observed by the astonished gazes of the onlookers. In the next moment, a miraculous event unfolded. The fragment transformed into wisps of purple powder-like energy, flowing towards the vicinity of Chu Yuan's heart, and soon thereafter, it entered his meridians. In an instant, brilliant blue-purple light radiated from every vein within Chu Yuan's body. A sight to behold. Oh! Chu Yuan involuntarily emitted a satisfied hum. At that moment, he felt as if his entire being was suffused with magical power. It is important to note that previously, when he unleashed the Kildas Template's shattering magic skill, or utilized the kaleidoscope Sharingan, he had felt an immense drain on his magical energy reserves. Fortunately, the battles he encountered were against foes whom he could dispatch with a single strike. To be candid, Chu Yuan pondered whether he should adjust his free attribute points to enhance his magical power. Yet now, he had encountered this fragment of power. Congratulations on inheriting the Water God's divine status. This divine status is possessed by the first generation of divine beings, endowing you with limitless magical power. Upon inheriting this divine status, you will rapidly awaken the Water God bloodline, with magical energy as vast as the ocean, inexhaustible and boundless. Infinite magical reserves? Chu Yuan was astounded. After merging with the fragment, he immediately sensed the information embedded within it. Due to it being merely a fragment, the attached divine information was scant. Yet it was sufficient for Chu Yuan's needs. With such a high compatibility with the divine status, It was only a matter of time before he would inherit more divine powers. This fragment of power essentially paved a path for him to ascend to become a demigod. As for whether he could fully inherit the divine status and become the next demigod, or how long it would take, that would depend entirely on his own fortune. However, this fragment of the water goddess divine status was fortuitously timely for Chu Yuan. It was incredibly advantageous. After all, his SSS-level abilities wielded the power of forbidden spells, which consumed a significant amount of magical energy. Now, with the water goddess divine power, sustaining prolonged battles would pose no challenge. Imagine if all of Chu Yuan's skills, being of forbidden spell caliber, were to be utilized with this buff of limitless magical energy. Who could withstand such onslaughts? He would undoubtedly carve an invincible path forward. Chu Yuan, how do you feel? Is there any change in your body? The purple luminescence enveloping Chu Yuan persisted for several minutes before gradually dissipating, during which Qin Mu, Bu Pingfan, Bai Mei, and Ji Ruo remained anxiously fixated on him. The initial phase of actively inheriting a fragment of power is the most perilous. However, once one perseveres through the first fusion process, subsequent risks are minimal. The only question remaining is how far the inheritor can advance on the path to becoming the next demigod. Chu Yuan, have you successfully merged? Bu Pingfan inquired nervously as he observed Chu Yuan gradually returning to normal. I have never felt this exhilarating. Chu Yuan beamed, and upon hearing this, the four prominent figures finally relaxed, signifying that Chu Yuan had completely merged with the fragment of power. I knew it. With a compatibility rating of 999, success was inevitable. Chu Yuan, have you managed to read the information of this divine status? Qin Mu asked excitedly. I have merged with the divine status of the water god. Chu Yuan nodded, promptly relaying the information he had just gleaned to the four prominent figures without withholding anything, for he owed this opportunity entirely to them. Old Qin, who would have thought it was a fragment of the water goddess divine status? Truly a rarity. Old Bu, considering the prestige of the water god, the price you paid to obtain this divine status was well worth it. At that moment, Qin Mu was even more exhilarated than Bu Pingfan. As the mayor of Lanchuan, the highest administrative officer in the open, he had never expected that during his tenure, Lanchuan City would witness the emergence of a professional capable of successfully inheriting divine status. The 5 elemental systems of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth are the most prevalent among professional skills in this world. It is no exaggeration to say that water is one of the foundational laws that construct the world. This indicates the immense potential that this divine status possesses, which is why both Bu Pingfan and Qin Mu reacted with such excitement upon hearing it was the water god's divine status. By the way, Chu Yuan, given the power you have displayed thus far, you should also be a mage. Yet why does your professional information indicate that you are unclassed? Finally, seizing the moment while everyone was in high spirits, Bu Pingfan posed a question that had been lingering in his mind. At this point, Chu Yuan was already considered one of their own, and his inquiry stemmed from concern that Chu Yuan might have resorted to some extraordinary means to gain his power. Now endowed with divine attributes, Chu Yuan has become exceedingly vital to the entire professional association and even to Lanchuan City. Should he ever stray down a dark path, it is imperative that the professional association assists him in returning to the righteous way. I am indeed an unclassed individual. As for how I am able to wield skills, the principle remains somewhat ambiguous to me. I surmise that there may have been an error in the awakening array on the day of my awakening. After all, it seems I am the sole unclassed individual in the entire empire, does it not? After some contemplation, Chu Yuan managed to conjure a semblance of justification. Indeed, such a possibility exists. Bu Pingfan nodded in agreement. He immediately discerned that Chu Yuan was reluctant to elaborate further, yet he could not compel him to divulge more. Moreover, the potential he mentioned was not without merit, considering the emergence of this universal world stemmed from the fusion of the gaming realm and Blue Star. Prior to the descent, who would have ever anticipated the existence of a gaming space in our world? Undoubtedly, a prodigy like Chu Yuan must harbor some secrets. If he chooses not to reveal them, so be it. Regardless, based on the prowess and character Chu Yuan has exhibited thus far, his presence is beneficial to the professional association, bringing only advantages. That is sufficient in itself. Little Chu Yuan, you are increasingly captivating. Ji Ruo's gaze towards Chu Yuan had always been somewhat fervent, and now, with his inheritance of the water god's divine attributes, his entire demeanor seemed to have reached a new pinnacle of charm. At this moment, her eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at him. It is said that those who merge with shards of authority acquire unique abilities. Why not come to my room tonight, and we can thoroughly explore your newfound powers together. Chapter 45. What ball do you wish to touch? At this juncture, had it not been for Bai Mei's firm grip on Ji Ruo, she might have already leapt into Chu Yuan's arms. Ji Ruo, could you be a bit more serious? Bai Mei, too, was perplexed. Having known Ji Ruo for many years, she recognized that while Ji Ruo was generally unpretentious and warm, it was merely a facade. In reality, she maintained a rather aloof demeanor in the presence of men. After all, she is the most beautiful woman in the Lanchuan City Professional Association. Yet, How had she transformed into this way upon encountering Chu Yuan? As a longtime confidant, Bai Mei could discern a profound and intense interest emanating from Ji Ruo towards Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan, congratulations on inheriting the shard of authority. Henceforth, I trust you will act with the interests of the association and Longchuan in mind. Suddenly, Bu Pingfan spoke with grave seriousness, and notably, he even employed the respectful term please when addressing Chu Yuan, clearly regarding him as an equal. President, I certainly will. Chu Yuan nodded earnestly. In truth, he would have acted in such a manner regardless of Bu Pingfan's words. After all, he was treated with utmost courtesy here, and having just joined the professional association, Bu Pingfan had unreservedly presented him with such a significant gift as a shard of authority. While Chu Yuan understood that Bu Pingfan harbored his own ambitions, hoping for the professional association of Longchuan City to achieve remarkable feats, his provision of tangible benefits and trust was undeniably commendable and rare, especially since Chu Yuan adhered to the principle of treating others as they treat him. If one offends him, he shall retaliate, but if one respects him, he will reciprocate that respect. Therefore, his thoughts would naturally be directed towards the professional association in Longchuan City. Splendid, splendid. Observing Chu Yuan's agreement, Bu Pingfan exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Mu, and the two prominent figures of Longchuan City immediately broke into satisfied smiles. By the way, Chu Yuan, now that you have officially joined the professional association, allow me to introduce to you the structure of our Longchuan Professional Association and the benefits of membership. Our professional association is a type of vocational guild. However, with the support of the Empire, it can be considered a top-tier guild. Generally, vocational guilds are classified from 1 to 10 tiers, with the classification based on the overall strength of the guild, its membership, and its contributions to the Empire. Our professional association is a prestigious Tier 9 guild, one that every talented vocationalist aspires to join with great fervor. Bu Pingfan spoke with a hint of pride. Tier 9. President, hasn't our professional association always been promoted as the Empire's top guild? Why are we not a Tier 10? Are there truly other guilds that surpass ours? Chu Yuan candidly expressed his inquiry. Indeed, Bu Pingfan elucidated, while our professional association is formidable, there are indeed guilds within the Empire that surpass even us. That would be the Magic Association. The Magic Association stands as the highest guild in nearly every empire, underscoring the significant status of mages within our society. Bu Pingfan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Chu Yuan, in fact, President Bu, is also a member of the Magic Association. At that moment, Qin Mu interjected. What? Chu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. The head of a local branch of the professional association could also be a member of the Magic Association? How could such a situation be permissible? Chu Yuan cast a puzzled glance at Bu Pingfan. Chu Yuan, I understand your confusion. Typically, all guilds prohibit an individual from being a member of two factions simultaneously. However, the Magic Association operates differently. It is quite liberal and open. As long as one is an exceptional mage and can pass the Magic Association's rigorous tests, one is eligible for membership. Moreover, as a Tier 10 top-tier guild, other guilds seldom object to this arrangement. However, the tests and requirements for joining the Magic Association are exceedingly stringent, and in reality, only a handful of new members are admitted each year. If the opportunity arises, I shall surely take you to the Magic Association for you to witness its grandeur. At this moment, Bu Pingfan resembled a teacher earnestly imparting knowledge to his student, diligently explaining concepts that Chu Yuan had never encountered during his schooling. Now, back to the matter at hand regarding our professional association. Like traditional large guilds, our professional association is also divided into tiers from 1 to 10, based on the contribution of its members to the guild. As you spend more time in the guild and complete various tasks, you will accumulate contribution points. The higher your contribution, the higher your rank within the guild. It is important to note that advancing your guild tier does not consume contribution points. So as long as you reach a certain threshold of contributions, you will automatically level up within the guild. I will later have Ji Ruo provide you with specific information. Typically, upon reaching Tier 10, one is eligible to contest for the position of guild leader, and at Tier 6, one may vie for the position of guild steward. For instance, the current tier standings of the 5 chief stewards in Longchuan City show Bai Mei at the top, having reached Tier 8, while the other stewards are at Tier 7. Ji Ruo, the least invested, remains at Tier 6. However, Ji Ruo has indeed contributed significantly to the association. She merely looks down upon accumulating those contribution points. As Bu Pingfan spoke, Ji Ruo casually tossed her hair, exuding her omnipresent feminine allure while displaying an air of nonchalance. Nevertheless, Chu Yuan, although Ji Ruo may not care, do not underestimate these contribution points. They hold great significance. For instance, within the guild's internal warehouse, these contribution points equate to currency, allowing you to exchange for anything you desire. Moreover, obtaining items from the guild is undoubtedly far more economical than purchasing them in the external market. Bu Pingfan earnestly cautioned. Little Chu Yuan, our professional association's warehouse truly possesses a vast array of items, equipment, materials, skills, virtually everything one could wish for. Furthermore, Many exquisite pieces of equipment and skills are entirely unavailable in the external market. It will most certainly broaden your horizons. Bai Mei chimed in from the side. Later, I can have Bai Mei take you to explore our warehouse. Of course, shortly, you will be issued a communicator per guild regulations. This device will allow you to access our professional association's information panel at any time, and you will be able to view and exchange items from the warehouse directly. Certainly, the contributions of our professional association extend beyond mere exchanges. They also allow for the engagement of skilled individuals within the guild as bodyguards or enforcers. Numerous members, while tackling dungeons or undertaking challenging quests, often expend some of their contribution points to enlist the assistance of high-level professionals within the guild. In essence, think of these contribution points as the circulating currency within the guild. Now, what I am about to convey is of paramount importance. This pertains to the guild blessing, which, to put it plainly, is a unique mechanism of the guild that provides attribute enhancements to its members. Bu Pingfan, nodding slightly, then manifested a radiant orb the size of a basketball, which floated above his palm. Go ahead, touch the orb, Bu Pingfan urged. Is that really appropriate? Chu Yuan glanced at Ji Ruo and then at Bai Mei, taken aback by the boldness of the president, who was openly inviting him to touch the orb. Which one should he choose? Chapter 46. Leveling up is the foremost priority in life. What are you thinking, you rascal? I meant for you to touch the orb in my hand, Bu Pingfan remarked, noticing Chu Yuan's wandering gaze. His forehead creased with annoyance. What was this lad contemplating? Oh, President, you should have been more explicit. This is rather awkward. Chu Yuan quickly placed his palm upon the orb to mask his embarrassment. Congratulations on joining the 9th tier guild, professional association, and activating the guild blessing. Congratulations, you have received the guild blessing buff before leaving the guild. Your physical strength attribute increases by 20. Congratulations, you have received the guild blessing buff before leaving the guild. Your agility attribute increases by 20. Congratulations, you have received the guild blessing buff before leaving the guild. Your mana regeneration speed increases by 20, but due to an unknown error, this effect does not activate. Congratulations, you have received the guild blessing buff before leaving the guild. Your skill cooldown is reduced by 20. Congratulations, you have received the guild blessing buff. Before leaving the guild, you will earn double experience from monster hunting for 2 hours daily. After touching the orb, Chu Yuan's information panel was inundated with a barrage of buff notifications. Goodness gracious, Chu Yuan was taken aback. Truly, this was the hallmark of a top-tier guild. Without utilizing any items or auxiliary professions, his physical attributes surged remarkably. Now, Chu Yuan understood why some professionals were so desperate to join high-level guilds. The benefits were far from trivial. Little Chu Yuan, your astonished expression is simply adorable. Ji Ruo approached with a graceful sway of her waist, teasingly. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. The advantages of joining the professional association are just beginning to unfold. For instance, take me. Ji Ruo effortlessly uttered enticing words. Ahem, can this be realized now? Although embarrassed, Chu Yuan was still moved, glancing at her ample bosom. You little rascal, I didn't expect you to be so eager. Ji Ruo blushed slightly, mumbling softly. All right, let us get back to business. Bu Pingfan interrupted the two. Chu Yuan, I've conveyed most of the essential information about the professional association. The rest is up to you to explore. If you find yourself with some free time, feel free to access the guild's task panel and undertake more quests. Not only will you gain experience points and contribution points, but you'll also earn some currency. This will expedite your understanding of the professional association. If there's anything you don't grasp later on, you may always consult Bai Mei and Ji Ruo. I have matters to attend to with Mayor Qin, so we shall take our leave. As Bu Pingfan and Qin Mu exited the office, he turned back momentarily. Oh, and keep an eye on the development of that authority fragment. Let me know if there are any updates. With that, Bu Pingfan departed, though he appeared nonchalant. He harbored high hopes for Chu Yuan to become the next demon god. After all, Chu Yuan had recently awakened with formidable prowess, complemented by a compatibility rating of 999. Instilling Bu Pingfan with genuine optimism for the rise of the Longchuan City Professional Association. Ji Ruo, I have matters to attend to at the Security Bureau, so I shall leave Chu Yuan in your capable hands. Bai Mei said, bidding farewell to Chu Yuan before hastily exiting the office. In an instant, only Chu Yuan and Ji Ruo remained in the office, and to make matters more precarious, Bai Mei had closed the door behind her. Thus, they found themselves in an intimate setting, just the two of them. Hee little Chu Yuan, didn't you just call me Ruojia? You're quite bold to address me without my consent. Ji Ruo teased as she moved closer to him, seizing every opportunity to provoke Chu Yuan. Ruojia, what do you intend to do? Chu Yuan stammered. I must inform you that while you are indeed beautiful and well endowed, I, Chu Yuan, am not one to be trifled with. If you're intent on forcing my hand, I won't resist. Considering I have just absorbed the authority fragment and am quite weak. As Ji Ruo truly moved in closer, Chu Yuan chose to close his eyes. If a storm was indeed brewing, he might as well brace himself for its fury. Haha, you are truly adorable. Unexpectedly, upon witnessing Chu Yuan's hesitant demeanor, Ji-Rua could no longer contain herself. She let out a melodious laugh, then leaned in closer, merely brushing her fingertips against his hair without crossing any further boundaries. Is that all? Who are you calling a little rascal? I'm quite grown, thank you very much. Chu Yuan opened his eyes, murmuring slightly disappointed. In truth, he had a wealth of memories from 2 lifetimes, and psychologically, he felt akin to someone in their 30s. Huh, you actually wish for me to do something to you? Dream on, little rascal. Now tell me, what do you plan to do next? They're all busy, but I am free and can keep you company. Ji-Rua, after playfully teasing Chu Yuan, appeared quite satisfied, grinning widely. What a delightful troublemaker, Chu Yuan mused inwardly, yet outwardly stated. I just recently completed my class transition task, and was hoping to find some missions that could help me rapidly gain experience to level up. As a local, Chu Yuan had a fair understanding of Longchuan City, where the prominent strongmen predominantly congregated in the 3 major factions: the military, the professional association, and the municipal government. The president of the professional association, Bu Pingfan, was a peak 6-turn starry mage, a quasi 7-turn archmage, with unfathomable strength. The 5 stewards of the professional association were all 6-turn starry professionals, each wielding impressive power despite varying levels. Mayor Qin Mu was a 6-turn starry powerhouse. Though his frequent entanglement in mundane matters and the management of the city diminished his combat experience, rendering him slightly less formidable than Bu Pingfan. Of course, beneath Qin Mu, the most formidable were the 7 sons of Longchuan, who had previously intervened to protect the city's barrier, all of whom were peak 6-turn starry champions. Each of the 7 sons could rival Qin Mu and even Bu Pingfan in terms of level, while they might not best Bu Pingfan in one-on-one combat. Their combined strength was certainly greater than the sum of its parts. As a 2nd-tier city, Longchuan was graced with the presence of a 7-turn king-level archmage, although it had been quite some time since he had made an appearance. The military, shrouded in secrecy, is recognized by Chu Yuan as a formidable force. Yet his understanding of it remains limited. However, in this seemingly inconspicuous town, the vice president of a professional guild has astonishingly acquired a fragment of divine authority. This feat undeniably earns Chu Yuan's admiration for Bu Pingfan. Upon fusing the divine authority fragment, Chu Yuan realizes that he will soon catch the attention of some high-ranking individuals in Longchuan to establish his foothold within the professional association and the city. While avoiding undue scrutiny, elevating his strength must be his utmost priority. Leveling up? Such a task appears deceptively simple. Upon hearing Chu Yuan's intentions, Ji-Rua promptly retrieves a pill from her storage ring. You should have mentioned your desire to level up earlier. Here, take this, it's a minor experience pill. Consuming it will elevate your level and will serve as a gift for joining the guild. The age-old adage rings true, one who eats from another's hand cannot be too choosy. Gazing at the experience pill in Ji-Rua's hand, Chu Yuan hesitates momentarily. This gift seems rather extravagant. Ruajia. Chapter 47. Now, this is what we call spending. The experience pill is indeed a remarkable item. A privilege reserved for the affluent scions and heirs of prominent families. Different levels demand different experience pills, allowing users to instantly boost their experience levels without the arduous task of battling monsters in perilous territories. This world is inherently inequitable. The privileged can attain levels that ordinary adventurers would need to toil for, solely through monetary investment. The power of wealth is evident. It not only circumvents the hazards of combat, but also conserves time and effort, albeit at a financial cost. Stop being so polite, you little rascal. Just take it. Observing Chu Yuan's reluctance, Ji-Rua generously thrusts a handful of experience pills into his palm. For us, at our current level, these experience pills offer negligible assistance. But for you, they're just what you need. Even if I were to use them, they wouldn't fetch much in return. Honestly, I have no use for such petty sums. Ji-Rua remarks nonchalantly. 30-level experience pill. A swift glance at the information regarding the experience pill leaves Chu Yuan even more astounded. For newcomers, experience pills are among the most vital items. These 30-level pills can command at least 1 million in the market, and during shortages, one could even sell for as high as 1.2 million. Ji-Rua has bestowed upon him a generous 5, worth no less than 5 to 6 million. To her, this is merely a trifling sum. The world of the wealthy is truly beyond my comprehension. Thank you, Ruajia. With Ji-Rua's words weighing heavily on his mind, Chu Yuan decides against further pretense. Promptly swallowing all the experience pills in one go. Consumed 30-level experience pill, gained 50,000 experience. Consumed 30-level experience pill, gained 50,000 experience. Consumed 30-level experience pill, gained 50,000 experience. You have leveled up to LV32. All attributes increased by 200 points. You have received an additional 200 free attribute points. You have leveled up to LV33. All attributes increased by 300 points. You have received an additional 300 free attribute points. You have leveled up to LV40. All attributes increased by 2,000 points. You have received an additional 2,000 free attribute points. You have reached the level cap. Experience points are now invalid but can be stored. Please proceed with your third job change promptly. Marvelous, Chu Yuan exclaimed. With just a handful of experience pills, his level has surged to the maximum of the second job's silver tier without any effort. Now, he comprehends why these experience pills command such high prices and are favored by the affluent youth. Their convenience is unparalleled. Feeling the invigorating changes brought about by the enhancement of his attributes, Chu Yuan feels rejuvenated as waves of energy surge through every cell of his body. He allocates all his free attribute points to agility. A sensation of lightness blossomed from his feet, making him feel as though he were a fleeting breeze. Since his last pursuit of Kai Kuan, he has come to realize the vital importance of agility for someone like him, who leans towards the mage archetype. Thus, he invests all accumulated free attribute points into agility. With the divine authority of the water god, his magical energy is boundless, and his skills are predominantly of the forbidden spell caliber. Hardly any adversary can withstand his onslaught. Therefore, with sufficient agility and magical power, other physical attributes become unnecessary. Invincibility in action is the only truth. Ruajia, if you're not too busy, would you accompany me on an errand? After consuming the experience pills, Chu Yuan suddenly turns to Ji Ruo. Ji Ruo visibly pauses in surprise. This is the first time Chu Yuan has extended an invitation to her. A stark contrast to their previous dynamic where she pursued him while he evaded. Of course, Ji Ruo nods vigorously, and together they head outside. Little Chu Yuan, after all that running, you ought to tell me what this errand entails. Upon exiting the Professional Association's garden gate, Ji Ruo recalls to inquire. The third job change quest. Chu Yuan replies. You've reached level 40 silver maximum? Ji Ruo exclaims in astonishment. When Chu Yuan first joined the Professional Association, they retrieved his job information panel. And Ji Ruo was well aware that his level was at 31. She is astonished that the few experience pills she provided could possibly elevate him a staggering 9 levels. After all, the experience gained from each 30-level experience pill is fixed. Yet, Chu Yuan defies this expectation and skyrockets to level 40. Could it be that the guild leader bestowed a hidden boon upon this young lad during the guild blessing, granting him an experience boost? Ji Ruo muses internally. The experience boost, as the term suggests, provides a significant additional experience reward whenever a professional uses any item to gain experience, including but not limited to experience pills. However, this blessing is not a standard guild buff. It requires the guild leader's personal activation. Such opportunities are rare, typically reserved for members who have made significant contributions to the guild. Yet, apart from this possibility, Ji Ruo cannot fathom how Chu Yuan managed to achieve such a remarkable level increase with just a handful of experience pills. The guild leader truly seems to hold a special regard for this young lad. How fortunate indeed. After reflecting on this, Ji Ruo quickly catches up to Chu Yuan, and they soon arrive at the job change hall. Standing before the grandiose entrance, Chu Yuan feels invigorated. In a mere few days, he has transformed from a perceived failure to standing atop the pinnacle of genius, rapidly ascending to the peak of silver, surpassing most of his peers in occupational rank. He has also joined the Empire's 9th-tier top-tier guild, inheriting divine authority, truly a king's return. Come on, little Chu Yuan. Why are you dawdling at the entrance? Ji Ruo playfully nudges him from behind. Lost in his pleasant reverie, Chu Yuan is jolted back to reality and walks toward the job change hall with a sigh. Having previously recorded his job change information, Chu Yuan approaches the counter manned by the short-haired beauty. She remembers him well due to his striking appearance and distinctiveness. As he approaches, she greets him warmly. Hello, handsome. Long time no see. What business do you have here today? Her words, while implying a long absence, indicate that only a few days have passed since he last came to accept a task for his second job change. I'm here to accept the task for my third job change. Chu Yuan replies softly. The short-haired beauty was momentarily taken aback, assuming that Chu Yuan was merely jesting. Oh, handsome young man, please don't tease me. If you wish to flirt, just say so. I'm not that difficult to pursue. How could you possibly reach level 40 in just a few days after your second promotion? As she spoke, she playfully threw a wink at Chu Yuan. Just do what I ask without all this unnecessary chatter. At that moment, Ji Ruo, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, erupted in fury, her queenly aura instantly emanating. The short-haired beauty, having never encountered such indignation, was about to retaliate but, upon seeing Ji Ruo's commanding presence, promptly recoiled, realizing that Ji Ruo was not to be trifled with. All right, please turn around for your class information. The short-haired beauty stammered. Chu Yuan opened his class panel, and the details of his level 40 class swiftly appeared before the short-haired beauty's eyes. You truly reached full silver level in just a few days, she exclaimed, her eyes wide as saucers. Meanwhile, Ji Ruo discreetly showcased her own level information. The short-haired beauty quickly shut her gaping mouth. Chapter 48. Is there a fee for item retrieval quests? A young novice had astonishingly reached full silver level within days, accompanied by a seasoned expert exceeding level 100. He must be the scion of a wealthy family. He is becoming increasingly handsome, the short-haired beauty mused dreamily. Though her hands remained deftly working. I will promptly arrange your third promotion quest. After re-registering Chu Yuan's information, the short-haired beauty began to tap swiftly on the screen behind the counter. Before long, the nearby teleportation portal activated. The familiar sensation washed over Chu Yuan as he approached the portal, while the short-haired beauty gazed at his retreating figure, her eyes sparkling. If this young gentleman were to take a liking to me, wouldn't that mean soaring to new heights? As she considered this, she straightened her posture, hoping that when Chu Yuan emerged, he would behold her in her most perfect form. However, upon turning around, she was met with the fierce visage of Ji Ruo. Ji Ruo exuded an aura of dominance, as if warning the short-haired beauty that Chu Yuan belonged to her. Grateful she hadn't engaged with this intimidating woman earlier, the short-haired beauty was suddenly devoid of any romantic notions. Inside the promotion space, Chu Yuan reappeared in the familiar small room, placing his palm on the screen with ease. Congratulations, you have accepted the 3rd promotion golden quest. Quest level, 2 stars, prerequisite, monetary resources. Quest content, item contribution, water buffalo horn, goldwood silk, leaf essence. Stone monster heart, fire lizard scale. Quest time limit, 24 hours. An item retrieval quest? Chu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Promotion quests come in various types, and the items required vary accordingly. Some items can only be obtained by defeating monsters and bosses, while others can be purchased at the market, allowing for swift completion of the quests if one is willing to spend money. Of course, if a player prefers to avoid expenditure, they can scour different maps for the necessary items. Given that this was a 2-star retrieval quest, it wouldn't be particularly challenging, but it would be extremely time-consuming, requiring traversal across multiple maps, and some items might necessitate a stroke of luck to find. For instance, the goldwood silk and leaf essence that Chu Yuan was tasked with acquiring could only be uncovered through meticulous digging. Thus, many players unwilling to spend money often find themselves failing such 2-star promotion quests, not due to difficulty, but simply due to insufficient time. Observing the tasks he had accepted, Chu Yuan let out a faint sigh. It seemed the quest system had conspired with his premium fishing system to devise ways to extract funds from him. The prices for items like goldwood silk and leaf essence were steep, often fetching around 800,000 when market conditions were favorable. For those with advantageous classes, such as mages or knights, who can efficiently farm monsters and engage in solo quests, earning money is relatively swift. However, for poorer players, every step taken, every piece of equipment purchased, and every promotion undertaken can feel like a struggle. Ultimately, the principle remains the same. To excel on any career path, one must be prepared to invest. Should he opt to spend money to purchase the necessary items for a quick quest completion? Or should he expend effort to seek them out? Chu Yuan hesitated as he exited the promotion chamber. Little Chu Yuan, why do you appear so troubled over accepting a 3rd promotion quest? Ji Ruo hurriedly approached him, noticing his furrowed brow. Chu Yuan recounted the details of his item retrieval quest to Ji Ruo. Oh, I thought it was something significant. We have all the materials you need at our guild. It's just a 3rd promotion quest, not a quest for celestial treasures. Ji Ruo replied nonchalantly. These items can be exchanged for guild contribution points. I know you don't have many points yet, so I can help you exchange mine. It won't take much. With that, Ji Ruo boldly took Chu Yuan's hand and led him out of the promotion hall, leaving the short-haired beauty dumbfounded as she watched their departing figures. How grand and audacious must their guild be? While these materials are not exceedingly rare, having several in the guild's warehouse is certainly impressive, indicating that the guild is far from ordinary. On the way back to the guild headquarters, Chu Yuan hesitantly asked, Sister Ruo, how do I repay you for the experience potions and for helping me exchange for the promotion materials? Feeling somewhat sheepish, he realized he owed Ji Ruo quite a bit since consuming her experience potion. It amounted to several million in favors, an amount that could easily bankrupt a middle-class family. Oh, that's easy. How about you repay me with your heart? Ji Ruo quipped, playfully delivering a light smack to Chu Yuan's backside. In that instant, Chu Yuan was reminded of her playful interactions with Bai Mei, a ripple of emotion washing over him. I was being serious, he protested, attempting to maintain his composure. I am serious too, Ji Ruo replied, enunciating each word deliberately. Realizing that Ji Ruo was not jesting, Chu Yuan felt he had inadvertently dug himself into a hole. Stuttering, without being able to continue. Sister Ruo, do we truly have all 5 materials for my promotion at our guild's warehouse? Chu Yuan quickly shifted the topic. Ji Ruo, displaying her generosity, did not linger on the previous subject. We should have all of them. The materials for your 3rd promotion are not particularly valuable, and the guild warehouse typically stocks a bit of everything for the convenience of its members. Even if we lack something, it would just be 1 or 2 items that haven't been restocked in time. As they conversed, the flying carriage swiftly returned them to the guild. In fact, Ji Ruo carried a communication device that could remotely access the guild warehouse for exchanges. However, the short-haired beauty's gaze towards Chu Yuan had left her feeling unsettled, prompting her to hasten his departure from the promotion temple. Upon arriving at the guild warehouse, Ji Ruo casually swiped a card, and the warehouse door swung open. The moment he entered, Chu Yuan was captivated by the dazzling array of items inside. This was indeed the warehouse of a major guild. It housed equipment and weapons of various levels, all of blue quality or higher, overwhelming the senses. Not only that, but an abundance of elixirs and materials was also readily available. The mere inventory and quality of the pharmaceuticals are likely unmatched even by the renowned pharmaceutical family. The Kai family. This revelation truly opened Chu Yuan's eyes. He has resolved to diligently undertake guild tasks henceforth, as every item here is worth a substantial amount of Star Dragon coins. Chapter 49, Hidden Profession. Astrologer. As Chu Yuan meandered through the warehouse, exploring every nook and cranny, he resembled Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Little Chu Yuan, I have procured the 4 task items for you: goldenwood silk, leaf essence, water buffalo horn, and stone monster heart. He was informed. However, the fire lizard scale armor is out of stock in the warehouse. This item belongs to the guild's inventory, and its replenishment is entirely random, so it is uncertain when the fire lizard scale armor will be restocked. Nonetheless, the drop rate for this armor in dungeons is quite favorable. Allow me to accompany you. We should be able to obtain it swiftly rather than waiting idly here. Your task shouldn't have a time limit, right? Before long, Ji Ruo approached him with several task items in her arms. Yes, Chu Yuan nodded repeatedly, grateful for Ji Ruo's assistance in resolving 4 of his task items. He felt hesitant to trouble her further. I can handle the fire lizard scale armor myself. I truly appreciate your help, Ruojia. You've accompanied me for quite a while. You deserve a good rest and needn't follow me any longer. As Chu Yuan reached for the task items in Ji Ruo's hands, she swiftly withdrew them, leaving him empty-handed. I am going, Ji Ruo declared. Really, it's unnecessary, Ruojia. I can manage. Chu Yuan shook his head. He genuinely did not wish for Ji Ruo to continue helping him, especially since she had already run around for quite some time, and only 1 task item remained. He was fully capable of handling it himself. I am going. Ji Ruo enunciated each word through gritted teeth. What Chu Yuan failed to comprehend was that Ji Ruo was not implying what he thought. She believed he was attempting to shake her off. All right, go ahead. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan was taken aback. He had no idea why the beautiful woman before him had suddenly become so fervent. Half an hour later, Chu Yuan and Ji Ruo arrived at the location marked on the task map. The fire lizard scale armor is an item dropped by the ferocious fire lizards and can be utilized as material for crafting equipment. Its drop rate is neither particularly high nor low. Fire lizards inhabit the fire lizard forest, and although their level and attack power are modest, they are numerous. As the saying goes, a multitude of ants can kill an elephant. Thus, even formidable expert players find themselves troubled when confronted by swarms of fire lizards. However, for Chu Yuan, who possesses forbidden spell skills, they are mere trifles. The more opponents there are, the more exhilarated he feels, as it allows for greater expression of his abilities. Let us go, little rascal. At the entrance of the fire lizard forest, Ji Ruo declared, waving her hand to summon a weapon, a crystal orb radiating a faint cold light. Although she had heard of Chu Yuan's prowess, she had never witnessed him in action. With the fire lizards being around level 39, comparable to Chu Yuan and their sheer numbers, Ji Ruo intended to ensure his absolute safety by engaging in serious combat against these beasts. The moment Ji Ruo's weapon manifested, her profession information panel appeared alongside it, revealing her identity. Name, Ji Ruo. Profession, 6th Transition Starry Astrologer. Level, 117. You are a hidden profession astrologer? Seeing Ji Ruo's profession information, Chu Yuan was momentarily stunned. This is a rare hidden profession, a once-in-a-century occurrence. The astrologer is a type of auxiliary profession, yet it does not entirely fit within that category. Not only does it possess formidable buff stacking capabilities, but its unique skills also allow for partial foresight of the future and tracking abilities. In battle, an astrologer's starfire is as potent as any primary combat skill. The astrologer is essentially the pinnacle of auxiliary professions, excelling in all areas without significant weaknesses. Look at your astonished expression. The vast blue star is home to countless hidden professions. Just within our Star Dragon Empire, there are over 1,000 publicly recognized hidden professionals. There is no need for such surprise. Besides, you, an unclassed individual, also possess powerful skills. Why get so worked up over encountering a hidden professional? Stay close to me. Ji Ruo shot Chu Yuan a glance, leading the way into the fire lizard forest. This sister is truly domineering. Chu Yuan shook his head helplessly and followed closely. Within the fire lizard forest, the only fierce beast present is the fire lizard, the undisputed ruler of this territory. As no other beast can survive in this environment due to the excessively high temperatures, even the leaves of the surrounding trees are a fiery red, resembling an inferno from a distance. Barely had Chu Yuan and Ji Ruo entered the fire lizard forest before they were drenched in sweat. Having yet to encounter a single beast, it's so hot. Ji Ruo seemed to have reached her limit with the heat, uncertain if it was intentional or not. She stripped off her outer layer, leaving only a white shirt, which clung to her, dampened by perspiration, revealing a tantalizing sight that made Chu Yuan's temperature rise even further. It's still so hot. This wasn't the end. Feeling the heat was unbearable. Ji Ruo proceeded to tear her skirt in half, leaving just enough to cover her rear, with beads of sweat trickling down her long, graceful legs. Wow. This woman is too fiery. The provocative scene was nearly overwhelming for Chu Yuan. At that moment, feeling much more comfortable, Ji Ruo wiped the sweat from her forehead and turned to face Chu Yuan. Little Chu Yuan, aren't you hot in those thick clothes? If you don't manage to obtain the fire lizard scale armor, you might end up overheating, Ji Ruo remarked, her gaze assessing him with a boldness that was hard to ignore. I'm alright. My body is quite special and doesn't heat up easily. In truth, Chu Yuan was boiling with discomfort. However, he understood that he could not afford to remove his clothing, given how alluring Ji Ruo appeared. He feared he wouldn't be able to control himself. Are you afraid I might take advantage of you? Noticing the flush creeping onto Chu Yuan's ears and cheeks, Ji Ruo chuckled, unable to contain her amusement. She approached him, seizing his clothing and beginning to peel it away. Ruo Jia, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Isn't this moving too fast? Chu Yuan initially attempted to resist, but after a few feeble struggles, he ceased to fight back. After all, this wasn't a battle. His skills were mostly of the forbidden spell caliber, and it wouldn't do to unleash them on Ji Ruo. What are you thinking, little rascal? Do you think I would randomly strip someone else's clothes off? I'll have you know, you are the first. In terms of physical attributes, Ji Ruo, at level 117, far surpassed Chu Yuan, who was only level 40. With ease, she stripped him down to nothing but his shorts. I knew it this morning. You're small in stature, but well endowed, haha. Ji Ruo burst into laughter at the sight of Chu Yuan, who was unable to conceal himself with his hands, finding him irresistibly cute. Ruo Jia, you're going too far. You're wearing quite a bit yourself. Why not remove some more for extra comfort? At this point, Chu Yuan felt even hotter. The reduction of his clothing did nothing to alleviate the heat within him. He was nearly at his breaking point before this captivating woman. Suddenly, a rustling sound began to echo through the forest. What are you stripping for? You little rascal, snap out of it. Something coming. Ji Ruo rolled her eyes at Chu Yuan and pointed to their side. Before long, several fire lizards emerged from the underbrush, evidently drawn out by Ji Ruo's exuberant laughter. Is this what fire lizards look like? They are not particularly large, about the thickness of an arm, yet they appear in great numbers. However, for Chu Yuan and Ji Ruo, dealing with them is merely child's play. Not only does Chu Yuan wield two formidable SSS-level abilities that can dispatch foes in an instant, but Ji Ruo, being a prominent figure of 117, finds handling these creatures as simple as a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. The only drawback is the oppressive heat in the area. The two are eager to conclude their business and depart. Soon, rows of fire lizards, each measuring over 2 meters in length, began to dart out from every crevice in the forest, and within moments, they were swarming around Chu Yuan and Ji Ruo. Chapter 50. Do you usually use forbidden spells to farm monsters? Little Chu Yuan, though the fire lizards here are of a low level, they are remarkably united in their numbers, so do not underestimate them. Stand behind me, and I shall surely keep you safe. A third-tier task is no trouble for me, Ji Ruo exclaimed, twisting her waist and swiftly positioning herself in front of Chu Yuan. After speaking, she raised the crystal orb in her hand, and a series of pale purple lights began to swirl around her. Where are you, little Chu Yuan? After speaking for a while, Ji Ruo suddenly realized she had received no response. She turned around to find nothing but emptiness, her heart racing as she began to search frantically for Chu Yuan's figure. Suddenly, a wildly violent surge of magical energy erupted, saturating the fire lizard forest. What is happening? The fire lizard forest is a rather obscure map, typically devoid of adventurers. How could such a potent magical fluctuation arise? Ji Ruo thought, her senses heightened. Judging by the intensity, it must be at least a 7th-tier grand magician. How could they contend with such a force? Ji Ruo felt a wave of alarm wash over her. She had not anticipated encountering such a powerful practitioner in a level 30 dungeon. What on earth was happening in Longchuan City? She took out her phone, preparing to summon reinforcements. But just then, a familiar figure descended from the sky, none other than Chu Yuan, his hands coalescing with white magical light. Little Chu Yuan, when did you ascend to the heavens? Ji Ruo exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes wide as she watched Chu Yuan plunge into the throng of fire lizards. Crash! Exorcism of evil. Chu Yuan bellowed, unleashing a colossal white magical energy that erupted skyward from his very core. The white beam of light reverberated throughout the entire fire lizard forest, akin to a volcano erupting from the depths of the earth, obliterating everything in its path. A forbidden spell level fluctuation. This magical energy, akin to that of a 7th-tier grand magician, emanated from Chu Yuan. Ji Ruo stood agape, her mouth agape, nearly dropping the crystal orb from her grasp. She had expected another formidable figure to appear in the fire lizard forest, yet she never anticipated it would be Chu Yuan. Hello, this is the Longchuan City Adventurers Guild. Is there something you need, Steward Ji? A voice crackled from the phone. However, Ji Ruo was utterly captivated, lost in the mesmerizing spectacle of Chu Yuan's magical display. Did she still require assistance? Initially, She had heard from Bai Mei that Chu Yuan was immensely powerful, likely the master of the mysterious spatial force. She had been somewhat skeptical. In her eyes, he was merely a young lad. How strong could he possibly be? How could he surpass the strength of a 7th-tier grand magician and simultaneously obliterate 2 major secret realms and dungeons? Regardless of others' beliefs, she, Ji Ruo, had remained unconvinced. Yet the scene before her had utterly shattered her preconceptions. He truly is the master of spatial power, and he displays it before me without a hint of hesitation. What does this signify? Trust? Or perhaps he simply does not fear me knowing, or even exposing, this information? It is worth noting that, from her prior knowledge, aside from Bai Mei, who had some inkling of the situation, even the guild leader and the mayor had never witnessed Chu Yuan wielding spatial power. Previously, Ji Ruo had treated Chu Yuan as a mere child, believing it easy to tease him. However, her perception of Chu Yuan's strength underwent a remarkable transformation during this joint mission. The magic skill he had just employed was truly terrifying. If he could utilize such power for farming dungeons, the efficiency would be astounding, Ji Ruo mused to herself. In contrast, Chu Yuan remained remarkably composed in light of the unfolding scene. Before long, he had collected the task item, the fire lizard scales. Little Chu Yuan, is this how you typically farm experience and complete quests? Ji Ruo asked, narrowing her eyes as she regarded him. Indeed, Chu Yuan replied nonchalantly, continuing to inspect the spoils of battle. Given that this map was of a lower level, the equipment and items dropped were rather ordinary and would not fetch a high price. Nevertheless, Chu Yuan felt content, as he had initially come here solely to acquire his class transition task item, not expecting to earn a significant profit. Little Chu Yuan, I feel as though my presence beside you is no longer necessary, Ji Ruo realized, reflecting on how she had arrogantly followed him, intending to showcase the disparity between high-tier and low-tier practitioners, teaching the newcomer a lesson. Yet, she had unwittingly found herself schooled by Chu Yuan. Her confidence took a considerable blow. Well, at the very least, I've had quite the visual feast along the way, Chu Yuan remarked quietly. What did you say? Ji Ruo genuinely did not catch his words. She was still pondering the significance of her diligent training and the nature of Chu Yuan's formidable prowess. Where had this young lad come from? More importantly, could she still tease Chu Yuan as freely as before? Surveying the fire lizard forest around her, Ji Ruo promptly called the Longchuan City Adventurers Guild to report on the situation. I inadvertently cast a spatial magic skill, resulting in an 80 damage level to the fire lizard forest. It is temporarily designated as a forbidden zone until it can be restored, after which adventurers may enter. After Ji Ruo finished speaking, she promptly hung up the phone. She understood the significance of spatial power, especially since it pertained to the damage of the Star Dragon Holy Grail. Given that Chu Yuan had revealed it before her, she refrained from mindlessly probing into matters and instead chose to assist in concealing the truth. Thank you, Sister Ruo. Chu Yuan, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head upon hearing Ji Ruo's words. He thought he had performed admirably this time, at the very least not directly destroying the mission map. Simultaneously, he harbored no objections to Ji Ruo channeling magical power towards him. To be honest, his display of disintegration power before Ji Ruo today was to report to the professional association. After all, he had already joined the association, thus establishing himself as someone with a background. Certain information should gradually be disclosed. Moreover, since Ji Ruo was one of the 5 stewards of the association, informing her was tantamount to informing the association itself. Even if my past transgressions of destroying 2 secret realms are brought to light, they cannot hold me liable for damages, right? Chu Yuan mused inwardly. After the call, Ji Ruo fixed her gaze intently on Chu Yuan, causing him to feel uneasy. Sister Ruo, why are you looking at me like that? Chu Yuan inquired softly. Chu Yuan, where exactly do you come from? You must be an extraterrestrial, right? Ji Ruo articulated each word carefully. Surprised, Chu Yuan realized that while he was not an alien, from the perspective of his transmigration, he was certainly not a native of this planet. The speaker was oblivious, yet the listener was attentive. At that moment, Chu Yuan found himself at a loss for words. You silly boy, I was merely jesting. Given your handsome appearance, you certainly cannot be an extraterrestrial. Ji Ruo had not anticipated Chu Yuan's sudden reaction and burst into laughter, playfully patting his shoulder. Chapter 51. Can a mount get jealous? Once Chu Yuan had donned his attire, he and Ji Ruo stood by the roadside, awaiting a taxi to return. However, after a considerable wait, no taxi arrived. Oh no, I forgot something crucial, Ji Ruo exclaimed, slapping her forehead. What's wrong, Sister Ruo? Chu Yuan asked. I overlooked an important detail. I should have informed the association later. After all, since this area has been designated as a forbidden zone, nearby taxis refuse to take any orders. Otherwise, we wouldn't have waited so long without a taxi. Ji Ruo lamented. You know me, Xiao Chu Yuan. I don't even have a dedicated driver. Aside from interrogations, I truly dislike socializing. Chu Yuan suddenly understood. He had also found it peculiar that in Longchuan City, transportation was incredibly convenient, with taxis typically arriving within half a minute. Even flying vehicles were available, so it was unusual to be unable to secure a ride. It turned out the issue lay with Ji Ruo. So what do we do now? Chu Yuan asked as he looked at Ji Ruo. The distance from the Fire Lizard Forest to the Longchuan City Professional Association was nearly 100 kilometers. Although both Chu Yuan and Ji Ruo were formidable, it did not imply that their movement speed was equally swift. Suitable transportation was still required. If they relied solely on their legs to return, it would likely take several hours. I've got it. Ji Ruo pondered for a moment, then suddenly retrieved a card from her storage ring and tossed it into the air. A brilliant light erupted, and a magnificent black and white crane appeared before her. This crane seemed to share a strong bond with Ji Ruo, continuously nuzzling her with its long neck, causing her to giggle and urge it to behave. Sister Ruo, what is this creature? Chu Yuan gazed at the spirited crane, his eyes gleaming. It was evident that it could carry professionals. Xiao Chu Yuan, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and get on. Ji Ruo smiled gently, leaping onto the crane's back and beckoning to Chu Yuan. Wait, sister, at least tell me what this is. I can't ride it without knowing. Chu Yuan approached the crane, which appeared somewhat resistant, glaring at him with wide eyes. This is a mount, a transportation tool exclusive to professionals. Ji Ruo explained while stroking the crane's feathers. Sister Ruo, this isn't fair. If you have this mount, why did you make us wait here for so long? Chu Yuan lamented while looking at the crane, somewhat aggrieved. As someone who had studied professional education, he was aware of what a professional mount entailed. However, as a newcomer to the true world of professionals and having just joined the guild, he thought mounts were still quite distant from him. After all, in traditional education, professional mounts were not easily obtained. They required professional beast tamers and substantial resources for successful domestication. Thus, it was generally the wealthier and more powerful professionals, typically those above level 5, who possessed mounts, making ownership a clear distinction between those with status and those without. Nevertheless, after a moment's reflection, Chu Yuan realized that it was entirely reasonable for Ji Ruo, as a steward of the professional association, to possess a mount. He simply did not understand why she had chosen to reveal it now, making them wait at the entrance of the Fire Lizard Forest for such an extended period. Xiao Chu Yuan, you truly do not understand. Mounts have lifespans. Each use consumes a portion of their life, and replenishing their lifespan requires longevity pills. These pills are not easy to come by, being exceedingly expensive and often unavailable in the market. Therefore, under normal circumstances, if a professional can secure a taxi, they typically do not use their own mount. Taxi fares are quite low and one tea cost much, but maintaining a mount is a significant expense. A competent professional must know how to manage their resources. Upgrading, crafting equipment, and gathering materials all require substantial funds. Ji Ruo explained patiently. Chu Yuan found himself in complete agreement with her words, resonating with her plight. After all, beyond the expenses Ji Ruo mentioned, he also had the exorbitantly costly fishing system, leading to an even greater demand for money. Having heard this, he understood Ji Ruo's concerns. If he were in her position, he would make the same choice. However, he merely lacked a mount at present. Stop dawdling, hurry up and mount, Ji Ruo urged. All right. Chu Yuan approached the crane and leaped onto its back, but the crane instantly displayed displeasure, collapsing onto the ground and refusing to move. Sister Ruo, this. Chu Yuan sensed the crane's animosity towards him. Be good. Ji Ruo seemed to anticipate this reaction. She smiled slightly, caressed the crane's head, and whispered something in its ear. Soon, the crane reluctantly stood up, spreading its massive wings and soaring towards the professional association. Xiao Chu Yuan, this crane is a male, and the reason it agreed to form a contract with me as a mount was due to my charm. Ji Ruo explained as they journeyed, detailing how the crane's hostility towards Chu Yuan stemmed from jealousy. Jealous? My own mount is jealous of its master? What kind of nonsense is this? Is this even normal? Chu Yuan was utterly astonished, but observing Ji Ruo's nonchalant demeanor, he surmised that she had long been accustomed to such situations. However, it must be said that Ji Ruo's beauty and figure are indeed the most captivating among the women that Chu Yuan has encountered thus far. Whether before or after his transmigration, it seems plausible that even his mount might feel a twinge of jealousy. In fact, aside from taxis and mounts, there exists another commonplace mode of transportation for adventurers, the art of flight. Noticing that Chu Yuan was fixated on the flying crane, Ji Ruo deftly shifted the topic, as she wished to prevent any discord between her mount and Chu Yuan. Flight skills. Chu Yuan had heard of them. Yet these skills appeared to be even rarer than mounts. Indeed, flight skills are generally universal among adventurers, allowing any practitioner to learn them. Besides a slight requirement concerning the agility attribute, there are no other prerequisites, making the learning threshold remarkably low. With the possession of flight skills, not only could one traverse the skies with ease, but they could also play a crucial and unexpected role in combat. Yet, flight skills are currently scarce, predominantly held by elite adventurers of at least level 7. Ordinary adventurers below this threshold can only acquire them through exorbitant purchases or sheer luck while grinding in dungeons. Ji Ruo nodded earnestly, stating, once one possesses flight skills, even with average levels and capabilities, they can barely squeeze into the ranks of top-tier adventurers. One can only imagine how significant flight skills are to an adventurer. After her words, she lightly patted the neck of the flying crane, which promptly dove downward. Within moments, they were nearing the transmutation temple. It seemed imperative to seek an opportunity to acquire a flight skill, even if that proved unattainable at the very least. One must have a mount. Chu Yuan squinted towards the familiar structures below, contemplating that the speed of this mount far surpassed that of traditional vehicles. It was no wonder that transportation had become so convenient. Those high-level adventurers with status still exerted considerable effort to procure a mount of their own, primarily as a symbol of status, and secondly, for the undeniable speed and convenience it offered. What a magnificent flying crane! Which esteemed individual has descended upon the transmutation temple? Chu Yuan marveled. How I long to possess one. That creature's single leg could rival decades of travel for you. Stop dreaming. It must be noted that the spectacle of Ji Ruo descending from the heavens atop the flying crane with Chu Yuan was indeed breathtaking, instantly capturing the attention of numerous onlookers. The previously bustling pedestrians along the way paused, as if in unison, to gaze ahead. In that moment of ostentation, the scene reached its zenith. We have arrived. Once the flying crane landed, Ji Ruo and Chu Yuan swiftly dismounted. With a snap of her fingers, Ji Ruo summoned the flying crane, which emitted a gentle cry before transforming back into a card and returning to her hand. This card resembled a storage ring. Each time the mount card manifested, Chu Yuan could sense a wave of spatial energy. He surmised it was a unique manifestation of spatial magic. Let us proceed. Little Chu Yuan, Ji Ruo beckoned. Together, they entered the transmutation temple amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, undoubtedly garnering much attention. Greetings, Mr. Chu. Here to undertake a transmutation task? Upon Chu Yuan's return, the short-haired receptionist greeted him, her earlier astonishment replaced by a familiar countenance, as if she had grown accustomed to his swift advancements. Yes, Chu Yuan nodded, retrieving the transmutation task items from his storage ring. After the short-haired receptionist meticulously counted them, she promptly processed his transmutation paperwork. The familiar portal and the familiar space awaited him. This time, Chu Yuan again opted for the covert transmutation. Do you wish to begin transmutation? Yes, no. After a brief wait, a display screen materialized within the spatial realm, showcasing various information. Yes. Without hesitation, Chu Yuan clicked the affirmative option, and in an instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of magical energy flooding into his body. Congratulations on completing your transmutation. You have leveled up to LV41, with a total attribute increase of 1,000 points. You have additionally gained 1,000 free attribute points. You have leveled up to LV42, with a total attribute increase of 2,000 points. You have additionally gained 2,000 free attribute points. You have leveled up to LV49, with a total attribute increase of 9,000 points. You have additionally gained 9,000 free attribute points. What a delightful sensation, having amassed a considerable amount of experience in the fire lizard forest. Chu Yuan found his level soaring directly to the third transmutation level of 49 upon completing the task. Name: Chu Yuan. Race: human. Class: none. Level: third transmutation LV49, implying a certain ferocious dominance. Strength: 76, 270, average strength. Agility: 111, 590, average strength. Mentality: 74, 180, average strength. Constitution: 75, 320, average strength. Distributable attribute points: 45,000. Consider your allocation wisely. Skills: Kildas Template, entering the world, decompose, shatter, exorcise evil, one day, exorcise evil, absolute heaven, comprehensive decomposition. Spatial shatter, explosively powerful, with agility surpassing the 100,000 mark, perfection. Summoning his class panel, Chu Yuan beamed with satisfaction at the explosive attributes before departing the transmutation space. Had he truly reached the third transmutation level of 49? Upon seeing Chu Yuan emerge from the transmutation task space, even the short-haired receptionist, though accustomed to his miraculous feats, could not suppress her astonishment. Having worked in the transmutation temple for so long, she had encountered countless adventurers, yet none matched Chu Yuan's prowess. Most adventurers were perpetually burdened by insufficient experience, tirelessly undertaking quests to accumulate it, only to rush into transmutation tasks once sufficient experience was amassed to reap the benefits of enhanced capabilities. A practitioner like Chu Yuan, whose level surged after each transmutation, was a rarity indeed. After all, as adventurers climbed to higher levels, the experience required for subsequent upgrades increased exponentially. The short-haired receptionist had witnessed Chu Yuan's ascension during his second transmutation, finding it somewhat understandable. After all, such affluent young men were not entirely unheard of. However, to witness a third transmutation resulting in a level increase was not something that could be easily attained through mere financial means. That was a clear indication of an individual not lacking in experience. Previously, the short-haired receptionist had thought it fortuitous that someone as handsome as Chu Yuan might take a liking to her, potentially alleviating years of struggle. Now, however, she realized that she might not be quite deserving of the charming young man before her. Chu Yuan, let us go. Have you completed your transmutation task? At that moment, Ji Ruo approached, seizing Chu Yuan's hand as if to assert her claim, turning to leave. The short-haired receptionist watched their retreating figures, momentarily entranced. A level 117 powerhouse accompanied by a prodigious youth. Such a combination would surely lead others to assume Chu Yuan was merely living off her coattails. Wait. Just as Chu Yuan and Ji Ruo were about to exit the transmutation temple, the short-haired receptionist seemed to suddenly remember something, calling out loudly. What is it? Ji Ruo's brow furrowed in irritation, her tone decidedly unfriendly as she turned to face the receptionist with Chu Yuan in tow. Driven by her feminine intuition, she acutely sensed that the receptionist at the Transmigration Temple harbored ill intentions towards Chu Yuan. My apologies, I nearly forgot something. As she spoke, the short-haired beauty hastily retrieved a scroll from the safe behind her and swiftly handed it to Chu Yuan. According to the regulations of the Transmigration Temple, after the third transition, one could directly ascend to level 45 or higher, rewarded with a random skill scroll. It had been many years since anyone in our Dragon River City had achieved such a feat, so I momentarily overlooked it. I apologize for the interruption. The short-haired receptionist concluded, giving a slight bow to Chu Yuan and Ji Ruo. Realizing that she could not engage further with Chu Yuan, she deemed it prudent to remain respectful in the presence of such a prodigy and high-level individual. The short-haired beauty was astute. As a professional worker, she understood the nuances of her role and recognized whom to offend and whom to respect. Looking at the radiant skill scroll in his hand, Chu Yuan felt as though he had stumbled upon a stroke of fortune, glancing incredulously at Ji Ruo. Accept it, Chu Yuan. The temple indeed has such provisions. And I failed to notice that you have already reached level 49, Ji Ruo remarked, her surprise palpable. In the entire Star Dragon Empire, there were countless practitioners. Although each city boasted its own dedicated transmigration temple, these temples remained the busiest institutions due to the overwhelming number of practitioners. After all, in this world, only by becoming a primary combat profession or a supportive role could one aspire to prominence, leading families to diligently cultivate their offspring from birth, all in hopes that they might blossom into formidable practitioners. Chapter 53 triggered a world announcement. Thus, in order to enable practitioners to amass experience cards and elevate their levels, thereby alleviating the workload of the transmigration temples across the cities, the Central Temple issued a decree. Any practitioner who, during the third transition task, can elevate their level to 45 or higher will be rewarded with a random scroll. For those in the fourth transition task, reaching level 65 or higher will yield a random scroll and one piece of advanced blue equipment. In the fifth transition task, achieving level 85 or above will grant a random scroll and one piece of advanced purple equipment. For the sixth transition task, attaining level 105 or higher will provide a random scroll and two pieces of advanced blue equipment. No further provisions were made beyond this. After all, attaining the seventh transition as a high-level practitioner marked one as a figure of prominence in any city, deserving of utmost respect, even in a second-tier city like Dragon River. The Transmigration Temple refrained from establishing rewards beyond the sixth transition, as the elite of the seventh transition typically regarded such rewards with disdain. Offering overly generous rewards would burden the temple with excessive costs, undermining the original intent of easing the workload of various temples. Consequently, practitioners, in pursuit of rewards, began to gather experience, avoiding immediate transitions once they reached the requisite experience, effectively mitigating congestion and significantly lightening the temple's workload. Truth be told, for the average practitioner, as previously mentioned, transitioning would substantially enhance their capabilities, particularly benefiting future leveling and experience acquisition. Thus, initially, most practitioners would promptly choose to undertake transition tasks upon reaching the requisite experience. Following the issuance of this regulation by the Central Transmigration Temple, a fervor for accumulating experience surged among practitioners seeking transition rewards, which indeed alleviated the workload of local temples for an extended period. However, as time wore on, practitioners began to realize that the cost-effectiveness of accumulating experience was lacking. By stalling at their current levels, they could only farm experience in specific instances, rendering access to higher-level maps and formidable beasts unattainable, significantly hampering their experience gains. Moreover, even if they diligently achieved the temple's criteria for experience accumulation, the rewards of skill scrolls and equipment remained random, often yielding mediocre items. Thus, over time, practitioners' fervor for amassing experience waned, and they returned to their own rhythms. Of course, since the Transmigration Temple offered such benefits, some practitioners did indeed reap rewards, particularly those who were fervently saving for high-level equipment and skills, aiming for a remarkable transition. Some practitioners were already inclined to stall experience accumulation, as their equipment and skills at certain levels might not be optimal for the next transition. Consequently, segments of practitioners intentionally amassed experience without leveling up, completing tasks and farming in dungeons until they had adequately prepared the high-level equipment and skills required for their next transition. For these practitioners, the temple's rewards held little significance, Regardless of the temple's provisions, they would have been stalling experience accumulation in any case. Their mentality was commendable, adopting a nonchalant attitude, and surprisingly, those who received rewards often found themselves with exceptional items. Chu Yuan, go ahead and open it. Though the temple claims these rewards may contain legendary items, few have ever emerged. Ji Ruo cautioned, urging him to brace himself for the outcome. Chu Yuan nodded, appearing unfazed. He understood that such fortuitous occurrences were rarely without strings attached, and the likelihood of receiving a mundane skill that would fetch a paltry price was high. Another blind box. Chu Yuan murmured, a frown creasing his brow. The skill scroll rewarded by the Transmigration Temple was magically sealed. The skills contained within were entirely random until the moment it was unrolled. This reminiscently brought to mind his experiences with the gacha fishing system, which had already exposed him to the frustration of blind box openings. Wondering why he continually found himself in such situations, he absent-mindedly unfurled the skill scroll. Meanwhile, Ji Ruo stood calmly by, and the short-haired beauty who had provided the scroll returned to her counter, resuming her duties. The probability of obtaining valuable skills from random scrolls was low, failing to attract much attention. Yet, the instant Chu Yuan unrolled the scroll, the entire hall of the Transmigration Temple was suddenly illuminated. Congratulations! You have acquired the advanced flight skill, Demon Wings. Detailed skill information will be displayed upon learning. Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed a flight skill. Before he could fully contemplate this, the world channel of Blue Star erupted with 3 consecutive congratulatory messages. Congratulations to Practitioner Chu Yuan for acquiring the advanced flight skill, Demon Wings. Congratulations to Practitioner Chu Yuan for acquiring the advanced flight skill, Demon Wings. Congratulations to Practitioner Chu Yuan for acquiring the advanced flight skill, Demon Wings. What is happening? Chu Yuan suddenly felt the weight of attention crash upon him. Both Ji Ruo, who had previously appeared composed, and the short-haired beauty, who had resumed her duties with the next practitioner, now gazed at Chu Yuan in utter astonishment. The once preoccupied professionals within the Transmutation Temple have all turned their attention towards him. You have randomly unlocked a flight skill? At this moment, the short-haired beauty attendant abandoned the other practitioner before her, covering her mouth as she approached Chu Yuan, her gaze fixated on the skill scroll in his hands. After several confirmations, it was indeed a flight skill. My heavens, it has been decades since anyone in Longchuan City's Transmutation Temple has received such a reward. Who would have thought that after such a long time, a random skill scroll would yield a flight skill? Mr. Chu Yuan, you must be the embodiment of fortune. Amidst the astonished cheers of the short-haired beauty attendant, surrounding practitioners began to converge around Chu Yuan. This was the scene he most dreaded. He wished to remain low profile and did not seek the attention of so many individuals. Yet, within mere minutes, he had received hundreds of friend requests. Chapter 54. Now it's my turn to take you flying. These hundreds of friend requests came partly from the practitioners present at the Transmutation Temple, but a greater number arose from the global channel. Hello, I desire your flight skill. Name your price. Buddy, let me see that flight skill. Looking to purchase a flight skill, esteemed one. Name your price. I'm wealthy and will indulge. Observing the influx of friend requests flooding his mailbox, Chu Yuan felt a headache coming on and promptly disabled all message notifications. What is happening? Did I not choose a secret class? He then glared at the short-haired beauty attendant, who wore an expression of shock. Mr. Chu Yuan, it was not I who released that information, she quickly responded. Regaining her composure. You indeed chose a secret class, but that is separate from the information opened by acquiring a transmutation treasure. It is a mandatory rule that when a random skill scroll is opened, a congratulatory message is sent on the global channel. No one can alter this. This serves to inform all practitioners that the random skill scrolls from the Transmutation Temple can also yield valuable items, and to facilitate trade among practitioners. The short-haired beauty attendant spoke with a hint of grievance and nervousness, recalling Chu Yuan's momentary display of anger, which had truly unnerved her. This was not her fault. The rule to announce high-level treasures on the global channel was indeed compulsory. At that moment, Ji Ruo approached and tugged at Chu Yuan's sleeve, whispering, "Let us go. Unless you wish to be cornered here by the practitioners of Longchuan City, seeking your flight skill." With that, Chu Yuan followed Ji Ruo, swiftly departing the Transmutation Temple under the watchful eyes of all. For a brief moment, the two neglected to hail a taxi, instead dashing towards the outskirts, aiming to evade the gazes and pursuits of the practitioners. After all, the drop rate for flight skills was exceedingly low, making them targets of fervent pursuit by many practitioners. As they ran, Ji Ruo initially pulled Chu Yuan along, but soon, due to his elevated agility attribute, he found himself leading her. By the time Ji Ruo realized, she found herself grasped firmly by Chu Yuan's hand as he sprinted with fervor. This sudden surge of strength caused her heart to race and her cheeks to flush, a stark contrast to her usual indifference towards matters of intimacy. After what felt like half an hour of running, they finally reached a secluded grove. "Sister Ruo, are you feeling hot? Your palms are all sweaty." They paused, panting heavily, and Chu Yuan released Ji Ruo's hand, attempting to sound nonchalant. "Mind your own business." I naturally have sweaty palms. Ji Ruo retorted, rolling her eyes as she evaded further discussion. Chu Yuan ruffled his hair, pondering how incomprehensible women could be. One moment they were sweetly affectionate, the next they turned cold. Little Chu Yuan, stop dawdling and check the flight skill you've obtained. Ji Ruo redirected the conversation. And it was only upon her reminder that Chu Yuan hurriedly retrieved the flight skill scroll he had kept close, without even placing it in his storage ring. He understood well that this flight skill was a priceless treasure, whether sold at the marketplace or through direct trade. It could fetch a handsome sum, enough for him to indulge in the fishing system for quite some time. Had this been in the past, Chu Yuan would have been torn. After all, the treasures found in blind boxes within the fishing system were just as exhilarating. However, having just listened to Ji Ruo's introduction of flight skills and mounts, his desire for the flight skill surged to unprecedented heights. Thus, as Ji Ruo spoke, he resolved to acquire an exceptionally impressive flight skill. And now, it had manifested. Since he would eventually require a flight skill, selling it now only to repurchase later seemed unnecessary. It would be far more convenient to use it immediately. With this thought, Chu Yuan promptly opened the flight skill scroll. Little Chu Yuan, are you really not considering selling it? This is quite a sum of money. Ji Ruo exclaimed as she realized his intentions, hastily cautioning him. I believe using it for myself is the best choice. Chu Yuan smiled as he directly learned the flight skill. In an instant, a burst of radiant light enveloped him, and the flight skill scroll in his hands transformed into scintillating starlight before vanishing. Skill name, Demonic Wings. Learning level, no restrictions. Skill description, upon release. Magical energy transforms into a pair of enormous demonic wings. The wings are derived from the ancient demon Idaniel, imbued with magical enhancements, increasing agility and magical attack power. The duration of the demonic wings is contingent upon the user's magical energy. After acquiring the skill, Chu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, a surge of formidable dark magical energy rapidly coalesced behind him, morphing into a pair of enormous black wings within seconds. These wings resembled those of a bat, featherless yet adorned with blood-red runes, sharp fangs glimmering at various tips. They exuded an air of fierce majesty. As Chu Yuan flapped the expansive demonic wings, a tempest erupted around him, lifting his body gracefully into the air. This little demon looks incredibly cool. Ji Ruo gazed at Chu Yuan hovering above, her eyes filled with admiration. It is worth noting that flight skills, irrespective of where they are sold, are highly sought after and rarely available, capable of fetching a substantial sum. Yet, Chu Yuan had unhesitatingly chosen to learn it for himself. A display of audacity that was truly commendable. After soaring through the skies for a while and becoming familiar with the demonic wings, Chu Yuan let out a powerful cry and dove towards Ji Ruo. What are you doing, little demon? Ji Ruo's eyes widened in surprise. Before she could react, Chu Yuan swept her up in a princess carry, and they soared into the sky, headed towards the Longchuan City Practitioner Association. Sister Ruo, you flew me here on your mount earlier. Now, I'll take you flying with my wings. Chu Yuan exclaimed, vigorously flapping his wings to gain speed, while Ji Ruo wrapped her arms around his neck, docile as a lamb. Who could have imagined that Ji Ruo, known as the cunning queen in the Longchuan City Practitioner Association, would reveal such a tender side? Little Chu Yuan, are you not tired? Ji Ruo inquired softly in the wind, aware that flight skills typically relied on magical energy, and the heavier the load, the greater the energy consumption. Chapter 55, An Egg Worth Millions. Rest assured, Sister Ruo, you may not know how enduring I can be. However, I can tell you that after inheriting the divine essence of the water god, my most fundamental characteristic is the possession of boundless magical power. Thus, I can ensure your exhilarating flight will continue indefinitely. Simply let me know when you wish to cease, for I shall not stop otherwise. The requirements and time constraints for flight skills in this realm are non-existent for me. This is my inaugural experience of such a sensation, so please refrain from halting. Allow me to savor it a while longer. Ji Ruo revels in the authentic sensation of soaring through the air, particularly when embraced so intimately by Chu Yuan, which adds an exhilarating thrill to the moment, causing her voice to tremble as she speaks. All right, Chu Yuan nodded, tightening his embrace around Ji Ruo, reducing the distance between them to prevent her from falling. After lingering in the air a bit longer, he eventually returned to the Dragon River City Vocational Association with Ji Ruo in his arms. On this day, a new legend emerged in Dragon River City, an enigmatic practitioner soaring gracefully through the sky, cradling a beautiful maiden as he passed over the city with great flair. As Chu Yuan descended from the heavens, flanked by his enormous demonic wings while holding Ji Ruo, he instantly captured the attention of everyone within the Vocational Association. Wow, who is this? Possessing flight skills? Such a bold entrance to our association. Is he here to provoke us? Could he be a renowned 7th-tier practitioner? No. He looks far too youthful to have reached such heights. Could he be the scion of a prominent family? Look closely. Isn't that the young Chu Yuan who just recently joined our Dragon River City Association? Yes, it's him. He was already quite the sensation, even prompting the president to grant him special access for advanced testing. In just a few short days, He has acquired flying skills? This is utterly astonishing. Who exactly is this young man? Amidst the murmurs of the association members, Chu Yuan and Ji Ruo landed gracefully. To avoid drawing excessive attention, he swiftly retracted his wings. Yet, the manner of their descent was already sufficiently ostentatious. The considerable commotion soon drew the attention of Bu Pingfan, the president of the Dragon River City Vocational Association. When he arrived, he caught sight of Chu Yuan retracting his wings. What? Demonic wings? A top 3 flight skill? Even Bu Pingfan, well versed in the affairs of the world, could not suppress his astonishment upon witnessing Chu Yuan's flight wings. Earlier, he had noted the announcement in the World Channel regarding Chu Yuan acquiring flight skills, but he presumed it must have been a coincidence involving another practitioner with the same name, not the newly inducted Chu Yuan. After all, considering Chu Yuan's level, he was merely a fledgling novice, and Bu Pingfan had never entertained the notion that he could attain such advanced flight skills. Now, witnessing Chu Yuan descend from the sky with his wings unfurled was indeed a sight to behold. Flight skills are inherently rare, and to see them manifest in someone as young and inexperienced as Chu Yuan, particularly a high-ranking and high-level skill, was utterly astonishing. Chu Yuan, did you truly unlock this flight skill yourself? It wasn't bestowed upon you by Ji Ruo? Bu Pingfan inquired, casting a skeptical glance at Ji Ruo beside Chu Yuan. President, are you not aware of the value of flight skills? If I had such an ability, I would have sold it to the association long ago. Ji Ruo, sensing Bu Pingfan's excitement, tactfully stepped back behind Chu Yuan, shaking her head. President, I genuinely acquired this skill at random. Upon seeing Bu Pingfan approach with such fervor, Chu Yuan decided to be forthright and recounted everything that transpired at the Transmigration Temple, including how he obtained the demonic wings. Your luck is simply extraordinary. After hearing the tale, Bu Pingfan began to scrutinize Chu Yuan from head to toe, increasingly baffled by the young man before him. Not only did he exhibit formidable strength, casting forbidden spells with ease, but his fortuitous circumstances were equally remarkable. Truly, it is said that comparisons lead to despair, and one must weigh worth carefully. Bu Pingfan was well aware of the incentive experience cards offered at the Transmigration Temple, but over the years, few had managed to achieve its accolades. Even those who occasionally succeeded found their randomized skills to be rather mundane and of little value. Yet, to his astonishment, Chu Yuan, at merely the 3rd tier, had received the temple's reward and unlocked the exceedingly rare flight skill, leaving Bu Pingfan in awe. Follow me. Ji Ruo, please maintain order. As the crowd of association members swelled, aiming to prevent any unnecessary chaos, Bu Pingfan swiftly led Chu Yuan to his office. Very well, Chu Yuan nodded, closely trailing Bu Pingfan. Inside Bu Pingfan's office, the noise outside was considerably subdued under Ji Ruo's control, and now, Chu Yuan and Bu Pingfan sat facing each other. Chu Yuan, you truly astonish me, and my curiosity about you continues to grow. However, I am aware of a particular truth. Those with great power often harbor their own secrets. Therefore, feel free to share if you desire. If not, I shall not pry. After all, with the divine essence of the water god residing within you, it signifies the Dragon River City Vocational Association's unwavering trust in you. To be candid, I have no other expectations of you. I simply hope that, regardless of how far you rise in the future, you will always remember the Dragon River City Vocational Association. Bu Pingfan spoke earnestly. President, I am a person who values gratitude. You can rest assured on that front. Chu Yuan replied with a nod. Hearing this, Bu Pingfan felt a sense of relief, while he yearned for more powerful youth to join the ranks of the Dragon River City Vocational Association. The emergence of an unpredictable talent like Chu Yuan also instilled trepidation within him. Chu Yuan, based on your current pace of advancement and performance, our association intended to reward you for your achievements. However, due to the recent destruction of 2 major realms in Dragon River City, the mayor has requested assistance from the Vocational Association, which has necessitated the allocation of many resources and funds to the city. As he spoke, Bu Pingfan cast a sidelong glance at Chu Yuan. Yet, Chu Yuan kept his lips tightly sealed, remaining silent. Though he believed that even if he confessed to his involvement in those matters, neither the association nor the mayor's office would pursue the issue. He had already inadvertently revealed his ability to dispel magic in front of Ji Ruo. However, now that Bu Pingfan was inquiring, Chu Yuan felt that admitting everything would be premature. He resolved to wait until his strength was greater and his influence within the association more substantial before revealing his true identity. After all, he could not afford the repercussions at this moment. If the association conspired with Mayor Qin to bind him in a servitude for life, it would be disastrous. Although our association is currently facing some financial constraints, the long-standing traditions cannot be altered. Since you have performed admirably, you shall receive a reward. Noticing Chu Yuan's continued silence, Bu Pingfan cleared his throat and continued, rising to slowly open a cabinet behind him. Soon, he retrieved an object from a deeply concealed box, a round item. As Bu Pingfan drew near, Chu Yuan realized it was a fiery red egg, approximately the size of a watermelon, its surface glowing with a vibrant crimson hue. Yet it appeared somewhat hazy, as if enveloped in a shroud. President, what is this? despite the peculiar appearance. Chu Yuan sensed the egg's extraordinary nature and looked inquiringly at Bu Pingfan. Chu Yuan, this is an item I have cherished for many years. Obtained during my youth when I explored an ancient battlefield dungeon with my comrades. The egg was discovered only upon vanquishing the final boss, nestled within its lair. And it is presumed to house a formidable beast within. Regrettably, by the time it came into my possession, the egg had inexplicably petrified, halting the development of the life within. I have experimented with various methods to facilitate its hatching, yet none have proven successful. Henceforth, I present this egg to you as a reward from the Professional Association of Longchuan City. Whether you choose to keep it as a memento for further study or to sell it at the trading post is entirely at your discretion. Do not underestimate this egg. After all, it is a reward from the boss of an ancient battlefield dungeon, and even in its petrified state, it holds significant collectible value. It could fetch several million if sold casually. Chapter 56, The Future Sovereign of the Sun. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated that something seemingly worthless could possess such immense value. He surmised that this petrified egg was likely one of Bu Pingfan's treasured collectibles. Thank you, President. Chu Yuan accepted it eagerly, thinking that one should never refuse a gift freely given. You are quite the genuine fellow, Bu Pingfan remarked. A subtle smile gracing his lips as he observed Chu Yuan unpretentiously accept his offering. I assure you, this egg is truly a remarkable item. I simply have no means to utilize it. I hope you can discover a method to hatch it. Or, at the very least, continue to cherish it in my stead. Bu Pingfan's words were laden with reminders for Chu Yuan not to sell this enigmatic egg outright. Rest assured, President, I shall treat it with the utmost care. Chu Yuan was no fool. From the moment he laid eyes on the egg presented by Bu Pingfan, he sensed something extraordinary about it, and had no intention of parting with it. Others might lack the means to resolve its mysteries. But in the face of Chu Yuan's disintegration and fragmentation magic, anything was possible. President, I am quite fatigued from leveling up today. I shall take my leave. Without further ado, Chu Yuan swiftly expressed his gratitude to Bu Pingfan, clutching the egg as he hurried back to his temporary lodgings at the association. Moments later, the mysterious crimson egg lay upon Chu Yuan's bed. He scrutinized it for a while before beginning to recall what he had learned about hatching fierce beasts. From his high school vocational studies, he understood that the creature hatching from the egg would regard the first being it encountered as its mother, thus establishing intimacy with remarkable ease, making it more amenable to taming than an adult beast. The mere presence of this egg was already worth several million. Should I succeed in hatching an extraordinary beast, its value would undoubtedly soar. After a few seconds, Chu Yuan gazed at the fierce beast egg with shining eyes. Reflecting on how delightful his leveling experience with Ji Ruo had been, the rewards alone would save him from many future missteps. Let us commence the hatching. With that, Chu Yuan activated his Kildas Template power, a radiant white magic enveloping his hands. Indeed, he harbored a bold idea. He intended to utilize the magical energy from the Kildas Template to disassemble the mysterious egg, and then recombine it at the atomic level, akin to how he had previously decomposed equipment to return materials to their essence. If successful, he would acquire a newly birthed egg, one that could indeed be hatched. However, failure could mean the loss of this egg, valued at millions and cherished by Bu Pingfan for years, reducing it to nothingness. The next few minutes would determine the future worth of this enigmatic egg. Disassemble. Yet, such was Chu Yuan's character. When presented with an opportunity, he would seize it. Otherwise, what was the purpose of accepting this fierce beast egg? To merely keep it as a collectible? In the following moment, Chu Yuan placed his hands, imbued with disassembly magic, upon the mysterious fierce beast egg. Instantly, the egg was enveloped in white light, and within mere breaths, its form began to alter. Under the influence of the disassembly magic, the fierce beast egg transformed into a multitude of crimson atomic particles, indistinguishable to the naked eye. Reassemble. Chu Yuan inhaled deeply, and in the next moment, all the atoms began to recombine, gradually restoring the egg to its original shape. However, he soon found his forehead beaded with perspiration, realizing that the task was far more complex than he had anticipated. What he was undertaking, though it appeared straightforward, required an extraordinary degree of precision akin to a surgical operation. Each step demanded meticulous calculation, lest he risk failure and obliterate the mysterious fierce beast egg entirely. Thus, he had to proceed with utmost caution, reassembling piece by piece. Reassemble, reassemble, reassemble. While disassembly was relatively easy, reassembly proved to be extraordinarily arduous. Time ticked away, and sweat thoroughly soaked Chu Yuan's back. Success. At last, as the white light from his hands dissipated, Chu Yuan exhaled deeply. Before him lay the mysterious fierce beast egg, now fully reconstituted to its complete form. Mission accomplished. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he gazed intently at the egg on the bed. The biological reconstruction was far more intricate than that of equipment, and he was relieved to have succeeded. With that, he lifted the mysterious egg, inspecting it closely. The reconstituted fierce beast egg now gleamed with a vibrant crimson hue, devoid of the previous haze. Yet, why was there no sign of life? After a thorough examination, Chu Yuan concluded that since the petrification had been completely lifted during reassembly, the creature within should have emerged by now. Why was there still no reaction? Although the petrification had been lifted, fierce beast eggs require a hatching process to allow the creature within to be born. The lifting of petrification merely indicated that the egg had returned to its normal state. The fierce beast would still need a proper incubation period to emerge. After pondering for a while, Chu Yuan suddenly recognized a crucial point. Realizing this, he threw himself onto the bed, though he knew what to do next. He had exhausted much of his energy through the reassembly process. After a long day of running around, he was genuinely fatigued. Despite his boundless magical energy, he was not devoid of physical stamina. So, as he lay on the bed, he rolled over and embraced the mysterious egg, drifting into slumber. Chu Yuan slept soundly, hardly dreaming throughout the night. Yet, just as dawn broke, he felt a stirring, accompanied by peculiar sounds echoing in the room. What is that? Startled by his keen instincts, Chu Yuan awoke with a start, only to find himself gaping at the sight before him. A diminutive fiery red avian beast was leisurely pecking at the eggshell on the bed. It hatched. In that instant, Chu Yuan comprehended that his body heat had facilitated the hatching of the mysterious egg, resulting in the birth of a fierce beast. However, he was perplexed. Typically, the hatching process would take considerable time. There was no way it could succeed overnight. Thus, he found it difficult to rationalize the scenario unfolding before him. Could it be that the energy from my Kildas Template magic influenced it? Or perhaps the egg had already met the conditions for hatching, but had remained in a petrified state, preventing the creature from breaking free. With that realization, all remnants of sleep vanished. He scrutinized the little creature before him with rapt attention. Cheep. Suddenly, the little bird-like beast noticed Chu Yuan was awake and quickly fluttered towards his cheek, its demeanor exuding warmth and intimacy. What an odd little bird. As the creature approached, Chu Yuan took advantage of the dim light to discern its appearance. Overall, while its feathers appeared dark, they flickered with a blazing golden flame, resembling a crow, yet possessing 3 legs. The appearance of this creature diverges entirely from that of typical avian beasts. It scarcely resembles a noble bird. Let us examine its panel. Chu Yuan placed his hand upon the little bird's body, and in an instant, a panel materialized before his eyes. Name: Golden Crow, juvenile form. Race: Ancient Divine Beast, currently a stellar race, can be upgraded to Divine Race in its complete form. Description: an ancient deity residing within the blazing sun. The embodiment of the great sun, possessing both swiftness and flames, wielding tremendous power capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. The juvenile form cannot forge a contract at this time. It requires nourishment from celestial treasures to grow. Insufficient energy will result in a dormant state. Upon evolving into its complete form, a mount contract can be established. Chapter 57. Accepting Guild Tasks. Could this truly be a mount? And one of ancient divine beast caliber no less? At this moment, Chu Yuan's mind felt somewhat dazed. The events that had unfolded from yesterday until now were indeed overwhelming. First the flight skill, and now an ancient divine beast mount had appeared. Chu Yuan found himself uncertain whether to feel grateful for his fortuitous luck, the monetary fishing system that allowed him to accrue levels, or the trust bestowed upon him by the Longchuan Professional Association. It is a golden crow. Although still in its juvenile form and unable to enhance Chu Yuan's combat prowess directly, it is nevertheless an ancient divine beast. Such a mount, even if not immediately useful, would eventually grow into its complete form. At that time, riding upon an ancient divine beast would undoubtedly elevate him to new heights. Gazing at the affectionate little golden crow nuzzling against him, Chu Yuan began to envision his own dashing appearance. Yet, to grow into its complete form, celestial treasures are required? Just then, a few words suddenly flashed through Chu Yuan's mind, jolting him back to reality. To feed a divine beast with celestial treasures requires a significant investment. After all, such items are far from inexpensive, especially when he is already burdened with the costly monetary fishing system. Alas, why must everything I can utilize be so exorbitantly priced? Chu Yuan lamented, but the atmosphere had become so charged that he could only resignedly stroke the little golden crow's head. Little one, do take care with your consumption. It is not that I am unwilling, but the costs I must bear in the future are indeed numerous. As he spoke, Chu Yuan pondered how to earn money swiftly, to expedite the growth of his mount into its adult form, so that a contract could be forged. After Chu Yuan's touch, the little golden crow instantly transformed into a small card, fluttering into his hand, akin to the previously acquired flying crane from Jirua. This card represents a manifestation of taming a beast. The transformed beast can utilize spatial energy to recuperate silently, restoring its stamina and energy. Since he had obtained the egg from the president, he felt it was only right to inform him. Perhaps the association would kindly assist in nurturing the mount. An idea struck Chu Yuan, and he promptly made his way outside. Buping Fan's office. What? You mean the petrified egg that has been dormant for over a decade has hatched, and it is an ancient divine beast? Buping Fan exclaimed, excitement radiating as he embraced Chu Yuan's shoulders. This was the first time Chu Yuan had witnessed such a display of emotion from Buping-fan. He had always perceived him as amiable and composed. Yet, one cannot fault Buping-fan for his exuberance. Only someone of his extensive experience could comprehend the immense significance of an ancient divine beast mount for a professional. Indeed, in its complete form, it could ascend to the divine race. Chu Yuan nodded obediently, summoning the juvenile golden crow for Buping-fan to behold. After all, the egg had been procured from Buping-fan's own hands, and having successfully hatched, he felt it necessary to share the news. Whether out of duty or courtesy, it was imperative for Chu Yuan to do so, as he was a member of the professional association. Moreover, the more he showcased before the higher-ups, the more he would be valued. Chu Yuan was confident that, as the president of the association, Buping-fan would not retract his support upon witnessing the hatching of the beast egg. Buping-fan's early mention of the egg's hatching served as a proper acknowledgement of both him and the Longchuan Professional Association. This mysterious and potent aura is unmistakable. It is indeed the energy of the ancient divine beast, the golden crow. Who would have thought that the egg I have kept in my possession is, in fact, a golden crow? Buping-fan excitedly scrutinized the little golden crow, brimming with enthusiasm. However, to the little golden crow, all beings apart from Chu Yuan were unfamiliar and perceived as threats. Thus, when Buping-fan circled around, examining the little golden crow, it repeatedly opened its mouth, emitting faint, adorable flames in an attempt to intimidate him. The more it did so, the more Buping-fan found himself enamored with the creature. In the next moment, Buping-fan pulled up a chair and sat directly in front of Chu Yuan and the little golden crow. Chu Yuan, quickly tell me how you managed to hatch this petrified egg into a divine beast. At that moment, Buping-fan bore no semblance of a composed guild president, resembling instead a child eager to hear a tale. This unexpected inquiry left Chu Yuan momentarily speechless. He found himself unsure how to respond. Based on his previous interactions, he knew Buping-fan was not one to pry into matters excessively. Chu Yuan had intended merely to inform Buping-fan of the hatching to prevent any surprise when he later saw Chu Yuan's mount. However, he had not anticipated Buping-fan's inquisitive nature this time. Well, I am not entirely sure myself. I merely held the egg while I slept, and the next day, I found the shell cracked, with this little fellow munching on it. Chu Yuan reflected for a moment, sharing only half the truth, omitting the details of the decomposition magic he had performed on the golden crow egg. Buping-fan clearly did not buy Chu Yuan's account. How could it possibly be so simple? He had cradled the golden crow egg countless times, yet it had never hatched. Nevertheless, Buping-fan sensed that the golden crow's emergence was undoubtedly linked to Chu Yuan's enigmatic strength. However, he chose not to press further. After getting to know Chu Yuan, he had learned to ask only once, respecting the other's willingness to share or not. This exemplified Buping-fan's high emotional intelligence. Chu Yuan, what level are you now? I've heard you level up quite rapidly. To deflect any potential awkwardness, Buping-fan shifted the topic. Level 49. Chu Yuan replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Buping-fan's expression changed momentarily before returning to normalcy. As president of the Longchuan Professional Association, Buping-fan was well informed. He had already heard rumors of someone unleashing forbidden-level spells in the Fire Lizard Forest. Moreover, that matter was being handled by Ji Ruo, who had been with Chu Yuan. So he could surmise much without needing direct confirmation. However, Buping-fan had estimated that Chu Yuan would be fortunate to reach level 45. So he was taken aback to find him at level 49. All right. Chu Yuan, your leveling speed is indeed impressive, Buping-fan declared. You've been with the professional association for some time now, yet you haven't accepted any suitable guild tasks. Since your level is now considerable, you should take on some guild missions. This will not only earn you contribution points, but also silence any who might claim you are merely a newcomer taking advantage without contributing. Buping-fan spoke softly. Agreed. Chu Yuan nodded. He had long harbored this intention. After the previous high-level test incident, he recognized that many older members in the association would likely resent him. He wished to undertake some higher-level guild tasks, contribute his efforts, and quell any dissent from the senior members. Chapter 58. The Kai family? Just in time to collect some interest. Recently, the professional association has refreshed its guild tasks, revealing several that pose considerable challenges. And suitable candidates for these assignments have been elusive. Noticing Chu Yuan nodding in acknowledgement, Buping-fan continued. Do any of these tasks pique your interest? With a swift motion across his wristwatch, a holographic electronic display materialized before them, showcasing an array of tasks. Earthy Highlands Refuge Valley, Stormwind City, Ironforge, Nomerigan, Shimmering Plains, Refuge Valley, Twilight Forest, Insect Sea's Secret Realm. As the president of the Longchuan City Professional Association, it is quite customary for Buping-fan to carry guild tasks with him, and the electronic screen was densely populated with listings. The higher the task's position on the list, the more formidable its difficulty, with many rated at 5 stars. Correspondingly, the guild contribution rewards were also more substantial. However, such tasks typically required team efforts or exceptionally strong members to tackle alone. Conversely, tasks of lower difficulty offered diminished rewards and tended to linger longer on the task board. To Chu Yuan's surprise, there was a task related to the Kai Pharmaceutical Company. He meticulously sifted through the guild tasks displayed on the panel until his eyes lit up. Indeed, this Kai Pharmaceutical was the family of Kai Kuan, the young scion he had vanquished, and it seemed Kai Kuan was the favored eldest son of the Kai family, indulged to the point of arrogance, bullying the weak while cowering before the strong. In this world of Blue Star, where humanity coexists with ferocious beasts, the human empires control the majority of the discovered secret realms, aside from a few perilous hidden locations. Nevertheless, some areas remain under the dominion of exceptionally powerful beasts or mysterious forces. Presently, the various dungeons and secret realms provide ample opportunities for human professionals to engage in leveling up, combat, and resource acquisition. However, the great human empires do not exercise absolute control over the known secret realms. They have not eradicated all the beasts within or rounded them up entirely. As such, complete domination contradicts the fundamental rules of this world. Ultimately, in this gaming universe of Blue Star, the relationship between humans and ferocious beasts is one of coexistence. Regardless of how intense the battles may become, this balance of cohabitation remains unbroken, a foundational rule established since the inception of the game space. Thus, human control over the dungeon maps consists merely of guarding the entrances, allowing professionals to freely engage in dungeons and secret realms to acquire the resources and treasures they require, thereby continuously enhancing their strength. The beasts within the maps remain wild and uncontrollable. The human empires merely oversee the guarding, not complete occupation. However, this guarding requires substantial manpower and resources. It is known that the majority of the currently recognized maps and secret realms are guarded by humans, and such a vast quantity cannot be managed solely by the empire and military. Consequently, the empire optimizes its resources by publicly exchanging some lesser, relatively unimportant maps and secret realms, delegating their guardianship to certain families and factions. Naturally, as part of the exchange of interests, these families must provide the empire with materials, goods, and currency of equivalent value annually. This mutually beneficial strategy maximizes the interests of both the empire and various factions, sustaining a long-term cooperative relationship that not only liberates the empire's manpower and resources, but also secures the necessary supplies to bolster national security and the welfare of the populace. Meanwhile, the families granted control over the dungeons can promptly access resources from these realms, achieving a win-win outcome. Of course, while families require certain resources from specific dungeons, they rarely undertake the tasks themselves. The most common approach is to issue tasks, entrusting them to various guilds or mercenaries, a method that saves both time and financial resources. At this moment, Chu Yuan had spotted the task pertaining to the secret realm guarded by the Kai Pharmaceutical Company on the Professional Association's task board. Task location: Insect Sea Secret Realm. Task name: Venom Extraction. Task difficulty: 5 stars. Task description: venture into the Insect Sea Secret Realm, slay ferocious beasts, and obtain 100 vials of venom. Task restrictions: a maximum of 5 individuals may form a team or undertake it solo. Task reward: 10,000 guild contribution points. Without hesitation, Chu Yuan accepted the task. It was worth noting that the reason the original character had acquired that failed potion was due to Kai Kuan's uncle, the second-in-command at Kai Pharmaceutical, personally handling the transaction and delivering the failed potion to the original character. At that time, the original character was somewhat naive, but Chu Yuan was far from it. He recalled the contemptuous expression on Kai Kuan's uncle's face upon handing over the potion, indicating that the Kai family was aware of the potion's failure and that they were certainly involved in the scheme against the original character. Chu Yuan was acutely aware that, as the largest pharmaceutical company in Longchuan City, the Kai family operated with ruthless and domineering tactics. After defeating Kai Kuan, he would inevitably have a score to settle with Kai Pharmaceutical. Therefore, he resolved to venture directly into the Kai family's territory to initiate a preemptive strike. Yes, he would employ his most frequently used forbidden spell assault, effectively collecting a bit of interest in advance. Chu Yuan, why did you take on the guild task with the lowest reward? Upon witnessing Chu Yuan's unhesitating acceptance of the Insect Sea Secret Realm task, President Bu Pingfan furrowed his brow slightly. He quickly accessed the backend and confirmed that Chu Yuan had indeed accepted the task. Typically, Kai Pharmaceutical issues tasks to procure necessary materials during the drug manufacturing process, and the Insect Sea Secret Realm is their primary source for pharmaceutical materials. However, Bu Pingfan knew that Kai Pharmaceutical was notoriously stingy. Tasks of this difficulty should ideally be assigned to mercenaries. Yet, Kai Pharmaceutical clung to the idea of widely recruiting black slaves for labor. A few weeks prior, through a connection with an administrator, they had posted the task at the Professional Association, and as president, Bu Pingfan did not wish to offend the pharmaceutical giant of Longchuan City. He thought to let it hang there, only to inadvertently have it claimed by Chu Yuan. With a slight smile, Chu Yuan replied, "President, this is my first guild task. I lack experience." He thought the task seemed straightforward and accepted it without realizing the complexities involved. Chapter 59, Chu Yuan sets forth. The president provides escort. Chu Yuan's explanation was evidently rather feeble. After all, regardless of how inexperienced one might be, the task's reward was clearly visible, accompanied by comparative listings. It was impossible not to discern the details. However, Chu Yuan's unconventional approach had repeatedly defied Bu Pingfan's expectations, rendering him accustomed to such surprises. Alas, Chu Yuan, the reward for this task is far too meager. In any guild or mercenary task list, only those who are truly desperate would take it on. The Insect Sea secret realm is exceedingly perilous. Each beast harbors distinct toxins, making battles particularly challenging. Recently, it has been rumored that a dominant beast has emerged within the inner circle of this realm, its strength formidable, heightening the dangers of the Insect Sea secret realm. This has escalated the difficulty of the tasks issued by Kai Pharmaceutical, yet they refuse to increase the rewards, leaving the task lingering on the board. Who would have thought that today? It would be you who accepted it. Well, since you've taken on the task, I suppose I should provide you with a brief overview of the Insect Sea secret realm. As the name suggests, the ferocious beasts within the Insect Sea secret realm are comprised of various insectoid species. Defeating these creatures offers a chance to acquire different types of venom, which are precisely the items required by the Kai Pharmaceutical Company. However, I would recommend that you consider opting for a different quest. With that, Bu Pingfan expanded the quest interface, maximizing the information regarding the Insect Sea secret realm. Chu Yuan, it's not that I wish to dissuade you, but the rewards from Kai Pharmaceutical's tasks are at least 30 lower compared to other 5-star difficulty quests. Bu Pingfan, still somewhat perplexed, wished to convince Chu Yuan to abandon the task. President, I am quite fond of this secret realm. I shall proceed with it. Chu Yuan replied cheerfully. He could not disclose to Bu Pingfan that he had eliminated the scion of the Kai family, and that his current choice of task was motivated by a desire to dismantle the Kai family's secret realm. The Insect Sea secret realm is divided into an outer and an inner circle. While the beasts in the outer circle may be weaker in strength, they are numerous and densely packed. Observing that Chu Yuan showed no inclination to withdraw from the task, Bu Pingfan continued. The beasts in the inner circle possess formidable strength and are highly venomous. The newly emerged Overlord-level beasts are also found within this inner circle. Chu Yuan, considering this is your first time participating in a guild task, as the president, I feel it is my duty to offer you some guidance. Here is the plan. I will accompany you on this quest in the Insect Sea secret realm. We will team up in the outer circle, and with my presence, you will be able to level up more swiftly. Once you reach a sufficient level to venture into the inner circle, I will withdraw, leaving the remainder for you to complete on your own. Bu Pingfan had two intentions with this plan. The first was to witness Chu Yuan's prowess firsthand, for he had long heard from Bai Mei about the formidable strength Chu Yuan possessed. He wished to ascertain whether the destruction of the previous two secret realms and the shattering of the Star Dragon Holy Cup were indeed connected to him. The second reason was that Bu Pingfan was curious about what made the Insect Sea secret realm so special that it prompted Chu Yuan to choose this guild task despite the meager rewards. He was not convinced by Chu Yuan's reasoning. President, upon hearing Bu Pingfan's proposal, Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the president's line of thought. It was quite unusual for a novice, newly inducted into the guild, to embark on their first guild task accompanied by the president as an assistant. This seemed rather extravagant. His intention was to dispel the prejudice held by the guild's veteran members, not to attract further animosity. Then it's settled. Prepare yourself. We shall depart immediately. Chu Yuan was on the verge of formulating a reason to decline, but was swiftly interrupted by Bu Pingfan. Within half an hour, they arrived at the entrance of the Insect Sea secret realm. Traveling with the president proved advantageous. Bu Pingfan effortlessly arranged for a flying vehicle through the professional association, racing at breakneck speed directly to the secret realm. Along the way, Chu Yuan contemplated whether, one day, his divine beast, the Golden Crow, would evolve into its complete form and, as a mount, surpass all forms of transportation. Surely, it would at least be more impressive than Ji Rua's flying crane, given that it was a divine beast. Chu Yuan, are you prepared to confront the numerous ferocious beasts? The insectoid creatures here are not to be trifled with. Standing at the entrance of the Insect Sea secret realm, Bu Pingfan stood proudly and inquired softly. Chu Yuan paused, having already destroyed 2 secret realms of this level. Did he truly need to prepare? However, he could not express such sentiments in front of Bu Pingfan. I am ready, he replied, nodding obediently. Then let us proceed. In the next moment, Bu Pingfan dramatically shook his large red cloak and charged into the Insect Sea secret realm alongside Chu Yuan. Alas, the president is personally guiding me in monster hunting. How exceedingly enthusiastic. Watching Bu Pingfan lead the way, Chu Yuan's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. To be honest, during his previous outings with Ji Rua for tasks and dungeons, he had boldly unleashed the power of the Kildas Template, deploying his formidable shattering magic source to annihilate all fire lizards within the fire lizard forest. This was tantamount to directly revealing to Ji Rua that he was responsible for the destruction of the 2 major secret realms in Longchuan City. Previously, He had been circumspect due to concerns that the professional association and Longchuan City might demand compensation, especially given the involvement of the two secret realms' annihilation and the shattering of the Star Dragon Holy Cup. However, now that he had joined the professional association and become a member while inheriting the water deity's divinity, Chu Yuan could clearly perceive the trust that the professional association and president Bu Pingfan had in him. Given this, he contemplated revealing a fraction of his spatial, shattering magic abilities, allowing the higher-ups of the professional association to grasp the extent of his capabilities. With President Bu personally guiding him in monster hunting, he understood that his powers could no longer remain concealed, for the higher echelons of the association were not naive. Even a hint of his abilities would allow Bu Pingfan to discern the truth. Yet the manner in which he revealed his abilities would undoubtedly differ in the presence of Ji Ruo compared to before President Bu. Chu Yuan mused internally. After all, Ji Ruo had closely followed him, and he could sense her affection for him was palpable. Thus, there was little need for subterfuge in her presence. However, Bu Pingfan was a different matter altogether. He was the president of the Longchuan City Professional Association, a position that carried the weight of responsibility for safeguarding the city. Therefore, Chu Yuan could not directly showcase his shattering magic before Bu Pingfan, nor could he explicitly divulge that he was the instigator behind the destruction of the two major secret realms, the cause of the dungeon's collapse, and the source of the Star Dragon Holy Cup's shattering. At least, not at this moment. Such disclosures would place Bu Pingfan in an exceedingly awkward and difficult position. Chapter 60. The Insect Sea. Facing Encirclement. Sigh. I suppose I will take it one step at a time. Chu Yuan sighed deeply, closely trailing behind Bu Pingfan. Despite the two of them, they exuded the aura of an army of thousands. It was the innate pressure that comes with being a master. As they ventured deeper, Chu Yuan realized that the Insect Sea secret realm was indeed distinct from other realms. Everywhere he looked was shrouded in a hazy mist, as if the very air was saturated with toxic gas. There were no towering trees, only thickets and swamps. With each step, Bu Pingfan would caution Chu Yuan to be wary of sinking into the swamp, lest he be devoured whole by the venomous insect beasts lurking within. The pair continued deeper, seeking the location of the inner circle, with little disturbance from the ferocious beasts in the outer circle. After all, Bu Pingfan was a formidable six-transformation expert, and the powerful waves of magical energy emanating from him were sufficient to deter many weaker beasts. Such creatures, particularly those of the golden tier and above, possessed a degree of intelligence. They would not recklessly seek their own demise. In fact, when Chu Yuan first joined the professional association, he had inadvertently overheard Ji Ruo mention this during their interactions. In truth, Bu Pingfan had already reached the pinnacle of the 7-transformation Archmage realm. He merely refrained from undertaking the promotion task, as the regulations of the Star Dragon Empire dictated that any practitioner attaining 7-transformation status must adhere to directives from the Empire and higher guild organizations, unconditionally accepting their orders and arrangements. Of course, the Empire and guild would provide substantial resources and material support in return, granting various privileges. It was rumored that the ancestor of the young Lord of Longchuan was a 7-transformation practitioner who had long safeguarded the city from the shadows, while the guardian of the region was, in fact, a powerful individual from elsewhere. This was a unique system of external guardianship established by the Empire. Bu Pingfan was reluctant to pursue this path if he completed the promotion task to become a 7-transformation practitioner. While his position within the professional association would exempt him from being dispatched externally, he would nonetheless be compelled to accept a position within the military, serving the Empire. Though he did not need to traverse borders or navigate battlefields like traditional military personnel whenever the military required him, he was obligated to appear at their command without delay and consistently report his whereabouts and advancements. However, it must not be forgotten that, in addition to holding the esteemed title of president of the Longchuan City Professional Association, Bu Pingfan was also a member of the prestigious Level 10 Super Guild Magic Association. Consequently, he had a secondary option: to heed the summons of the higher echelons of the guild's magic association and ascend to a senior management position within it. All grand magicians who had reached the 7th tier king level were mandated to return to the magic association to undertake responsibilities and share the burdens of various tasks within the organization. Of course, despite being considered senior management, the sheer number of such positions within the magic association often rendered them devoid of real authority. Although each professional was required to make certain choices upon reaching the 7th tier king level, for a powerhouse like Bu Pingfan, ascending to kingship signified the forfeiture of absolute freedom. Bu Pingfan, however, wished solely to remain in Longchuan City, diligently organizing the branch of the Longchuan City Professional Association, aspiring to elevate it to the most influential and powerful branch among the various associations throughout the Star Dragon Empire. Thus, he had consistently restrained his level, abstaining from undertaking promotion tasks, amassing an abundance of experience points. Indeed, Bu Pingfan could be considered a pioneer in experience accumulation within Longchuan City, and after an extended period of stagnation, his equipment and skills had reached an exceptionally high standard, even when facing newly minted 7th tier king level professionals. he would likely hold his ground. Furthermore, if Bu Pingfan desired to complete his promotion, given his current accumulation of experience points, he would undoubtedly ascend directly to the mid-level of the 7th tier. Chu Yuan, prepare for battle. Suddenly, Bu Pingfan exclaimed. Chu Yuan gazed ahead and realized they had arrived at the periphery of the inner circle of the Insect Sea secret realm. A rustling sound echoed in the air. It was the horde of peripheral insect beasts, which had been lying in wait. Unable to restrain themselves any longer upon seeing that Chu Yuan and Bu Pingfan had breached the inner circle. In the realm of ferocious beasts, particularly among species with a considerable population, a strict hierarchy existed. If these peripheral beasts refrained from resisting out of fear and allowed intruders to penetrate directly into the inner circle, they would face punishment from the higher-ranked beasts, which would be scarcely preferable to confronting a formidable foe. Thus, upon witnessing Bu Pingfan and Chu Yuan's intent to enter the inner circle, the concealed insect beasts could no longer contain themselves. Beast name, Armored Poison Bug. Species, Golden Insect Clan. Level, 50. Description, a beetle residing deep within the swamps, venomous, with a robust exoskeleton and formidable defense, characterized by its gregarious nature, making it particularly troublesome under the insect sea tactics. Skills, Charge, Absolute Defense. Beast name, Iron Fire Ant. Species, Golden Insect Clan. Level, 52. Description, ants living around the swamp, venomous, extremely agile, adept at ambush and venomous attacks. Skills, Venom Spray Bite. Indeed, the title of the Insect Sea was well-deserved. Chu Yuan surveyed his surroundings, where a dense mass of insect beasts encircled him and Bu Pingfan, leaving no escape. Hiss hiss hiss. At that moment, some massive beetles launched their assault. They were pitch-black and fearsome, each exceeding a meter in length. Chu Yuan noted that these imposing beetles were the most numerous among their ranks. Behind these colossal beetles swarmed a multitude of smaller black ants, which, despite their diminutive size, continuously dripped venom from their mandibles, corroding the ground into patches of white. Let the battle commence. Bu Pingfan stepped back slightly, positioning himself in front of Chu Yuan, his expression remarkably composed. Indeed, before a peak 6th-tier powerhouse, these golden-level beasts were hardly a challenge. Chu Yuan, I will take the front. You keep an eye on the rear. Together, we shall swiftly resolve this conflict, maximizing your experience gain. While observing the battlefield, Bu Pingfan also noted Chu Yuan's demeanor. It intrigued him that, surrounded by so many beasts of a similar level, an ordinary golden-tier professional would have long since succumbed to panic. Unlike the calmness displayed by Chu Yuan, in truth, these creatures posed little more than a couple of skills worth of challenge to Bu Pingfan. His insistence on involving Chu Yuan stemmed from his desire to witness Chu Yuan's prowess in action. He was aware that Chu Yuan possessed forbidden spell-level capabilities. Yet the fiery red skeletal puppet he had previously summoned delivered singular damage. Given the current scenario, with Chu Yuan besieged by so many beasts, that earth-shattering single-target forbidden spell would yield minimal effect. Should Chu Yuan possess other means, he would surely unveil them. Chapter 61, Rapidly Accruing Experience. How delightful. Understood, President. As Bu Pingfan scrutinized him, Chu Yuan discerned his underlying intentions. Nonetheless, he was committed to playing his part. So he cheerfully agreed and charged towards the insect beasts behind Bu Pingfan. Hiss. The battle was about to erupt, with the iron fire ants launching the initial strike, unleashing swift fireballs toward Bu Pingfan. A mere firefly dares to compete with the sun and moon. Unquenchable fire sea. Bu Pingfan intoned a series of incantations, conjuring a golden red staff in his hand. Soon, fire magic began to coalesce around the staff, growing larger and more potent. Go. Bu Pingfan completed the incantation with a commanding shout. He swung his staff, and a torrent of crimson light cascaded down, engulfing the armored poison bugs and iron fire ants before him in a cataclysmic blaze. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan, aware that he needed not exert himself significantly in the presence of the president, casually employed his previously acquired B-level skill, Black Tiger A Fu, to feign engagement. Meandering among the ferocious beasts, your teammate has slain the armored poison bug, sharing 120,800 experience points with the team. Your teammate has slain the armored poison bug, sharing 146,000 experience points with the team. Your teammate has slain the iron fire ant, sharing 135,000 experience points with the team. Your teammate has slain the iron fire ant, sharing 170,000 experience points with the team. You have leveled up to LV50. With a total attribute increase of 5,000 points. You have gained an additional 5,000 free attribute points. You have leveled up to LV51. With a total attribute increase of 5,100 points. You have gained an additional 5,100 free attribute points. You have leveled up to LV55. With a total attribute increase of 5,500 points. You have gained an additional 5,500 free attribute points. Before long, even the insect beasts that had accompanied Chu Yuan in his feigned antics were swiftly consumed by Bu Pingfan's inferno. The pace of leveling up was astonishing. Messages streamed in. overwhelming Chu Yuan's senses. Prior to embarking on this mission, he had activated a double experience bonus at Bu Pingfan's suggestion and with the guild's new member experience boost. Along with the immense power and expansive range of Bu Pingfan's fire magic, they scarcely needed Chu Yuan's intervention to clear away the multitude of insect beasts before them. He felt as if he were achieving monster-slaying efficiency, rivaling that of his own forbidden spell-level skills. Most importantly, since the skills were primarily driven by Bu Pingfan, the integrity of this secret realm remained intact. This experience could be harvested continuously. The acquisition of experience was simply exquisite. At this moment, Chu Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. President, your magical prowess is truly magnificent. My level has skyrocketed to 55 in an instant. If I could join your party in the future, wouldn't leveling up be akin to riding a rocket? Chu Yuan extravagantly showered compliments. At this juncture, Bu Pingfan had merely unleashed a single skill, yet the ferocious beasts at the periphery of the Insect Sea secret realm had been nearly eradicated. The prowess of a Peak 6 transformation Grand Mage was indeed extraordinary. This was precisely why mages were so revered among all professions. The remaining insect beasts had almost entirely lost their combat capability, as the disparity in levels between them and Bu Pingfan rendered them utterly defenseless. Come on. Your flattery isn't particularly clever. Even if you don't team up with me, your leveling won't be sluggish. Bu Pingfan shot a glance at Chu Yuan, articulating each word deliberately. His meaning was unmistakable. Since entering the Insect Sea secret realm, Chu Yuan had been fooling around and slacking off. Who was Bu Pingfan? He possessed keen insight. How could Chu Yuan's little tricks possibly escape his discerning gaze? However, it seemed that Bu Pingfan had come to a realization. The reason Chu Yuan was unguarded in front of by Mei and Ji Ruo, but reluctant to reveal his true capabilities before him likely stemmed from a wariness of his position as the president of the professional association. Did Chu Yuan harbor any secrets? If unveiled, they might pose a headache for the association. With that thought, Bu Pingfan patted Chu Yuan on the shoulder and said, Chu Yuan, as the president, I've done my part in helping you level from 49 to 55. Your physical attributes must have significantly improved. Dealing with these golden-level insect beasts should pose no issue. The remainder is up to you. After all, this is your guild mission. Best of luck. Having said that, he strode away, fully aware that, regardless of whether he assisted or not, Chu Yuan's leveling would remain unaffected. He merely wished to linger outside and observe how long it would take Chu Yuan to complete this task. Finally, he no longer had to maintain the facade. With Bu Pingfan's departure, Chu Yuan let out a sigh of relief. After stretching his muscles, he swiftly dispatched the half-dead insect beasts and ventured deeper into the Insect Sea secret realm. As soon as he entered the inner circle, he found himself encircled by a swarm of seemingly higher-level ferocious beasts. Beast name, Poison Hook Scorpion. Race, Golden Insect Tribe. Level, 57. Description, a venomous scorpion residing deep within the Insect Sea secret realm. It possesses potent venom and formidable attack power, with a lethal stinger that can cause instant death, and exudes a powerful hallucinogenic effect. It appeared that the ferocious beasts in the inner circle were indeed different from those in the periphery, exhibiting extreme aggression. Surrounding Chu Yuan were enormous poison hook scorpions, each the size of an adult man, their ominous compound eyes fixated on him, emitting an eerie green glow that was quite unsettling. Yet, Chu Yuan felt no fear. His abilities could obliterate the heavens, and even the mightiest ferocious beasts were mere trifles before him. The reason he refrained from engaging immediately was simply to delay a little time, lest he defeat the monsters too swiftly and make Bu Pingfan feel embarrassed about his own speed in handling them. However, he did not linger for long before a wave of ferocious energy surged towards him. The once aggressive poison hook scorpions around him suddenly became docile, retreating hastily to clear a path. Soon, an even larger poison hook scorpion, swaggering with a slow gait, approached Chu Yuan. Beast name, Poison Hook Scorpion, dominant level. Race, Golden Insect Tribe. Level, 60. Description, the dominant level leader of the Poison Hook Scorpion tribe, possessing high intelligence and capable of coordinating other poison hook scorpions in battle. Could this be the newly emerged dominant level beast spoken of by the president? Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes, observing the more imposing and regal poison hook scorpion before him, contemplating that it was fortunate he had come. Otherwise, any other professional, even in a team, would likely meet defeat upon entering the inner circle of this Insect Sea secret realm. They might even suffer injuries. The presence of a dominant level beast in a secret realm is crucial. Without such a leader, the other beasts would be akin to soldiers without a commander, chaotic and ineffective in battle. Yet, when a dominant level beast appears, the other beasts would fall into line, transforming from a disorganized mob into an efficient fighting force, their combat effectiveness soaring. No wonder no one had undertaken the mission in the Insect Sea secret realm. The existence of a dominant level beast had elevated the mission's difficulty significantly, yet the rewards had not increased, and professionals were not foolish. Were it not for Chu Yuan's curiosity about the dealings of the Kai family, this mission could have languished for years without anyone daring to accept it. The Kai family was indeed miserly. Just as Chu Yuan pondered this, a swift motion caught his attention. In an instant, the dominant poison-hook scorpion swung its stinger toward him, while the other scorpions formed an orderly formation, their stingers glowing with a pale purple light, clearly awaiting orders to attack. Is this all they have to contend with me? Seeing the dominant-level beast advance, Chu Yuan merely smiled faintly. With Bu Pingfan absent, there was nothing restraining him anymore. He was finally free to unleash his full capabilities. He had been stifled for too long. Crash. Break the wickedness. Without hesitation, Chu Yuan activated the power of the Kildas Template. His fists enveloped in shimmering white magical energy, he hurled a punch at the charging poison-hook scorpion. Kai family, it's time for you to pay your dues. With a thunderous roar, the white energy he unleashed triggered a massive explosion. A pillar of white light shooting skyward as it consumed all the poison-hook scorpions before him. In an instant, those seemingly ferocious beasts were reduced to mere dust. Even the dominant-level poison-hook scorpion, faced with the overwhelming force of the disintegration magic, was rendered indistinguishable from its lesser counterparts, evaporating into powder in a heartbeat. Following the demise of the poison-hook scorpion, Chu Yuan did not restrain his magical output. He had come to collect interest from the Kai family, not to be a benevolent savior. Thus, the surge in magical energy caused the previously dissipating disintegration beam to expand once more, ultimately enveloping the entire Insect Sea secret realm. Boom. With a resounding crash, another secret realm in Longchuan City was obliterated. Quick, go see what's happening outside. Meanwhile, a man in a building a kilometer away from the Insect Sea secret realm was jolted awake by the violent tremors, shouting loudly at his subordinates at the door. If Chu Yuan were to see this man, he would note the resemblance in his brows and eyes to Kai Kuan, the individual he had just vanquished. This man was Kai Bo, the second uncle of Kai Kuan, the second in command of the Kai pharmaceutical family. In the Star Dragon Empire, every secret realm guarded by family forces required regular inspections or dedicated personnel to oversee them. After all, these realms contained ferocious beasts. Although they had been previously developed by the Empire, risks still existed and could not be neglected. Whichever faction holds dominion is responsible for the stability and safety of the secret realm. The Insect Sea secret realm, under the jurisdiction of Kai Bo, is routinely inspected by him for any anomalies. Today, coincidentally, he was present when Chu Yuan, while undertaking a task in the Insect Sea, inadvertently wreaked havoc upon it. Second Master, it seems there is an issue with the Insect Sea secret realm. A subordinate rushed in, visibly anxious, in response to Kai Bo's urgent call. What has happened? Speak plainly, don't stutter. Kai Bo, in a state of distress, had felt the immense disturbance and formidable energy fluctuations clearly. As a professional, he was acutely aware of the implications. If the secret realm guarded by their family experienced issues, or if ferocious beasts were to breach containment and pose a threat to humanity, the family would bear the consequences. Thus, the Insect Sea secret realm held paramount importance for the Kai family. It appears the Insect Sea secret realm has vanished, the trembling subordinate reported. What did you say? Are you suggesting that the recent energy fluctuations caused the Insect Sea secret realm to disappear? Kai Bo was taken aback as he moved towards the exit, his mind racing with thoughts of the two secret realms that had mysteriously vanished in Longchuan City, along with the long-standing collapse of the underground city. In the past, upon hearing that a secret realm had disappeared, he would have laughed it off as nonsense. However, with the recent disappearances in Longchuan City and the eerie energy surge he had just experienced, Kai Bo could not afford to be complacent. Anxiety gnawed at him. Remarkable. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan gazed at the remnants of the once mighty Insect Sea secret realm, now reduced to a cloud of fine dust, with exhilaration. What was once a realm thick with a foul stench and shadows had transformed into a blank expanse of space. My shattering power has grown even stronger. He realized that his skills had become more potent than before. When he first acquired the Kildas Template, he could not have obliterated a secret realm so effortlessly. He surmised that as his proficiency with the Kildas Template increased, so did the strength of his abilities, allowing him to destroy the realm in a single strike. Successfully slain Toxic Hook Crab, gained 65,000 experience. Successfully slain Toxic Wolf, gained 20,000 experience. You have leveled up to LV56, attributes increased by 5,600. You gained an additional 5,600 free attributes. You have leveled up to LV59, attributes increased by 5,900. You gained an additional 5,900 free attributes. Chapter 63, The Head of Kai Pharmaceuticals. Task completed. Interest collected. One word, satisfying. The best strategy is to retreat. Although Chu Yuan had destroyed numerous secret realms, this was the first time he felt such untroubled delight. After all, this was the domain of his archrival, and he felt not a shred of guilt. He swiftly gathered the luminous items and materials scattered across the ground into his storage ring, as he had no time to sort through his spoils and promptly departed in the direction he had come. This must be the doing of Chu Yuan. Meanwhile, Bu Pingfan, who had remained outside the Insect Sea secret realm, was in a state of shock. Truth be told, when he witnessed the powerful and mysterious force descend upon the realm, annihilating everything into nothingness. His first thought was that an imperial war had erupted. Perhaps a superclass professional from another empire had unleashed a forbidden spell upon the insect sea secret realm. The thought of Chu Yuan still being inside prompted him to consider rushing in to rescue him, despite his limited means to withstand such forbidden power. Yet, as vast swathes of the insect sea secret realm turned to void, Bu Pingfan gradually realized that the major empires were currently in a delicate balance. A sudden war was implausible. Moreover, even if a war were to break out, it was unlikely they would bypass the major first-tier cities to target the second-tier Longchuan city or hurl a forbidden spell into a small secret realm. As he recalled the earlier instances of other secret realms being destroyed, he took a few steps back, suddenly enlightened. Piecing together information previously divulged by Mei and Ji Ruo. This is undoubtedly the work of that scoundrel Chu Yuan, Bu Pingfan declared with utmost conviction. Previously intrigued by the force behind the realm's destruction, he was now profoundly shaken by its true proximity. How could Chu Yuan wield such an abundance of forbidden-level power? Had he gone mad? This was a secret realm overseen by Kai Pharmaceuticals, and he had obliterated it without a second thought. Bu Pingfan let out a soft sigh. President, you haven't returned yet. Just then, he looked up to see Chu Yuan approaching with a smile. Chu Yuan, did you do this? Are you here for a guild task or to cause destruction? Bu Pingfan grasped Chu Yuan's arm, and after confirming that no one else was around, he whispered, President, it was an accident. I just wanted to farm some monsters. I didn't expect to destroy the realm. There were just a few unexpected incidents. Chu Yuan no longer concealed his ability to deconstruct magic. After today, Bu Pingfan, if not foolish, would certainly connect the dots regarding previous incidents. I have no qualms. But as a member of our professional association, your strength is paramount. However, since it was just the two of us who accepted the task from Kai Pharmaceuticals, the destruction of the secret realm will surely bring trouble upon us. Most importantly, can you refrain from destroying more secret realms in the future? After a few more incidents, even a fool would deduce it was you. Your forbidden-level abilities, while numerous and powerful, must be wielded with caution. Not everyone in this world yearns for the emergence of a prodigious talent. Never mind, don't fret, although we may not be in the right. Our professional association is not afraid of the Kai family. I will devise a strategy to placate them. Bu Pingfan furrowed his brow slightly, but rather than scolding Chu Yuan, he was more concerned about him exposing his abilities. True to the nature of the professional association's president, he was protective of his own. Even in the aftermath of such an event, he had already begun to contemplate how to extricate Chu Yuan from this predicament. President, we should think this over back at the association. Let us first vacate this site of trouble. Chu Yuan nudged Bu Pingfan, quietly reminding him. Ah, yes, right. After saying this, Bu Pingfan dramatically waved his hand, retrieving a flying vehicle from his storage ring. He and Chu Yuan boarded the vehicle, and with a firm press of the accelerator, they sped toward the professional association. An old mage skilled in driving is rather impressive. Sitting in the passenger seat, Chu Yuan watched as his president executed the driving maneuvers with remarkable proficiency, leaving him somewhat dazed. Was this truly the same steadfast president he had known before? Damn it, we're late. A few minutes later, when Kai Bo and his team arrived, the entire exit of the insect sea secret realm was devoid of any presence, save for the gentle breeze. Second master, should we report to the old master first? One subordinate stammered, gazing at the nearly obliterated realm. How on earth are we to report back in this situation? There's nothing, no one in sight. The insect sea secret realm has simply vanished without a trace. It would be more believable to say a bolt of lightning struck from the sky and obliterated the realm. At that moment, Kai Bo's expression turned as sour as if he had consumed a dead fly. The old master was no fool. Would he believe such a tale? One cannot help but question the efficacy of Kai Bo's actions. Should this situation persist, his standing within the Kai family will undoubtedly diminish further. Warning, warning. The insect sea secret realm has been irreparably shattered. Warning, warning. The insect sea secret realm has been irreparably shattered. At this moment, within the luminous and sunlit office of the Kai Pharmaceutical Group's headquarters, a man of advanced age, with hair and beard as white as snow, his robust physique clad in a pristine white suit, gazed at the incessantly flashing warning alerts before him. Overwhelmed by fury, he struck the desk with such force that it disintegrated into dust. This man is none other than Kai Yuan, the venerable patriarch of the Kai family. Despite his advanced years, he exudes an imposing aura that commands respect. The Kai Pharmaceutical Group is a testament to his vision and hard work. In his youth, Kai Yuan awakened as a high-level supporting profession as an alchemist. At that time, he was merely a destitute youth. However, through relentless dedication, he leveraged the lucrative nature of alchemy to gradually establish the vast Kai Pharmaceutical Group, which has now evolved into the largest pharmaceutical enterprise in Longchuan City. Although the Kai Pharmaceutical Group is a private entity, in a world where everyone possesses professional abilities and battles are ubiquitous, the demand for potions has reached unprecedented levels. Consequently, nearly all residents of Longchuan City engage with the Kai Pharmaceutical Group. Particularly, high-grade potions often play a crucial, if not decisive, role in combat, which elucidates why the various factions within Lanchuan City are loath to offend the Kai family. Even the formidable president of the professional association, Bu Pingfan, upon hearing of the destruction of the Insect Sea secret realm and its implications for the Kai pharmaceutical group, began to contemplate ways to absolve Chu Yuan rather than confront the matter head-on. Presently, Kai Yuan remains the steadfast leader of the Kai pharmaceutical group. Despite being 75 years of age, his prowess has not waned, and his authority remains unchallenged, with the entire Kai family holding him in high regard. Chapter 64. The Kai family's reaction. Kai Yuan's wrath. His two sons serve as his right and left hands. His elder son, Kai Xiong, oversees the production and sales of the pharmaceutical line and is the father of Kai Kun. His younger son, Kai Bo, manages logistical support and is currently grappling with the crisis at the entrance of the Insect Sea secret realm. In truth, Kai Yuan was once a man of remarkable emotional stability, adept at concealing his true feelings and possessing a profound depth of character. Otherwise, he would not have risen from humble beginnings to become a pharmaceutical magnate in Lanchuan City. However, a significant event transpired a few days ago. Kai Kun, regarded as the future heir of the Kai family, met with an untimely death. This devastating blow struck Kai Yuan profoundly, for Kai Kun was the eldest grandson, cherished deeply by the family, especially by Kai Yuan, who indulged him due to the bond of being a grandparent. Hence, the family invested immense effort and resources into nurturing Kai Kun, aspiring to mold him into an extraordinary talent. Perhaps due to this extensive investment, Kai Kun awakened as a dual-element mage, ranking among the elite young prodigies in Lanchuan City and even the province. Yet, this overindulgence led Kai Kun to develop a reckless personality, characterized by a penchant for bullying and unruliness. Not long ago, family members discovered that Kai Kun had vanished after leading a group away from the family, and shortly thereafter, his life card, an extraordinary artifact that allows continuous connection with its owner, likewise disappeared. The disappearance of the life card signified the owner's demise, sending shockwaves through the Kai family. Particularly distressing was the moment Kai Yuan learned of Kai Kun's murder, compounded by his inability to uncover any leads. In a fit of rage, he issued a manhunt, expending significant resources in pursuit of the perpetrator. Yet, news remained elusive, and as a result, Kai Yuan visibly aged during this period. Kai Kun's death also engendered numerous repercussions. Initially, the two brothers within the family stood on equal footing, one managing affairs, the other overseeing logistics. However, following Kai Kun's demise, after a furious outburst, Kai Yuan, empathetic to the sentiments of his elder son Kai Xiong, delegated the task of investigating the murderer to Kai Bo regardless of the resources Kai Yuan afforded Kai Bo. The results were either non-existent or scant. Ultimately, the only information gleaned was that Kai Kun had traveled to the southern part of the city on the day of his death, where peculiar energy fluctuations were detected. In response, Kai Yuan erupted in anger at Kai Bo, leading to a precipitous decline in Kai Bo's standing within the family, earning him a reputation for ineptitude. Consequently, he was compelled to personally oversee the inspection of the secret realm. Today, shortly after arriving at the monitoring station near the secret realm, the Insect Sea secret realm, an essential asset of the Kai pharmaceutical group, was obliterated. How could Kai Bo not feel anxious? After all, 60 of the pharmaceutical materials utilized by the Kai pharmaceutical group were sourced from that very realm, and its destruction would drastically diminish the company's production efficiency, inflicting significant damage upon the Kai family. You imbecile, where are you? Return to me at once. Kai Yuan vented his frustrations through a phone call to Kai Bo. 10 minutes later, Kai Bo appeared in Kai Yuan's office, visibly shaken. What in the world happened? How could the Insect Sea secret realm be destroyed? Kai Yuan's expression was a thunderous shade of anger as he glared at Kai Bo father. The Insect Sea secret realm was struck by an unknown force, resulting in its majority vanishing, as if it had been rendered into spatial nothingness. In essence, the entire realm has been obliterated and is no longer usable. Kai Bo's voice dwindled, and despite being in his 40s, he felt an innate fear in the presence of his father's formidable aura. It is worth noting that throughout their upbringing, Kai Yuan had always been exceptionally strict with both Kai Xiong and Kai Bo, having experienced a challenging childhood himself. Thus, he held lofty expectations for his sons, hoping to see them become accomplished individuals. This has instilled a profound sense of respect and trepidation in both sons toward their father. What? Upon hearing this, Kai Yuan leapt from his chair, his eyes widening in disbelief as he regarded Kai Bo. You mean the Insect Sea secret realm has entirely vanished? Not a trace remains? What kind of force could possess such power? Kai Yuan's astonishment grew. Typically, once a secret realm is under the control of a family faction, it becomes bound to a managerial information panel, allowing the faction to receive timely updates. Though Kai Yuan had just received the alert, the revelation of the Insect Sea secret realm's destruction left him utterly astounded. It was an entire realm, not merely a trinket or a vehicle. This was utterly preposterous. My father, I am inept. I have yet to ascertain the source of this unknown power. Kai Bo bowed his head, his posture humble, not daring to move. An oppressive silence enveloped the room as Kai Yuan clenched his teeth for an extended period. Kaibo, what use are you to me? It was already a significant failure to task you with investigating Kuan-'s matter. After the family provided you with all the resources you required, you returned with naught but vague information about an unknown assailant? Now, our guarded insect-sea secret realm has inexplicably vanished, and you cannot even uncover a single lead? Truly, you are my exemplary son. Kai Yuan's voice remained eerily calm, devoid of explosive rage, yet his tone was chillingly frigid. Father, please, quell your anger. Father, please, quell your anger. The recent incident was indeed peculiar. However, the child did not come away empty-handed. Allow me to recount the details slowly. Kaibo understood his father better than anyone else and realized that Kai Yuan had genuinely lost all faith in him. Thus, he hastily fell to his knees on the ground. I shall grant you one more opportunity. At this, Kai Yuan's expression softened slightly, yet he still did not permit Kaibo to rise. Kaibo remained kneeling, too fearful to move. Father, although I did not witness the reason behind the disappearance of the insect-sea secret realm, my investigation has uncovered something strange. The residual energy fluctuations in the insect-sea secret realm are identical to the anomalous magical energy fluctuations I encountered when I investigated the incident in the southern city where Kuan was slain. Kaibo lifted his head, speaking each word with utmost seriousness. What? Upon hearing this, Kai Yuan abruptly sprang from his chair, demanding, speak with greater clarity. Indeed. Kaibo exhaled in relief, knowing he had wagered correctly. Chapter 65. Everything is related to Chu Yuan. It is essential to recognize that the death of Kai Kuan has nearly become a mental demon for Kai Yuan. If he could truly identify the perpetrator behind Kai Kuan's demise, he would undoubtedly forgive all of Kaibo's previous shortcomings. In fact, what significance would the disappearance of the insect-sea secret realm hold? Father, what I mean is that the individual responsible for the destruction of the insect-sea secret realm is necessarily linked to the beast that killed Kuan. After all, the insect-sea secret realm has always been a domain guarded by the Kai family. Rarely do any professionals venture here. Only when we issue tasks do others come to this realm. Furthermore, through my subsequent investigation, I discovered that our family recently released a task to collect venom, which was accepted at the Dragonchuan City Professional Association, and among the participants was Bu Pingfan. The more Kaibo spoke, the more fervent he became, seemingly striving to prove to Kai Yuan that he was not a useless individual. Rise. Indeed, upon hearing this, Kai Yuan's demeanor calmed considerably. Captivated by Kaibo's words, he gestured for him to stand. Are you suggesting that the death of Kuan and the disappearance of the insect-sea secret realm are both connected to the professional association? But that cannot be right. Our Kai family has no enmity with the professional association. Why would Bu Pingfan do such a thing? Just to turn against our Kai pharmaceutical? Kai Yuan pondered. In all my years in Dragonchuan City, I know Bu Pingfan possesses formidable strength. Though he has not reached the 7th shift, his true power undoubtedly surpasses it. If he were responsible for slaying Kuan, he could indeed find a way to ensure we, the Kai family, could not trace it back to him. However, to completely obliterate a secret realm and render a significant portion of it into nothingness, this might be beyond his capabilities. Even a 7th shift king-level sorcerer, wielding the strength to access forbidden spells, would find it no easy feat to make a secret realm vanish entirely. Something feels amiss. I cannot fathom Bu Pingfan's motive for such actions. That old fellow is not reckless. Kai Yuan's piercing gaze fixed upon Kaibo, who had just risen and was now rubbing his knees, awaiting further explanation. Father, you are entirely correct. Bu Pingfan would certainly lack such motives. As the professional association and our Kai pharmaceutical have numerous collaborations, he would not be foolish enough to engage in self-destructive actions. However, according to the information I have acquired, a new member has recently joined the professional association, named Chu Yuan. This lad was once a prodigy in Dragonchuan City, standing out even before awakening a profession. Many recognized his extraordinary aptitude. However, during his profession awakening, he failed and became a non-professional, a genius reduced to a waste. Kaibo inhaled deeply. Get to the point. A mere non-professional waste. What relevance does this have to our current investigation? Kai Yuan furrowed his brows, inquiring. Father, this lad Chu Yuan was a classmate of Kuan, and their relationship was always quite poor. Moreover, his failure to awaken a profession, here, Kaibo paused, was due to Kuan having provided him with a failed transmutation potion. Are you suggesting that Chu Yuan's failure to awaken a profession is connected to Kuan? That Chu Yuan, driven by revenge, killed him? Kai Yuan's eyes widened as he seemed to grasp the implications. Yes, seeing that his father was not pursuing the matter further. Kaibo boldly continued, although I cannot yet confirm that it was indeed that lad Chu Yuan. The connections between these events suggest that Kuan-er's death must be linked to him. Kaibo nodded slightly. You make a valid point. However, there are shortcomings. According to your information, Chu Yuan has become a waste due to his failed profession awakening. How could he possibly possess the strength to kill Kuan? Are you implying that Bu Pingfan would assist him? I cannot believe Bu Pingfan would engage in such irrational behavior. Kuan is a hidden professional, truly one in a million. he would be more inclined to cultivate a good relationship with our family. The more Kai Yuan contemplated, the more absurd the idea appeared to him. Though he sensed something was amiss, he was evidently reluctant to accept that Kuiner's murder was connected to the most powerful guild in Dragonchuan City, the Professional Association. Father, that is not my implication. Bu Pingfan may not have been involved, but that Chu Yuan is undoubtedly suspicious. Consider this. If Chu Yuan were truly a waste, how could he possibly join the highly selective Professional Association? That lad must be concealing some strength or ulterior motive. I cannot definitively state whether Kuiner's death and the disappearance of the secret realm are connected to the Professional Association and Bu Pingfan, but they are certainly linked to that lad Chu Yuan. Most importantly, I discovered through my subordinate's surveillance that before the Insect-Sea secret realm vanished, it was Bu Pingfan who brought Chu Yuan into the realm. Regardless of the circumstances, Father, we must investigate the connections between the residual energy of the Insect-Sea secret realm and Kuiner's death, as well as the destruction of our family's domain. Kai Bo clenched his teeth, filled with resentment towards the individual responsible for the realm's destruction. Had it not been for him, he would not have found himself in such a passive position. You speak the truth. Kai Bo's fervent declarations resonated deeply with Kai Yuan. Crack. Despite the formidable nature of the Professional Association, the Kai family harbored no fear. If Kuiner's death is indeed related to them, then regardless of the cost, I shall demand an explanation from the Professional Association. If it is indeed that lad Chu Yuan who is responsible, I shall ensure he meets a brutal end. Kai Yuan forcefully shattered the teacup in his hand. Father, please calm your anger. I will investigate that lad Chu Yuan and ensure the Professional Association surrenders him, bringing him to the family for questioning. Should they dare to protect him, we shall go to war. Upon receiving Kai Yuan's consent, Kai Bo eagerly prepared to rally forces for the endeavor. Wait. Just then, Kai Yuan called out to Kai Bo. When will you learn to approach matters with the level-headedness of your elder brother? Have you considered the possibility that if this incident is unrelated to the Professional Association, how will you resolve the situation after confronting them with accusations? Truly a reckless youth, Kai Yuan, a formidable leader, remained remarkably composed even in a state of anger. Father, you are right. I have been too rash. Kai Bo quickly halted, turning to bow his head, awaiting Kai Yuan's next instruction. Chapter 66. The Kai family will settle this. You shall meet with that Chu Yuan under the pretense of offering compensation from the Kai family and request him to visit Kai Pharmaceutical. Do not conceal your intentions. Let us see if he dares to show himself. If he remains absent, it would signify a blatant disregard for the Kai family's dignity, providing us with a valid pretext to confront him. Should this scoundrel dare to resist, we might inadvertently eliminate him. The Kai family adopts a strategy of courtesy before aggression. Regardless of the circumstances, our actions would be justifiable, and even if Bu Pingfan sought to trouble us, he would find it difficult to substantiate his claims. Based on the information you have gathered, it is evident that Chu Yuan is undoubtedly linked to the demise of Kuiner. Thus, eliminating him would not be unjustified. The capacity to obliterate an entire secret realm suggests that this individual harbors some profound secrets or possesses formidable abilities. I shall take the initiative to prepare our arrangements. As long as he cannot provide a satisfactory explanation regarding his connection to Kuiner's death, I will ensure our people take action. After all, he bears animosity towards Kuiner, making him an ideal companion for her. His reluctance to meet only further indicates his guilt. At this point, Kai Yuan made a gesture as if to slit his throat, affirming the intent to kill. Yes, esteemed father, Kai Bo replied, nodding involuntarily. His father's astuteness was evident, as Kai Yuan approached the issue with far more comprehensiveness, leaving no room for objections. Truly, his father's foresight was commendable. Subsequently, Kai Bo exited Kai Yuan's office. Within the president's office at the Professional Association's precinct, the recent destruction of yet another secret realm, this time witnessed by Bu Pingfan, prompted him to summon the two chief stewards who were still present and unassigned, Bai Mei and Ji Ruo. Bu Pingfan sat at his desk, his brow furrowed, fingers rhythmically drumming against the surface. Opposite him, Chu Yuan stood, fidgeting with his fingers, somewhat contrite. Meanwhile, Bai Mei and Ji Ruo flanked Chu Yuan, resembling vigilant guardians. Although they were unaware of the specifics of Chu Yuan's actions, his current demeanor indicated that the situation was dire, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. After an awkward silence lingered, Bu Pingfan finally spoke. I summoned you for no other reason than to address some incidents that occurred during Chu Yuan's guild mission. Our association cannot turn a blind eye. He has destroyed the Insect-Sea secret realm. That is the territory of the Kai family, and they will undoubtedly seek retribution. The Kai family is known for their vindictiveness, and it is recorded that Chu Yuan accepted the mission concerning the Insect-Sea secret realm. They will certainly track him down. Thus, I have brought you both here to brainstorm strategies to protect Chu Yuan and to obfuscate this matter from the Kai family. After concluding, Bu Pingfan glanced at Bai Mei and then Ji Ruo. In truth, upon receiving Bu Pingfan's message, both Bai Mei and Ji Ruo had already speculated through their respective channels that the recent destruction of another secret realm was indeed the doing of Chu Yuan. President, you are becoming increasingly timid. While the Kai family may be affluent, in a real conflict, their strength cannot possibly rival that of our professional association. What is there to fear? If they refuse to comply, we should confront them, Ji Ruo stated dismissively, declaring her unwavering support for Chu Yuan. No, 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 Ji Ruo. It is not so simple, Bai Mei interjected, shaking her head. With a furrowed brow, she elaborated. Although the combat prowess of the Kai family's practitioners is mediocre, their wealth is substantial. The Kai family's pharmaceutical business dominates over 60% of Longchuan City's economic lifeblood. If they were to become serious, it could lead to significant troubles, and nearly every practitioner in Longchuan City has ties to Kai Pharmaceuticals. If our association were to engage in a real conflict with the Kai family, the outcome is uncertain. Hearing this, Bu Pingfan nodded slightly. These were indeed the concerns weighing on his mind. President, both of you, this matter pertains to me personally. If the Kai family truly comes after me, I am not afraid. I will bear the burden alone. Your identities represent the professional association, and there is no need for you to intervene. I will settle my accounts with the Kai family myself. I refuse to believe they can do anything to me. At this moment, Chu Yuan was also cognizant of the situation. He did not wish to burden the professional association unduly. After all, it was his own choice to engage with the Kai family, and the past grievances with Kai Kuan were matters unknown to Bu Pingfan and the others. After expressing himself, Chu Yuan exited Bu Pingfan's office, not out of arrogance, but rather with thoughts occupied by the treasures acquired from the Insect-Sea secret realm. Eager to ascertain their worth and whether they could afford him a couple of spins on the fishing system, Chu Yuan, observing his departing figure, Ji Ruo and Bai Mei exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they contemplated pursuing him. Not yet. I have special arrangements, Bu Pingfan interjected, knowing full well that Chu Yuan was indeed capable, and that the Kai family could do little against him, having consecutively destroyed 3 secret realms. Chu Yuan's strength could rival that of a 7th-tier king, a force that no mere family in Longchuan City could easily contend with. While the professional association wielded considerable influence, there were times when it struggled to navigate family dynamics. Chu Yuan might handle the situation more effectively on his own. He was young yet remarkably powerful, and eventually, he would have to confront the challenges posed by various factions. Allowing him to face these trials independently at an earlier stage might not be a disadvantage. These were the thoughts occupying Bu Pingfan's mind. Moreover, even if Chu Yuan were to falter, what then? The professional association would not relinquish its divine seed. If the Kai family were to overstep, they must weigh their own capabilities. President, what plans do you have that could possibly eclipse the importance of Chu Yuan? Ji Ruo exclaimed, growing anxious. In her view, Bu Pingfan was losing his senses by allowing someone below diamond rank to confront the Kai family. It was akin to leading a lamb into a tiger's den. No one truly understood the depth of the Kai family's resources, should they resort to unscrupulous tactics. It would be too late for regrets. Chapter 67, Counting the Spoils. Legendary Set. President, I concur with Ji Ruo. It is far too perilous for Chu Yuan. At this moment, even Bai Mei's expression had soured. Calm down, Ji Ruo, Bai Mei. The two of you should visit the Provincial Professional Association and seek out Elder Qian. Inform him of Chu Yuan's situation. Bu Pingfan urged them to regain their composure and outlined his plan. Meanwhile, after exiting Bu Pingfan's office, Chu Yuan returned to his residence to begin inventorying the treasures he had obtained from the Insect-Sea secret realm. Equipment name: Insect-Sea Set, Legendary. Equipment type: Set. Special effect: Immunity to all toxins. Strength: 10,000. Agility: 20,000. Spirit: 15,000. Physical resistance: 100. Durability: 100. What a remarkable find. Legendary grade equipment is worthy of being wielded by a starry tier powerhouse. What a windfall. The first batch of treasures that met Chu Yuan's gaze ignited a thrill within him. After all, this was a set. It is worth noting that in this world, the probability of obtaining individual equipment is significantly higher than that of acquiring a complete set, which is exceedingly rare. Furthermore, this is a legendary grade set, while it may not hold the astronomical value of king grade or saint grade equipment. Each piece is worth several million at the very least, particularly as a complete set with special effect attributes granting immunity to all toxins. Its worth surpasses that of individual legendary items by tenfold or more. Selling it at a trading post for over $1 billion is undoubtedly feasible. To think that the first item to emerge from the loot would be so explosive and invaluable. However, Chu Yuan soon found himself in a state of mixed emotions. For his initial intent was to sell all the treasures he acquired, converting them into funds to invest in the fishing system for blind box openings. However, Chu Yuan discovered that the effects of the Insect-Sea set were remarkably suitable for his needs. After all, his skills were immensely powerful, predominantly at the level of forbidden spells, allowing him to dispatch foes in an instant. In theory, he did not require equipment to enhance his abilities. Yet, due to the fact that he had allocated all his free attribute points from leveling up into agility, his resistance to various elemental aspects was exceedingly low, particularly to toxins. This was exemplified by the recent incident in the Insect Sea Secret Realm, where it was precisely his inadequate toxin resistance that led to being affected by the already shattered toxins, causing him to lose control of the power of the Kildas Template. That said, while it could be said that Chu Yuan desired this set, it was not to the same extent as he felt for the Demon Wing skill. It was not a matter of necessity. Otherwise, he would not have been so torn over whether to sell or keep it, but would have simply utilized it himself. After pondering for quite some time, Chu Yuan ultimately resolved to retain the Insect Sea set for himself, especially given how terrifying the experience of losing control over his skills had been. He also regarded toxins as a particularly repulsive form of attack. Everything else was manageable. With a single skill, he could typically conclude a battle. However, the insidious nature of toxin infiltration often caught individuals off guard. With this in mind, Chu Yuan promptly donned the Insect Sea set. Notice, the Insect Sea set is a legendary grade ensemble, bestowing special immunity effects. Upon equipping, it will permanently bind to oneself and cannot be sold. Do you confirm binding? Having deliberated thoroughly, Chu Yuan unhesitatingly clicked confirm. In the next moment, the Insect Sea set adhered to Chu Yuan's form, and he continued to examine the other treasures that had dropped. However, he soon realized that perhaps this legendary set had exhausted all his good fortune, as the remaining items and materials in his storage ring were predominantly of golden quality. With only a few rare pieces of equipment, it was to be expected. Acquiring a complete set of legendary gear meant for star-ranked powerhouses was already an extraordinary stroke of luck. It was unrealistic to assume that everything he obtained would be of premium quality. Otherwise, other adventurers would have no reason to continue their pursuits. After a rough tally, he concluded that the other equipment might fetch him enough to cover a single system fishing fee. Then, his gaze fell upon the 100 vials of venom, which were the items required for the task issued by the Kai family, a fact that would undoubtedly draw their attention. However, a typical person would likely choose to conceal this for a while, submitting the task items when the Kai family's interest had waned to collect the rewards. Yet, Chu Yuan's thought process was far from conventional. Without hesitation, he submitted the task items required by the Kai family. His eagerness to engage with the Kai family stemmed from a desire to discern their strengths, hence he had no intention of being discreet. After all, he truly did not regard the Kai family with much concern. Task submitted. You have leveled up to LV60, with a total attribute increase of 6,000 points. You have additionally received 6,000 free attribute points. You have reached the level cap, although experience points will be automatically stored. Subsequent experience gained from defeating ferocious beasts will be reduced. Please proceed with your next class advancement at your earliest convenience. After completing his first guild task, Chu Yuan immediately earned 10,000 guild contribution points, along with a portion of experience bonus. However, having vanquished so many insect beasts in the Insect Sea Secret Realm had propelled his experience to a new peak, elevating him to the pinnacle of the third transition in golden rank at LV60. He needed to complete the fourth transition task to continue leveling up, and naturally, the additional experience had already been stored away by Chu Yuan. Now, he found himself occupied. He planned to wait until he found the time to undertake the fourth transition task, as it was clear that the Kai family would soon be investigating him. With all these items, his storage ring was nearing its capacity. Chu Yuan decided to sell these goods first. Converting them into cash would offer him peace of mind, and it had been quite some time since he last visited the junkyard. He wondered how Mu Chiyue was faring and how her sister's illness was progressing. Chu Yuan intended to return for a visit, collect some equipment for disassembly, and exchange it for money. It was time to clear out his inventory. With that, Chu Yuan made his way directly to the Longting Trading Company. Chapter 68, Third Fishing Expedition for SSS Grade Items. Longting Trading Company truly lived up to its reputation as the largest trading firm in the Star Dragon Empire. As soon as Chu Yuan stepped through the doors, he was greeted by a bustling atmosphere, reminiscent of a marketplace, where a myriad of adventurers engaged in buying and selling, creating a significant flow of foot traffic. Mr. Chu, please come this way. The staff at the trading company, well-trained under Long Kuei, immediately ushered Chu Yuan into the VIP room upon recognizing him, contacting her without delay. Mr. Chu, it's been a while. In less than a minute, Long Kuei appeared at the door of the VIP room, dressed in a semi-transparent white bodycon dress, accentuating her alluring figure. Manager Long, the usual. Chu Yuan was quite direct as he opened his storage ring and laid all its contents before Long Kuei. Such a massive amount of goods, including some epic-grade equipment. Long Kuei's eyes brightened instantly. Everything Chu Yuan brought was in high demand among market adventurers, indicating a significant profit ahead. Mr. Chu, please wait a moment while I appraise these items. After speaking, Long Kuei summoned several attendants to carry the large assortment of equipment away. Once she left, a beautiful staff member presented Chu Yuan with a cup of coffee. In the brief time it took him to enjoy the coffee, Long Kuei returned, her demeanor radiant with satisfaction. Mr. Chu, I've had the items assessed, and Longting Trading Company can offer 45 million. If that is acceptable, I can have the funds transferred to you immediately. Long Kuei confidently glanced at Chu Yuan. Knowing that her offer was the highest in the entire Longchuan city, No other trading company could match such a price. The reason Long Kuei was bold enough to offer such a high price was due to Longting Trading Company's superior channels, ensuring that any received goods could be sold at a favorable rate. Sounds good. We've collaborated many times, and I trust you completely. Chu Yuan nodded in agreement. Please hold on. Long Kuei smiled slightly, and within a few seconds, Chu Yuan's phone chimed with a message notification. Dear Black Card user, your account has been credited with 45 million, transferred from Longting Trading Company. Seeing the funds had arrived, Chu Yuan stood up, preparing to leave, but Long Kuei, adhering to routine, arranged for transportation for him once more. No need, Manager Long. Today I wish to stroll on my own. Chu Yuan waved his hand to Long Kuei and turned to exit the Longting Trading Company. The reason Chu Yuan declined Long Kuei's kind offer was that typically, after receiving payment from Longting Trading Company, he would immediately head to the banks of the river in Longchuan City to activate the fishing system. He preferred not to let Longting Trading Company in on too many details, and previously, he had let them drive him to the riverbank, which he didn't want them to question why he frequented the area. Longting Trading Company will always welcome you. Long Kuei understood that every expert has their own privacy and secrets, and seeing Chu Yuan's insistence, she refrained from pressing further. Next, Chu Yuan took a taxi straight to the riverbank. Due to his previous 2 fishing endeavors, his bait and fishing rod had been completely used up. Thus, upon reaching the riverbank, Chu Yuan opened the fishing system panel and spent 25 million to purchase a basic fishing rod and a set of bait. The moment of witnessing miracles was about to arrive. Chu Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. This was akin to opening a blind box. As he spent that 25 million, his heart ached, for this was the first time he was using all his own money for fishing, so many sparkling star dragon coins. Had the outcome yielded nothing of merit or exceptional skills, the expenditure of 25 million would indeed have been in vain. I must not, under any circumstances, find myself in the same predicament as before, where I ended up with an entire compendium of B-rank skills for the Black Tiger Afu. Chu Yuan inhaled deeply. Having secured the bait to his fishing rod, he cast it vigorously into the water. So soon, not long after the bait touched the surface, there was a disturbance in the river, prompting Chu Yuan to ready himself to reel it in. However, just as he was about to retrieve his line, the commotion abruptly ceased. Is this some sort of trick? Or have I snagged on the riverbed? Goodness, surely the fishing system does not entertain the notion of empty casts. Furrowing his brow, Chu Yuan hesitated to pull the rod with force. After all, he could not afford to squander this opportunity. If he reeled in now, it would mean the loss of a potential catch, and he would be inconsolable. Approximately 10 minutes passed. Suddenly, twang. The fishing line tightened, the rod bent dramatically, and a golden glimmer danced upon the river's surface. It's here. It appears to be golden. Recognizing that the moment had arrived, Chu Yuan swiftly grasped the rod with both hands and yanked upwards. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully caught an SSS grade item. Frozen fruit, awakened, no side effects version. Attention! The awakened version of the devil fruit's power transcends the realm of forbidden spells, boasting countless skills. Safety is paramount. Careless use may lead to tears from loved ones. Frozen fruit. Good gracious, this 25 million was truly worth every penny. Standing at the banks of the Longchuan River, Chu Yuan gazed at the bizarre azure fruit in his hand, his heart swelling with excitement. This is the frozen fruit. One of the 3 admirals in the world of pirates, Akiji, wields the power of the frozen fruit. His mastery of this fruit is unparalleled. Possessing the ability to freeze water into ice, encase humans in ice blocks, and even shatter and reform ice, all while deftly evading adversarial attacks. It ranks among the top 3 natural-type fruits. Its formidable control, high damage output, substantial durability, and brief casting time are all its commendable attributes, justifying its SSS grade status. As Chu Yuan reflected on the potency of the frozen fruit, his excitement intensified. The most iconic scene associated with the frozen fruit occurred during the Marineford War, where Akiji immobilized Whitebeard's tsunami with his Ice Age. With but a single standard attack, he neutralized half of Whitebeard's ultimate move, a quintessential example of a low-cost, high-reward skill. It's no wonder Chu Yuan was elated. Moreover, while the lower limit of the frozen fruit may be modest, its upper limit is extraordinarily high. Upon awakening, Chu Yuan estimated a significant likelihood of achieving absolute zero, a temperature so profound it could even affect the passage of time itself. Chapter 69, one of the premier natural types. Farewell, Kaibo. With possession of the frozen fruit, even a mere tradesman could instantly transform into a top-tier master. However, Chu Yuan refrained from immediately consuming the frozen fruit, for he had already acquired 2 SSS-grade skills, rendering his combat prowess exceedingly formidable. He had yet to decide whether to augment his ice capabilities or allocate it to a more advantageous purpose. Perhaps selling it? The moment this thought crossed his mind, he swiftly discarded it. This item, likely deemed SSS grade by the system, would undoubtedly stir international disputes should it come to light. It was far better to retain it for himself, whether for personal use or to nurture allies, as it was akin to possessing a cheat item. Further contemplation was warranted, For the time being, Chu Yuan stored the frozen fruit in his storage ring and prepared to return to the vocational association. As his current funds were insufficient for a second fishing attempt, he hoped to explore other guild tasks to earn some additional money. Mr. Chu Yuan, what a pleasure to see you again. Just as he approached the association's entrance, he was abruptly intercepted by a luxurious business vehicle. A middle-aged man, donned in a suit and sporting a broad smile, emerged from the vehicle. It was none other than Kai Bo, Kaya's second son. Chu Yuan's heart stirred. He was well acquainted with this individual, or rather, he had a vivid memory of him. It was this very Kai Bo who personally delivered the failed job-changing potion to the original body. One could say that the original body's fall from grace was a direct result of the combined efforts of Kai Bo and Kai Kuan. How swiftly they have come seeking me. Chu Yuan smirked coldly. Initially, he had been puzzled as to why Kai Kuan's demise and the destruction of the Insect Sea secret realm had not been traced back to him until now, when he was face to face with someone from the Kai family. Mr. Kai? Noting that Kai Bo had not immediately come to demand an accounting, Chu Yuan resolved to observe what scheme the Kai family was attempting to unfold, playing along with their performance. It has been quite some time since we last met. Who would have thought that I, an ordinary tradesman, would encounter such a busy figure as yourself? Chu Yuan remarked nonchalantly, well aware that he had sought Kai Bo out at the Kai family's apothecary when the original body's job change had failed. Yet, Kai Bo had coldly declared that all sales were final and dismissed any notion of responsibility, even suggesting that the potion was sound and that the issue lay within the original body's constitution. He had even claimed to be too busy to attend, shooing the original body away. This fellow seems surprisingly unperturbed. Kai Bo, taken aback by Chu Yuan's calm demeanor, pondered for a moment and said, our Kai Pharmaceutical Company has had dealings with Mr. Chu Yuan, albeit not without some camaraderie, given that you previously purchased potions from us. When you mentioned your failed awakening, I was baffled. Our 5 million quality-enhancing potion is no ordinary concoction. Look at you, so young and yet able to join the Longchuan City Vocational Association. How could you be just an ordinary tradesman? You are undoubtedly a prodigy. Gold will shine in time. Kai Bo began to probe immediately upon their meeting. Chu Yuan, of course, recognized Kai Bo's intentions. Is he attempting to extract information from me? He would not fall into such a trap. You are correct. My awakening indeed benefited greatly from your company's potion. Upon returning home, I discovered that the potion did indeed possess some efficacy. However, Mr. Kai, I paid for my purchases. I bought them from my classmate Kai Kuan, and I settled the payment with him. He is indeed part of your Kai Pharmaceutical Company, is he not? You cannot expect me to provide you with further assistance now that I seem to be faring well. By the way, I haven't seen Kai Kuan in quite some time. How has he been? Chu Yuan jested, feigning ignorance. This maneuver left Kai Bo utterly astonished. He could hardly believe that Chu Yuan would voluntarily mention Kai Kuan. Had all his previous speculations and investigations been misguided? Did Chu Yuan have no connection to Kai Kuan's demise? Otherwise, how could he speak so calmly of him? Kai Bo, being a person of considerable composure, cleared his throat and quietly stated, Kuan encountered some unfortunate circumstances. He is no longer with us. Upon hearing this, Kai Bo's gaze remained fixated on Chu Yuan, scrutinizing his every reaction. What? Kai Kuan was said to have awakened as a dual-element mage, a formidable force among our peers. How could he simply cease to exist? That is inconceivable. He was like a brother to me during our studies, a comrade through thick and thin. Have you uncovered who was responsible? I know the president of our association. I could ask for his assistance. I must avenge my classmate Kai Kuan. Chu Yuan's agitation grew as he spoke, as if he genuinely mourned the loss of a dear friend, surprising even himself with his acting prowess. This is a lengthy story, Kai Bo observed with growing unease at Chu Yuan's distressed countenance. Had he not been aware of Kuan's entanglement with this young man, he might have been led to believe his fabricated tale. By the way, since Mr. Chu Yuan and our Kuan were classmates and shared a bond akin to brothers, how about you come to my home today to pay your respects to Kuan? Furthermore, our patriarch, upon learning of your situation, insisted that the Kai family's reputation must not be tarnished. He is keen to find an opportunity to offer you an apology. Upon paying homage to Kuan, I suggested that the elder prepare several exquisite potions to present to Mr. Chu Yuan. What do you think? After making this proposal, Mr. Kai Bo stepped aside, extending an invitation for Mr. Chu Yuan to enter the vehicle. Mr. Kai Bo, is your esteemed Kai family so generous to everyone? I am truly taken aback. It was merely a misunderstanding from before. Are not several high-grade potions rather extravagant? Upon hearing Mr. Kai's invitation to the Kai Pharmaceutical Company, Chu Yuan couldn't help but smirk inwardly, though he outwardly feigned reluctance, for indeed, Mr. Kai Bo's performance was quite remarkable.